I accept the mandate of heaven and take the throne. I wish the country peace and happiness for all the people. When my emperor ascends the throne, the world changes. When I wear the dragon robe, the world is at peace. I wish I could have wise ministers to rule the world together. The auspicious time has come. In the Dacian dynasty, a golden light fell on the altar of Yushan outside the imperial capital. The mountains surged like a green sea, and a touch of purple gold emerged at the horizon. A young figure in a golden dragon robe stood on the altar, as dazzling as the sun. He led the civil and military officials, princes and nobles, to offer sacrifices to the heaven. The ceremony is over. Long live my emperor! The mighty voices, as magnificent as a river, resounded between heaven and earth. After the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, the new emperor sat on the dragon chariot and returned to the imperial capital with all the officials. Along the way, even if the road was a little bumpy, the figure on the dragon chariot sat upright. His temperament was elegant and noble, and he looked calm. I've finally waited for this day. Only Fang Chen knew that his heart was not as calm as his appearance. It had been half a month since he came here. Combined with the memories of his original body, Fang Chen had a general understanding of this world. This was an imaginary world, with many dynasties and disputes in all realms. And his identity was the 13th prince of the Dacian dynasty. Just half a month ago, the late emperor suddenly passed away, and the entire imperial capital suddenly fell into chaos without a leader. The beginning is a fight for the throne. This is a collapse of heaven. Just when Fang Chen thought that he would be involved in the dispute for the throne next, an imperial edict came from the palace. The late emperor's queen, who is now the queen mother, took out the late emperor's will. It clearly said, after my death, the throne will be passed to the 13th Prince Fang Chen. For a while, the whole court was in an uproar, because the 13th Prince Fang Chen was mediocre and had no power to support him. Before the queen mother's will was taken out, no one thought that the late emperor would choose to pass the throne to the 13th prince. However, after the will was read, the chaos was quelled at the fastest speed. Half a month later, Fang Chen successfully ascended the throne and became the new emperor of the Dacian dynasty. My cheap father died in exchange for a lifetime of wealth and honor. I thought it was a collapse of heaven, but it turned out to be a disaster. As far as Fang Chen knew, the Dacian dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in the world. No matter the territory, population, or strength, it was the best. Even if the other dynasties were added together, they could barely compete with the Dacian dynasty. Sitting on this seat, Fang Chen was destined to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Your Majesty, when we go back later, we have to go to Changle Palace to pay respects to the Queen Mother. The little eunuch following the dragon chariot said with a flattering smile. Yeah, Fang Chen was a little unhappy when his thoughts were interrupted, but he just responded lightly. In terms of blood relationship, the Queen Mother is not Fang Chen's biological mother. Fang Chen's biological mother died of dystocia 14 years ago. But as the only empress of the late emperor, she naturally became the Queen Mother after the late emperor passed away. And to be honest, he was able to stand out from the princes and ascend to the throne. This Queen Mother is indeed the biggest contributor. However, from what Fang Chen learned, the Queen Mother's mind is not that simple. As early as when the late emperor was still alive, she had accompanied the chariot many times, wanting to recreate the scene of the two saints attending the court. After the death of the previous emperor, the Empress Dowager couldn't wait to announce it before he ascended the throne. Because the new emperor was still young, he planned to rule the country from behind the curtain. Forget it, just endure it for a few years. Fang Chen is only 14 years old now, and his foundation is not stable. Not to mention the previous dynasty. Even in the palace, there are probably not many people who are truly loyal to him. In this case, it is better to let the Empress Dowager compete with the old foxes of the previous dynasty. And I will take advantage of these years to enjoy the comfortable life of fine clothes and delicious food. When I come of age, it will not be too late to officially take over the power from the Empress Dowager and work hard to govern the country. Ding! A sudden crisp sound rang in Fang Chen's heart. At the age of 14, you succeeded to the throne, but because the Empress Dowager ruled the country from behind the curtain, the power fell into someone else's hands and became a puppet emperor. At the age of 18, you thought you were an adult and wanted to take over the power, but you were almost deprived of the throne. At this time, you realized the true face of the Queen Mother. At the age of 20, The Queen Mother took a harem for you, despite your opposition. You were disheartened and indulged in sensual pleasures. But unexpectedly, you fell into the trap of the witch in the harem, and your health deteriorated from then on. At the age of 25, the corruption case of the Southern Flood was exposed, involving tens of millions of people, and the people complained. You wanted to kill the thieves, but you were unable to do so. At the age of 28, the sect chaos broke out, hundreds of millions of people were involved, and the dynasty began to decline completely. At the age of 34, foreign enemies invaded, the imperial capital fell, and the Dacian dynasty was destroyed. You became the king of a fallen country, and from then on you lived a life of escape, unable to sleep or eat and displaced. On a dark and windy night, you are cold and hungry, but you can only curl up in a corner. Looking back on the first half of your life, your heart is full of regret for your cowardice and incompetence. The once prosperous dynasty has now fallen into a state of ruin. You have failed the people and your ancestors. What is this? Along with the voice in his mind, Fangshan also saw rows of corresponding subtitles in front of him. The king of the ruined country? Who is he talking about? Is it him? No, he has just ascended the throne, and it is the time when he is ambitious and wants to show his ambitions. Why did he suddenly tell him that Dacian was dead? Even if Emperor Yang of Sui came, it would be impossible to destroy the foundation laid by Dacian's ancestors within 20 years, right? If this is true, then when he goes to the underworld in the future, won't he be scolded by the ancestors of Dacian? Although Fangshan is unwilling to believe it, the events listed above seem to coincide with his own situation. Okay, I just thought it was a good start. I didn't expect that after all this time, it still collapsed. Could it be that this system traveled through the wrong time? As the subtitles in front of him gradually dimmed and disappeared, a new line of text appeared in front of Fangshan. Now there are two paths in front of you. 1. Commit suicide. Get an old crooked neck tree. 2. Regroup. Make a comeback. Complete the task of restoring the country, and you can get corresponding rewards. Are you preparing to restore the country now? Look at how he is now surrounded by people, and then look at the options given by the system. Fangshan had a vague feeling that it was not real. He was now sure that this system was 100 at the wrong time node. And the two options also represented different directions for his future life. Go to your old crooked neck tree. What's good about the old crooked neck tree? It will only make people's necks hurt and they can't breathe. Fangshan chose the second option without hesitation, making a comeback. Chapter 2. The Imperial Feast, a hearty meal. A newbie gift package. At a pivotal juncture in life, while some are reluctant to venture beyond the river, others believe that courage to start anew is never in short supply. For Fangshan, he possesses not only the advantage of a system as his golden finger, but also the benefit of a temporal anomaly, granting him foresight into the future. With these two advantages, he is resolute in his belief that he can alter the course of fate and transform the destiny of the great Qian. Beep. Host has chosen to make a comeback. The restoration system has been fully activated and is binding. Congratulations, host, on binding the restoration system. Fangshan murmured, hoping that the first task would not be overly arduous. According to the system's description, upon selecting the main storyline of restoration, the system would issue relevant primary tasks. Upon completing these tasks, Fangshan would receive rewards and restoration points based on his performance. The rewards could include, but are not limited to, summoned characters, martial arts, and various items. However, he was uncertain what kind of tasks this time-displaced system would present him with. Task issued. Current task description, as a deposed monarch. You are forced to live a fugitive life, plagued by hunger and sleepless nights. Exhausted and famished, your most urgent task is to enjoy a hearty meal. Completion requirement. Fill your stomach to at least 70% capacity. Task reward. 500 restoration points. A newbie gift package. Is it really this simple? Upon seeing the task before him, Fangshan nearly questioned his existence. He had anticipated a far more challenging first task. It was hard to fathom the depths of despair he might experience 2 decades hence. Prompting the system to designate the act of satisfying one's hunger as the inaugural task of the restoration storyline. Shaking his head, he decided to accept the task promptly. Departing from Yushan, the magnificent imperial capital lay just ahead. The city stretched for hundreds of miles, its vastness comparable to that of a small nation. Even a steed capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day would require 3 days and nights to encircle the city. Fangshan's coronation procession took a couple of hours to return to the imperial city. As he approached the palace, he assumed the next step would be for the young eunuch to pay respects in the Changle Palace, where the Empress Dowager resided. Just as he relaxed, a cold voice emanated from within the dragon carriage. "I am somewhat fatigued. Return to the Chongqing Palace to rest." The young eunuch was taken aback, witnessing the dragon carriage indeed veering toward Chongqing Palace. Suddenly, he knelt down in alarm. "Me but your majesty, regarding Changle Palace." Before he could finish, two icy glares fell upon him. "Do I require your input in my affairs?" Fang Chen's words were delivered with a weight akin to a mountain, leaving the young eunuch trembling in fear. The young eunuch trembled like a leaf, and a chill flickered in Fang Chen's gaze. It was evident that numerous individuals loyal to the Empress had already infiltrated his surroundings. Even this insignificant eunuch, who was of lesser worth than an ant in Fang Chen's eyes, was one of them. One could only imagine to what extent the Empress's influence permeated his inner circle. Closing his eyes, Fang Chen found no interest in casting another glance at the eunuch. "Leave," he commanded, and the dragon carriage sped away like a bolt of lightning, leaving the eunuch kneeling on the ground, his palms soaked with sweat, saturating the floor beneath him. "Your Majesty," upon returning to the Chongqing Palace, skilled palace maids approached to relieve Fang Chen of his cumbersome attire. The incense burner, shaped like a celestial crane, emitted fragrant wisps of smoke. This incense, sourced exclusively from the southwestern region of the Dacian Empire, not only calmed the spirit and sharpened focus, but also fortified the muscles and bones. Even those devoid of any innate talent for cultivation could, after a year of inhaling its aroma, embark upon the path of a martial artist. Take, for instance, the late Emperor of Dacian, Fang Chen's adoptive father, Emperor Xiaoming. Despite his insufficient innate aptitude for martial arts, he could not resist the profound legacy of the Dacian Empire. Through various elixirs and secret techniques, he managed to elevate himself to the innate realm by the age of 40. In this world, the martial arts hierarchy is divided into 15 realms. The 1st to the 9th ranks represent the lowest tier of martial artists, followed by the acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, earthly immortals, and heavenly beings of longevity. In the absence of earthly immortals, the grandmaster stands as the pinnacle of strength in this realm. Inheriting his adoptive father's potential, Fang Chen's path mirrored that of Emperor Xiaoming. Although lacking in cultivation talent, he successfully crossed the threshold of martial training before the age of 14. Who could have foreseen that such a formidable Dacian would meet its demise in 20 years? Contemplating this, Fang Chen, while enjoying the ministrations of the palace maids, suddenly felt restless. "I find myself somewhat hungry. Summon the imperial kitchen for a feast. Ensure there is an ample selection," he instructed. The palace maids, trusting his words, promptly proceeded to convey the order to the kitchen. Once he had given these instructions, Fang Chen reclined back at ease. In less than half an hour, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Exquisite delicacies, served on white porcelain plates, flowed onto the dining table of the Chongqing Palace. In a mere moment, nearly 20 lavish dishes adorned the table. "Your Majesty, this is wine brewed from fresh fruits harvested from the South Sea Islands. It is not only sweet and delectable but also strengthens the bones. Your Majesty, this is the dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Your Majesty, this is the 8-treasure wild duck." As the palace maids presented the dishes, they provided descriptions for Fang Chen. What a delight, he mused, taken aback by the array of dishes he had never encountered before. Having been in this place for half a month, each day had brought a novel culinary experience, and every dish appeared to possess its own unique significance. This, undoubtedly, was a testament to the vast resources of the Dacian Empire. After millennia of evolution, the chefs of the Dacian dynasty have meticulously perfected the optimal methods of preparing these exquisite ingredients. However, these culinary delights are evidently beyond the means of the average household. Just a single dish on the table could very well equate to the earnings of a common family in the imperial capital for 2 or 3 years. Such a dynasty must not be allowed to perish. Fang Chen sighed in a voice only audible to himself, while deftly picking up a piece of wild duck meat with his chopsticks. To his delight, it bore no trace of the usual gamey taste. Instead, it was astonishingly tender and succulent. With just a gentle touch of his tongue, it transformed into a rich and flavorful sauce, which he swallowed with a satisfying gulp. Truly, it was a delicacy of the mortal realm. He raised a cup filled with South Sea fruit wine and drained it in one go, the fragrant aroma spreading delightfully across his palate. Another deep sigh escaped Fang Chen's lips. This, indeed, is the essence of life. Time and again, he lifted his chopsticks to savor the gourmet offerings before him. "Your Majesty, please eat slowly," the palace maids gently urged, observing Fang Chen's hearty appetite. It seemed that the coronation ceremony had truly exhausted him. On ordinary days, he would have already laid down his chopsticks by this time, but today, he appeared insatiably eager for more. After feeling he had indulged sufficiently, Fang Chen exhaled softly. Typically, he would be content with just 6 or 7 parts full, but today, he had feasted to the point of 8 or 9 parts full. Meanwhile, the voice he had been anticipating finally echoed once more in his mind. Ding! The weary host, despite being utterly exhausted and famished, has chosen not to surrender. Rather, he has cleverly managed to enjoy a hearty meal. Mission accomplished. Host restoration value 500. You have received a novice gift pack. Chapter 3, Rewards, the uninvited guest of the 6 libraries of celestial thieves. The host has received a novice gift package, now stored in the system space. Please collect it in a timely manner. Is this all there is to it? Burp. Fang Chen gently patted his belly, round and full from an array of delectable dishes, and opened his personal panel within the system. Great Qian Restoration System. Binder, Fang Chen. Age, 14. Realm, 3rd grade martial artist. Cultivation technique, 9 heavens martial canon. Entry level. Wealth, none. Subordinate forces, none. Current status, last monarch of a fallen nation. On the brink of collapse, current restoration points, 500 points, except for his age, all other details were indeed accurate. Fang Chen scrutinized the panel before him. Based solely on the data displayed, he certainly bore a semblance to a monarch of a fallen nation. The martial realm he possessed, however, seemed rather inconsequential. Speaking of which, what could my 500 restoration points accomplish? As Fang Chen pondered, he clicked into the system store. When the interface refreshed, he was immediately struck by a wave of astonishment. True Dragon Treasure Technique, 200,000 restoration points. Ancient Sacred Body, 300,000 restoration points. Supreme Bone, 500,000 restoration points. This is nothing short of extortion. Fang Chen silently lamented. Forget it. Let us explore other rewards instead. To say that Fang Chen was unmoved would be a blatant falsehood. Yet with his current restoration points, he couldn't even afford the slightest fraction of any item. Dejected, he closed the store and accessed the system space to claim the recently issued reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation technique, 6 libraries of celestial thieves. This is truly a remarkable treasure. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The 6 libraries of celestial thieves, reputed to be the pinnacle of body refinement, siphons the vitality of heaven and earth. It is also known as the technique of immortals. Comprehending it, as soon as the words left his mouth, a mystical scripture entered his mind like a command. These esoteric characters, often inscrutable to ordinary individuals, were effortlessly grasped by Fang Chen in mere moments, intuitively beginning to circulate with his breath. In no time, the copious food in his stomach was nearly entirely decomposed by the powerful digestive and absorptive capabilities of the 6 libraries of celestial thieves. Simultaneously, Fang Chen sensed a noticeable enhancement in his internal energy. Does this mean that as long as I keep eating, I can grow stronger? Moreover, I need not worry about becoming overly indulgent. Gazing at the bountiful spread before him, Fang Chen smirked and picked up his chopsticks once more. Your Majesty? The palace maids had never witnessed Fang Chen consuming so much in one sitting, and when he finally set down his chopsticks, they assumed his meal had concluded. To their astonishment, he lifted them again moments later. They were left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that His Majesty is still not satisfied? If this is insufficient, I shall summon the imperial chef to prepare more. Fang Chen, with food clenched between his teeth, spoke in a somewhat muffled tone. Yes, yes. The dazed little maid snapped back to reality and hurriedly dashed towards the entrance of the Qingqing Palace. However, as she stepped over the threshold, she collided with an approaching figure. Ouch! You blind wretch, can't you see? A resounding slap met her before she could regain her balance, causing her cheek to sting with a fiery pain and stars to dance before her eyes as she fell to the ground. I have seen Lady Zhang. She gazed up at the short, stout woman before her, robust as a wall. The little maid recalled someone and trembled involuntarily, disregarding the pain on her face as she hurriedly bowed to Lady Zhang. Such recklessness, devoid of any decorum. Were it not for an urgent matter today, I would have surely had your hands and feet severed. Lady Zhang, her face a canvas of flesh, regarded the maid with eyes that resembled mere slits, betraying her undisguised disdain and contempt. The surrounding maids and eunuchs shuddered at her words, and the little maid knelt on the ground, fervently apologizing. Lady Zhang was a confidant of the Empress Dowager, having served her since her entry into the palace, making her a significant figure in the Empress's court. She was not someone of their lowly status who could afford to offend. I ask you, is His Majesty inside? The maids nodded, one timidly responding. Lady Zhang is here to see His Majesty. Please allow us to announce her presence. There's no need for that. Lady Zhang waved her hand dismissively. I come on the Empress Dowager's orders, with urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. By the time you finish your announcement, the flowers will have wilted. I shall enter myself. Without waiting for the maids to react, Lady Zhang strode into the Qingqing Palace. As the largest palace in the Daqian Imperial Complex, the Qingqing Palace was vast and unfathomable. The deeper Lady Zhang ventured, the more she felt a chilling aura creeping along her nape. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? She called softly as she walked, but received no response, raising her suspicions. Were those lowly maids attempting to deceive her? Or was the young emperor up to some mischief again? At that moment, a calm yet abrupt voice emerged from behind her. Are you looking for me? The voice seemed to materialize silently from the shadows, startling Lady Zhang and causing her to shudder, nearly letting out a cry. She swiftly turned, and in the dim light, she beheld the youthful new emperor standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His features, though still tender, exuded an air of noble grace. Veiled as if by a layer of frost, he regarded Lady Zhang coldly, devoid of any emotion. At this moment, aside from Lady Zhang, several lines of text hung in the air before Fangchen. Ding! A dangerous individual detected nearby. Emergency mission activated. After indulging in a hearty meal, you have regained your strength, yet the peril remains unabated. As a deposed monarch, you remain a thorn in the side of countless adversaries. In their relentless pursuit of your life, foreign foes have even promised a staggering bounty of 100,000 gold pieces for your head. Thus, you resolve to venture southward once more. Little did you anticipate that fate would lead you to cross paths with the formidable Granny Zhang during your flight. In the past, she served as the right hand of the Empress, assisting in your oppression. Moreover, her true identity is that of a disciple of the Taishan sect. Her entrance into the palace was merely a ruse to aid the Taishan sect in exerting control over the Daqian dynasty. Following the fall of Daqian, the Taishan sect swiftly betrayed the nation to ally with the enemy, turning against you and initiating a fervent manhunt. Granny Zhang is among those leading the charge against you. As a practitioner of martial arts, she is far beyond your capacity to confront. At this juncture, you face two choices: either surrender in despair, resign to your fate, or, as the old adage suggests, while the Green Mountains remain. One need not fear the absence of firewood. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the wisest course. Attempt to evade Granny Zhang's grasp. Chapter 4. Who grants you the audacity to bark before me? Execute them all. Once again, the system presented Fangchen with two choices. However, upon glancing at the first option, he decisively dismissed it. To present a head willingly? He is now the new emperor of Daqian. Would he dare to offer a head, and would Zhang Momo dare to accept it? Even if he were to fall to the status of a deposed monarch, he would never passively await his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Fangchen opted for the second choice. Nonetheless, this choice diverged slightly from his true desires. Your servant pays respect to your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Zhang Momo, startled for a moment, regained her composure only to feel a surge of indignation, as though she had been mocked. Yet, she was acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses. Bowing her head, she gritted her teeth to complete her greeting, preparing to rise. Did I grant you permission to rise? Fangchen's calm inquiry abruptly rendered Zhang Momo motionless. Her upper body was caught in a limbo, neither able to rise nor remain bowed, leaving her awkwardly frozen in place. It was my oversight. May I ask, Your Majesty, if I may stand? Zhang Momo took a deep breath, her plump face adorned with a forced smile, articulating her question word by word. Who permitted you to enter the Qingqing Palace? Yet, Fangchen bypassed her query entirely, focusing on his own. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Momo's face. Fangchen's questions bore an escalating weight, asserting dominance in the exchange. He was a stark contrast to the timid and incompetent 13th prince, who had always bowed to the will of the Empress Dowager. Had it not been for that fleeting glance, which confirmed his identity as the unmistakable Fangchen, she might have doubted whether the small emperor before her was truly the same person. In response to Your Majesty, I was acting on the Empress Dowager's decree. After the coronation ceremony today, seeing that Your Majesty had not yet visited Changlu Palace to pay respects, the Empress Dowager instructed me to inquire about the situation. As she remained caught in her awkward posture, beads of glistening sweat began to adorn Zhang Momo's fleshy face, giving it an unappetizingly greasy appearance. She had assumed that invoking the Empress Dowager's name would compel Fangchen to temper his demeanor and treat her with some courtesy. However, to her surprise, upon hearing her explanation, Fang Qin's tone grew even colder. Did I inquire about the Empress Dowager? He demanded. What I wish to know is, who granted you the right to intrude? The final statement bore down on Zhang Momo like an immense weight, threatening to crush her spine. Thud. Overcome with sweat. Zhang Momo collapsed to the ground, half due to her prolonged position and the strain it had caused her body, and the other half due to the oppressive force of Fang Qin's words. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I entered the grand hall, perceiving it to be unoccupied. However, the palace maids outside insisted that your Majesty was resting within. Concerned for your well-being, I acted rashly and intruded. I humbly implore your Majesty to pardon my transgression. Madame Zhang knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, causing her forehead to redden with each impact. Though Fang Qin was merely a puppet emperor, should he choose to pursue the matter of my unwarranted intrusion, even the Empress Dowager might struggle to shield me from the consequences. Understanding the tides of circumstance, Madame Zhang, who had entered with such arrogance, now appeared utterly disheveled. Recognizing that she had been thoroughly intimidated, Fang Qin silently exhaled a breath of relief. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, offering no sympathy for Madame Zhang's plight. While she appeared pitiable in this moment, the future described by the system revealed a different narrative. Under the Empress Dowager's orders, Madame Zhang possessed no shortage of means to suppress those who opposed her. For instance, in Fang Qin's most vulnerable moments, when a kind-hearted young maid sought to offer her concern, Madame Zhang would discover this and inflict horrific punishments, blinding the maid, severing her tongue, ears, and nose, and even binding her feet with heavy stones before casting her into a deep well nearby, ensuring her demise. Fang Qin believed he would carry the memory of such scenes for a lifetime. Please grant me mercy, Your Majesty. I shall return to report to the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty is unwell and should refrain from visiting the Palace of Eternal Harmony today. Upon hearing Madame Zhang's words, Fang Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Though her statements seemed to flatter him, they were, in truth, veiled threats. She hinted that she was an agent of the Empress Dowager, implying that if he dared to lay a finger on her, he must consider the repercussions of offending the Dowager. A smirk played upon Fang Qin's lips, and the terrifying visage he had just displayed vanished in an instant. Very well, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty, Madame Zhang responded, trembling with trepidation as she hastily stood. As night has fallen, I shall not disturb Your Majesty's rest any longer. I take my leave. Fang Qin stood with his hands clasped behind him, casting a glance at Madame Zhang. Remember what I have said today. I shall obey, she replied, her face a mask of gratitude. Yet, the moment she turned, her expression hardened. Was the young emperor implying she should remember the lesson learned? Upon her return, she would surely embellish the events for the Empress Dowager, eager to see who would be left laughing in the end. Stop. Just as Madame Zhang schemed on how to report back, Fang Qin's voice sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to fear that her inner thoughts had inadvertently escaped her lips. Your Majesty, is there anything else? With a sycophantic smile on her face, Granny Zhang was about to turn around. A hand silently pressed upon her shoulder. An abrupt shiver coursed through her body, as if she were ensnared by some peculiar force. Despite her advanced prowess, she found herself unable to break free. Then, strands of pure vitality were drawn from her being, pulled in and absorbed through the palm that made contact with Fang Qin. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my errors. Spare my life. The sensation of vitality draining from her body filled Granny Zhang with terror. She opened her mouth to plead for mercy, but before she could utter a complete word, her corpulent form rapidly withered away, until she was nothing more than a desiccated remnant of human skin. Releasing her, the lifeless skin floated delicately to the ground. Within Fang Qin, his vital energy surged, clearly elevating his cultivation level. He ascended directly from a third-tier martial artist to a seventh-tier. Ding. Faced with the pursuit of a postnatal expert, the host remained remarkably composed. Employing his cleverness and wit, he deftly maneuvered around Granny Zhang. Seizing the moment when she lowered her guard, he struck decisively, successfully achieving a counterattack. The host's calmness and poise are truly astonishing. Indeed, a hidden dragon in the depths remains a dragon. The host's performance is genuinely commendable and admirable. Is it truly that exaggerated? Were it not for the fact that not a single hair on his body had been lost. Merely reading the system's description might have led Fang Qin to believe he had just endured a thrilling battle. Granny Zhang's cultivation talent was even inferior to his own. Over the past 20 years, she must have exploited the Empress Dowager's influence to gain advantages. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to break through postnatal limits after 2 decades. As for the current Granny Zhang, at best, She was merely an 8th-tier martial artist propped up by resources. With his technique, the 6th treasury celestial thief, Fang Chen found her hardly worth his attention. Then, a voice filled with promise resounded, invigorating Fang Chen. The rewards for this mission have been deposited into the system space. The validity is permanent. Please ensure timely retrieval. Chapter 5. Rewards, the Imperial Art of Prognostication. The Mysterious Shadow Eunuch. Come here, Fang Chen called out. Shortly thereafter, several young eunuchs entered, their heads bowed in deference. Your Majesty, how may we serve you? Suddenly, their gazes fell upon the desiccated human skin on the floor, nearly causing them to bite their tongues in fright. One of them even fainted, eyes rolling back in terror. Meanwhile, Fang Chen remained unfazed, casting them a mere glance. Remove this, dispose of it cleanly, leaving no trace. Furthermore, inform those in the Chongqing Palace to keep their mouths shut regarding Zhang Mama's visit today. Should any unnecessary troubles arise, beware of your heads. Why yes. The young eunuchs turned pale, their teeth chattering in fear, gritting their teeth against their terror. They approached and rolled up the human skin in a straw mat before departing. I am weary. You may withdraw, Fang Chen declared. No matter who comes today, I shall not meet them. Yes, Your Majesty. The palace attendants retreated, trembling. As they turned to leave, Fang Chen rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Let me see what rewards await me this time. Even a sumptuous meal yielded rewards akin to the 6th treasury celestial thieves technique. Not to mention, he had exceeded the task's expectations. The rewards from the system should be quite substantial. From the foreboding future described by the system, the downfall of the Deqian dynasty was inextricably linked to the Taishan sect. Zhang Mama, a disciple of the Taishan sect, had likely engaged in many treacherous acts. Perhaps it would be better for her to perish. That would be a fitting fate. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Fang Chen entered the system space. 2 gleaming icons caught his eye, bringing a spark of excitement. Remarkably, there were 2 rewards this time. He surmised that one was for the task completion, while the other must be for exceeding expectations. The Imperial Art of Prognostication, to probe the secrets of destiny and glimpse the transformations of the 3 talents. Did that mean that whatever he wished to investigate could be revealed with a mere invocation of this technique? With that thought, Fang Chen concentrated and began to channel the Imperial Art of Prognostication. As expected, upon activation, the world around him transformed into shades of black and white. Yet amidst this monochrome palette, swirling mists of various hues intermingled. Even around Fang Chen himself, a faint golden mist coalesced into a dragon shape, approximately the size of his palm, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Is this what fate looks like? Witnessing the manifestation of destiny with his own eyes filled Fang Chen with a sense of wonder. He continued until his internal energy waned, at which point he ceased the activation of the Imperial Art of Prognostication. The first reward was promising. He was eager to discover the nature of the second. As he examined the second reward, the name Heavenly Gang Child Technique appeared before him, leaving Fang Chen momentarily stunned. The name itself sounded remarkably powerful. After reviewing the system's description of the Heavenly Gang Boy skill, Fang Chen's conviction in his thoughts grew even stronger. This is a martial art that encompasses both offense and defense, capable of unleashing immense power with a mere gesture, potentially resulting in the enemy's demise. However, the requirements for practicing the Heavenly Gang Boy skill are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, the practitioner must possess a youthful, unblemished body. Secondly, the practitioner must have a pure yang and exceptionally resilient constitution. At just 14 years of age, Fang Chen barely meets the first condition. As for the second, it is simply unattainable. In this realm, whether one possesses a pure yang or pure yin constitution, both are rare gifts. Without the system, Fang Chen's talent would, at best, be considered that of an ordinary person. What is wrong with this system, bestowing upon me a reward that is of no use? Fang Chen muttered. As a puppet emperor, his cards were already few. After finally acquiring the system, the reward turned out to be useless to him. Forget it, I shall keep it for now. Fortunately, Fang Chen maintained a positive mindset and quickly resolved to move on. He casually returned the manual of the Heavenly Gang Boy skill to the system space. According to the system's description, this skill undoubtedly possesses the potential of a first-rate martial art. Although he cannot practice it, perhaps it may prove beneficial in the future. Ding. New task released. Task description. Although you have managed to turn the tables on Granny Zhang, you realize that this place is no longer safe. To evade the pursuit of the Taishan sect, you decide to leave as soon as possible. However, the road to escape is fraught with difficulties. In your current state, you are weak and vulnerable. Encountering an enemy could mean certain death. Perhaps, if you had a powerful companion, your situation could improve significantly. Task requirement. Seek a loyal follower to ensure your safety. The situation for me, 20 years hence, does not appear optimistic at all. Once again, I am being pursued by enemies and forced to flee. Fang Chun felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding a tear for his future self. Such a scenario must never come to pass. A follower given my status as the Emperor of Deqian, is it not simple to find a few devoted followers? However, Fang Chun momentarily could not think of any suitable candidates. Never mind, there is no rush. Having completed 2 tasks in succession, it was time to reward himself with some relaxation. Fang Chun stretched lazily. Come, I wish to prepare for a bath. Yes. Fang Chun boarded the dragon carriage, and the ceremonial procession slowly made its way toward the hot springs. Changle Palace. What hour is it? Has Granny Zhang still not returned? Amidst the fragrant, sweet-scented silk drapes, a figure leaned languidly and suddenly spoke. Reply to the Empress Dowager. I just sent someone to inquire at the Chongqing Palace. A thin, wrinkled old maid, bearing a somewhat sorrowful expression, spoke softly. The palace attendants at Chongqing Palace said they have not seen Granny Zhang at all. The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, the upward arching eyeliner accentuating the sharpness of her gaze. What did you say? She has never visited the Chongqing Palace? How could that be? Would she dare defy my edict? Granny Li shook her head, also finding it implausible. However, those within the Chongqing Palace were adamant that they had not seen Granny Zhang. Moreover, during the time Granny Zhang was supposed to have gone to the Chongqing Palace, the palace corridors were nearly deserted, and hardly anyone had spotted her. Granny Li's words caused the Empress Dowager to furrow her brow. How could a person simply vanish without a trace? Seeing the Empress Dowager's growing annoyance, Granny Li offered a comforting suggestion. Perhaps a sudden task had arisen, prompting Granny Zhang to leave the palace. The Empress Dowager too considered this possibility, allowing her temper to abate somewhat. Nevertheless, even so, she remained troubled by Granny Zhang's abrupt departure. Upon her return, she would be informed that in the future, should such matters arise again, it was imperative to notify me in advance. Granny Li nodded in agreement. In the stillness of the deep night, the grand palace of Deqian lay in silence. Yet, within the Chongqing Palace, the lights burned brightly. Before Fang Chun lay a table piled high with mountains of memorials. As he read, a faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips. Under the flickering candlelight, an inscrutable air enveloped him. The Empress Dowager and the former court truly believed they could deceive me into believing I was a fool. The contents of these memorials appeared to be of grave importance. Yet they merely served to embellish a facade of peace. Fang Chun could surmise without much thought that this was a veiled ruse concocted by the Empress Dowager and the former court, designed to make him believe he was indeed a diligent and enlightened ruler. In reality, everything he saw and heard was merely what the Empress Dowager and the former court wished for him to know. Just as a subtle aura of murderous intent began to emanate from Fang Chun, a chill night breeze swept into the Chongqing Palace, stirring the heavy drapes upon the floor. A slender shadow quietly emerged at the center of the grand hall, bowing deeply before Fang Chun. In a hoarse voice, it spoke. This humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live again. Chapter 6. The Art of the Heavenly Child. Without destruction, there can be no creation. Master Chao breaks through the innate realm. Master Chao, in the presence of the elusive dark-clad eunuch, was not surprised. In his recollection, since the founding of the nation, the Deqian royal family had been diligently cultivating a cadre of loyal warriors, shadow eunuchs, devoted to the emperor. As their name suggests, shadow eunuchs exist as the emperor's shadow, following his every command and, if necessary, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the emperor's sake. Master Chao is the current generation's shadow eunuch. According to Fang Chun, Master Chao had entered the palace at a young age, having been selected as the next shadow eunuch at the age of 14, and had devoted himself to rigorous training ever since. For the past 60 years, he had served the Deqian royal family with unwavering diligence, earning his place as one of the few trustworthy individuals by the side of the now puppet emperor. Fang Chun, however, half a month ago, the former emperor passed away. Out of gratitude for the former emperor's kindness, Master Chao requested to guard the emperor's mausoleum for half a month. Only today, after Fang Chun's coronation ceremony, did he hastily return. I have returned late. May your majesty forgive me, he coughed, his frail figure shaking violently. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Fang Chun's previously calm gaze suddenly sharpened, and he activated the Emperor's Qi observation technique. In an instant, every meridian and bone of Master Chow became transparent before his eyes, leaving no secrets hidden. His vitality wanes, and his meridians are on the brink of collapse. Have you failed your breakthrough? Upon Fang Chen's revelation, Master Chow trembled, a flicker of astonishment crossing his wrinkled face. Your Majesty's insight is truly remarkable. Fang Chen frowned. 5 years ago, you attempted to break through to the innate realm, resulting in a significant drop in your cultivation. Logically, you should not be able to attempt a second breakthrough within 10 years. Before he could finish, noticing the guilty flicker in Master Chow's eyes, Fang Chen seemed to grasp the truth. Could it be that you hasten your breakthrough for my sake? I have failed to meet the expectations of the late Emperor and your Majesty. Master Chow's voice brimmed with remorse. Half a month prior, the sudden demise of the former emperor had thrust the mere 14-year-old Fang Chen into the throne. Having witnessed the tumult of imperial struggles for over 80 years, Master Chow could easily predict the unfolding of events. In a desperate bid to ensure the continuation of the Deqian royal bloodline, he had attempted a second breakthrough. Yet it ended in failure. Moreover, he had suffered severe backlash, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Given your current condition, you can survive no longer than 3 days. Unless... Master Chow's tone was tinged with bitterness as he softly completed Fang Chen's thought. Unless I can achieve a breakthrough to the innate realm within the next 3 days, allowing my withered and decaying vitality to revive. But this was clearly a far-fetched dream. The first attempt at reaching the Master Realm was the most promising opportunity for Master Chow, yet all ended in failure. Today, in his frail and decaying body, not only is he incapable of making any significant impact, but a mere stroke of misfortune could result in the catastrophic rupture of his blood vessels, leading to his immediate demise. Conventional methods, of course, are utterly ineffective. Suddenly, Fang Chen bestowed a mysterious smile and tossed forth a tome. With instinctive reflexes, Eunuch Chow caught it, lowering his gaze to discover the words Heavenly Gang Youth Technique inscribed in bold characters, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. Your Majesty, this technique, known as the Heavenly Gang Youth Technique, can only be practiced by one with a pure yang body, not one of youthful innocence. Remarkably, you perfectly fulfill these 2 requirements. Earlier, when Fang Chen employed the Imperial Gaze technique to scrutinize Eunuch Chow, he discerned the presence of 2 distinctly opposing forces, extreme yin and extreme yang, engaged in a relentless struggle within his dantian. Eunuch Chow had cultivated the secret extreme yin energy transmitted from the Deqian Imperial Palace since childhood, and it was inconceivable for him to suddenly manifest extreme yang energy without cause. The sole possibility was that he originally possessed a pure yang body, yet had practiced a technique entirely contrary to his innate constitution, resulting in the continuous clash of these 2 energies. This not only hindered Eunuch Chow's cultivation, but also rendered him miserable. With your innate talent, had you chosen the correct technique, you would have undoubtedly broken through a decade ago. Now, you must take a leap of faith. Fang Chen opened a nearby drawer and retrieved a brocade box. Within lies a millennium-old wild ginseng, which not only can solidify your foundation and nourish your essence, but also enhance the pure yang energy within you. Thus, your practice of the Heavenly Gang Youth Technique will yield twice the result with half the effort. Fang Chen's words startled Eunuch Chow. Your Majesty, what merit or capability do I possess? Before he could finish, he felt a wave of pressure emanating from Fang Chen's indifferent gaze, starkly contrasting with the impression of the new emperor he held. Do you wish to defy my command? Eunuch Chow, taken aback, lowered his head. I would not dare. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Fang Chen tossed the brocade box to Eunuch Chow. There is no time to waste. Breakthrough first. Yes. Cradling the brocade box in both hands, Eunuch Chow gritted his teeth and extracted the humanoid millennium ginseng within. He consumed it entirely, leaving no remnants of its tendrils. As he felt the potent medicinal energy begin to disperse within him, Eunuch Chow immediately sat cross-legged and commenced his cultivation according to the prescribed route of the Heavenly Gang Youth Technique. Soon, the pallor of Eunuch Chow's face began to flush with color. Wisps of white mist emanated from the Bai Hui point atop his head and his 7 orifices, an effect born from the fusion of the medicinal power and the increasingly robust pure yang energy, revitalizing his withered vitality. An hour passed, and Eunuch Chow's cultivation level surged from the mid-stage of the acquired realm back to the late stage. Next, he would strive to breach into the innate realm. Observing Eunuch Chow progress through the Imperial Gaze technique, Fang Chen recognized that this initial hurdle had been surmounted. Now, the second challenge awaited. Chow Gong Gong has now returned to his peak state, perhaps even surpassing it. not to mention the enhancement provided by the Millennium Ginseng in the Tiangang Tongzi skill. Ultimately, whether he can break through depends on Qiao Gonggong himself and his ability to overcome his inner demons. A thunderous roar erupted from within Qiao Gonggong. Break. He opened his eyes, transforming his cultivation gesture. An endless stream of innate vital energy surged forth from his body. Every bone, muscle, and drop of essence in his being seemed to resonate with joyful sounds. Breakthrough. The grace bestowed upon me by your majesty shall be eternally engraved in my heart. I humbly bow in gratitude to your majesty's profound kindness. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. The first act after Qiao Gonggong's breakthrough was to kneel before Fang Chen, bowing deeply in thanks. His eyes shimmered with astonishment and disbelief, but more prominently, there was immense gratitude towards Fang Chen. Ding. During your escape, you have captivated an innate martial artist with your charisma. He willingly pledges himself to you, ready to serve your commands. From now on, your safety has finally secured a measure of assurance, truly a cause for celebration. Host has successfully completed the task. Restoring national value 1,500 points. Task rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check promptly. This system truly has a knack for uttering absurdities. In this regard, Fang Chen could only concede. Overall, this was a remarkable gain. Fang Chen had not anticipated that Qiao Gonggong would perfectly embody the conditions for cultivating the Tiangang Tongzi skill, being both a pure young body and a youthful disciple. Now, he had additionally acquired an innate level aid, a tremendous windfall. Fang Chen joyfully opened the system space, eager to discover the latest rewards. A secret manual? That would suffice. Considering the system's previous rewards, this time's martial arts manual was unlikely to be of poor quality. However, as Fang Chen selected the manual, the 4 characters that came into view instantly filled him with a strong sense of foreboding. Sunflower Sword Manual? Is it the very Sunflower Sword Manual that I am thinking of? Chapter 7. My eyes are the measure. A tailored swordsmanship for eunuchs. Is this a legitimate sword manual? A myriad of questions flooded Fang Chen's mind. After a moment's hesitation, he selected the manual from the system's repository once more to examine its details. To cultivate divine skills, one must first undergo self-castration. Very well, he could now utterly doubt the motives behind this system's rewards. The Tiangang Tongzi Gong requires a youthful, pure young body for cultivation, which is already an absurdity. What purpose does the Kuei Hua sword manual serve when presented to me? Does it intend to utterly ruin the empire of Deqian? Fang Chen suspected that this system was deliberately toying with him. Ding. New task triggered. Task description. After enduring great hardships, you have finally acquired your first follower. Yet at this moment, you are merely a fallen monarch, devoid of power and influence. Danger lurks everywhere. Fortunately, a master-level warrior is always available to protect you. You may also attempt to cultivate a group of loyal followers. Task requirements. As you flee, gather and nurture any individuals possessing martial potential that you encounter. Gazing at the newly presented task, Fang Chen was filled with a desire to scoff. Cultivation? You have bestowed upon me 3 manuals. Which one should I impart? The Royal Qi observation technique, while useful, does not enhance strength. The Tiangang Tongzi Gong cannot be cultivated without a youthful, pure young body. The Kuei Hua sword manual can only be mastered by those without roots. Am I to wield a small pair of scissors and bestow upon each one a cut? Wait. As he looked at Eunuch Qiao, a sudden thought struck Fang Chen. I have a highly confidential matter that requires your assistance. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Eunuch Qiao immediately responded, without hesitation, I shall go through fire and water to fulfill His Majesty's orders. After this incident, his life was already in Fang Chen's hands. Even if Fang Chen commanded him to end his life at this moment, Eunuch Qiao would not flinch. Come closer. Fang Chen whispered a few instructions into Eunuch Qiao's ear. The following day, in the Chiqing Hall, the servant knelt before His Majesty. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor, 10,000 years. A group of young eunuchs, appearing no older than 15 or 16, the eldest not exceeding 18, trembled as they knelt on the floor of the Chiqing Hall. They bowed deeply to Fang Chen, who sat upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, these are the individuals I have selected according to your requirements, Eunuch Qiao murmured beside Fang Chen. After a night, the pallor had completely faded from his face. His lips were red and teeth white, and he appeared decades younger. As Fang Chen activated the Royal Qi observation technique, he scrutinized the young eunuchs, the jade rui in his hand sweeping over each of their heads in turn. As Yurui's movements came to a halt, the nearby young eunuch hurriedly noted down the names of those chosen by Fang Chen. By the end of the session, Fang Chen had named 70 or 80 individuals. exceeding the number of available eunuchs by a considerable margin. The eunuch responsible for recording was nearly cramping from the effort. "Your Majesty, is that all?" he inquired, his face adorned with a smile as he respectfully addressed Fang Chun. "Not at all," Fang Chun replied coolly. "Disregard those I just named. Retain the others." As soon as the words left his lips, the young eunuch's expression froze. A look of astonishment also appeared on the face of Chief Eunuch Chao, who had been observing closely as Fang Chun called out names. From the gestures and demeanor of these young eunuchs, Chao could deduce that the majority lacked the aptitude for martial training, particularly those whom Fang Chun had named. Either they were physically weak or possessed poor foundational skills. In simpler terms, they were akin to mud that could not be propped up against a wall. When Fang Chun pointed them out, Chao had silently shaken his head, contemplating how to dissuade the emperor from the time-consuming endeavor of training these young eunuchs. Little did he expect that the emperor had already discerned that these individuals were not moldable talents. Having grown up in the depths of the palace, how could he possess such a masterful insight? Chao was filled with bewilderment. Before venturing into the realm of mastery, even he would hesitate to make definitive judgments about the innate abilities of these young eunuchs. Yet, Fang Chun merely glanced at them. As if he possessed an intimate understanding of their qualifications, his judgments far more precise and incisive than his own. "Chao Gongong, at your service." As those named young eunuchs walked away dejectedly, Fang Chun called out to him, jolting Chao back to attention. "These few will be entrusted to you." He indicated towards the remaining eunuchs. "Your Majesty need not worry. I shall handle it with utmost diligence," Chao replied respectfully, and as he turned to face the young eunuchs, his expression returned to its usual coldness. "You all come with me." "Yes, Chao Gongong." The remaining young eunuchs, unable to discern whether they felt excitement or fear, obediently followed Chao to a secluded area within the palace. In one corner of the open space stood several weapon racks. "Here, apart from us, there is no one else. I shall not beat around the bush or speak in riddles. You must heed my words carefully," Chao began. The young eunuchs immediately bowed their heads in attentive listening, responding in unison, "Please, Gongong, guide us." Pleased with their demeanor, Chao nodded and continued, "His Majesty has taken note of your age and potential, wishing to cultivate your skills. He has specifically entrusted me to impart to you a set of sword techniques." As soon as Chao's words fell, the expressions of the young eunuchs transformed into a mixture of surprise and delight. "You mean, you will teach us sword techniques? Is this true? Can I also learn martial arts?" Most of them hail from impoverished backgrounds or are orphans without parents. If their families were not destitute to the point of starvation, they would not have been sent to the palace at such a tender age to serve as eunuchs, let alone practice martial arts. The swordsmanship will be imparted to you. Your understanding will depend on your innate talent. Now, you must pay close attention. As soon as the words left his lips, Eunuch Chao approached the weapon rack in the corner and casually drew a longsword, demonstrating its use in the open space. The sunflower sword technique, belonging to the Yin category, typically clashes with Eunuch Chao's own internal energy. However, now that he has attained the innate realm, he is adept at skillfully suppressing the collision of both forces. In an instant, the blade shimmered brilliantly, swift as lightning and fierce as a tempest, leaving no room for even a drop of water to penetrate. What an astonishingly swift sword! The young eunuchs watched in a daze, straining their eyes yet unable to discern even a single move. They were left in a state of awe, given their status. How could they ever witness such extraordinary swordsmanship in ordinary circumstances? Before they knew it, Eunuch Chao had completed a full set of the sunflower sword technique and sheathed the sword. This technique is known as the sunflower sword technique. Only those devoid of desires can cultivate it. It is perfectly suited for us, the rootless eunuchs. Observing the young eunuchs rendered speechless in shock, Eunuch Chao reminisced about his own astonishment when he first obtained the sunflower sword manual from Fang Chun. Unlike the bold and forceful sword techniques, the sunflower sword technique is agile and elusive, leaving opponents defenseless. Yet, compared to the delicate feminine swordplay, it possesses an additional measure of ruthlessness. It seems as though this technique was tailor-made for eunuchs. One wonders where His Majesty acquired such formidable martial arts. Chapter 8. The exciting rainfall in the fields. The Emperor's favor, a martial arts prodigy. Eunuch Chao found himself increasingly perplexed by the new emperor. Could it be that everything he had previously perceived was merely an illusion, and the emperor had merely been biding his time? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Eunuch Chao swiftly suppressed it. Fang Chun had bestowed upon him a second chance at life, regardless of whether he concealed his true strength. Eunuch Chao vowed to follow him to the ends of the earth. "How long must we practice this sunflower sword technique to achieve your remarkable prowess, my lord?" Seeing the group of young eunuchs gazing at him with a mix of curiosity and admiration, Eunuch Chao could not help but chuckle softly. First, commit this sword technique to memory, he replied. Suddenly, Eunuch Chao's demeanor shifted, and he ceased smiling. I have already spoken to your supervisor. From today onward, you shall be assigned to duties near the Chengqing Palace. Besides serving the emperor, your primary task will be to master this sunflower sword technique. Resources from the inner palace will be prioritized for your training. This is the emperor's great favor. If you seize this opportunity diligently, your future success will be assured. However, should you choose laziness and deceit, well, Eunuch Chao raised his hand and gestured toward the distance. With a resounding crack, a tree, as thick as a bowl, splintered under the weight of his overwhelming innate energy. The young eunuchs winced at the sight, quickly exclaiming, "We understand, my lord." Eunuch Chao lowered his arm, his tone icy. "Since you understand, why delay in starting your practice?" Upon hearing his chilling tone, the group of young eunuchs hastened to the weapon rack, seized swords, and began to train vigorously in the open space. Eunuch Chao stood by, hands clasped behind his back, occasionally observing their practice with growing astonishment. Though the sunflower sword technique was designed for rapid mastery, it was no simple feat for an ordinary person to grasp. When he demonstrated the technique earlier, he had not exerted his full strength, yet even in a restrained form. It was evident that mere novices lacking a foundation in martial arts would struggle to comprehend it after just one viewing. Yet, among the 50 young eunuchs chosen by Fang Chen, within less than half an hour, over 10 had already managed to replicate the initial moves of the sunflower sword technique. Such talent, if nurtured within a martial sect, would undoubtedly be deemed worthy of cultivation. Among them was a delicate and handsome young eunuch, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, who had even managed to awkwardly mimic the moves beyond the 10th stance of the sunflower sword technique. His rapid comprehension was nothing short of extraordinary. This child is a martial arts prodigy. Eunuch Chao marveled, yet he soon felt a wave of shame wash over him, nearly causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although he had previously observed this young eunuch, his frail figure and sallow complexion led him to mistakenly conclude that his foundation was mediocre, far from meeting the demands of mastering the sunflower sword technique. It appears that, despite having surpassed the status of a master, his perceptiveness still pales in comparison to that of His Majesty. "What is your name?" Once the training concluded, the perspiring young eunuch stood before him. In response, "My name is Xiao Tianzi," he replied, his delicate face betraying a hint of excitement as he hastily bowed. With an impassive expression, Master Chao nodded and turned, stating, "The rest may return, but you shall accompany me." The surrounding young eunuchs cast envious glances at Xiao Tianzi. "Yes, master," he replied, momentarily taken aback, but soon realizing the implication, his face lit with joy as he hurried to follow. Within the Chengqing Hall, Fang Chun had finished his meal and, as was his custom, sat cross-legged, allowing the 6 libraries of celestial thieves to digest the food within him. As the sustenance broke down, the energy it contained transformed into a pure form of internal power, flowing into Fang Chen's meridians. In a few days, I should be able to break through once more, he thought, opening his eyes and slowly exhaling a breath laced with a faint, dark mist. While others strove for strength through relentless training, Fang Chen merely indulged in abundant feasting, and miraculously, he did not gain weight. Were this to become known, it would surely incite envy among many. "Your Majesty, a servant requests an audience," came Master Chao's voice from outside the hall. "Enter," Fang Chen replied, promptly adopting a serious demeanor. 2 figures soon entered the Chengqing Hall. "This servant pays his respects to your Majesty," they said, bowing deeply. After the salutation, Master Chao raised his head and declared, "I humbly report, your Majesty, that among the young eunuchs in training, I have discovered this Xiao Tianzi possesses remarkable martial talent. I have brought him here to present to your Majesty." Upon hearing Master Chao's words, Fang Chun raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the deeply bowed Xiao Tianzi. "Lift your head," he commanded. Xiao Tianzi hesitated, his eyes cast downward, before slowly raising his gaze. Upon seeing the young man's face, Fang Chun felt a fleeting sense of recognition. The visage seemed familiar. It soon dawned on him that this was the very Xiao Tianzi he had encountered previously among the young eunuchs tasked with handling the matter of Zhang Mama's disguise. During that earlier selection, the distance had obscured his memory. "You are Xiao Tianzi?" Fang Chen inquired. In response, "Your Majesty, I am indeed Xiao Tianzi," he declared, his palms inevitably damp with sweat. This was not his first audience with the emperor, yet it was his first time summoned alone. The subtle yet palpable imperial pressure within the grand hall made him break into a cold sweat. However, compared to the reactions of other young eunuchs, Xiao Tianzi's composure was notably steadier. Observing this, Fang Chen nodded in approval. Employing the emperor's insight technique discreetly, he discerned that although Xiao Tianzi's frame was slender and his bones more delicate than the average individual, his meridians and physique were remarkably resilient, far surpassing that of ordinary men. This is a characteristic exclusive to the extreme Yin physique. Although not a purely Yin body, cultivating the extreme Yin techniques will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Given your constitution, practicing this sunflower sword technique is indeed most fitting. From this day forth, you shall devote yourself to training under Master Chao. As for your previous responsibilities, he will find someone to take your place. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiao Tianzi appeared momentarily stunned. What are you still dawdling for? Master Chao reminded him in a hushed tone. I am forever grateful for your graciousness, my lord. Xiao Tianzi regained his composure and prostrated himself on the ground, bowing fervently. While the path of martial arts may be arduous, it offers the promise of strength. Furthermore, Master Chao is a master of the inner court. Training under him is undoubtedly a significant improvement over his prior circumstances. Fang Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement. It was impressive to find a talent with qualifications and innate abilities rivaling those of Master Chao so swiftly. He felt a sense of satisfaction towards Xiao Tianzi. If there were anything to critique, it would be his name, which hardly befitted a master. From this day forward, you shall no longer be called Xiao Tianzi. Let us bestow upon you a new name. Henceforth, you shall be known as Yu Huatian. Xiao Tianzi was once again taken aback, but soon his face illuminated with excitement. Yes, I am profoundly grateful for your bestowed name, my lord. A hint of envy flickered in Master Chao's eyes at the honor of receiving a name directly from the emperor, a privilege not bestowed upon everyone. Chapter 9. The Nurturing of Talent and Lord Chao's Appreciation. The Conflict in the Kitchen. Apart from Yu Huatian, the other selected young eunuchs commenced their daily rigorous training of the sunflower sword technique under the vigilant supervision of Lord Chao. In addition to their duties of cleaning and serving the emperor in the Chiqing Hall, they were required to practice the swordsmanship for an additional 2 hours each day. Initially, they would exhaust themselves to the point of collapse each night, only to awaken the next morning sore and with their wrists swollen like steamed buns. The slightest exertion would elicit cries of pain from them. Nevertheless, Lord Chao showed no leniency, relentlessly subjecting them to the same regimen day after day. Soon, 5 days had passed. Lord Chao visited the Chiqing Hall to report on the training progress of the young eunuchs to Fang Chen. I report to your majesty. These young eunuchs have already ascended to the ranks of first-grade martial artists. The swiftest among them has even achieved second-grade status, demonstrating an improved grasp of the sunflower sword technique. Lord Chao bowed his head respectfully as he delivered his report. Fang Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. And what of Yu Huatian? Knowing that Fang Chen's primary concern lay with Yu Huatian, Lord Chao, prepared for the inquiry, answered without hesitation, Your Majesty. Yu Huatian has shown the most rapid progress. In just 5 short days, he has comprehended all the techniques of the sunflower sword and has already surpassed the third-grade martial artist level. His training speed rivals that of my past self. Fang Chen nodded, seemingly unsurprised. What is your assessment of his practice of the sunflower sword technique? As Lord Chao pondered this, he increasingly admired Fang Chen's keen insight. Your Majesty possesses an extraordinary eye. Indeed, Yu Huatian's physique complements the sunflower sword technique splendidly. I have merely offered him a few pointers, yet he grasped them instantly. When he now executes the sunflower sword technique, he exhibits the demeanor of a true master. The Lord Chao extolled Yu Huatian. Fang Chen could sense a slight hesitation in his tone when discussing Yu Huatian's training. It was as if he was grappling with an unspoken concern. Speak candidly. There is no need for pretense between us. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Lord Chao was taken aback and promptly bowed his head. Indeed, he could not evade the emperor's discerning gaze. While Yu Huatian's speed of mastering the sunflower sword technique was impressive, there was a critical flaw. Before Lord Chao could articulate his thoughts, Fang Chen voiced what was on his mind. His sword lacks ferocity. As soon as the words left his lips, Lord Chao's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He fell to his knees and bowed deeply to Fang Chen. Although your Majesty has not witnessed it firsthand, your insight is truly remarkable. The essence of the sunflower sword technique lies in its speed, precision, and ferocity. While Yu Huatian meets the first 2 criteria, he falls woefully short of the third. Upon reflection, it is indeed understandable that Master Chao feels this way. Young Yu Huatian, having entered the palace at the tender age of 10, is now merely 14 or 15. He typically serves near the Chongqing Hall and has yet to slay even a single chicken. Cultivating the ruthless determination necessary for mastering the sunflower sword technique is undoubtedly a formidable challenge for him. To grasp the essence of this martial art alone is no small feat, however, as he is currently under your tutelage. It is only natural that you guide him in overcoming his shortcomings. In this regard, Fang Chen merely responded with indifference, for he would not have specifically assigned Yu Huatian to train with Master Chow otherwise. Yes, I understand, the servant replied, recognizing Fang Chen's intent to encourage him to find ways to enlighten Yu Huatian. The method of guidance, however, would be left for Master Chow to explore on his own. Xiao Tianzi, it is time for dinner. With Master Chow absent today, are you not going to eat? At the appointed hour, a bell rang from the small kitchen, signaling mealtime. The young eunuchs who had been training hurriedly made their way to the kitchen, yet Yu Huatian remained on the training grounds, resolutely practicing the sunflower sword technique. I will practice once more. You may go ahead, he insisted, shaking his head with firm conviction. Well, very well. The other young eunuchs exchanged glances before departing the training area, leaving Yu Huatian alone to repeat the movements, demonstrating the sunflower sword technique as instructed by Master Chow. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, his undergarment thoroughly soaked. After an intense round of training, Yu Huatian sensed a slight enhancement in his internal energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sheathed his sword and hurried to the kitchen. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the other young eunuchs had nearly devoured the meal. Slow down, you all eat like starving ghosts. Have you not eaten in several lifetimes? If you continue to rush, none of you will have any food left, scolded the cook, striking the edge of the wooden rice barrel with a spoon, his voice booming. At that moment, he noticed Yu Huatian standing at the doorway, looking dejected and ready to turn away. He quickly called out to him, Xiao Tianzi, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat? Startled by the use of his former name, Yu Huatian paused and turned back. But, the food. Before he could finish, the chef, with a flourish, emerged from behind the rice barrel, presenting a plate of steamed buns accompanied by braised pork. Master Chow specifically instructed the kitchen to provide extra rations for you diligent young eunuchs. Since you were late, I saved your portion for you. Yu Huatian glanced around and saw that the other young eunuchs, who had trained alongside him, were relishing their meat-filled buns, their faces reflecting envy at the sight. Thank you. He stammered, gratitude flooding his heart. Yu Huatian felt a surge of emotion and quickly stepped forward to offer a plate. The enticing aroma of meat instantly alleviated the fatigue that had accumulated from a day of training, just as he joyfully cradled the plate. Turning to find a place to sit and savor his meal, he collided with a shadow resembling a small mountain. Thud. Ouch. Yu Huatian was knocked to the ground, the plate shattering into pieces and 2 steamed buns rolling away onto the floor. Startled, he disregarded the dust that clung to the buns and reached out to retrieve them. However, a black and white officer's boot came down upon one of the buns right before his eyes. With a squelch, the once plump bun was flattened as if it were a mere sheet of paper, while the braised pork inside was reduced to a sticky mess along with the dust. Tears welled up in Yu Huatian's eyes. Just then, a voice dripping with condescension echoed above him. Oh, let us see which unfortunate soul has dared to collide with our esteemed presence. Chapter 10. The Overbearing Chief Steward Way. The Vengeful Yu Huatian. In the small kitchen, the young eunuchs, who were indulging in their meal, sprang to their feet as if struck by lightning. It was only then that Yu Huatian noticed the rotund figure before him, a dust brush tucked at his waist, clad in the purple-red garb reserved solely for the deputy chief steward of the inner court. The seething anger within him swiftly transformed into a palpable apprehension. Having encountered Chief Steward Wei before, Yu Huatian lowered his head, pausing for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. It was unwise to provoke a high-ranking official of the inner court over something as trivial as a bun. This much, Yu Huatian was keenly aware. Wei Xian cast a cold glance at Yu Huatian. Oh, from which palace do you hail, little eunuch? I do not recall having seen you before, he remarked. His voice sharp and piercing, lacking the usual effeminacy associated with eunuchs. His tone was indifferent, as though he found fault with everyone he encountered. This is little Tian from Chongqing Palace. A young eunuch attempted to ingratiate himself, only to be met with an irritated glare from Wei Xian. Did I inquire of you? Why do you insist on interjecting? Wei Xian retorted. Very well, you shall be responsible for cleaning all the dishes in the kitchen today. Wei Xian had a particular disdain for being addressed as Chief Steward Wei, and this young eunuch had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position. The unfortunate eunuch's face drained of color instantly. So, you think you can elevate yourself because you are from Chongqing Palace and disregard my presence? Wei Xian's expression darkened as he scrutinized Yu Huatian. Yu Huatian inhaled deeply, his fingers tightening and then relaxing. Chief Steward Wei, your words are too harsh. I did not mean to offend. It was an unfortunate accident that I collided with you, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Wei Xian let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with malice. At least you are perceptive. I shall not hold this against you, but you have sullied my shoe. If you wipe it clean with your hands, we shall consider this matter settled. Turning his shoe towards Yu Huatian, Wei Xian commanded, now do it. At that moment, Yu Huatian, intent on diffusing the situation, raised his hand to wipe the meat sauce from the sole of Wei Xian's boot. However, Wei Xian abruptly lifted his foot and pressed it down upon Yu Huatian's hand, grinding it mercilessly. A piercing pain shot through Yu Huatian, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Look at your clumsiness. Perhaps this is the best way for you to learn, Wei Xian sneered, finally lifting his foot after what felt like an eternity. Let this serve as a lesson for you to be more careful in the future. Even a gentle temperament has its limits. Casting a final chilling glance at Yu Huatian, Wei Xian laughed heartily and strode away. The other young eunuchs remained silent, and after a long pause, they turned their gazes towards Yu Huatian, who knelt on the floor, cradling his injured hand. It was said that Chief Steward Wei held a particular disdain for those from Chongqing Palace. Previously, a young eunuch from that palace had failed to bow in time upon encountering Wei Xian. As a consequence, he was punished with 3 months of floor scrubbing. A young eunuch murmured, "Enough of that. Xiao Oxianzi, are you all right?" The other young eunuchs interrupted him softly, glancing towards Yu Weishan. "I still have half a bun left. Would you like some?" Yu Weishan shook his head, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood up. "No need. I shall go practice my sword." The other eunuchs felt an inexplicable chill in Yu Weishan's words, rendering them momentarily hesitant to intervene, merely watching as he exited the small kitchen and made his way towards the training grounds. After Yu Weishan departed, a gaunt figure emerged from behind the wall of the kitchen. Eunuch Chao observed Yu Weishan's retreating form with contemplation, pondering the shift he had sensed in Yu Weishan's aura moments ago. Suddenly, a cryptic smile graced his lips. "It seems this has saved me some guidance time." Upon returning to the Chongqing Palace, Eunuch Chao reported the events that had transpired to Fang Chun with utmost honesty. Wei Xian? Fang Chen searched his mind for this name. Wei Xian, a 7th-grade martial artist, had entered the palace at the age of 15. 5 years prior, he had ascended to the position of deputy director of the Inner Palace by currying favor with the Empress Dowager. Since then, he had consistently acted in accordance with her orders, collaborating with 2 matrons under her command, and had committed numerous heinous acts within the palace. I see. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder Wei Xian reacted so peculiarly upon learning that Yu Weishan was associated with Chongqing Palace. It was hard to dismiss the notion that he was deliberately targeting him. What is Yu Weishan's current state? If he is solely focused on avenging himself against Wei Xian, that would be one matter. However, if he has suffered a blow to his spirit and becomes despondent, that would be quite unfortunate. Rest assured, Your Majesty. A hint of a smile appeared on Eunuch Chao's face. After Yu Weishan returned, he began to practice the sunflower sword technique with even greater diligence. I observed from the side and sensed that his swordsmanship has already acquired 3 parts of the ferocity required by the sunflower sword. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. This could be seen as a blessing in disguise. It appears that Yu Weishan, though humble, possesses a vengeful spirit ingrained within him. More importantly, the actions of Wei Xian have made it clear to Yu Weishan that to avoid being bullied, one must strive relentlessly upwards, employing any means necessary. Wei Xian would never have imagined that his casual actions would sow the seeds of his own misfortune. He likely believed that by climbing the high branches of the Empress Dowager, he could rest easy. A flicker of coldness passed through Fang Chen's eyes. Even a prominent deputy director of the Inner Palace so blatantly aligns himself. The palace's intrigues and machinations would undoubtedly surpass anything he could have anticipated. Your Majesty, there is one more matter, Eunuch Chao said, bowing respectfully. Speak, Fang Chen gestured casually. Today, upon observing the aura of Yu Huatian amidst the rain, it seems that there are signs of potential breakthroughs. With the current foundation of Yu Huatian, I believe it is prudent to consider leveraging external forces to solidify this foundation. Such measures would provide greater assurance for his advancement beyond the innate realm. Eunuch Chao remarked, upon reaching the 9th rank of martial artist, one enters the foundational phase. Establishing a solid base during this stage brings immeasurable benefits for future breakthroughs. Many martial artists, in their relentless pursuit of rapid advancement, overlook the critical importance of a sturdy foundation, resulting in a lifetime trapped in the 9th rank, unable to make further progress. Eunuch Chao, having traversed this very stage, understands the significance of a robust foundation better than anyone. From tomorrow onward, you shall assist Yu Huatian in consolidating his foundation. Should you require any resources, do not hesitate to speak up, he declared. Fang Chen responded nonchalantly. To cultivate a martial artist without investing any resources is akin to dreaming of a fantasy come true. If Fang Chen were indeed a deposed monarch, he might ponder such a notion. However, at this moment, the availability of resources is merely a matter of Fang Chen's casual words. Thank you, Your Majesty, Eunuch Chao exclaimed, taken aback by Fang Chen's effortless agreement. His heart, once heavy with apprehension, now soared with joy. He knelt before Fang Chen in gratitude and promptly set about his tasks. Chapter 11. Rewards, Spirit Gathering Pill Recipe. The Grace of Rebirth, Yu Huatian's Breakthrough. The following day, in the monitoring courtyard, a plethora of ornate boxes, large and small, lay piled together, resembling a miniature mountain. Upon casually opening one, the first sensation that struck was a rich herbal fragrance that permeated the entire room. Even though Yu Huatian had never encountered such treasures before, he instinctively recognized their rarity. Merely taking one into his possession could likely procure 10 of his own worth. Initially taken aback, he soon turned to Eunuch Chao, stammering. What are these? These are all bestowed by His Majesty, Eunuch Chao replied, a hint of amusement gracing his features at Yu Huatian's astonishment. His Majesty. Though he had an inkling, Yu Huatian was still momentarily stunned. His Majesty is aware that you are on the verge of a breakthrough, and specifically sent me to assist you in solidifying your cultivation. This way, your martial journey can extend further, Eunuch Chao stated, discreetly omitting the details of how he procured such benefits, attributing everything to Fang Chen. His Majesty holds great expectations for you, Yu Huatian. Do not disappoint him, he added. And upon hearing these words, Yu Huatian's heart surged with emotion. With a thud, he knelt before Eunuch Chao, exclaiming, I shall forever remember His Majesty's profound grace. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice choked with emotion, evoking memories of Eunuch Chao's own past. All right. Enough of the formalities, Eunuch Chao interjected. Your current cultivation should be at the 4th rank, correct? Yu Huatian nodded. Following the incident with the kitchen, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, resulting in an accelerated advancement in his realm. Just yesterday, he had successfully transitioned from a 3rd-rank martial artist to a 4th-rank martial artist. Eunuch Chao sifted through the array of rare herbs and treasures, selecting a century-old ginseng. This ginseng will not only solidify your foundation but also propel your cultivation further. Though among the treasures were items of greater value than the century-old ginseng, the saying goes, too much water will overflow, haste makes waste. Given Yu Huatian's current level, this ginseng was the most appropriate choice. Otherwise, not only would the medicinal effects be squandered, but there was also a risk of overwhelming his meridians, leading to potential incapacitation. Yes, Yu Huatian respectfully accepted the century-old ginseng from Eunuch Chao's hands. Eunuch Chao continued, as this is your first time consuming it, you may experience sensations of swelling or pain in your meridians. These reactions are normal when expanding the meridians. I will utilize my internal power to assist you in unblocking your previously obstructed acupoints and connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians. If you can endure this round, it will yield unforeseen benefits for your future cultivation. Upon receiving the instructions from Earl Chao, Yu Huatian's demeanor transformed into one of resolute determination. I understood. Let the Earl act freely. Having already endured the agony of purification, what else could he not withstand? Noticing the unwavering will of Yu Huatian, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Earl Chao's eyes. What a fine lad. Indeed, the Emperor did not err in his judgment. The forthcoming events would now depend solely on your own fortune. 10 days later, in the Chongqing Hall. Lately, life has been somewhat monotonous. The Great Hall was devoid of anyone except Fang Chen. He no longer cared as much for his image as he once did. At that moment, Fang Chen reclined in the dragon throne, perusing memorials in a manner he deemed most comfortable, his legs crossed atop the table. Moreover, he held in his hand a long, carrot-like substance. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a century-old ginseng. With a few crunches, he swiftly chewed and swallowed the herb. In an instant, the potent medicinal properties of the ginseng were assimilated into a pure internal force, gradually flowing into his dantian, leaving no opportunity for disruption within his body. During this period, whenever Fang Chen grew weary of reviewing memorials, he would indulge in such a remedy. The effect was far greater than any other stimulant. Presently, Fang Chen's cultivation had already surpassed the 8th rank of martial artists and was steadily advancing toward the 9th. Speaking of which, tomorrow would mark the dawn of the new dynasty. In the midst of his ennui, Fangchen suddenly recalled a matter of great importance. According to the laws of the Deqian, after the passing of the late emperor, the entire nation was to observe a month of mourning. Once the mourning period concluded, the new emperor could convene a new court session. After the first court of the new dynasty, all officials were required to bow in reverence to the new emperor. This process symbolized the new emperor's official ascension to the throne, wielding the imperial authority of Deqian. Tomorrow would mark exactly 1 month since the passing of Fangchen's late father, coinciding with Fangchen's forthcoming coronation, the first court of the new dynasty. A smirk crept upon Fangchen's face as he squinted his eyes, emitting an ambiguous chuckle. He needed not ponder. He knew that the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exercise her influence from behind the curtains during the new court session. The political landscape of the previous dynasty was intricate, even during the reign of the late emperor, that could not be entirely subdued. The new emperor, in their eyes, was likely regarded as a mere inconsequential figure. Didn't Earl Chao mention that Yu Huaidian would be on the verge of a breakthrough in the coming days? Why had there been no developments? Just as this thought crossed Fangchen's mind, a familiar sound echoed. Ding! The anticipated voice had arrived. With a mere thought, Fangchen heard the system's announcement. While on the run, you encountered numerous commoners. Some possess innate martial talent but lack avenues for cultivation. Fortuitously, they met you, preventing their potential from fading into obscurity. Under the attentive guidance of you and innate masters, these commoners diligently train. At long last, he has successfully ascended to the realm of a third-tier warrior. Just moments ago, one of his subordinates has even emerged as an innate warrior. They are all profoundly grateful for your recognition and have vowed to follow you for a lifetime, aiding you in your grand endeavor of restoring the nation. The host's mission has been accomplished, awarding 2,000 points towards national restoration. The reward has been deposited into the system space. Please check promptly. Finally, the moment has arrived. Fortunately, I did not give up. Fangchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rose from his dragon chair, eagerly rubbing his hands together. This mission, while not overly difficult for him, required significantly more time than his previous tasks. Surely, the reward this time will be worthwhile. Fangchen silently repeated to himself 3 times. No secret manual, no secret manual, no secret manual, before opening the system space. The first slot revealed an image resembling a scroll. Could it be another manual? Fangchen furrowed his brow, noticing that it differed slightly from the previous manual icons. He cautiously clicked on the icon. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the formula for the Spirit Gathering Pill 1. Chapter 12. The Shock of Lord Chao, rapidly becoming a post-heavenly warrior. I shall revive the great Qian. The elixir formula? Fangchen paused for a moment. It was his first time receiving such a reward, and driven by curiosity, he meticulously examined the description of the elixir. The Gathering Spirit Pill, a potion capable of swiftly elevating a warrior's realm within a short span. Fangchen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. According to the system's description, warriors of the 7th rank or below, upon consuming this Gathering Spirit Pill, could instantly ascend to the 7th or 8th rank. For those ranked above 7 but below 9, it could enhance their realm by 1 or 2 tiers. Although a 9th rank warrior would not experience a significant elevation in rank upon taking the Gathering Spirit Pill, the probability of breaking through the post-heavenly stage would increase by at least 70%. If this Gathering Spirit Pill could be mass-produced, would it not allow me to swiftly cultivate a legion of post-heavenly warriors? This thought sprouted in Fangchen's mind. While the elixir's effects on warriors above the post-heavenly realm were limited, what Fangchen lacked most at present were indeed post-heavenly warriors. With the Gathering Spirit Pill, he could at least ensure that their strength commenced at the 7th rank. Such power could be considered formidable. It is essential to note that the Dragon Martial Guard of the Great Qian is already a rare elite force, with the lowest tier being warriors of the 3rd rank. If a 1,000-strong battalion composed of post-heavenly warriors were to confront the Dragon Martial Guard, it would be akin to slicing through vegetables. The disparity in martial realms, if not compensated for by extraordinary means, is a chasm as vast as the heavens. Indeed. It appears this system comprehends the adage that it is better to teach one to fish than to simply provide fish. What might the next task entail? Having grown accustomed to checking for the subsequent task upon completion, Fangchen accessed the task interface. As expected, he discovered a new task awaiting acceptance. Task description. As more individuals rally to your cause, you draw closer to the path of national revival. But now is not the time to relax. In the hearts of the majority, the demise of the Great Qian has become a reality. If this continues, more and more will forget the existence of the Great Qian. Next, you need to make those who still harbor hope for the Great Qian aware. The Great Qian is not dead. Task requirement. As the last emperor of the Great Qian, proclaim to the world your ambition to revive the Great Qian. Good heavens. Upon reading this task description, Fang Chen could only think one thing. Good heavens. To declare to the world his ambition to revive the Great Qian? Would he not be deemed a lunatic? This is terrible. I cannot fail to complete this task, can I? Just as Fang Chen was lost in contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck him. No, the ambition to revive the Great Qian. This revival need not necessarily refer to the restoration of the nation. It could encompass other forms of revival, could it not? For instance, rescuing the waning Great Qian dynasty from the brink of destruction should also qualify, right? With this thought, Fang Chen suddenly found clarity in his mind. At that moment, outside the Chiqing Palace, a familiar voice resonated. Your Majesty, I beseech an audience. Upon recognizing the voice of Eunuch Chao, Fang Chen returned to his senses. Come in. The timing was fortuitous, as he had certain matters he wished Eunuch Chao to attend on his behalf. As soon as he spoke, Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian entered the Chongqing Palace in succession. This humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Yu Huatian, unlike before when he would always lower his head and follow behind Eunuch Chao, spoke with an unusually loud voice this time, as though he fervently hoped to capture Fang Chen's attention. As fate would have it, Fang Chen's gaze indeed fell upon him. You have broken through to the postnatal realm. In stark contrast to his emaciated appearance from half a month prior, Yu Huatian now exuded a more delicate aura, yet his spirit was undeniably invigorated. Nourished by various celestial herbs and treasures, he seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, both Yu Huatian and Eunuch Chao were visibly astonished. The emperor's keen perception was remarkable. He discerned Yu Huatian's breakthrough at a mere glance. Even Eunuch Chao, without a close inspection, could not have identified the change so swiftly. Aside from astonishment, Yu Huatian felt a deep admiration for Fang Chen. This humble servant owes his current state entirely to your Majesty. From this day forth, I am willing to face fire and water for your Majesty, to give my all. Yu Huatian bowed his head repeatedly to the ground, the sound resonating painfully in Fang Chen's ears. However, aside from a slight reddening of his forehead, Yu Huatian bore no injury. During this time, he had consumed countless celestial herbs and treasures bestowed by Fang Chen, fortifying his physique to an astonishing degree, incomparable to his former self. Very well, in that case, you shall accompany Eunuch Chao and attend the morning court with me tomorrow. Fang Chen's seemingly casual tone left both men momentarily stunned. Attending the morning court. In the past, Yu Huatian could scarcely have imagined that he would have the privilege to participate. Yet, since Fang Chen had spoken, he would not hesitate to plunge into any perilous situation. Yes, this humble servant obeys. Fang Chen nodded and then turned his attention to Eunuch Chao. I have a prescription for you. Take it to the Pill Refining Institute and have them expedite the preparation of a batch. The Pill Refining Institute was an establishment of the Deqian royal family, dedicated to the art of alchemy. The late emperor had been enthralled by alchemy, investing vast sums of money and resources into the institute. In contrast, Fang Chen had shown little interest, having not summoned them even once since his ascension. Eunuch Chao was taken aback as he saw Fang Chen produce a prescription, quickly stepping forward to accept it. He examined it carefully in his hands. The spirit-gathering pill could enable martial artists to rapidly enhance their strength in a very short time. As Eunuch Chao softly read the words, a surge of astonishment coursed through him. Your Majesty, this elixir. Fang Chen interrupted his words with a wave of his hand. You are well aware of what must be done. Indeed. The two exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts in perfect synchrony. An elixir capable of rapidly enhancing one's prowess would undoubtedly attract a frenzied scramble if revealed to the outside world. Despite the fact that, according to the discerning eye of Eunuch Chao, this spirit-gathering pill offers significant improvement only to martial artists below the 9th rank. Its minimal side effects render it invaluable, as it does not compromise one's foundation, thereby safeguarding future cultivation. Its worth is truly immeasurable. Even more crucially, this matter must be conducted in utmost secrecy to avoid drawing attention from others. Hence, it falls upon Eunuch Chao to devise a suitable plan. I am weary. You may withdraw. Having concluded his instructions, Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Both Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian, understanding the unspoken cue, retreated. Seated upon the dragon throne, Fang Chen gazed at the mountains of memorials piled on either side. A profound smile graced his handsome visage. Empress Dowager, the former dynasty. Tomorrow, allow me the opportunity to pay you a proper visit. Stretching languidly, Fang Chen rose and slowly made his way deeper into the Chiqing Palace. Chapter 13. The New Dynasty's Court Assembly, Audience with the Officials. The ambitious Empress Dowager. In the early morning, the night's shroud had yet to fully dissipate. Suddenly, 3 resounding drum beats echoed from afar, gradually approaching, heralding the commencement of the morning court from deep within the palace. At this moment, the civil and military officials of the great Qian dynasty had already arrived at the gates of the imperial city. Soon, they would pass through the gates, proceeding on foot to the Xianzheng Hall for the inaugural court assembly of the new emperor. Within the Chiqing Hall, hundreds of candles were simultaneously lit, illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. Fang Chen, attended by palace maids, completed his morning rituals, donning his ceremonial robes and placing the Ping Tian crown upon his head. Your Majesty, you are ready. Fang Chen gazed quietly at his reflection in the mirror. A profound silence enveloped the Chiqing Hall, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Let us depart for the Xianzheng Hall. After a lengthy pause, Fang Chen slowly articulated these words. Each syllable, though softly spoken, resonated with the intensity of a battle drum, evoking a profound sense of urgency. Yes, Yu Huadian, clad in a light gray eunuch's robe and a black official's cap, bore a delicate yet imposing demeanor. The emperor has decreed, let us proceed to the Xianzheng Hall. His voice reverberated through the Chongqing Hall. Fang Chen gradually rose from in front of the mirror and began to walk towards the hall's exit, flanked by eunuch Chao and Yu Huadian on either side. Upon reaching the threshold, he paused momentarily, casting a glance skyward. His clear gaze was sharper than the first ray of sunlight piercing the clouds. Today would mark the true encounter and confrontation between him, the Empress Dowager, and the former dynasty. In the Xianzheng Hall, a grand assembly capable of accommodating thousands stood divided into 2 lines of civil and military officials, standing in solemn silence. At the forefront were the Chancellor Zhang Wenyu and representatives of the 8 prominent families. Under their leadership, the assembled officials stood with grave expressions, heads bowed, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was nearly imperceptible. Upon the high platform made of golden steps, the dragon throne sat empty. Slightly behind it was a secluded space, separated by beaded curtains, where the Empress Dowager Yao Linglong sat, preparing to formally commence her reign behind the curtain. What time is it? Why has the emperor still not arrived? Having arrived early at the Xianzheng Hall, the Empress Dowager had yet to see Fang Chen's figure. Unable to contain her impatience, she exclaimed, Your Highness, please do not be angry. A figure bowed deeply, their back curving like a shrimp, a sycophantic smile gracing their face. Perhaps the emperor was too excited at the thought of today's South morning court and overslept. At these words, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Just as a voice resonated from outside the hall, the emperor has arrived, the soft yet clear voice penetrated the ears of all present. Li Mama, standing beside the Empress Dowager, shifted her gaze, murmuring, the emperor. To project one's voice so clearly from dozens of paces away is not a feat achievable by an ordinary warrior. It raises the question of the presence of an extraordinary figure near the emperor. Could it be the shadowy eunuch? A glimmer of intrigue danced in the Empress Dowager's eyes as she lifted her gaze towards the palace's entrance. She was aware of the existence of a mysterious, yet formidable shadow eunuch by the side of the Deqian emperor, a figure she had never laid eyes upon despite her many years in court. However, to attribute this voice to the shadow eunuch seemed implausibly youthful. The officials, both civil and military, displayed a range of expressions upon hearing this voice, yet their gestures of respect and spoken greetings remained unhurried. We humbly welcome the holy presence of our emperor. At that moment, the morning light poured into the Xianzheng Hall, illuminating a figure bathed in golden rays, flanked by an elder and a youth as it slowly entered the hall. The ministers maintained their postures of reverence, though their peripheral glances discreetly settled upon Fang Chen. The undeniable aura radiating from him evoked varying degrees of astonishment among the court officials. In the mere span of half a month, how had the emperor transformed so dramatically? The Empress Dowager, peering through the beaded curtain, beheld Fang Chen stepping into the grand hall, while his appearance remained unchanged. The shift in his presence startled both her and Nurse Li. Was this truly the timid young prince they once remembered? Meanwhile, Wei Xian's attention was diverted from Fang Chen to the figure of Yu Huadian behind him. What was that boy doing here? Wei Xian fixated on Yu Huadian, his gaze piercing as if wishing to bore holes into him. Sensing Wei Xian's scrutiny, Yu Huadian lifted his head and met Wei Xian's stare. Their eyes locked momentarily, and a chill flickered in Yu Huadian's gaze before he lowered his head, choosing not to engage further. In these past few days, he had learned the meanings of patience and concealment. Though his desire to eliminate Wei Xian remained, he resolved to bide his time for the opportune moment. Conversely, Wei Xian felt as though Yu Huaiyan's earlier glance sought to flay him alive, leaving him momentarily dazed. The distance from the entrance of the Xianzheng Hall to the Dragon Throne was merely 100 steps. Yet each stride Fang Chun took sent a tremor through the hearts of the ministers. With a swift motion, Fang Chun sat upon the Dragon Throne, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces of the officials. At the forefront of the civil officials stood an elderly man with downcast eyes, none other than the venerable Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu, who had served the Deqian dynasty for 3 decades. This learned statesman, hailing from the Langia Academy, was renowned for his extensive knowledge and had once persuaded the armies of the Deqing dynasty to withdraw from the borders solely through his eloquence. He was held in high esteem by both the court and the literati. Opposite the prime minister's position among the military officials was supposed to be the Duke of Ding'an. However, he was currently stationed at the southern border, preparing to thwart any incursions from the Deqing dynasty, leaving his position vacant. Behind these 2 positions stood the representatives of the 10 illustrious families, led by the Huangfu clan. For instance, the head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Lin, serves as the current Minister of Revenue and stands directly behind Zhang Wenyu. In addition to the Huangfu clan, there are also the Tang family, the Song family, the Ji family, among others. It could be said that the officials from these 10 prominent families nearly filled the entire assembly of former dynasty officials. This formation of mutual protection among officials would later become one of the catalysts for the downfall of the Deqian dynasty. Reflecting on this, a fleeting chill crossed Fang Chen's eyes. Furthermore, behind him stood a certain Empress Dowager, eager to govern from behind the curtains. The phrase "a tiger in front, a wolf behind" aptly describes Fang Chen's predicament at this moment. However, if they believed that he was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, they were gravely mistaken. Just as Fang Chen settled into his seat, the ceremonial official, who was responsible for overseeing the proceedings, regained his composure and was about to announce the audience with the officials when the voice of the Empress Dowager came through the beaded curtain. Hold on. Chapter 14. I am the sovereign of the Great Qian. Confronting the Empress Dowager, listening to governance through the veil? A dream. My son, who are these 2 individuals? Why are they present here? The Empress Dowager's inquiry carried its own weight. According to the laws of the Great Qian, only officials of the 5th rank or above are permitted to participate in court meetings. Those below the 5th rank require the emperor's express permission. As the newly ascended emperor still relies on the Empress Dowager to govern, it is imperative that any attendance at court be discussed with her beforehand. This move by the Empress Dowager undoubtedly serves as a warning to Fang Chen, especially given that he has been residing in the Qixing Palace, consistently evading even the customary greetings due to various excuses. Such behavior has inevitably led the Empress Dowager to suspect that the emperor she has supported may harbor ulterior motives. With the Empress Dowager's questioning, the gazes of countless officials turned toward Fang Chen, as if awaiting his response. This was a legacy left by the late emperor, and Fang Chen had but one explanation. A legacy from the late emperor? The Empress Dowager's thoughts stirred, glancing toward the direction of Chief Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian, her conviction solidifying that Chao was indeed the enigmatic shadow eunuch. However, Yu Huatian, being so young, seemed unlikely to be connected to the shadow eunuch, though he could potentially be a successor. The Empress Dowager, momentarily silent, was gently reminded by Lady Li, which helped her regain her composure. Cough. Even so, if you wish to bring these 2 to court, why did you not consult with me? It dawned on the Empress Dowager that she had nearly been diverted by Fang Chen's words, quickly returning to the true purpose of her inquiry. This act was also meant to caution Fang Chen that any decisions regarding the previous court must align with her own sentiments. Consult? Fang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of this word, yet his demeanor remained calm. Why must I consult with my mother? Both the Empress Dowager and Lady Li were taken aback, and Fang Chen's voice resounded once more. I have ascended the throne. I am now the son of heaven of the Great Qian dynasty. According to the laws of the Great Qian, any official below the 5th rank who wishes to attend morning court need only receive my approval. Chancellor, am I not correct? Suddenly called out by Fang Chen, Zhang Wenyu, positioned at the forefront of the officials, raised his brows in surprise. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, he merely cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chen. His expression remained composed as he replied, Your Majesty, according to the laws of the Great Qian, that is indeed the case. A subtle smile graced Fang Chen's lips. Zhang Wenyu, a stalwart of 3 reigns, not only validated his statement but also distanced himself from any accountability. Yet, this was inconsequential. Fang Chen's objective during this morning assembly was not Zhang Wenyu. All he required was that one affirmation from him. You. The Empress Dowager was immediately filled with indignation. Yet, given Zhang Wenyu's authority from the previous dynasty, she found herself unable to counter his assertions. However, unexpectedly, in the next moment, Fang Chen's gaze sharpened abruptly. I wish to inquire, Empress Dowager, what brings you to today's court session? As soon as Fang Chen's words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall momentarily froze. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Wenyu's eyes, which quickly returned to a calm, unruffled demeanor. The aristocrats, including Huang Fulin, were also taken aback, though they soon began to relish the unfolding drama. What are you saying? The Empress Dowager could hardly fathom that Fang Chen would turn the tables and question her. Particularly, the shift in his address seemed to hint at a transformation in their respective statuses. Your Majesty, you are still quite young. Hence, the Empress Dowager has chosen to govern on your behalf, assisting you in state affairs. As matters seem to veer towards an unfavorable direction, Wei Xian. The Empress Dowager's sycophant could not resist interjecting. Yet, before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Fang Chen. Have I permitted you to speak? Without any need to exert authority, Fang Chen's words rendered Wei Xian as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Why you? I am but a humble servant. Growing weary of Wei Xian's floundering, Fang Chen turned his gaze to Eunuch Chao. During the morning court, what punishment should be meted out to one who speaks without my consent? Eunuch Chao replied coolly, Your Majesty, such a transgressor should receive 30 slaps. Wei Xian's complexion shifted drastically. What are you waiting for? Fang Chen stated nonchalantly. Yes. In an instant, Yu Huatian's eyes glinted coldly. He darted forward, reaching Wei Xian before he could react. Your Majesty. Wei Xian desperately attempted to speak, but the next moment, the crisp sound of slaps fell upon his cheeks like raindrops. Yu Huatian struck with rapidity, completing 30 slaps in the blink of an eye before returning to stand behind Fang Chen. Gasping and reeling, Wei Xian found himself seeing stars and spewing blood. Unable to articulate a complete thought, his plump cheeks swelled grotesquely, resembling two dumplings, evoking a mixture of pity and amusement. What remarkable speed! A practitioner of the postnatal realm? Witnessing this scene, the entire court, including Granny Li, was astonished by Yu Huatian's swiftness. When Fang Chen had entered with the two, their attention had been primarily on him or Eunuch Chao, causing them to overlook the seemingly inconspicuous young eunuch. It was only at this moment, as Yu Huatian showcased his extraordinary prowess, that they realized he was a martial arts master who had already attained the postnatal stage at such a tender age. Particularly, his ghostly speed instilled a sense of threat even among many mid to late-stage practitioners. Your Majesty, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Although it was Wei Xian who had been struck, the Empress Dowager felt an intense flush of pain on her own cheeks. Fang Chen's actions were not truly directed at Wei Xian, but rather at her. He intended to publicly humiliate himself in front of all the dignitaries of the former dynasty. Am I not clear about my intentions, Empress Dowager? In contrast to the Empress Dowager, who constantly teetered on the brink of fury, Fang Chen remained composed upon the dragon throne. His tranquil gaze, however, bore a sharpness that seemed to penetrate the very souls of those before him. The ancestors of the great Qian had established a decree that forbade the harem from interfering in political matters. Yet, the Empress Dowager's presence in the Hall of Political Affairs today suggests she has forgotten the admonitions of our forebears. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain her fury. She slammed her hand against the armrest and stood up. Your Majesty, do you even comprehend the words you speak? Granny Li's eyes glinted with menace as she stepped forward. The aura of a postnatal warrior surged forth, crashing down upon Fang Chen like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian advanced, as if they had foreseen Granny Li's actions. Both exuded their own formidable presence. One from the early innate stage, and the other from the early postnatal stage, unabashedly radiating their might upon the platform. The moment Granny Li's pressure met theirs, it dissipated like ice melting in the sun. She trembled violently, her complexion paling as she staggered back in disbelief, casting a glance towards Eunuch Chao. An innate warrior? Chapter 15, The Sovereign's Dragon Chi, All See Submit. A dignified departure for the Empress Dowager. The distinction between innate and acquired is but a single word. Yet the essence lies as disparate as heaven and earth. Moments ago, the haughty Lady Li's countenance shifted dramatically, her body trembling, on the verge of collapse. The Empress Dowager, too, was engulfed in uncertainty. She had not anticipated that the late emperor had indeed left behind an innate realm shadow eunuch as a contingency for Fang Chen. According to her original assumptions, this shadow eunuch's strength should have been limited to the late-acquired stage, comparable to Lady Li. With the addition of Lady Zhang, even if Fang Chen harbored treacherous intentions, she believed she could sufficiently suppress him. Yet, unexpectedly, Lady Zhang had gone missing, severing a crucial limb of her power. Besides a late-acquired young eunuch, Fang Chen also had a hidden master of the innate realm by his side. The tables had turned, and she found herself at a disadvantage. At this moment, the astonishment was not confined to the Empress Dowager. The entire court, both civil and military, shared varying degrees of surprise. However, astonishment did not breed chaos. Those present in the Hall of Declaring Governance were either esteemed ministers of the Great Qian or members of noble families, each possessing their own foundation. A solitary innate realm warrior was insufficient to disrupt their composure. Moreover, the current political landscape was unmistakably clear. Fang Chen and Eunuch Chao were evidently targeting the Empress Dowager's faction. They merely needed to sit back and observe the unfolding conflict, without the necessity of embroiling themselves in the strife. Thus, even knowing that Fang Chen was exploiting their inclination to remain uninvolved, these influential ministers were content to watch from the sidelines. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to take action against me? Steeling herself, the Empress Dowager mustered a semblance of authority. Yet, her words rang hollow, revealing her inner trepidation. Take action? Mother, you exaggerate, Fang Chen replied with a dismissive smile, subtly reverting to his previous form of address for the Empress Dowager. It was as if the tension that had once crackled between them now held room for negotiation. However, Fang Chen's subsequent remarks were far from courteous. Throughout the history of our Great Qian, those who meddled in court affairs from the harem often met with dismal fates. My actions are intended to prevent you from repeating the mistakes of your predecessors. Therefore, before the court session formally commences, I must ask you to vacate the Hall of Declaring Governance, lest you provide others with grounds for reproach. In that moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Empress Dowager could only glare at Fang Chen, rendered speechless. Lacking connections from the previous dynasty, she harbored no illusions that anyone would rise to her defense. With Eunuch Chao, a master of the innate realm, present, the advantage was glaringly evident. Indeed, the Empress Dowager harbored a premonition. Should she choose to abandon her dignity today, Fang Chen would not hesitate to ensure she received none. Very well, very well. The Empress Dowager swept aside the beaded curtain before her, and the pearls, no larger than a thumb, clashed against each other, producing a cacophony of sounds. She shot a fierce glare at Fang Chen. Her well-maintained eyes trembled slightly, revealing the fine lines of anger. It seems I have hindered your moment of grandeur today. This vast realm of Deqian can be sustained solely by you. Just as the Empress Dowager was about to leave the Hall of Political Affairs, a calm voice emerged from behind her. Your words are misguided, for the stability of Deqian does not rely solely on me. It is also supported by the civil and military officials of the previous dynasty, as well as the countless citizens of Deqian. With their presence, I can rejuvenate our great nation. Fang Chen's proclamation halted the Empress Dowager in her tracks, and the officials, led by Zhang Wenyu, displayed signs of being moved upon hearing his words. His statement illustrated the principle that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Yet, throughout history, few emperors have grasped the significance of this truth. Remarkably, Fang Chen, at such a tender age, perceives deeper truths than many of his predecessors, which was enough to astonish them all. The Empress Dowager could not help but pause, turning to regard Fang Chen, feeling a profound unfamiliarity with the youth before her. In an instant, a thought crossed her mind. This Fang Chen before her possesses a more imperial presence than the late emperor. However, this notion was fleeting. The moment she recalled how her plans of ruling behind the curtain had been thwarted by Fang Chen, an overwhelming resentment filled her heart. If that is the case, then I wish you, Emperor, a future of unwavering stability upon this throne. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth as she uttered these words, then turned to depart. The officials below bowed their heads in silence, parting to create a path for the Empress Dowager and Lady Li to pass through. Fang Chen's expression remained serene, as if the earlier exchange had been an inconsequential matter, until the Empress Dowager's figure vanished beyond the hall's entrance. Zhang Wenyu slowly lifted his head. Your Majesty, it is time for the court ceremony. At this moment, although Zhang Wenyu maintained an air of unflinching composure, a glance towards Fang Chen revealed a myriad of unexpressed thoughts. Indeed, Fang Chen nodded, signaling to the ceremonial officials beside him. The officials came forth, an enthusiastic cry echoed, and the assembled ministers stepped forward in unison. The Hall of Political Affairs resonated with their synchronized voices. Long live our emperor, long live, led by Zhang Wenyu. The loyal ministers of Deqian bowed deeply to Fangchen, their robust voices carrying far and wide, as if even half of the palace could hear. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within Fangchen's heart. Ding! Though you have become a ruler of a fallen nation, your heart remains steadfast in the aspiration to revive Deqian. You believe that as long as you exist, countless subjects of Deqian, who harbor great aspirations, will remain steadfast. Deqian shall never truly perish. Just moments ago, in the guise of the last emperor of Deqian, you proclaimed to the world, Deqian lives on. Your declaration has ignited within countless hearts a fervent desire for the revival of Deqian. It has also reassured the remnants of Deqian that their sovereign has not forsaken them. The mission of revival has been accomplished. National restoration value 2,000 points. The reward has been dispatched to the system space. Please check it promptly. In your mind, you silently absorb the system's voice, while before you unfolds a scene of officials bowing in reverence, a tumultuous wave of adulation. In that moment, myriad thoughts flood your mind. You take a deep breath and open the system space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a strand of the Emperor's Dragon Qi. The Emperor's Dragon Qi can only be possessed by a true dragon sovereign. It enhances the majesty of the Emperor when the Dragon Qi manifests. All subjects shall bow in submission. Gazing at the newly acquired reward and then at the scene before you, you concentrate and silently invoke the word merge. In the next instant, the golden Dragon Qi melds into your being. In just a single breath, your aura's intensity surges by more than tenfold. Chapter 16. Sovereign of all realms, commanding all under heaven. Even the Emperor must worry about wealth. With the enhancement of the Emperor's dragon aura, Fangchen's presence surged exponentially. The first to sense this were the two individuals standing beside him, Lord Chao and Yu Huatian. As the ceremonial officials commenced their formal greetings, both knelt in unison. However, as Fangchen's aura intensified abruptly, a palpable pressure enveloped them, rendering their breaths labored and their hearts racing. Yu Huatian, with his lower cultivation, turned ashen, struggling to maintain his kneeling position. Even Lord Chao, possessing innate strength, experienced a drastic change in countenance, although he managed to endure. The proximity to the Emperor's dragon aura severely diminished his strength, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow in no time. Meanwhile, the dragon aura emanating from Fangchen continued to expand outward. Soon, Zhang Wenyu, Wang Fulin, and others also felt the weight of this pressure descend upon them. Was this the dragon aura? A tremor coursed through Zhang Wenyu, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could the new emperor possess such an aura? Before the late emperor's passing, he had reached the late innate stage, a figure formidable enough to instill reverence in the court of the great Qian dynasty merely through martial prowess. Yet, even he had not comprehended the dragon aura before his demise. Now, merely a month after ascending the throne, the new emperor's dragon aura was already instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Several officials of lesser cultivation found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the oppressive aura, their hearts filled with genuine awe towards Fangchen. Meanwhile, prominent ministers like Huang Fulin, though capable of withstanding some of the adverse effects, remained unable to escape its influence entirely. The mere presence of a trace of the Emperor's dragon aura wielded such power. If a stronger dragon aura were to manifest, could it not suffice to repel foes without the Emperor needing to intervene? Observing even a seasoned innate expert like Lord Chao being unable to evade the effects of the dragon aura, Fangchen began to gauge its efficacy. While the reverence of the court certainly bolstered its potency, it also implied that with sufficient belief, his dragon aura could grow even stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Hall of Political Affairs, 9 drumbeats reverberated. This signified the new emperor's ascension and the reception of the officials' homage, heralding Fangchen's dominion over all lands and his sovereign rule over the realms. At that moment, a golden dawn's radiance streamed into the hall, casting a divine glow upon Fangchen. Instantly, the sounds of reverence within the hall swelled, as the faith emanating from the gathered ministers was absorbed by the dragon aura surrounding Fangchen. The tiny golden dragon, visible only to Fangchen, seemed to swell in size. Could the dragon aura truly grow? This revelation filled Fangchen with a spark of delight. After much deliberation, it appears that the dragon energy is indeed of a growth nature. Henceforth, it must be diligently nurtured. Following 3 rounds of contemplation, Fangchen finally spoke. You may rise. My lords, I express my gratitude for your esteemed loyalty. The oppressive aura of the dragon energy within the Hall of Political Affairs gradually diminished, allowing some ministers to regain their strength to stand. If there are no pressing matters to discuss, we shall conclude today's court session. Fangchen concealed his emotions and spoke with a calm demeanor. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty, under the guidance of Zhang Wenyu. The officials bowed in respectful farewell as Fang Chen departed from the hall. Even after Fang Chen's figure vanished beyond the palace doors, several ministers remained momentarily stunned. The events that transpired during today's South Morning Court session had indeed exceeded their expectations. Initially, the discord between the new emperor and the Empress Dowager had become overt, followed by the revelation regarding the dragon energy emanating from the new emperor. This matter, undoubtedly, was beyond the anticipation of all present. In a flurry, the ministers began to seek their respective factions to discuss forthcoming strategies regarding the court's conduct. Long live His Majesty! Upon entering the Qingqing Palace, Fang Chen dismissed the nearby attendants. You performed commendably today. Fang Chen's praise caused both Chief Eunuch Chao and Yu Huadian to feel somewhat embarrassed. Your Majesty is too gracious. In truth, they were merely Fang Chen's enforcers, following his directives without question. Had it not been for Fang Chen's reasoned insistence, compelling the previous court to remain passive, it is uncertain whether the Empress Dowager would have yielded. Reflecting on this, Chief Eunuch Chao hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to address Fang Chen. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager harbors great ambition. During the reign of the late emperor, she sought to recreate the grandeur of the two saints presiding together. Although she has temporarily relented today, given her nature, it is unlikely she will simply acquiesce. Fang Chen had indeed considered this. The Empress Dowager belonged to the Taishan sect, although it remains unconfirmed whether her actions were sanctioned by them. It is evident that she must have their backing. Given the future status and influence of the Taishan sect within Deqian, it is difficult to imagine no connection between them. In light of this event, it is likely that the Empress Dowager will refrain from causing further turmoil for the time being. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to concede in the Hall of Political Affairs. Of course, should she persist in her obstinance, he would not mind offering her a semblance of dignity. How fare the matters concerning the Danding Academy? Fang Chen inquired regarding the elixirs. Reporting to Your Majesty, I approached the head of the Danding Academy yesterday. After reviewing the recipe, he indicated that while the difficulty of concocting the elixir is not high, the required ingredients are quite rare. To produce them in bulk would necessitate a significant expenditure. Chief Eunuch Chao's expression displayed hesitation as he spoke, casting a cautious glance at Fang Chen. Indeed, Fang Chen had anticipated this possibility as soon as he received the recipe. Alchemy is indeed a pursuit that demands substantial financial investment. In the bygone days, the late emperor was captivated by the art of alchemy, resulting in an expenditure exceeding 1 million from the royal treasury each year. The materials used constituted the primary source of these costs. However, as Fang Chen gazed at the task panel before him, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ding! A new quest has been issued. Quest description: you have publicly declared your identity, allowing the remnants of the Great Qian to sense your aspirations for the restoration of the nation. At this moment, you have also garnered a loyal group of followers. With time, it is certain that the Great Qian dynasty shall be revitalized under your leadership. Of course, this is a matter for the future. Currently, you are confronted with a significant dilemma. Lack of funds. As the saying goes, money can take one across the world, while poverty hinders every step. Wealth can compel even the most reluctant to act, whereas destitution leaves one disregarded. While money is not omnipotent, its absence is indeed a formidable obstacle. Even if you do not require funds for yourself, maintaining your retinue certainly necessitates financial resources. Without money, your ambitions for national restoration resemble a disarrayed heap of sand. Quest requirement: devise every possible means to amass 100,000 taels of silver. Chapter 17. Surprise Inspection, Investigating the Inner Palace. The versatile Maja, accumulating wealth of 100,000 taels. He has now officially ascended the throne. Is not the treasury of the Deqian Empire his as well? Well, it seems otherwise. Fang Chen gazed at the task progress indicator displaying the words incomplete, pondering silently within. In the eyes of Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian, upon hearing of the material shortage, their sovereign fell into silence, seemingly deep in thought. Your Majesty, might it be possible to draw from the inner palace? Yu Huatian contemplated, attempting to offer his perspective. Yet, he was swiftly dissuaded by Eunuch Chao. Absolutely not. Today's court assembly, the Empress Dowager is undoubtedly harboring resentment. Moreover, Wei Xian, the deputy chief of the inner palace, is aligned with the Empress Dowager. If Your Majesty were to directly request funds from the inner palace, it would surely arouse Wei Xian's suspicion. Should he report this to the Empress Dowager, it would lead to her investigation, thereby exposing Your Majesty's plans. based on Fang Chen's previous admonitions. It was best for as few people as possible to be aware of this matter, particularly given the current relationship between Fang Chen and the Empress Dowager. It was imperative that she remained unaware of the gathering spirit elixir. Upon hearing Eunuch Chao's analysis, Yu Huatian displayed a look of chagrin. Indeed, this was a point he had overlooked. How much would be required to refine a batch of gathering spirit elixirs? After listening to the words of Yu Huatian and Eunuch Chao, Fang Chen appeared deep in thought before inquiring. Your Majesty, according to the Dean of the Alchemical Institute, refining a single gathering spirit elixir requires approximately 500 taels. If we aim for 100, that amounts to 50,000 taels, Eunuch Chao promptly replied. Fang Chen pondered aloud. While we cannot directly request funds from the inner palace, other alternatives may yet be worth exploring. An idea slowly took form in Fang Chen's mind. He smiled faintly and raised his gaze towards Eunuch Chao. Go, summon the chief of the inner palace to me. After a stick of incense had burned down, the chief of the inner palace, Ma Zhe, appeared, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Clad in a deep red garb befitting his position, Ma Zhe, a man in his 40s, bore a complexion as pale as if dusted with powder, his face devoid of any facial hair. He stood tall and upright, perpetually wearing a smile, presenting a stark contrast to the deputy chief Wei Xian. Rise, Fang Chen commanded from his dragon throne, his gaze casually sweeping over Ma Zhe. How long have you served in the palace? A flicker of surprise crossed Ma Zhe's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a beaming smile, Your Majesty. I entered the palace at the tender age of 13 and have now served for 36 years. 8 years ago, I was graciously appointed as the chief of the inner palace by the late emperor. Unlike Wei Xian, who aligned with the Empress Dowager, Ma Zhe's demeanor towards Fang Chen was marked by profound respect, his responses measured and precise. Fang Chen nodded. Having served as chief for 8 years means you are well acquainted with the affairs of the palace, I presume? Upon hearing this, Ma Zhe immediately bowed deeply. Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively. I dare not boast in such a manner. However, I shall diligently perform all that is required of me for your Majesty. Unlike Wei Xian, who only tailors his approach based on the individual, Ma Zhe is indeed a paragon of versatility. Every utterance from him conceals multiple layers of intent. Nevertheless, Fang Chen has already acquired the answer he sought. Very well, I have taken a sudden fancy to reviewing all accounts from the past 8 years within the palace. You shall procure them for me immediately. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Ma Zhe's smile faltered as he questioned whether he had misheard. Is there a problem? Fang Chen regarded Ma Zhe with an expression of calm. None at all, Ma Zhe hastily replied, his mind racing as he bowed. If your Majesty could grant me a few days, I shall. Before he could finish, Fang Chen interrupted him. I grant you but half a day. Upon your return, you are to compile the account books forthwith. Regardless of the quantity, bring them to me immediately. Yu Huatian, accompany Chief Steward Ma to retrieve the account books. It would be absurd if surprise inspections allowed the other party time to prepare. As soon as Fang Chen's words fell, Yu Huatian promptly bowed in compliance. Yes, your Majesty. Very well, Ma Zhe glanced at Yu Huatian and then at Fang Chen, sensing that today an inspection of the accounts was non-negotiable. Any further excuses would only arouse suspicion from Fang Chen. Thus, he acquiesced. The two exited the Chengqing Hall in tandem. Your Majesty. Why? Inquisitively, Eunuch Chao pondered Fang Chen's intent to inspect the accounts. You shall find out shortly, Fang Chen teased, casually picking up a memorial to peruse. Yu Huatian executed his duties with remarkable efficiency. Within less than half an hour, he delivered a considerable stack of account books to the Chengqing Hall. Your Majesty. These are the accounts compiled by Chief Steward Ma from the Inner Palace, the Supervisory Office, and the Garment Supervisory Office. Yu Huatian, alongside the accompanying young eunuchs, brought forth thick piles of account books resembling small mountains. Quite efficient, Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, setting down the red brush and casually picking up one of the account books to examine. Let us begin with these. Extract the principal entries from each year for verification. Should any discrepancies arise or significant differences be detected, record them for me. The young eunuchs, already adept in their service within the Chengqing Hall, were chosen for their keen attention to detail, making them the most suitable candidates for this task. With a command issued, the young eunuchs promptly acknowledged, we obey. They stepped forward to begin their examination of the account books. Eunuch Chao observed with uncertainty, a sense of realization dawning within him regarding Fang Chen's intentions. As the remaining ledgers were gradually delivered, the young eunuchs in the Chengqing Hall became increasingly occupied. Here, all the financial records from the past 8 years, encompassing the expenditures and revenues of the 12 supervisory offices, were gathered. Merely cross-referencing these ledgers would require a considerable amount of effort. Eventually, even Lord Chao and Yu Huadian joined the ranks of those poring over the accounts. As the night deepened, a discovery was finally made. Your Majesty, there seems to be a discrepancy in these 2 volumes of ledgers, a young eunuch concluded after multiple verifications. He hurriedly approached Fangchen, presenting the 2 volumes along with the results of his comparisons. Oh, this pace is indeed swifter than Fangchen had anticipated. He accepted the ledgers and glanced through them. Why, in just 3 short years, had expenditures increased by over 100,000 taels? This figure caused Fangchen to furrow his brow slightly. Though 100,000 taels might appear insignificant, it represented merely the comparative accounts of the Office of Design. Ordinarily, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the annual account comparisons in the Office of Design would not fluctuate by more than 10,000 taels. This discrepancy of 100,000 taels was indeed peculiar. Soon, in addition to the Office of Design, other young eunuchs began to uncover irregularities within the ledgers. Among them, the accounts from the Imperial Internal Affairs Office and the Imperial Horse Office exhibited the most pronounced anomalies. Chapter 18. The Terrifying Amount. Confronted with the gun's mouth. I must investigate. After perusing all the accounts related to the Internal Affairs Bureau and the Imperial Horse Administration, the previously carefree expression on Fangchen's face transformed into one of grave solemnity. Yu Huadian and the other young eunuchs sensed the shift in Fangchen's demeanor, feeling a tremor of apprehension that rendered them speechless. Ultimately, it was Eunuch Chao who let out a quiet sigh and spoke. The Internal Affairs Bureau supervises procurement, while the Imperial Horse Administration is responsible for the equine affairs of the court. Both are among the 12 bureaus that handle the largest influx and outflow of gold and silver. Before Eunuch Chao could finish his thought, Fangchen interrupted him coldly. However, even so, the annual expenditures and revenues of these 2 bureaus should not fluctuate by millions. If this amount were deemed normal, it would be a blatant mockery of my intelligence as an emperor. Although Fangchen's tone was calm, it was laced with an icy chill that could freeze one in place. Eunuch Chao sighed once more, a gesture that alerted Fangchen to something amiss. I do not appreciate riddles. If you know something, speak plainly. After a moment of hesitation, Eunuch Chao replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The situation you have uncovered today has existed for 8 years, if not longer. It involves more than just the 12 bureaus. The Internal Affairs Bureau and the Imperial Horse Administration are merely the most lucrative among them. Even if those beneath them strive desperately to conceal it, traces will inevitably remain. Having entered the palace as a eunuch from a young age, despite decades of serving as a shadowy figure, Eunuch Chao possessed a deeper understanding of court affairs than Fangchen. The mutual protection among officials is not a phenomenon exclusive to the previous dynasty. It is a common occurrence within the palace as well. Upon hearing Eunuch Chao's words, Fangchen remained silent, yet the atmosphere surrounding him grew increasingly oppressive. Observing this, Eunuch Chao attempted to offer reassurance. Your Majesty, please do not be overly enraged. The late emperor also discovered this matter, but chose to turn a blind eye. Fangchen waved his hand, interrupting Eunuch Chao. At this moment, he finally comprehended why a dynasty that had endured for a millennium could withstand the tempest of time, yet succumbed within a mere 20 years. If such corruption could occur beneath the very eyes of the sovereign, how much more severe must it be in other regions? It is akin to the cockroach effect. Upon discovering one nearby, it is likely that an entire nest resides within your vicinity. In summary, if not addressed promptly, the Great Qian will inevitably face demise. It is precisely due to the presence of these parasites that the Great Qian has deteriorated to its current state. The entrenched issues are difficult to eradicate, yet if nothing is done, and they are allowed to hollow out the Great Qian bit by bit, the future of the dynasty is destined to become a mere shell, easily toppled. I am not the late emperor. I will not turn a blind eye. This matter shall be thoroughly investigated. The emperor's voice was cold and unwavering, yet it resonated with a profound determination that could be felt by all present. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Chief Eunuch Chao and others were profoundly stirred, especially Chao who, given his age, had witnessed more than 3 emperors of the Great Qian dynasty. Each of these emperors had faced the treachery of subordinates and the corruption of officials. However, prior to Fangchen, most had chosen to turn a blind eye, glossing over the turmoil for the sake of maintaining a precarious balance. This, of course, only emboldened the corrupt officials. If the upper beams are crooked, how can the lower ones remain straight? In the past, Chao had felt a sense of anger and injustice. But as a shadow eunuch, he could not question the emperor's decisions. Over time, he had numbed himself to such realities. Yet today, he truly sensed the difference in Fangchen. He genuinely aspired to fundamentally transform the Great Qian, to rescue it from its dire straits. If His Majesty wishes to investigate, then this servant shall comply. Coming to his senses, Chao quickly acquiesced to Fangchen's decision, expressing his willingness to follow the emperor's lead. The younger eunuchs, including Yu Huadian, also voiced their support, eager to know where the emperor intended to commence his inquiry. Chao promptly inquired further. Fangchen pondered for a moment. The 12 departments annually consumed over 1 million taels of silver. Such an audacious act could not occur without directives from above. The subordinates would not possess the audacity to act independently. To uncover the truth, the key lay with the two chief stewards, Ma Zhe and Wei Xian. Reflecting on Ma Zhe's demeanor earlier, Fangchen deduced that he was not the mastermind. Otherwise, his composure when Fangchen requested the account books would have betrayed him. Moreover, given Ma Zhe's shrewd nature, any traces left would not be so overt. With Ma Zhe's suspicion allayed, the remaining suspect became apparent, Deputy Chief Steward Wei Xian. Fangchen slowly uttered his name. As this servant understands, Wei Xian has always been one to bully the weak and fear the strong since entering the palace. With an insatiable greed for wealth. After the Empress Dowager entered the palace, he climbed aboard this high branch and within 2 years was promoted to Deputy Chief Steward. Since then, Wei Xian had become increasingly arrogant within the palace. Chao's eyes flickered as he relayed all the information he possessed regarding Wei Xian. Everything seemed to align perfectly. Where is Wei Xian now? Fangchen turned to Yu Huadian. Your Majesty, since the Empress Dowager left the Xianzheng Hall, Wei Xian has been following her back to the Changlu Palace. When I went to fetch the account books from Chief Steward Ma, I overheard him mention that Wei Xian would likely remain by the Empress Dowager's side for the next few days. A glint of sinister intrigue sparkled in Yu Huadian's eyes as he spoke in lowered tones. Fangchen let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Given his actions, dying 1,000 times would be insufficient. Does he truly believe that the Empress Dowager will safeguard him for eternity? To speak of nothing else. Merely the conduct of Wei Xian in the Xianzheng Hall yesterday is sufficient for Fangchen to contemplate where to bury him. Yet, Eunuch Chao hesitated. Currently, the relationship between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager is somewhat strained. Should one forcefully intrude upon the palace to demand someone, it would likely tarnish His Majesty's reputation. Filial piety is paramount. Although the Empress Dowager is not Fangchen's biological mother, prior to today's South Morning Court, the rapport between her and His Majesty appeared rather harmonious. Eunuch Chao fears that certain factions within the court might seize this opportunity to propagate unfavorable remarks against Fangchen. My relationship with the Empress Dowager is quite amicable. How could I possibly resort to such measures as intruding upon the palace to demand someone? Fangchen chuckled softly, and in Eunuch Chao's eyes, the young sovereign, when smiling, resembled an ancient fox. In recent days, closely monitor the situation at Changlu Palace and the actions of Wei Xian and his sycophants. Report to me immediately at the slightest hint of trouble, Fangchen instructed Yu Huadian. Understood. Although uncertain of Fangchen's intentions, Yu Huadian accepted his orders without hesitation. Chapter 19. Maternal Kindness and Filial Piety, Fangchen and the Empress Dowager. Wei Xian, this is bad. As news spread within the palace that Fangchen had demanded the 12 account ledgers from the head of the Imperial Secretariat, a wave of trepidation swept through the ranks of the minor eunuch leaders. Yet, as days passed without any further developments from Fangchen, these anxious eunuchs began to question whether they had overestimated the situation. Was the emperor merely thunderous in his threats but gentle in action? Days turned into weeks, and still, there was no sign of Fangchen taking any action. The eunuchs, now relieved, returned to their usual routines of eating and sleeping, as if all had resumed its normal course. One morning, Yu Huadian arrived at the Chiqing Palace. I, Yu Huadian, seek an audience with your Majesty. Although he held no official title, Yu Huadian had become a prominent figure in the eyes of those stationed at Chongqing Palace, having the rare privilege of attending morning court sessions with the emperor. Thus, he gained entry into the palace with little effort. At that moment, Fangchen was seated upon the dragon throne, reviewing the daily memorials. Yes, your Majesty, Yu Huadian knelt respectfully, lowering his head. This morning, I received intelligence that Shaolin, an underling of Deputy Director Wei, was secretly engaging in transactions within the Imperial Garden. I immediately brought along the Sunflower attendant and apprehended Shaolin upon completion of his dealings, capturing him red-handed. Upon hearing Yu Huadian's report, a glimmer of light flickered in Fangchen's eyes. Oh, Your efficiency surpasses my expectations. Of course, Wei Xian's arrogance and carelessness contributed to this outcome. In just a few short days, he had foolishly believed he had evaded danger, only to reveal his greedy nature and indulge in the accumulation of wealth. And what of Shaolin? Fang Chen inquired, setting aside the memorials. Reporting to your majesty, he has been escorted outside the hall and is awaiting your judgment. Yu Huatian replied. Fang Chen nodded. Shaolin was a trusted aide of Wei Xian, having executed numerous tasks on his behalf. Capturing him was sufficient to leverage Wei Xian's downfall. Is Wei Xian still in Changlu Palace? Fang Chen asked. Yu Huatian affirmed with a nod. According to the report from the Sunflower attendant, Wei Xian has remained in Changlu Palace these past few days, without stepping out. All matters were conveyed to his subordinates through Shaolin. A smirk grazed Fang Chen's lips as he leaned back into the dragon throne. Eunuch Chao. As soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow silently appeared at Fang Chen's side. I pay my respects to your majesty, Eunuch Chao greeted humbly. As if he had been waiting for this very moment, Fang Chen rose, casually brushing off his robe. Prepare the carriage to Changlu Palace. Yes. Calculating the time. It had been since the last morning court that he had not laid eyes upon the Empress Dowager. It is indeed time to share familial affection with the Empress Dowager, to embody the virtues of maternal kindness and filial piety. As Fang Chen entered the grand hall of Changlu Palace, he beheld the Empress Dowager seated regally in her elevated position, adorned in a resplendent robe intricately embroidered with golden threads. Her fingers were bedecked with gold and jade, epitomizing opulence. Despite having surpassed 30 years of age, she retained an air of youthful allure, imbued with a distinctive charm of maturity. The upwardly arched phoenix eyes of hers emanated an imposing authority. Your Majesty, I have come to pay my respects, Fang Chen announced as he approached the Empress Dowager, performing a graceful bow as a form of greeting. Observing his demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt a flicker of anger ignite within her, yet she suppressed it, replying coldly. The Emperor is being overly polite. Please take a seat. Thank you, Mother, Fang Chen replied with unreserved familiarity, taking a seat beside her, as if he were on his own territory. The sight of this incited further ire within the Empress Dowager. What brings the Emperor to Changlu Palace today? She inquired sharply. Initially, she had presumed Fang Chen had come to extend an olive branch, but his attitude upon entering the palace led her to doubt her assumptions. Fang Chen, however, did not hasten to respond to her query. Instead, he lifted the cup of tea presented by the palace attendants and took a sip, only to furrow his brow in displeasure. What sort of tea is this? It is utterly distasteful, he declared, slamming the cup down onto the table with a resounding thud. The expressions of the Empress Dowager and her attendants instantly shifted. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The young maid responsible for serving the tea hastily knelt before him. I shall brew another cup for you at once. Yet, Fang Chen disregarded her plea, pointing at the cup and exclaiming, and this cup as well, its craftsmanship is crude and substandard. It cannot possibly be from the palace, can it? His words pushed the Empress Dowager to the brink of exasperation, nearly causing her to snap the jade bracelet she had been toying with. Your Majesty, are you here today merely to amuse yourself at my expense? She retorted, her voice laced with fury. In an instant, the atmosphere within Changlu Palace shifted as numerous attendants, including Lady Li and Wei Xian, fell to their knees. Their expressions a mixture of panic and confusion, utterly bewildered by the purpose of Fang Chen's visit. You misinterpret my intentions, Mother, Fang Chen responded, maintaining an air of calm composure. I merely believe that the items within Changlu Palace are of exceedingly poor quality. As the Empress Dowager, you embody the maternal spirit of the realm and deserve the finest provisions that the world has to offer. How can you endure such indignities? His statement left the Empress Dowager momentarily taken aback, her anger dissipating somewhat as she pondered his words. Are you suggesting? She had almost risen in outrage, yet slowly settled back into her seat. What I mean is that Changlu Palace should indeed be furnished with the finest treasures available, he continued, calling forth Yu Huatian with a gentle summons. I am here. Yu Huatian stepped forward promptly. Fang Chen lightly tapped his fingers upon the armrest. Upon returning, inform Maj to promptly allocate a selection of the finest supplies from the imperial storehouse to the Changlu Palace. Remember, it must be the finest. Fang Chen surveyed the Changlu Palace, speaking leisurely. These significant items appear somewhat aged. They can be gradually replaced in due time. The servant noted this with diligence. The Empress Dowager, observing this, felt an increasing sense of suspicion, yet her expression towards Fang Chen gradually softened. In her heart, she had come to believe that Fang Chen truly sought to extend goodwill towards her today. The Emperor has shown consideration, indeed. The demeanor of those within the imperial court has markedly changed over the years. However, the Empress Dowager wished to avoid burdening the late emperor and the current emperor with undue worries, which is why she refrained from mentioning it. She sighed, presenting herself as a model of a virtuous wife and mother. Nevertheless, such matters need not be entrusted to another. Chief Steward Wei, having served alongside her for many years, was well acquainted with her preferences and aversions. He could be entrusted with the task of overseeing the replacement of items in the Qianglu Palace. As the Empress Dowager's words fell silent, Wei Xian, who had originally come from Fangchun, dutifully withdrew to the side, not daring to utter a single word. However, he was instantly filled with joy as he knelt upon the ground. The servant complied with the order, since it was Fang Qin who had personally commanded the replacement. He could confidently seize the opportunity for personal gain. Unexpectedly, Fang Qin, upon seeing Wei Xian, revealed a barely perceptible smile. "Mother, I believe this matter warrants careful consideration," Fang Qin remarked thoughtfully. The Empress Dowager, puzzled, inquired why. Fang Qin remained silent, merely lifting his hand to make a gentle gesture. Outside the Qianglu Palace, a faint commotion ensued. Two attendants, adorned with sunflower insignias, escorted a young eunuch, tightly bound, into the palace. Spare me, the young eunuch pleaded. "Behave yourself and kneel." One of the attendants kicked at the young eunuch's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. Wei Xian's gaze fell upon the young eunuch's face, and his smile instantly froze. His right eyelid twitched violently. Chapter 20. The court in an uproar, the Empress Dowager enraged. The home of Wei Xian raided, millions in silver. Is that little Linzi? Just as a profound sense of foreboding surged within Wei Xian, the gaze of the Empress Dowager fell upon the young eunuch before her. Although half of his face was swollen and bruised, she immediately recognized him as the eunuch who had always served by Wei Xian's side. "Your Majesty, save me, please." Little Linzi instinctively opened his mouth to cry out, believing he had found a savior in the Empress Dowager, only to be met with a sharp kick from Yu Huaiyan, striking him painfully on the shin. The force was precisely measured, rendering little Linzi speechless, and he collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony. "My son, what on earth is happening?" The Empress Dowager was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how events had escalated to this point. She turned her gaze toward Fang Qin, hoping he could elucidate the situation. "Did you not just mention that the attitude of those within the palace varies?" "This is the answer," Fang Qin responded coolly. Yu Huatian stepped forward and retrieved a stack of banknotes from little Linzi's grasp, presenting it to Fang Qin with both hands. "This is what I personally witnessed this morning." Where little Linzi engaged in a transaction in the Imperial Garden, Fang Qin accepted the thick bundle of banknotes, which he estimated to be no less than several 100,000 taels. "Little Linzi, will you now explain yourself to the Empress Dowager? Or shall I do so on your behalf?" I. Regaining his composure from the excruciating pain, little Linzi hesitated, casting a glance at Wei Xian. However, he did not anticipate that the indignant Wei Xian, his face a mask of fury, would suddenly unleash a torrent of invective upon him. "You wretched servant! How dare you engage in such treachery behind my back? Had it not been for His Majesty uncovering your vile deeds, I would have remained blissfully unaware of your duplicity. It is a disgrace that I valued you so highly." With that, Wei Xian advanced and delivered a brutal kick to little Linzi's chest. Bang! The figure of Steward Chao flashed before them, interposing himself between Wei Xian and little Linzi, effortlessly pushing Wei Xian back several steps with a gentle palm strike. "Steward Chao." Wei Xian's expression changed dramatically. Although he was uninjured, the violent upheaval of his emotions left him momentarily speechless. "Steward Wei, you." Little Linzi's face turned ashen, realizing how narrowly he had escaped being silenced by Wei Xian. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, "For all these years, I have faithfully followed your orders. You accepted bribes, sold palace goods, and pocketed kickbacks. And those young eunuchs who defied your commands, they were quietly eliminated all the dirty work I did for you. How could you treat me this way?" As little Linzi revealed the numerous misdeeds Wei Xian had committed over the years, the astonishment on the Empress Dowager's face remained unwavering. "You," after a long breath, found it difficult to respond to Xia Linzi's accusations. "Do you have any evidence to support your claims? If not, then it would be deemed slander, punishable by death." Fang Qin's cold gaze fixed upon Xia Linzi, whose words ignited a flicker of hope within him. "Your Majesty, the Steward Wei has instructed this servant to carry out these deeds, and I have kept a meticulous record of it all. I am aware of the places where the young eunuchs have buried things. I am willing to divulge everything, praying only for your Majesty to spare my life." After severing ties with Wei Xian, Xia Linzi thought nothing of casting him into the flames if it meant saving himself. You wretched creature. Wei Xian gritted his teeth, his mind swirling in chaos. As Fang Chen surmised, Wei Xian was consumed by greed, yet utterly devoid of wisdom. It was indeed true that the palace staff lacked concern for the Changle Palace, but it was not without reason. Someone else was at fault. This individual, serving beneath the Empress Mother's very gaze, dared to act with such audacity, deceiving both above and below, a crime truly unforgivable. Seize him. Fang Chen's voice thundered. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Huatian stepped forward in response. Mother Empress, help. Wei Xian, realizing his fate was sealed, was about to plead for mercy. Boldly, you dare to cry for help. Yet Yu Huatian would not grant him the opportunity to speak, launching an immediate and fierce assault. The uncanny agility honed from practicing the sunflower sword technique left Wei Xian with no chance to utter a word, coupled with his superior cultivation. It took but a few swift movements to topple Wei Xian to the ground, take him to the dungeons, and compel him to confess all his crimes. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen commanded, and the sunflower guards descended upon Wei Xian, binding him like a pig and dragging him away. Fang Chen brushed off his robes, rising to bow to the Empress Mother, who could only stare in shock at the unfolding scene. I apologize for the disturbance, Mother. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not further intrude upon your rest. Without waiting for the Empress Mother to respond, Fang Chen departed, flanked by Eunuch Chao and others. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, leaving the Empress Mother and Nurse Li in a state of stunned disbelief. After a considerable pause, the Empress Mother finally regained her composure, her chest heaving with indignation, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She could barely catch her breath. He did this on purpose. Realization dawned upon her. Mother Empress, that Wei Xian knows many of our secrets. He must not be allowed to live. Nurse Li's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated Fang Chen's cunning maneuver to be executed so masterfully, even deceiving her. I understand. The Empress Dowager spoke with evident displeasure, her heart aflame with fury towards Fang Chen. She remarked that Fang Chen was not so benevolent today, as he not only came to visit her, but also took the initiative to propose a change of items for the Changlu Palace. It was clear that his intentions were not as straightforward as they appeared. 3 days later, a report was presented to the Emperor, revealing that Wei Xian, the deputy chief of the Imperial Palace, had accepted bribes, with all records of his embezzlement meticulously documented herein. Maja, the chief of the Imperial Palace, knelt before the Emperor, presenting the prepared accounts with trembling hands. Typically known for his affable demeanor, Maja's face now bore the marks of exhaustion, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating sleepless nights. Moreover, his gaze towards Fang Chen was tinged with astonishment, as if he were taken aback by Fang Chen's audacity. Maja had some inkling of Wei Xian's corrupt dealings. However, he had originally believed that Fang Chen would turn a blind eye, much like the late emperor. Especially given that Wei Xian had the Empress Dowager's protection. Who could have anticipated that Fang Chen would dare to storm into Changlu Palace and apprehend Wei Xian? It was said that the Empress Dowager had been in a state of fury over this matter, frequently unleashing her wrath within the palace. Nonetheless, the emperor appeared largely unaffected by the turmoil. Fang Chen picked up the account book and briefly perused its contents until his gaze landed on the final entry, which noted the confiscation of over 370,000 taels of silver from the estate of Wei Xian. At that moment, Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 21. The glass tempering of the body, indestructible as diamond. The sunflower vigil, my eyes and ears. 3,700,000 taels of silver. As Fang Chen uttered this string of numbers, his tone was light and calm, almost as if he were sighing. Although this figure could effortlessly assist him in achieving his objectives, a sense of joy eluded Fang Chen's heart. This merely represented the wealth amassed by a deputy chief eunuch over 5 years in the imperial court. What, then, was the situation elsewhere? It could only be more dire. The seemingly resplendent Deqian was, in truth, riddled with deep-seated maladies. To extricate these malignant growths one by one, a long and arduous journey lay ahead for Deqian. Fang Chen's silence filled Maja with unease. No matter how astute he was, he could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of the youthful emperor. Your servant has urgent matters to report to your majesty. At that moment, the voice of Yu Huatian echoed from outside the Qingqing Hall. Announce it. Fang Chen's expression shifted slightly, aware that Yu Huatian's arrival must herald significant news. Shortly thereafter, Yu Huatian, clad in a gray eunuch robe, knelt in the grand hall, an air of cold elegance gracing his handsome face. Your majesty, news has arrived from the dungeon. Deputy Chief Wei has taken his own life in fear of punishment. As Yu Huatian's resonant words fell, a look of astonishment instantly crossed Maja's face. Your Majesty, this matter is suspicious. Last night, when I interrogated Wei, he implored me to intercede on his behalf. How could he have chosen to end his life today? Gazing at the emotionless visage of the youthful emperor, Maja found himself at a rare loss for words. As the chief eunuch, he bore an undeniable share of responsibility for the corruption within the imperial court. With Wei's demise in prison, he faced the grave charge of negligence. Listening to Wei's defense, a glint of cold light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. From his understanding, Wei was a coward, one who feared authority and clung to life. He would never seek death, even in the face of despair. The fact that he had died in prison was surely laden with intrigue. After the exposure of Wei's corruption, numerous figures from the previous dynasty and the inner court sought his demise. Yet, only one faction had the audacity to act. Enough. Fang Chen uttered 2 words, silencing Ma Zhou immediately. Since Wei had chosen death out of fear, the remaining individuals implicated in the corruption case would be dealt with accordingly. Convey my edict. All of Wei's assets are to be confiscated. From now on, all financial revenues and expenditures within the inner court must be submitted for my review. Although he knew who was behind the machinations, Fang Chen surmised they had prepared thoroughly for this eventuality. There was no need to sever ties over a single Wei. Fang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Ma Zhou. As the chief eunuch, you have failed in your duties, remaining oblivious to such grave corruption occurring within the inner court. I hereby demote you to deputy chief eunuch and impose a year's salary deduction. The position of chief eunuch will be assumed by Lord Chao, and you will assist him in managing the inner court in your new capacity. Moreover, starting today, I shall establish the position of the Sunflower Attendant within the palace. The Sunflower Attendant shall possess the privilege to traverse freely throughout the palace and is tasked with conveying my commands. This role will be overseen by Yu Huadian. As Fang Chen's words resonated, the figure of Chief Eunuch Chao appeared silently in the grand hall, bowing alongside Yu Huadian in deference to Fang Chen. This servant acknowledges the decree. They spoke in unison. However, there was a flicker of excitement in Yu Huadian's gaze, while Chief Eunuch Chao maintained an expression of serene detachment. As if viewing power as inconsequential, Ma Zhou stood slightly agape, momentarily caught off guard. After a pause, a wry smile emerged on his face. This servant acknowledges the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness. Long before the incident involving Wei Xian, Ma Zhou had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of punishment from Fang Chen. Thus, a mere demotion and reduction in salary felt like a surprising reprieve. Yet, what astonished Ma Zhou was Fang Chen's subsequent arrangements, appointing Chief Eunuch Chao to oversee the imperial household and establishing the position of Sunflower Attendant. The astute Ma Zhou sensed a hint of ambition in Fang Chen's actions. Clearly, this sovereign was discontent with the current state of affairs. The emergence of the Sunflower Attendant would undoubtedly alter the dynamics within the palace. You may retire, Fang Chen gestured, and the 3 bowed in unison. This servant takes his leave. Chief Eunuch Chao vanished from the hall like a wraith, while Yu Huadian and Ma Zhou exited the Chiqing Palace one after the other. Master Yu, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Ma Zhou said with a beaming smile, eager to forge a good rapport with his new colleague. To his surprise, Yu Huadian merely cast him a glance, said nothing, and turned to walk away, leaving Ma Zhou momentarily stunned. The indifferent demeanor of Yu Huadian starkly contrasted with the humility he had displayed before Fang Chen. Meanwhile, within Chiqing Palace, Fang Chen exhaled, feeling that his task was nearing completion. He opened the task interface, where the progress bar for raising 100,000 taels of silver was visibly surging. It first soared past the 100,000 mark at a rocket-like speed, then continued to climb, eventually reaching approximately 3,700,000. Ding! Though in dire straits, you have never chosen to surrender. You have successfully gathered far beyond the system's requirement of silver. Your intelligence has even earned the system's admiration. With this wealth, the sustenance of you and your followers is assured. Your followers shall remain ever more loyal to you. You are now one step closer to realizing your ambitions of restoration. Task completed. Restoration value, 2,500. The rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check promptly. With the successful completion of the task, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. This meant he now had the funds to concoct the Gathering Spirit Pill. Nowadays, the finances of the imperial court had to pass through his hands, and he had even appointed Eunuch Chao to the position of chief steward. Even if the Empress Dowager and the previous dynasty sought to investigate, it would be difficult to uncover any issues. Let's take a look at the rewards. Fang Chen opened the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate spiritual treasure, the Glazed Body Refinement Elixir. This elixir can refine and strengthen one's meridians and bones, enhancing the physical constitution. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, Indestructible Vajra. With a heart as pure as glass, one becomes indestructible. Based on one's cultivation level, it can resist external attacks. It can withstand a full-force strike from an opponent not exceeding one major realm. 2 rewards? Fang Chun was taken aback, followed by a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that his exceptional performance in completing the task had led to an elevation in the rewards received. Moreover, both of these rewards were immensely beneficial for him at this stage. Chapter 22. After the breakthrough, purge the palace. How can others indulge in slumber by my bedside? My efforts in surpassing this task shall not be in vain. The glazed body refining elixir and the indestructible body technique are both available for purchase in the system's marketplace. However, the prices are rather steep. Given Fang Chen's current restoration value, he can only exchange for 1/3 of the indestructible body technique. As for the glazed body refining elixir, it remains to be seen whether the system would consent to sell him even a single drop. Indeed, the rewards from completing tasks are far more advantageous. Though akin to unboxing a mystery gift, one can never predict when fortune may smile upon them, as it has now. While the glazed body refining elixir may not elevate my cultivation, it can enhance my physique and even strengthen my innate talents. Consequently, Fang Chen's training would become significantly more efficient. The indestructible body technique, on the other hand, serves as a defensive art. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is still a formidable threat. Even an acquired martial artist struggles to withstand the harm of blades with mere flesh. Only upon reaching the innate realm, where one can project their vital energy outward, can they engage in combat with bare hands against weaponry. Ordinary protective techniques can only bolster the body to a limited extent, enhancing it by but a small realm. In contrast, the indestructible body technique can substantially elevate one's defensive capabilities. This implies that once Fang Chen achieves the acquired realm, his defensive prowess, while employing the indestructible body technique, could rival that of an innate master. Regrettably, my current cultivation stands at merely the 8th rank. Should I face an attack from the mid-acquired realm or above, I would remain defenseless. Fang Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The martial artist hierarchy delineates a clear divide between the 9th rank and the acquired realm. A 9th rank martial artist can shatter stone with a single punch, while an acquired martial artist can sever blades with a mere finger. Innate martial artists can effortlessly project their vital energy, transforming it into a formless weapon. As for the master martial artists, they are the founding figures of sects within the martial world. Their every action often sways the direction of martial affairs. However, due to this very influence, there exists an unwritten understanding among master martial artists. They typically remain within their respective sects, seldom revealing themselves. For a single movement from one would prompt reactions from the others. Over time, this has fostered a delicate balance among them. Yet, even in the Grand Qian Empire, the number of masters is exceedingly scarce. Among the current martial factions, the 9 most esteemed sects possess no more than a handful of masters. Although the Grand Qian Empire wanes in strength, the previous dynasty, led by the 10 foremost aristocratic families, boasts numerous innate martial artists. Coupled with a military force surpassing the number of martial sects, they barely manage to stand on equal footing with the martial world. Nevertheless, this equilibrium is always at risk of disruption. The impending sect turmoil serves as undeniable evidence. Once the spirit gathering pill is refined, I shall partake in one as well. Consuming the gathering spirit pill may lead to a lack of solid foundation in one's cultivation. It is widely acknowledged that without a firm base, future progress and training becomes exceedingly arduous. Hence, Fang Chen had initially resolved against taking the gathering spirit pill. However, with the availability of the Lioli body refining essence, his apprehensions dissipated. The Lioli essence not only fortifies the body but also enhances one's constitution, compensating for inherent deficiencies. Moreover, this transformation is enduring. With the Lioli essence at his disposal, the adverse effects of the gathering spirit pill became negligible for Fang Chen. Having made up his mind, he temporarily refrained from claiming these 2 rewards and instead opened the task interface. Task description: after gathering sufficient silver, your prestige in the hearts of your followers has been strengthened. Next, you will face 2 choices. 1. Continue south with your subordinates to evade the pursuit of your enemies. 2. Establish a foothold and seek a secure location as your first base for restoring your nation. Before Fang Chen stood a long-awaited dilemma. Without hesitation, he selected the second option. To journey south? Was that to lead him into the wilds of the southern mountains? Host has chosen to establish a foothold. The pursuers may arrive at any moment. You and your subordinates remain in peril. Please swiftly find a secure location for yourself and your subordinates. Gazing at the task requirements, Fangchen fell into contemplation. A secure location. Surely. There were no strict limitations regarding the size of the terrain. The imperial palace still harbored countless hidden dangers. It was impossible to resolve everything in a single night. After some deliberation, he decided to set his sights on the vicinity of the Chongqing Hall. Although the surroundings of the Chongqing Hall appeared safe, Fangchen was certain that both inside and out, there were spies placed by the Empress Dowager and the former dynasty. A fierce tiger does not allow others to slumber beside it. Days later, over 40 young eunuchs clad in black stood within the Chongqing Hall. They stood tall and proud, yet their eyes were cast down toward the floor, unable to meet the gaze of the sovereign before them. Master Chow, how are the preparations proceeding? Fangchen's gaze swept over the assembly of eunuchs. These young attendants were part of the same batch of trainees as Yu Huadian from some time ago. Despite their lesser talents compared to Yu Huadian and the absence of rare resources, through diligent training, even the least among them had ascended to the 5th rank of martial artists. Your Majesty, after several days of relentless crafting at the Pill Refining Institute, 47 gathering spirit pills have been successfully produced, Master Chow replied, lowering his head slightly as he spoke, simultaneously opening a large brocade box in his hands. Inside were neatly arranged 47 porcelain vials, each containing a singular gathering spirit pill. The materials utilized for this batch of gathering spirit pills were all of the highest quality. The side effects for the users will be significantly reduced, Grandfather Chow explained. Bring one for me as well, Fangchen raised his hand, causing the expressions of Grandfather Chow and the others to shift to astonishment. Your Majesty, how could this be? Grandfather Chow was about to dissuade him when Fangchen interrupted. I said to bring it, so bring it. The authoritative tone left Grandfather Chow no choice but to swallow his remaining words. He could only obediently hand over a vial of spirit-gathering pills to Fangchen. Distribute the rest to the others, Fangchen instructed. Yes, Grandfather Chow and Yu Huatian could only distribute the remaining spirit-gathering pills to the other sunflower attendants. Fangchen uncorked the vial and poured out a pill, entirely emerald green, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Without hesitation, Fangchen placed the spirit-gathering pill into his mouth. I am willing to follow your Majesty, seeing Fangchen take the lead in consuming the spirit-gathering pill. The other sunflower attendants did not hesitate at all. They quickly stuffed their own spirit-gathering pills into their mouths. Upon ingestion, the pill instantly transformed into a surge of concentrated energy, crashing within their dantian and meridians. Ugh! The young eunuchs gritted their teeth, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Observing this, Grandfather Chow immediately exerted his internal energy, exclaiming, What are you still dawdling for? Quickly calm your mind and absorb this medicinal power. Do you wish to let the energy clash within your meridians and become incapacitated? Chapter 23. The Ride at the Imperial Tomb, an Assassination Before the Throne. A means to consolidate imperial authority. The admonition, imbued with inner strength, erupted in the ears of the young eunuchs like a thunderclap. They awoke from their stupor and promptly followed the instructions of Master Chow, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the medicinal power of the spirit-gathering pill. The potency of the pill spread throughout their bodies with remarkable swiftness. Had they delayed even a moment longer, the accumulated energy could have ruptured their meridians. Master Chow's warning of becoming crippled was not to be taken lightly. Yet, even so, the process of absorbing the spirit-gathering pill remained slow and agonizing. The release of medicinal energy from the pill was far more rapid than the young eunuch's ability to absorb it, and the extent of their absorption was contingent upon their individual talents. Should they miss the opportune moment for absorption, the energy would accumulate within them, hindering their future cultivation. Master Chow had gleaned this understanding after perusing the formula for the pill. Observing the anguished expressions of the young eunuchs, and recalling that Fangchen had also consumed a spirit-gathering pill, Master Chow's heart tightened with concern. He quickly glanced at Fangchen, who was seated upon the dragon throne. Your Majesty, you must also, he began, but was taken aback to see Fangchen not engaging in meditation as he had anticipated. Instead, he was perusing memorials. Master Chow was momentarily speechless. What is the matter? Feeling Master Chow's hesitance, Fangchen turned to him. After scrutinizing Fangchen's seemingly unaffected demeanor, Master Chow pondered and cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, do you feel any discomfort? Fangchen slowly blinked and replied languidly, Do I appear to be in discomfort? Upon swallowing the spirit-gathering pill, Its potency was immediately absorbed and decomposed by the sixth treasury immortal thief, coupled with the strengthening effects of the glazed body refining cream over the past few days. Fang Chen felt an indescribable comfort rather than pain. The overwhelming energy not only propelled him to the 9th grade martial artist level but also continued to elevate his cultivation, suggesting that a breakthrough to the postnatal stage would be merely a matter of half a day. Witnessing Fang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Master Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. If he had not sensed the subtle fluctuations in Fang Chen's aura the moment he ingested the spirit-gathering pill, particularly the pronounced shift from the 8th to the 9th grade, he might have believed that Fang Chen had merely consumed an ordinary candy. Yu Huatian was equally astonished into silence. The Kylin guards would require several more days to fully absorb the effects of the spirit-gathering pill. Tomorrow is the day for the rite at the Imperial Tomb. Master Chao, you shall remain in the Chengqing Hall to monitor their condition. Yu Huatian will accompany me to the tomb for the ceremony. After finishing the memorial in his hand, Fang Chen suddenly seemed to recall something, addressing the two men. The absorption of the spirit-gathering pill requires at least 1 to 2 days, and it is advisable to have a martial artist of a higher realm present for supervision, to prevent the possibility of internal energy going awry and falling into demonic cultivation during the absorption process. Although both Yu Huatian and Lord Chao possess superior cultivation compared to these sunflower guards, Lord Chao is deemed more suitable for protective duties. The servant complies with the command. Despite a desire to accompany Fang Chen to the royal tomb for the memorial rites, since it is Fang Chen's order, both Lord Chao and Yu Huatian naturally comply unconditionally. Today marks the day of memorial rites for the Deqian imperial family. It was on this day that the illustrious Deqian founding emperor, who once trampled the world and established a legacy for the Deqian dynasty, passed away. Therefore, on this day each year, the current emperor of Deqian leads civil and military officials to the Deqian royal tomb to pay homage to the founding emperor and the emperors of previous generations. The royal tomb is situated in the mountainous region behind the Deqian Palace, covering an area of over 1,000 acres, and houses the remains of more than 30 emperors spanning several centuries since the founding of Deqian. According to royal tradition, Fang Chen need only pay respects to the founding emperor and the late Emperor Xiaoming during this memorial. Otherwise, if he were to honor each of the more than 30 royal tombs, it would take him 3 days and nights to complete the rites. Nevertheless, even so, once Fang Chen led the civil and military officials in the memorial rites for the 2 royal tombs, it was already nearing dusk. Fang Chen still needed to ride the dragon carriage to the Hall of Declaring Governance alongside the officials, to extol the glorious achievements of their ancestors and lead the officials in mourning. By the time everything was concluded, the officials took their leave from the Hall of Declaring Governance, and the sky outside had long since turned completely dark. This day truly felt unprecedentedly long. Fang Chen sat in the dragon carriage returning to the Hall of Returning Purity, closing his eyes. Even though he had cultivated the 6 libraries of the Immortal Thief and possessed boundless energy, he still felt a tinge of mental fatigue after the day's proceedings. However, for emperors, these rituals served to bolster imperial authority to some extent. Fang Chen himself was not particularly concerned about adhering to these elaborate formalities. In his view, the authority of an emperor should stem from the hearts of the people. Every emperor throughout history has had their methods of consolidating power, but whether they can genuinely win the hearts of the populace is another matter altogether. As Fang Chen pondered, the dragon carriage gradually entered a secluded area. Noticing the eerie silence surrounding him, Fang Chen inquired, "Where are we?" Accompanying the dragon carriage, Yu Huatian promptly responded, "Your Majesty, we have arrived near the Hall of Honoring Relatives." The Hall of Honoring Relatives is where the Deqian Emperor receives triumphant ministers returning from campaigns or rewards loyal officials. And it is also the necessary route to the Hall of Returning Purity. Logically, Fang Chen should have been accustomed to this by now. However, for some reason, ever since the surrounding sounds quieted down, he felt an unsettling eeriness in the atmosphere around him. He lifted one side of the curtain to survey the outside, where the only illumination near the dragon carriage emanated from the lanterns held by the palace attendants, casting a faint glow. In the distance, the surroundings were shrouded in a chaotic darkness, rendering everything indistinct. The whispering sound of the night breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft, rustling noise. Suddenly, as if sensing something with his keen instincts as a martial artist, Yu Huatian abruptly halted. His eyes, elegantly arched, brimmed with sharpness and vigilance as he scanned the vicinity. "Is something amiss, Master Yu?" inquired an attendant, perplexed by the sudden stillness. However, Yu Huatian offered no response, his gaze continuously sweeping the area. The sound of the wind seemed to intensify, and amidst the cool night air, a faint hint of blood lingered. Be cautious. Before Yu Huatian could finish his warning, a glimmer of cold light flashed through the darkness. A shadow darted forth, almost soundlessly, leaping from the nearby underbrush. The blade, held low, aimed to evade the reflection of the lantern's flame, and with lightning speed, it lunged towards Fang Chen within the dragon carriage. Chapter 24, Thunderous Slaughter. A breakthrough once more. Someone covets my throne. The first to sense the impending threat was Yu Huatian, who had been faithfully accompanying the dragon carriage. Upon catching sight of the glinting cold light, he immediately raised his voice in alarm. Drawing his sword, he charged towards the direction of the assassin. Little did he know. The assassin merely snorted disdainfully and abruptly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to a mere yard from the dragon carriage. Though Yu Huatian acted swiftly, he was already too late to provide assistance. At that moment, a member of the Dragon Guard, recognizing the urgency of the situation, chose not to draw his sword but instead wielded both sword and sheath, advancing to strike down at the cloaked figure. Thud! As weapons clashed, the Dragon Guard was sent flying, momentarily halting the assassin's advance. Seeking death, the assassin's eyes gleamed with malice, and in the next instant, a chilling gust of wind swept from behind. Clang! Another resounding clash of steel echoed, causing Yu Huatian to grunt and retreat 2 or 3 steps. Late-stage acquired realm. A wave of astonishment washed over Yu Huatian. This was a martial artist whose cultivation had nearly reached the innate stage. None present could rival him. Yet the only one capable of obstructing him, the esteemed eunuch Chao, was currently in the Chongqing Palace, unable to arrive in time. What an intriguing swordsmanship. The assassin cast a glance at Yu Huatian, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yu Huatian's sunflower sword technique was silent, yet ferociously lethal. A style unlike any he had previously encountered. Unfortunately, the old man had no time to indulge in games with them. Halt! Seeing the assassin turn towards the dragon carriage, Yu Huatian shouted sternly, preparing to charge forward. Rustle! Amidst the rustling sounds of swaying shadows, several figures, seamlessly merging with the night, surged forth. Engaging in a fierce battle with Yu Huatian and the Dragon Guard. Protect his majesty. Yu Huatian's heart raced with urgency, yet he found himself unable to break free, having to fend off the attackers while shouting desperately. Haha, who can stop me? The assassin sneered coldly at the Dragon Guard blocking his path, sweeping his sword with a fierce motion. With a clang, the long knife in the Dragon Guard's hand was shattered by the overwhelming force, blood splattering 3 feet. Lanterns tumbled to the ground, flickering briefly before extinguishing with a soft pop. Instantly, darkness enveloped the area surrounding the dragon carriage. Your Majesty! Both Yu Huatian and the Dragon Guard were struck with a profound shock, their minds blank. Little Emperor, today marks your demise. The assassin's gaze was as sharp as lightning, seemingly unaffected by the darkness as he fixed his eyes on the direction of the dragon carriage. With an icy tone, he infused his long sword with true energy and thrust it towards the dragon carriage. The ferocious sword Qi seemed capable of cleaving through any obstacle. Until clang. The sharp tip of the sword collided with something extraordinarily hard. The once unstoppable assassin suddenly felt as if he could advance no further. What? The assassin's expression changed drastically as he poured his internal energy into the strike, yet the sword's edge appeared unable to breach that layer of obstruction. In the darkness, a voice emerged. Do you wish to slay me? In that obscurity, Fang Chen's demeanor remained tranquil, his presence as steadfast and cold as an ice mountain, unyielding. His skin shimmered with a translucent light akin to that of exquisite glass, yet it emanated an indomitable strength. The blade pressed against his chest found it arduous to advance even a fraction. Invincible, had it not been for his last-minute decision to consume a spirit-gathering pill and fortuitously breaking through to the acquired stage while returning from the Xianjing Hall. His invulnerability would have sufficed to withstand the full force of a late-acquired stage expert. Nevertheless, even in the absence of this invincibility, Fang Chen harbored little concern. With his national revival points, acquiring a life-saving talisman from the system store was more than feasible. The only lingering regret would be the cost incurred. You. Hearing the black-clad figure's flustered voice, Fang Chen smirked. Your tactics are futile against me. Now it is my turn. As soon as the words left his lips, Fang Chen extended his hand, seizing the black-clad man's wrist. 6 storage celestial thief, activate. A thunderous sound erupted. The black-clad man felt his entire being's vital energy surge uncontrollably, seemingly drawn towards Fang Chen. He hastily attempted to break free from Fang Chen's grasp, only to be enveloped by an indescribable weight of pressure, as if a primal bloodline suppression rendered him immobile. Before Fang Chen's released Imperial Dragon Aura, even innate experts would feel its resonance. For a mere acquired practitioner to resist was but a delusion. In this ebb and flow, the black-clad man found himself kneeling, as if nailed to the ground, powerless to prevent Fang Chun from siphoning his inner strength and vital essence. In mere moments, he transformed into a gaunt figure resembling a skeleton in Fang Chen's grip. "You, what are you?" The black-clad man, his breath faint as a wisp, could scarcely muster the strength to speak. "You are not worthy to question me." Fang Chen regarded him with disdain, casually gesturing. His profound inner power caused the black-clad man's body to explode, disintegrating into countless fragments of flesh and blood. At that moment, within Fang Chen, pure vital energy surged like a torrential river, having absorbed the entirety of an acquired expert's strength and essence, propelling his realm to a breakthrough. Stepping firmly into the mid-acquired stage, when Yu Huatian and the others dispatched the remaining assassins and reignited the lanterns, they beheld Fang Chen standing with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the wreckage of the shattered dragon carriage. "Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" Yu Huatian, frantic with worry, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fang Chen, his expression betraying shock. Without the time to wipe the blood splattered upon him, he rushed forward and knelt on the ground. "I failed to protect you, Your Majesty, nearly allowing you to face grave peril. I am truly deserving of death. Heaven knows." When he saw the black-clad figure advancing toward the dragon carriage, his mind momentarily went blank. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's unscathed condition, the typically reticent Yu Huatian was nearly overcome with tears of joy. After all, he was still quite young, and this was his first encounter with such a perilous scene. His composure could be deemed commendable. "I am unharmed. A mere handful of assassins cannot inflict any harm upon me." However, it appeared that someone had grown impatient this night. Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light beneath the veil of night. The aura of unspoken authority emanating from him left Yu Huatian and the others inwardly astonished. Following his breakthrough, the Imperial Dragon aura surrounding Fang Chen had also intensified. The mere unconscious release of his oppressive presence compelled the surrounding palace attendants to prostrate themselves, trembling and unable to utter a single word. "Prepare the carriage. Let us return to the Chongqing Palace," Fang Chen commanded, surveying his surroundings. Within the scope of the Emperor's divination technique, no other unfamiliar or suspicious auras could be detected. "Understood," Yu Huatian responded promptly. At that moment, those accompanying him could only feel a sense of relief, having survived the ordeal. As for the recent events, such as the sudden disappearance of the black-clad assassin with late-stage innate cultivation, they had no time to ponder. Their sole focus was on safeguarding Fang Chen and ensuring his safe return to the Chongqing Palace. By the time Fang Chen arrived in the newly adorned dragon carriage at the Chongqing Palace, the ever-diligent chief eunuch Chao was already awaiting them outside with the attendant Kuai-Hua. "Your servant greets Your Majesty." With a thud, Chief Eunuch Chao knelt upon the ground, his voice laden with contrition. "As the Emperor's personal shadow guard, I have allowed Your Majesty to find yourself in such peril. I am truly deserving of death. Once I identify the assailants, I shall ensure they suffer unspeakably." The cold glint in Chief Eunuch Chao's eyes and his chilling declarations sent shivers down the spine of all who heard him. Chapter 25, The Bloodbath at the Chongqing Hall. The unruly princess. Under the dark moon and howling winds, a scene of carnage unfolds. Fang Chen cast a glance at the ominous figure of Grand Eunuch Chao, who seemed ready to exude a malevolent aura at any moment. He then turned to the Dragon Guard, who were tasked with his protection. "Go to the inner palace to collect the medical expenses and rewards. If questioned, simply state it is my imperial decree." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Dragon Guards, intimidated by Fang Chen's imposing presence, were initially taken aback, fearing they would be blamed for their inadequate protection. Their hearts lightened, soon transforming their trepidation into overwhelming joy. "Come with me to speak," Fang Chen commanded. He cast a glance at Grand Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian. "Where is the Empress Dowager?" "Once seated upon the dragon throne." Fang Chen inquired of Grand Eunuch Chao. "Your Majesty, according to the report from Eunuch Kuei-Hua, the Empress Dowager has been reciting scriptures for the late Emperor in the Changlu Palace all day. There has been no one entering or exiting the palace." Grand Eunuch Chao replied, seemingly anticipating the intent behind Fang Chen's question. "The ancestral tombs require the Emperor of Deqian to lead the officials in the rites. while the Empress Dowager must remain in her palace all day, reciting scriptures and offering prayers for the late emperor. However, from the behavior observed in Changlu Palace today, it is evident that those plotting this assassination do not belong to her faction. Your Majesty, there is much to ponder in this matter. Grand Eunuch Chao had contemplated various possibilities since receiving news of Fong Chen's assassination attempt. These assassins possess an intimate understanding of the ancestral rites and the palace layout. They calculated your return to the Qingqing Hall with precision, even timing their ambush for when the palace would be least guarded. Lurking near the Xianqin Hall where the fewest palace attendants were stationed. The mastermind behind this operation is likely within the palace itself. Fong Chen, upon hearing this, maintained an ambiguous expression. It is also possible that the orchestrator, although not currently within the palace, is familiar with its layout. Fong Chen's words left Yu Huatian somewhat perplexed. Yet Grand Eunuch Chao immediately grasped his meaning, his complexion shifting slightly. After a long silence, Grand Eunuch Chao finally spoke in a hushed tone. Before the late emperor's passing, he had 13 sons. Of these, 9 were raised within the confines of the inner palace. Since your Majesty ascended the throne, only 2 remain in the imperial capital, the 4th prince, the current Qi Wang, who is said to be leaving the capital for his fief in a month, and the 7th prince, who is currently studying at Langyu Academy. Upon hearing Grand Eunuch Chao's explanation, Yu Huatian's expression turned one of astonishment. The names of these 2 princes had reached his ears upon entering the palace. The 4th prince, Qi Wang, is the son of a legitimate daughter from one of the 10 prominent families, the Ji clan. The 7th prince, on the other hand, is a pupil of Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu, renowned for his quick wit and ability to recite 100 poems by the age of 3. He is presently studying at the Langyu Academy, revered as a sanctuary of learning, and is admired by countless scholars. Prior to the late emperor's demise, both were among the most favored candidates for the throne, each possessing their own supporters from the previous dynasty. If tonight's assassination is indeed the work of these 2 individuals, it presents quite a conundrum. Regardless of who it may be, any harm inflicted upon His Majesty shall not go unpunished by me. After a prolonged silence, Chief Eunuch Chao spoke slowly. From the moment he was chosen as a shadow eunuch, his life has existed solely for the Emperor of Deqian. For Fong Chen, who granted him a second chance at life, Chief Eunuch Chao's remaining days are dedicated entirely to him. Should anyone wish to bring harm to Fong Chen, they must first take his life. Patience, Fong Chen remarked, casting a glance at Chief Eunuch Chao. Whether it be the affliction of noble factions or the ambitious princes coveting the throne, Fong Chen shall resolve each matter in due time, though not at this moment. With the failure of tonight's assassination, his brothers will likely become somewhat more subdued, refraining from making a display before him for the time being. However, this attempt on his life has provided me with a pretext to cleanse the harem. Fong Chen continued, directing his gaze towards Chief Eunuch Chao. How goes the progress of the Sunflower Eunuchs? Chief Eunuch Chao nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, a total of 17 individuals have successfully broken through to the postnatal realm. 26 have ascended to the 8th and 9th ranks of martial artists, while 3 faced failure in their attempts, though fortunately, their levels have not declined. Fong Chen listened calmly. The failure of only 3 individuals was slightly more favorable than he had anticipated. Convey my decree, under the guise of purging the palace tonight. Eliminate all spies surrounding Qingqing Palace. Over the past month, Fong Chen had not only trained over 40 sunflower eunuchs, but they had also served as his eyes and ears, strategically positioned around Qingqing Palace. Coupled with Chief Eunuch Chao's guidance and training, they were now sufficiently adept to discern which individuals were merely ordinary maids and guards, and which were suspicious figures likely to be spies planted by the Empress Dowager and the former dynasty. Yes, Yu Huatian responded with renewed vigor, solemnly accepting the command. The 40-odd sunflower eunuchs standing behind him instantly displayed fierce determination, akin to wolves poised to be unleashed. This marked the sunflower eunuchs' inaugural operation in earnest, presenting them with the perfect opportunity to prove their worth to Fong Chen. Under the cover of darkness, as the winds howled, it was indeed a night for bloodshed. Soon, the hour of the 3rd watch arrived, the perfect time for such deeds. The atmosphere within and around Qingqing Palace was enveloped in an eerie silence. A hurriedly moving young eunuch, having departed from Qingqing Palace, made his way along the lengthy corridor towards the direction of Changlu Palace. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, startling the young eunuch, who turned to glance behind him, only to find an empty void. Just as he released a sigh of relief, a hand silently covered his face. Simultaneously, A short sword pierced through his heart without a sound. The young eunuch's pupils rapidly constricted, widened, and then ultimately became glazed over. As his limbs went limp and fell to his sides, the lantern tumbled aside, flickering a few times before extinguishing completely. Immediately, two shadowy figures swiftly stuffed his lifeless body into a sack. After meticulously wiping away the bloodstains on the ground, they departed, leaving everything impeccably clean. Accomplished in the blink of an eye. In the confines of a certain chamber within the imperial quarters, several young eunuchs lay sprawled on straw mats, deeply immersed in slumber. A gust of wind rattled the window frames, yet it failed to rouse the slumbering eunuchs. One of them turned over, intent on resuming his sleep, when suddenly, a chilling pain pierced his throat. Startled awake as if from a nightmarish vision, the young eunuch fixated intently on the figure beside him. Just as he began to believe that the preceding events were merely a figment of his imagination and attempted to draw a breath, a torrent of blood gushed from his neck wound, surging into his trachea. This only elicited gurgling sounds from his throat. After a brief moment, his eyes widened in terror. His face turned a shade of purple as he succumbed to suffocation. Until the very end, he never discerned who had dealt the fatal blow. Such harrowing scenes continued to unfold in the vicinity of the Chongqing Hall that very night. Chapter 26. The Shocked Empress Dowager. The Dismayed Former Dynasty. The New Emperor's Tactics. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth. The inhabitants of the imperial capital had awakened from their slumber, ready to embark on a new day's toil. The palace maids and young eunuchs of the Chongqing Hall also rose, preparing for the day ahead. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the monitoring courtyard shattered the morning's tranquility. What on earth was happening? An elderly eunuch, with fingers delicately poised, rushed into the room, his eyes wide in anticipation of reprimanding someone. However, upon glimpsing the lifeless body sprawled on the grass mat in the corner, half of it stained crimson with blood, his face contorted in shock, and he promptly fainted. In the Chonglu Palace, the Empress Dowager was being attended to by Lady Li as she prepared for the day. A figure hurriedly entered, exuding palpable urgency. What could be causing such haste? Noticing the distressed expression of the young palace maid, the Empress Dowager exchanged a knowing glance with Lady Li. "All of you leave us." Lady Li instructed the surrounding maids. "Yes, Your Highness." Once the others had departed, the kneeling young maid spoke urgently. "Your Highness, it is dire news. Our informants near Chongqing Hall have all been slain overnight." As her words hung in the air, the Empress Dowager's hand, which had been reaching for her rouge box, froze in mid-motion. It was as if she had only then grasped the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" The maid trembled under the Empress Dowager's fierce gaze, stammering her report anew. "This cannot be." The Empress Dowager's expression shifted tumultuously, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes quivering violently as she struggled to accept this harsh reality. These were individuals she had meticulously selected. How could they possibly be wiped out in a single night? Who could be responsible for such a calamity? At that moment, the Empress Dowager's heart felt as though it was bleeding. The sensation was akin to years of painstakingly cultivated endeavors suddenly collapsing overnight, a truth too painful to bear. "I have heard that the Emperor has recently established the so-called sunflower attendants." Lady Li furrowed her brow, her already weary face appearing even more forlorn. A mere handful of sunflower attendants, just a gaggle of inexperienced young eunuchs. How could they have possibly eliminated all of the carefully chosen individuals? As she pondered, the Empress Dowager abruptly halted. She recalled the previous occasions when she had attended court with Feng Qian, and when she had seen Yu Huatian accompany him to the Chonglu Palace. Could it be that these were remnants left for His Majesty by the late Emperor? Observing the change in the Empress Dowager's demeanor, Lady Li spoke softly, "The late Emperor." At the mention of this name, the Empress Dowager's eyes glimmered with a flicker of realization. Yet, she swiftly dismissed the notion. If he possessed such capabilities, he would not have. As if struck by an epiphany, the Empress Dowager abruptly ceased her thoughts. A heavy silence enveloped Chonglu Palace. The only sound resonating was the rapid beating of their hearts. "Please investigate the origins of this sunflower minister thoroughly. My plans must not be disrupted." Li Mama nodded, acknowledging the command. At the Ji residence, the head of the household had just received intelligence from the palace. In the study, a masked figure clad in black presented the information to a refined and scholarly middle-aged man dressed in blue. The middle-aged man opened his eyes to scrutinize the letter before him, as if lost in contemplation, before reaching out to take it. However, upon merely glancing at the contents, his pupils constricted sharply. An assassination attempt had failed, and all informants near the Chongqing Palace had been eliminated overnight? Each piece of news took Ji Mianji considerable time to process. Master, what should we do next? The black-clad figure knelt on the ground, gazing at Ji Mianji with a look of uncertainty. This morning, when the letter had first emerged from the palace, his initial reaction had been one of shock as well. Ji Mianji's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he spoke slowly. First, notify the others. The immediate priority is to conceal our identities. If our identities are discovered, even divine intervention cannot save us. Understood. Observing Ji Mianji's grave demeanor, the black-clad figure dared not delay and was about to rise to leave when he was halted. Wait. Take this letter to Prince Qi. He will know what to do after reading it. The black-clad figure felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he received the confidential letter from Ji Mianji. Tucking it into his garments, he hurriedly departed. At the residence of the Prime Minister, a gentle breeze stirred the still waters. Next to the elegant lotus pond, Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly man with white hair. Prime Minister, a middle-aged scholar, approached Zhang Wenyu, casting a glance at the white-haired elder. What is it? Zhang Wenyu's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard as he picked up a white jade piece. News just arrived from the palace. The new emperor was attacked last night, and the assassins have all been wiped out. The informants near Chongqing Palace were eradicated overnight. Zhang Wenyu's hand faltered mid-move, and he and the elderly man exchanged raised eyebrows almost simultaneously. This was indeed significant news. The white-haired elder clapped his hands. The top 10 noble families must have received this news by now. They are likely in a furious uproar. Zhang Wenyu shook his head, placing his piece on the board. Just a few informants. The elderly man smiled mysteriously. Do you believe it is merely a matter of a few informants? The most frightening aspect of this situation is that the new emperor, who had been silent, has now made a startling move. Quietly, he has executed his plans. Yet, we still cannot discern how many cards he holds. Zhang Wenyu fell silent, his mind drifting back to the earlier court session. Recalling the enigmatic aura that Fang Chen had exuded, it was a sensation that no other prince had ever evoked in him before. The game of chess is momentarily set aside. I must return to the academy. During my absence, I fear that the mischievous seventh may have stirred up some trouble within its walls. The elderly man, with flowing white hair, rose hastily and addressed Zhang Wenyu with a note of caution. Be careful. With that, he departed in a hurry. Zhang Wenyu remained silent, gazing at the chessboard with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the recently placed white jade piece shattered into several fragments. In the Chongqing Hall, as the first rays of morning light graced the entrance, Fang Chun, seated upon the dragon throne, opened his eyes as if sensing something. It is nearly time. His gaze revealed no hint of fatigue, only an infinite calmness and detachment, as if everything were well within his control. Fang Chun awaited something in quiet anticipation. Ding! You and your subordinates have discovered a coveted stronghold, narrowly escaping a perilous assassination attempt. Fortunately, you remained composed in the face of danger and successfully averted this crisis. United in purpose, you and your subordinates have eliminated nearby suspicious elements. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired a territory of your own. This territory will serve as the first stronghold for your restoration. In the future, it will play an indispensable role for both you and the Deqian. Post-restoration value 3,000. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check promptly. Chapter 27. The Blood Transformation Divine Blade, Unrivaled. The corrupt dragon martial guards. At long last, the perils surrounding the Chongqing Palace have been eradicated. Henceforth, whether it be the Empress Dowager or the remnants of the former dynasty, their attempts to extend their grasp towards me shall be as arduous as climbing to the heavens. After all, the Chongqing Palace is now fortified with the vigilant presence of the Sunflower attendants, alongside the shadowy eunuch, Lord Chao, who possesses innate abilities. It is utterly impossible for those with ulterior motives to approach me unnoticed. Fang Chen stretched lazily, reclining comfortably upon the dragon throne, and accessed the system interface. Let me see what rewards await me this time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a martial arts reward, the Blood Transformation Divine Blade. The Blood Transformation Divine Blade? The name sounds rather formidable. Fang Chen blinked and opened the detailed description of the Blood Transformation Divine Blade. Blood Transformation Divine Blade, unrivaled in its might. Wielding formidable blood energy, it strikes with a single blow. The stronger the blood energy coalesced, the more ferocious the blade's force. It can pierce through the protective barrier of a foe's qi. To pierce through protective qi, Fang Chen's gaze lingered on the final line of text, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Qi, or Gang Qi, is a martial skill that practitioners achieve after reaching a certain level of cultivation, compressing their internal energy into a fierce and unmatched force that can be released externally. It is a common method of attack and defense for innate martial artists and is often seen as a hallmark of entering the innate realm. However, it is noteworthy that some practitioners of the acquired realm can also manifest Gang Qi, albeit far less stable and potent than that of their innate counterparts. Certain innate martial artists can sustain their Gang Qi for extended periods, creating a protective barrier around themselves, and even transform their Qi into a blade, utilizing it as a means of offense. In contrast, the Gang Qi of acquired martial artists typically serves merely as an element of surprise in their attacks. The potency and efficacy of each warrior's Gang Qi can vary significantly. The Blood Transformation Divine Blade, however, possesses the ability to shatter an opponent's protective Gang Qi, providing a means of countering adversaries who employ such techniques during encounters in the acquired realm. Nonetheless, the formidable nature of the Blood Transformation Divine Blade renders it unsuitable for the Sunflower attendants to practice. The likes of Yu Huatian and other Sunflower attendants possess a Yin-based constitution, should they attempt to cultivate the Blood Transformation Divine Blade. The clash of these fundamentally opposing internal energies would yield results akin to those experienced by Lord Chao during his initial training in extreme Yin techniques. This would not only prove ineffective for their cultivation, but could also hinder their progress. While Lord Chao's Tiangang Child technique is equally domineering, it does not belong to the same category as the Blood Transformation Divine Blade and is thus also ill-suited for its cultivation. Whom should this martial art be bestowed upon? Surely, it cannot be for his own cultivation. Although, it is not without merit, as the Blood Transformation Divine Blade does not impose high requirements on one's constitution. Moreover, Fang Chen possesses the 6 libraries of the Celestial Thief within him, rendering him abundant in blood energy. Just as Fang Chen pondered these matters, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He opened the task interface. Ding. New task released. Task description at this moment. You not only possess your own stronghold, but also have a loyal cohort of subordinates. You finally feel a glimmer of confidence in your ability to restore your kingdom. With lofty aspirations, you seek to recruit more followers and train them into a truly elite force. Task requirement. Within a year, cultivate a distinguished elite troop. Elite troop. Fang Chen gazed at these 4 characters for a long while. Although the system did not specify an exact number, it was clear that a mere few dozen individuals could hardly be considered an elite force. Surely, one must begin with at least 100? No wonder the system granted me a year. Of course, this is in reference to my current status as a fallen monarch. Nevertheless, I am still the ruler of Deqian. Acquiring a group of capable individuals should not be overly challenging. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Yu Huatian entered the room. Your Majesty, what are your commands? Standing outside, Yu Huatian awaited orders, a faint aura of bloodlust still lingering around him, accentuating his strikingly delicate and handsome features, resembling a jade-faced demon. Investigate the dragon guards who protected me last night, Fang Chen instructed casually. Understood. Without a hint of doubt, Yu Huatian turned and exited. Within less than a day, information regarding several dragon guards reached Fang Chen. Baoing Xiang, from Chongqing, a beginner martial artist. Su Yu, from Guishi, a 9th-grade martial artist. Fang Chen reviewed the profiles of these individuals meticulously. Were the recruitment criteria for the dragon guards not set at a 3rd-grade beginning? How is it that these individuals possess strengths above the 7th grade, with some even reaching the acquired level? As he pondered this, the figure of Eunuch Chao appeared beside the table. Your Majesty, the starting requirement for the dragon guards is indeed 3rd-grade martial artists. But this only applies to those from noble families. Ordinary individuals must be at least 7th-grade martial artists to gain entry. Furthermore, even after joining the Dragon Guards, their status remains inferior to that of the noble disciples. Any menial or perilous tasks are typically assigned to them, while it is the noble disciples who ultimately rise to prominence within the Dragon Guards, Eunuch Chao explained softly. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes, and he chuckled lightly. It seems that not only the previous dynasty, but even my dragon guards have been thoroughly infiltrated by these noble families. Although his tone remained steady, an underlying chill was evident. It was no wonder he felt anger. The dragon guards, as the royal elite, were meant to protect the emperor. Yet, they had become a shortcut for the noble disciples to seek advancement, while the diligent martial artists at the bottom, striving for opportunities, were left to toil in obscurity. Yet, despite their relentless efforts, they see no way forward. Does your Majesty intend to reform the Dragon Guard? Chief Eunuch Chao scrutinized Fang Chun with cautious speculation. Reform? Fang Chun scoffed. The Dragon Guard is a coveted position that the scions of noble families would never relinquish. Moreover, the institution is riddled with deep-seated issues, already plagued by countless flaws. Attempting to mend one breach may inadvertently create an even larger one. In light of this, it may be wiser to leave things as they are. The phrase leave things as they're visibly stirred Chief Eunuch Chao. In the past, Emperor Xiaoming had also contemplated reforming the Dragon Guard. However, it merely resulted in patching one wall while compromising another, swiftly devolving into a disjointed situation. Ultimately, he was compelled to abandon the endeavor. After all, regarding the interests of the Dragon Guard, the 10 great families have always presented a united front, demonstrating remarkable solidarity. Even the wisest of emperors cannot contend against the collective strength of many. Tomorrow, summon the individuals on this list to the Chengqing Hall. I have matters to discuss with them. Fang Chun instructed Yu Huatian. Understood. Yu Huatian nodded. Chapter 28. The Emperor's Grace, an opportunity to rise. Recruiting talents. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. The following day, within the Chengqing Hall, several members of the Dragon Guard knelt upon the ground, their voices resonating with strength. You may rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fang Chun sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze scrutinizing them with an unflinching demeanor. Although his expression bore no emotion, the aura of silent authority exuded a formidable pressure, compelling the Dragon Guards to steady themselves with great effort. What has caused the injuries upon you? Fang Chun's gaze fell upon their faces, noting the varying degrees of bruises they bore, evidently recent. And nothing, Your Majesty, we assure you, they stammered. But the flicker of doubt in their eyes did not escape Fang Chun's keen observation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Fang Chun leaned back in his chair and spoke with a measured tone. Nothing? Do you not realize that deceiving the Emperor is a capital offense? At these words, the expressions of the Dragon Guards shifted noticeably. I shall grant you another opportunity. What truly befell your faces? Under the dual pressure of his tone and presence, one guard could no longer withstand it and fell to his knees, bowing his head. Your Majesty, these injuries were inflicted by our superiors. Fang Chun's eyes flickered with interest, though his exterior remained composed. Continue. The Dragon Guards, compelled to speak the truth, recounted their tale without concealment. A few days ago, when the Emperor was attacked, we valiantly defended His Majesty and were honored with a reward. We were overjoyed to receive our silver in the palace, but little did we know that our superiors, upon learning of this, demanded the rewards be surrendered. When we refused, we were soundly beaten, and even the medical expenses for our injuries were seized. The Dragon Guards lowered their heads in shame. Fang Chun listened intently, silent yet exuding an increasingly palpable chill that even the seasoned eunuch Chao found difficult to endure. Do you allow these noble families to bully you? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Chun spoke slowly. Your Majesty, it is not that we do not wish to resist, but rather that we cannot. One of the Dragon Guards replied with a bitter smile. When we first joined the Dragon Guard, we were naive and would rise against oppression. Yet, those who wield influence swiftly ensured our demotion to the lowest ranks. Not only were we forced to undertake menial and arduous tasks, but we also received the meagerest wages. In our most desperate times, we could only afford watery porridge and vegetables, barely enough to stave off hunger. Our families, with elderly parents and children relying on us, await our meager earnings to survive. After this lesson, who would dare oppose them? As they spoke, tears welled in the eyes of the Dragon Guards. Even Yu Huatian and Eunuch Chao standing by were ablaze with fury. In particular, Yu Huatian was instantly reminded of the oppression he once endured at the hands of Wei Xian, and a wave of empathetic kinship surged within him. What is your name? Fang Chun's gaze settled upon the Dragon Martial Guard, who had spoken moments earlier. He recognized him as the first guard who intervened during his assassination attempt the previous night. A standout among his peers. Your Majesty, this humble servant is Bowing Xiang, the guard declared loudly. Fang Chun nodded slightly, surveying Bowing Xiang and his companions. If I were to offer you an opportunity to rise above your station and no longer suffer oppression, would you be willing to endure some hardship first? To Bowing Xiang and the others, Fang Chun's gaze was more terrifying than any form of torture or interrogation. Just a single glance seemed to expose all their thoughts before him. Your Majesty, I am willing to try. Although Bowing Xiang found Fang Chun's proposition somewhat vague, the thought of the opportunity he mentioned compelled him to speak resolutely. I am willing to try. The other Dragon Martial Guards echoed eagerly. For them, without such an opportunity, they would be forever trapped within the palace, relegated to the status of lowly guards, with the constant threat of perilous tasks looming over them. They faced a lifetime devoid of prospects. Given this reality, what danger would they not dare to confront? Very well. Fang Chen glanced at Eunuch Chao, who understood the cue and stepped forward, casting a thin martial arts manual toward Bao Xiang and the others. What is this? As they opened the manual, the images of sword techniques immediately captivated their attention, a palpable aura of bloodlust seemingly ready to burst forth from the pages. You are all adept with blades. You should recognize the value of this sword technique. Fang Chen observed their changing expressions while speaking nonchalantly. The blood transformation divine blade can pierce through vital energies. Bao Xiang was the first to grasp the significance of this line, taking a deep breath. Such a ferocious technique. Yet, it is perilous. The blood transformation divine blade requires the user's vitality to unleash its terrifying power. Otherwise, there is a risk of being harmed by its malevolent energy. This technique is a double-edged sword. A single misstep could lead to self-inflicted harm. No wonder Fang Chen had asked them if they were willing to face challenges. Your Majesty grants you 10 days to cultivate the blood transformation divine blade. After 10 days, I shall personally assess your progress. Should you pass my evaluation, you will be freed from the depths of the Dragon Martial Guards. Eunuch Chao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice soft yet resonating with the poise of a true master. 10 days passed. The demeanor of Bao came to a subtle shift. Although they were unaware of the extent of Master Chao's martial prowess, his mere presence exuded an aura of towering authority, akin to a mountain. Clearly, he was not an adversary they could easily vanquish. Allow me to express a word of caution. His Majesty values you highly, hence this opportunity has been afforded to you. However, I assure you that my actions will be devoid of mercy. A faint smile graced Master Chao's lips, causing the wrinkles on his face to ripple. Yet his words instilled a chilling unease deep within. Having lived the first half of his life as a shadowy eunuch, he seldom engaged with others, fostering a demeanor of cold rigidity. Although he had recently made more frequent appearances, none, save for Fang Chen, could truly capture Master Chao's attention. Even he himself was merely the most effective blade in Fang Chen's arsenal. Since His Majesty has placed his trust in this servant, I shall undoubtedly strive to meet His Majesty's expectations. Bao Xiang's expression fluctuated several times, as if he had resolved himself. Kneeling on the ground, he clasped his hands and spoke in a solemn tone. The servant is also willing to give it a try. Several members of the Dragon Martial Guards resolutely declared. This was precisely what Fang Chen required. Without a hint of fervor, what was the point of practicing the blood transformation divine blade? Chapter 29, The Fallen Dragon Warriors. Overstepping boundaries. The blood transformation divine blade is a technique that augments one's blade intent through the essence of one's own blood. The stronger the blood essence you condense, the more ferocious the blade's momentum becomes. However, the extent of its ferocity when wielding the blood transformation divine blade ultimately hinges upon the state of one's heart and mind. As yet another day of training concluded, the sight of a group of exhausted dragon warriors sprawled on the ground drew a shake of the head from Eunuch Chao. His eyes filled with an expression of disappointment akin to that of a mentor frustrated by his pupil's lack of progress. After 4 or 5 days of practice, is this the extent of your understanding of the blood transformation divine blade? You can't even break through the outer layer of my protective innate energy. If you remain at this level in 5 days, you might as well pack your belongings and leave. With those words, Eunuch Chao departed from the training ground. Brother Bao, with only 5 days remaining, do you think we can truly master the blood transformation divine blade? A group of dragon warriors exchanged glances, turning their eyes toward Bao Xiang. The innate energy of Eunuch Chao is denser than my very life. Even if we were to exhaust every ounce of our vital energy, we might not breach Eunuch Chao's innate defenses. Even among innate experts, there exists a disparity in their energy. Moreover, the technique Eunuch Chao practices, the Heavenly Gang Young Master's skill, enhances his innate energy even further. His innate strength is comparable to that of mid-stage innate experts. For Bao Xiang and the others, who have yet to transcend to the innate realm, aspiring to refine the blood transformation divine blade to a level capable of overcoming Eunuch Chao's innate energy within 10 days is, without a doubt, a fanciful dream. Otherwise, we might as well abandon this trial altogether. Even granting us an additional 10 days would yield no results. To cultivate the blood transformation divine blade, I have barely slept for 2 hours over the past few days, all while fulfilling my duties during the day. Due to my poor state of mind, that fellow surnamed Luo has confronted me several times. A few dragon warriors began to waver in their resolve. Brother Bao, what about you? With all eyes upon him, Bao Xiang's steadfast gaze flickered momentarily. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. I still wish to give it another try. Upon hearing Bao Xiang's words, the other dragon warriors hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sigh. If that is the case, we shall not disturb your training any further. My watch is about to commence, and I must hurry. I cannot allow that surnamed Luo to catch me off guard. Brother Bao, your determination is indeed unwavering. Several dragon warriors shook their heads, yet supported Bao Xiang's decision. After they departed, Bao Xiang made slight adjustments, drawing his sword. Blood transformation, divine blade. As the words fell from his lips, a faint aura of blood energy enveloped the pristine blade, exuding an inexplicable and ominous ferocity. Simultaneously, beads of sweat began to form on Bao Xiang's forehead, as though he were enduring immense strain. Nevertheless, undeterred, he continued his rigorous and meticulous training of the blood transformation divine blades techniques, repeating the movements over and over again. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Bao Xiang continued to dedicate any spare moment to practicing the blood transformation divine blade. Whether it was due to the diligence rewarded by the heavens or the prior guidance from Lord Chao, it indeed bore some fruit. Over these few days, Bao Xiang felt as though his comprehension of the blood transformation divine blade had notably advanced. Soon, the time for the 10-day assessment, as mentioned by Feng Chun, arrived. After concluding his duty for the day, Bao Xiang intended to hasten toward the training grounds. Stop. A languid yet inexplicably irksome voice drifted from behind him. Bao Xiang furrowed his brow upon hearing it, silently cursing his misfortune. Turning around, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a blue Dragon Guardian uniform. Approaching him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lord Luo, what business do you have? Bao Xiang inquired respectfully, cupping his hands in salute. Luo Zifeng was his superior, who, despite not hailing from one of the 10 great clans, had ingratiated himself with the Wu family, one of those clans, thereby attaining the position of a small squad leader. He routinely exerted his authority over the lower-ranking dragon guardians like Bao Xiang. I have matters to attend to today. You will cover my shift, Luo Zifeng commanded, casting a cursory glance at Bao Xiang. My lord, I have pressing matters of my own. Might I request another replacement? Bao Xiang replied, his brow knitting in concern. Pressing matters? What could a mere dragon guardian like you possibly have that warrants such urgency? Luo Zifeng expressed surprise. Having never before heard Bao Xiang refuse him, his expression shifted to one of disdain as he scrutinized Bao Xiang, clearly skeptical of the latter's claims. In any case, it is truly impossible for me today. I beseech you, Lord Luo, to select another, Bao Xiang insisted, eager to extricate himself from the conversation. However, he was once again halted by Luo Zifeng. You insolent wretch, I noticed your inattentiveness during your shift today. You have neglected your duties. I am offering you an opportunity to redeem yourself, and you dare to refuse. Luo Zifeng's demeanor had long been arrogant and overbearing towards lower-ranking dragon guardians like Bao Xiang. Not only did he exploit their salaries, but he also routinely resorted to physical intimidation. Bao Xiang's defiance was of no concern to him. Today, however, he required Bao Xiang, a fellow warrior at the acquired realm, to fill in for his duties at the Chongqing Hall, hence his condescension in addressing him. Seeing Bao Xiang refuse his offer of alcohol, Luo Zifeng's anger flared, and he swung a fist towards Bao Xiang's face. Lord Luo, please do not push me too far. Bao Xiang exclaimed, leaping back at the sound of the wind rushing past him. Push you too far? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will dare to ride on my back tomorrow. Luo Zifeng sneered, and as soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a torrent of attacks. Though he was a slacker, his years had lent him considerable experience. Coupled with his family's influence, he had reached the mid-stage of the acquired realm. He believed he could easily handle Bao Xiang, who was merely at the initial stage of the acquired realm. Indeed, under Luo Zifeng's relentless assault, Bao Xiang appeared increasingly outmatched. A sudden blow struck his shoulder. Lord Luo, if you do not cease immediately, do not blame me for the consequences. The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder only fueled the raging fury within Bao Xiang's heart. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, struggling to suppress the urge to draw it. Yet, Luo Zifeng, witnessing this, displayed no fear. Instead, he sneered. What? Have you grown bolder and dared to confront your superior with drawn blades? You ought to consider your own limitations. Today, even if I were to sever your arm, it would be a consequence of your own making. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Zifeng drew his sword with a speed akin to thunder, aiming it at Bao Xiang. Already at a disadvantage, Bao Yingxiang's situation grew dire. With a swift slash, the blade grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. The intense pain ignited a tempest of rage within him, rendering him unable to contain it any longer. "You have forced my hand." With sword in hand, Bao Yingxiang felt his blood boil, surging through him like wildfire, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. At that moment, all that existed for him was the adversary before him. As his murderous intent surged uncontrollably, an infinite aura of bloodlust enveloped him, causing the blade in his grasp to shimmer with a profound, sanguine energy. Chapter 30. Defiance against authority. Sacrifice your blood to the blade. A horde of parasites. What is this? As Bao Yingxiang held the blade, blood energy writhed around it, moving as if it were a living entity. Luo Zifeng was engulfed in uncertainty, coupled with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. At that moment, Bao Yingxiang appeared transformed, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence that was almost daunting. "This is all you're doing." At this juncture, Bao Yingxiang was consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood, even as the vitality drained from him. The sensation of it being channeled into the blade weighed heavily upon him. Yet, contrary to his usual restraint at the brink of exhaustion, he seemed to enter an enigmatic state. In this altered state, his vision, hearing, speed, and perception had markedly intensified. To him, Luo Zifeng's every movement appeared to slow to a crawl. With a surge of newfound prowess, Bao Yingxiang stepped forward, swinging the blade with a near-perfect arc, its crimson glow reminiscent of a blood-red crescent moon. Not good. A wave of imminent peril washed over Luo Zifeng, a visceral instinct honed by his martial training. He swiftly brandished his sword, pouring all his strength into the counterattack. Boom. At the point of collision between their energies, a deafening explosion erupted. Luo Zifeng was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. This fellow, how could he possibly withstand my energy? Though the chasm between the realms of acquired mastery was not insurmountable, it was not easily bridged either. Despite Luo Zifeng's advantages from his family's influence, he was genuinely a mid-stage practitioner. While certain techniques could mitigate this disparity, someone like Bao Yingxiang, with his grassroots origins, could not possibly compare in foundational strength. There was something amiss with this boy. I must find a way to uncover his secrets. Just as Luo Zifeng was deep in thought, a sudden chill enveloped him. From the swirling mist, a flash of crimson light shot forth. Oh no! Luo Zifeng's eyes widened. Realizing it was too late to react with his sword, he could only summon his final defense, the protective energy of his body. As a mid-stage practitioner, he had barely managed to condense this protective barrier, which would shield his vital areas above the chest. However, it offered him a semblance of reassurance. He could not believe that a mere early-stage practitioner could breach his defenses. In the next instant, the blood light grazed his neck. Ugh! Luo Zifeng's eyes widened, as if time itself had frozen. What kind of sword technique is this? How could it? Against the crimson blade energy, his once impenetrable protective barrier felt as if it had been rendered utterly ineffective. Bao Yingxiang's cold voice echoed, "Use your blood to honor the blade." Luo Zifeng's lips moved slightly, as if he were about to utter something. A spray of crimson blossomed from his neck, accompanied by a lethal blade of energy that transformed into a cascade of blood. In an instant, the upper half of Luo Zifeng's body was drenched in red. With a resounding thud, Luo Zifeng collapsed to the ground, a pool of bright blood rapidly spreading and staining the floor. As Luo Zifeng's body fell with a thunderous crash, Bao Yingxiang felt as though he had lost all strength. He knelt on one knee, barely able to support himself with the hilt of his blade. This was the first time he had unleashed the full power of the blood transformation divine blade in actual combat. The potency and consumption far exceeded his expectations. Even more astonishing was the realization that he had, in fact, killed Luo Zifeng. A sudden sound from behind him caused Bao Yingxiang to stiffen instantly. "Look at your usually honest demeanor. I never imagined you could be so audacious behind the scenes, even daring to strike down your superior." He turned rigidly to see Eunuch Chao standing behind him, surveying Luo Zifeng's lifeless form in the pool of blood. Upon witnessing Eunuch Chao's indifferent expression, Bao Yingxiang's lips twitched as he attempted to speak. After a prolonged silence, he managed a wry smile and uttered, "I must confess, I currently lack the strength to wield the blood transformation divine blade again. I fear I may not pass your test." Chao's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that Bao Yingxiang would express such a sentiment. "You have harmed a colleague, and according to the regulations of the Longwu Guard, that is a capital offense. Are you not afraid?" Bao Yingxiang let out another bitter laugh. "What has done is done. There is no point in denying it now." I can only hope that I will bear the responsibility alone and that my family will not be implicated. After hearing Bao Xiang's words, Chao's gaze shifted thoughtfully. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand and began to applaud. Well, what a responsible man you are. Come with me. With that, he turned and made his way towards the Chiching Hall. Bao Xiang was taken aback, watching as eunuch Chao's figure receded into the distance. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his waning strength and followed after him. In the Chengqing Hall, Fang Chun did not review memorials as he usually did. Instead, he sat with his eyes closed, leaning against the dragon throne, seemingly in a state of quiet contemplation, until a voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, Bao Xiang has been brought forth. Fang Chun slowly opened his eyes, observing the two men kneeling before him, eunuch Chao and Bao Xiang. His gaze passed over Bao Xiang, and he suddenly remarked, You have gained some understanding of the intent behind the blood transformation divine blade. At this declaration, both men displayed varying degrees of astonishment. Eunuch Chao was somewhat accustomed to Fang Chun's piercing insight, which could see through everything with a mere glance. However, for Bao Xiang, it was the first time he truly comprehended the extent of the Emperor's perceptiveness. The Emperor's gaze was as fierce as a torch. Indeed, he had, just moments ago, grasped certain aspects of the blood transformation divine blade's intent. However, given the limitations of his abilities, it was exceedingly challenging for the servant to execute this sword technique, inevitably disappointing His Majesty. Bao Xiang's face was awash with shame. Moreover, he had inadvertently slain his superior, a transgression deserving of the gravest punishment. He had anticipated that Fang Chun would erupt in furious anger upon hearing this, reprimanding him for his disregard for hierarchy. It was even conceivable that eunuch Chao might be ordered to execute him on the spot. Yet, to his astonishment, Fang Chun remained unfazed after listening, casually remarking, A death is but a death. The nonchalant tone left Bao Xiang momentarily speechless. Your Majesty does not blame me? After a prolonged silence, he ventured cautiously. Why should I blame you? Fang Chun replied. That group of corrupt, self-serving vermin, let them perish. What is there to lament? He scrutinized Bao Xiang from head to toe. You have passed my test. Henceforth, you need not remain in the Longwu Guard. Come work by my side. Although Bao Xiang could occasionally be somewhat slow-witted, he was not lacking in talent, diligence, or loyalty. With the right guidance, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable asset. You foolish boy, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and express your gratitude. Eunuch Chao urged upon seeing Bao Xiang standing there in a daze. Yes, Your Majesty, I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Bao Xiang finally snapped back to reality, kneeling and bowing his head while chanting Long live the Emperor. Once he had finished his reverence, Fang Chun spoke again. I have another task for you. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Bao Xiang responded resolutely, As long as it is Your Majesty's command, I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Observing this, Fang Chun exchanged a knowing glance with eunuch Chao. Come with me. Eunuch Chao gestured for Bao Xiang to follow. They returned to the training grounds, which were now bustling with activity. Unlike before, when only Bao Xiang trained in solitude, the expansive arena was now filled with hundreds of people. Chapter 31. Rewards. Mastery of the Divine Blade. The shock of the dragon warriors, the mysterious deaths, the resounding voice of several hundred people echoed like thunder, reverberating with vitality. Even from several miles away, it could be faintly heard. Master Chao, what is this? Bao Xiang gazed at the crowd with a mix of confusion and curiosity. The attire they wore mirrored his own, the most common black uniform of the dragon warriors, their waist sheathed with identical blades. Clearly, these individuals hailed from the same ranks. They, like you, chose to join the dragon warriors due to their impoverished backgrounds. Yet, within the military, they have faced relentless suppression, unable to rise above their station. A subtle smile graced the fair complexion of Master Chao as he succinctly introduced the situation to Bao Xiang. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiang couldn't help but scrutinize the dragon warriors before him. Perhaps it was due to their shared plight that the gaze of these warriors towards him conveyed a sense of mutual understanding. They too were willing to endure any hardship to turn their fortunes around, which is why they had passed the trials. Among this group, you are the one who comprehends the blood transformation divine blade the quickest and is favored by His Majesty. Thus, His Majesty has appointed you to oversee the training of this group from today onward. You are to impart your insights on the divine blade without reservation, forging a battalion whose combat prowess vastly exceeds that of the dragon warriors. However, you must also ensure that your own training progress remains ahead of theirs. Following this, Master Chao articulated his demands. This, Bao Xiang was momentarily taken aback. What? Do you lack confidence? A hint of deliberate mockery flickered in Master Chao's eyes. Rest assured, I am confident. Bao Xiang's pride was ignited, and he declared loudly. The smile in Master Chao's eyes deepened, causing even the wrinkles to quiver slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious facade. He patted Bao Xiang on the shoulder and said deliberately, in that case, do not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. Bao Xiang nodded solemnly. You can rest easy, I will not. Having reached this juncture, he had no intention of turning back. The Dragon Warrior Division stood before imposing black iron gates, towering like mountains. Atop the gates coiled two black dragons, their long blades clutched in their mouths. With vivid dragon eyes surveying the throngs below, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, often instilling a chilling sensation in those who visited the Dragon Warrior Division for the first time. The Dragon Warriors bore the responsibility of guarding the Imperial City and protecting the sacred carriage. However, over the centuries, continuous interference from previous dynasties has reduced it to a mere tool for the wealthy families to amass fortunes. Today, although the external authority of the Dragon Warriors remains intact, the internal conduct has devolved into utter chaos. At this moment, seated in the position of Deputy Commander of the Dragon Warriors was a middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion and a full beard. Pan Hua furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the report before him. How could it be that within just a few days, the Dragon Guard had lost so many men? Cumulatively, it must amount to nearly 1,000, right? Although this number seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of the Dragon Guard. The thought of how to explain this to Huang Fuming upon his return weighed heavily on Pan Hua's mind. Reporting to the Deputy Commander, these individuals have been requisitioned by Lord Chao. Among them, there are even a few in the early stages of postnatal cultivation. One subordinate reported, his expression reflecting his discomfort. Early stages of postnatal cultivation? Pan Hua's face revealed a hint of surprise, which quickly morphed into contemplation. Although the Dragon Guard was not lacking in martial artists of the postnatal realm, this development led him to speculate. Deputy Commander, perhaps we should politely decline the next time Lord Chao arrives? The subordinate suggested tentatively. Politely decline? They are merely a handful of individuals, if they want them. Let them have them. It saves us from having to feed more mouths, Pan Hua replied, casting a sidelong glance at his subordinate. These days, the funds allocated to the Dragon Guard from the Imperial Treasury were dwindling, nearly leaving them in dire straits. Losing a few personnel might even alleviate some of the headaches for both him and Commander Huang Fu. The subordinate nodded obediently, though internally he held reservations. If the Dragon Guard truly relied on the meager stipends, they would have long since been unable to afford food for their thousands. By the way, have we clarified the situation regarding Luo Zifeng? Pan Hua inquired. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's face clouded with distress. Commander, it is not that we lack diligence. The manner of Captain Luo's death resembles that of someone who has been utterly drained of their essence. How can we ascertain the truth behind such a mystery? It appears that he was not killed by a person, but perhaps by some sort of malevolent entity before he could finish. Pan Hua delivered a sharp reprimand. Do not speak of such supernatural nonsense. Are we to tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Guard with such tales? At this point, Pan Hua felt increasingly unsettled. He had seen Luo Zifeng's corpse, and it was indeed bizarre. It was the first time he had encountered a body seemingly devoid of all blood. Strangely, there was but a single wound on the neck. If his memory served him correctly, this individual had managed to barely condense his vital energy, making him a formidable opponent among his peers. For someone to have taken him down was indeed unsettling. Contemplating the peculiar circumstances surrounding Luo Zifeng's demise sent chills down Pan Hua's spine. By his estimation, the assailant capable of delivering a fatal blow to a martial artist in the mid-stages of postnatal cultivation should possess at least the late stages of that same realm. Enough of this. It is also Wu Wei who keeps pestering me with inquiries, and I am thoroughly exasperated. If he comes again, just find any excuse to send him away, Pan Hua instructed, his impatience evident. The subordinate nodded in compliance, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chengqing Palace. Is it merely an illusion, or does it seem that after breaking through to the acquired stage, my cultivation speed has accelerated even further? After partaking of lunch in the Chengqing Palace, Fang Chen felt the pure energy derived from the digestion of food gradually flowing into his dantian, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of his cultivation. He was on the verge of reaching the mid-acquired stage, with a breakthrough imminent. The Liuli body refinement elixir indeed proved extraordinary. The inner strength and flesh of the acquired masters from earlier were also crucial. A moment of contemplation allowed Fang Chun to grasp the essence of it all. Otherwise, even if he indulged in feasting daily at the Qinqing Palace, the accumulation of energy could not occur at such a swift pace. Ding! At that moment, a familiar sound instantly captured all of Fang Chen's attention. Oh, it has arrived? With a thought, he accessed the system interface. Indeed, it was a notification that the task had been completed. In the name of the great Qian Emperor, you have gathered a group of industrious and ambitious individuals. They have been captivated by your charismatic personality and have pledged their lifelong allegiance to you. Through arduous training, they have finally evolved into a cadre of elite warriors. Moreover, your path to the restoration of your nation has taken a critically significant step forward. Host has successfully completed the task, restoring value 3,000. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check promptly. Fang Chen exhaled in relief. It seemed that during this period, Bao Xiang's training of the Dragon Martial Guards had begun to yield results. At the very least, they had successfully gained the system's recognition. Let me see what the reward entails. Upon opening the system space, a golden icon shimmered enticingly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received the extraordinary skill reward, Divine Mechanism refined 100 times. Chapter 32, The Pinnacle of Artifact Forging, the Key to Victory. Fang Chen's plan. The Divine Machine, refined 100 times, another marvelous technique? Upon witnessing this reward, Fang Chen was instantly invigorated. This was indeed one of the extraordinary techniques, rivaling even the 6 treasury celestial thieves. It is widely acknowledged that each of the 8 extraordinary techniques corresponds to an unparalleled path of cultivation. If the 6 treasury celestial thieves epitomize the pinnacle of body refinement, then the Divine Machine, refined 100 times, represents the zenith of artifact forging. With this technique, the creation of any item would become effortless. Moreover, the time required for forging would be significantly reduced. Weapons crafted using the Divine Machine would possess a potency far superior to ordinary blades. It seems that a visit to the Armament Institute is in order. The Armament Institute is a department established by the Great Qian Dynasty specifically for the preparation of saddles, armor, swords, bows, and other weaponry. When Fang Chen had previously decided to form the Sunflower Guards, he had already contemplated when a fine time to visit. However, unforeseen events had since arisen, delaying his trip to the Armament Institute. Nonetheless, after reviewing the system tasks, Fang Chen realized that visiting the Armament Institute was imperative. Ding! New task triggered. Task description. A truly elite army requires not only absolute loyalty, sufficient strength, and exceptional execution capabilities, but also an essential condition. That is, equipment. As the saying goes, a man relies on his attire and a horse on its saddle. In the face of 2 opposing armies, every single factor can become the key to victory. Task requirement. Forge a batch of exquisite equipment for your army, transforming them into a perfect elite force. After reading the task description, Fang Chen exhaled slowly. Tasks seemed to come one after another, leaving no time for respite. However, considering the precarious situation of the Great Qian Dynasty, even if the system permitted him to rest, Fang Chen had no inclination to do so. In fact, for several days, he had been contemplating how to address the matter of the Dragon Martial Guard. Currently, the Dragon Martial Guard was thoroughly rotten from top to bottom, inside and out. The 10 prominent families had a firm grip on the Dragon Martial Guard, unwilling to relinquish this lucrative opportunity. The prospect of reforming it seemed utterly fanciful. Given this reality, it would be wiser to start anew and cultivate a truly capable army that could serve the throne. This was also the reason Fang Chen chose to nurture grassroots individuals like Bao Xiang within the Dragon Martial Guard. The upper echelons of the current Dragon Martial Guard were rife with ineffectual figureheads, incapable of enduring even the slightest hardship, and desperately seeking to exploit the Guard for personal gain. The military salaries and subsidies they devoured each year far exceeded those of the imperial court. With such individuals present, the Great Qian Dynasty's downfall was inevitable. A glint of coldness flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. At that moment, a voice from outside the hall interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, a servant seeks an audience. Enter, Fang Chen replied, recognizing Bao Xiang's voice, and withdrew his thoughts. As Bao Xiang ascended the grand hall, he appeared markedly transformed from his former self. With a commanding presence and a stride akin to that of a dragon or tiger, he exuded a faint yet palpable aura of bloodshed, a testament to his cultivation of the blood transformation divine blade. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee, as was his custom, to report to Fang Chen on the training status of the Dragon Martial Guard. I am aware, Fang Chen replied indifferently, rising to his feet. Prepare the royal carriage in the armory. You shall accompany me along with you, Huat Dian. As Fang Chen made his way outside, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he addressed Baoing Xiang. Your servant obeys. Baoing Xiang initially paused in surprise, but soon his face brightened with joy as he clasped his hands in respect. This marked the first occasion since his reassignment from the Dragon Martial Guard that he would accompany Fang Chen on an outing, and unlike previous instances, this time it was not under the banner of the Dragon Martial Guard. An hour later, amidst a throng of attendants, Fang Chen's dragon carriage came to a gradual halt before the armory. Although the armory was situated within the imperial city, its location was chosen with care to mitigate the disturbances caused by processes such as smelting and forging. Had it been placed in a densely populated area, the repercussions would have been considerable. Thus, the armory found its final resting place in a rather secluded part of the imperial city. However, this did not imply that the armory's status was any less significant. Fang Chen had learned from eunuch Chao that the armory was among the most esteemed institutions in the entire imperial city. It is no wonder that the ancients often remarked upon the perils of militarism. Without adequate funding, engaging in warfare is indeed a precarious endeavor. Contemplating the 20 years ahead for the Deqian dynasty, fraught with countless battles, Fang Chen could not help but shake his head. Long live your majesty. The director of the armory, Chen Gang, had received word in advance and stood at the entrance with officials from the armory to greet the royal party. As Fang Chen disembarked from the dragon carriage, he cast a fleeting glance at the imposing entrance that towered above him. Today, I am in the mood for a visit. Let me on a casual tour, Fang Chen instructed, regarding Chen Gang with a nonchalant expression. Certainly, your majesty, Chen Gang replied, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Who could have anticipated that the new emperor would whimsically descend to the armory, given the recent frequent skirmishes at the borders? The armory had been working tirelessly day and night to expedite the production of new weapons and equipment. It is somewhat disordered inside. I hope your majesty will forgive us, Chen Gang remarked, noting Fang Chen's immaculate appearance, suggesting he seldom ventured into less pristine environments. He contemplated offering a word of caution. Oh, I hear the armory is busy crafting new weaponry, Fang Chen said, his interest piqued. Show me. Of course, Chen Gang conceded, knowing that Fang Chen was insistent on entering. Upon stepping into the armory, Fang Chen could faintly hear the resounding clamor within, reminiscent of thunder yet distinctly different. What is happening in there? Fang Chen inquired, lifting his gaze toward the source of the noise. Your majesty, that is a smelting furnace, a place for refining ore, Chen Gang replied. Each day, a substantial quantity of iron ore is delivered to the armory. Particularly in recent times, the demand for weapons at the border has surged. The smelting furnace at the armory operates tirelessly through the night. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded noncommittally. Observing this, Chen Gang felt a wave of unease. He had intentionally obscured the specific figures and was uncertain whether Fang Chen had detected any irregularities. Take me to the next location, Fang Chen finally spoke. Allowing Chen Gang to relax, his face illuminated with a smile. Yes, your majesty, please follow me, he responded eagerly. Subsequently, he guided Fang Chen through the archery department, the armor department, and various other sections. Given the pace of the armory, how many swords can be forged in a single day? Fang Chen inquired as he surveyed his surroundings. That depends on the type of sword. If they are intended for battle, the armory can produce hundreds in a day. However, if specific quality standards are required, then meticulous craftsmanship will be necessary, Chen Gang answered without hesitation. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he turned to Fang Chen and cautiously asked, Does your majesty desire swords? Fang Chen smiled enigmatically at Chen Gang. Indeed, I seek a batch of exquisite swords, though I am uncertain if you can provide them. Upon hearing this, Chen Gang silently exhaled, relieved that Fang Chen had come to the armory out of necessity. A weight lifted from his heart. Should your majesty have a requirement, I shall undoubtedly strive to fulfill it. After a moment's thought, Chen Gang felt it prudent not to delay the conversation further. So he tentatively inquired, Might I ask how many swords your majesty wishes for? Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, Not many, merely 1,000 finely crafted swords, along with protective soft armor for vital areas. Chapter 33. The Ambitions of the 10 Great Factions. The Armory Institute, the Iron Madman. Astonished, Chen Gang stood in disbelief at the staggering figure of 1,000. Even if it were merely 1,000 ordinary swords, it would be impossible for the Armory Institute to produce them overnight, even with relentless effort. Moreover, what Fang Chen demanded were 1,000 finely crafted blades. It is essential to note that each exquisite sword requires multiple quenchings and thousands of hammerings to achieve perfection. Even the most skilled artisans of the Armory Institute, working tirelessly for 3 days and nights, might not succeed in forging even one. 1,000 swords could not possibly be completed within a year. Is it too challenging? Fang Qin's nonchalant tone left Chen Gang momentarily speechless. Your Majesty, crafting 1,000 finely forged swords, under normal circumstances, would require at least 1 or 2 years to complete. Furthermore, this is a critical time for the front lines, and the Armory Institute's primary focus is currently on producing equipment for the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Fang Qin maintained his composure. So it simply cannot be done, correct? Chen Gang replied. Your Majesty, while that is indeed the case, it need not be articulated so bluntly. Under normal conditions, that is the truth, Your Majesty. A tinge of helplessness colored Chen Gang's voice. How long would it take the fastest blacksmith at the Armory Institute to forge a single sword? Fang Qin pondered. At best, it would require 2.5 days. Your Majesty, Chen Gang responded, but then suddenly seemed to recall something. However, there was once a blacksmith in the Armory Institute who managed to forge a sword in just 1.5 days. Originally, Fang Qin had merely asked out of curiosity, but upon hearing this, his interest was piqued. Where is this individual now? Yet, upon hearing Fang Qin's inquiry, Chen Gang's expression turned troubled. Your Majesty, he is currently. What? Is he no longer at the Armory Institute? Not exactly, it's just that. Noticing Chen Gang's unusual demeanor, Fang Qin sensed something amiss. Then let us not dilly-dally. Take me to see him. At your command. Faced with Fang Qin's resolute insistence, Chen Gang reluctantly complied. Soon, they arrived at a forge. Before they even entered, a wave of intense heat greeted them. This is the forge? Yu Huatian furrowed his brow. Being of the Yin physique, he inherently rejected such a scorching environment. Nevertheless, if Fang Qin entered, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. The forge was modest in size, with the most striking feature being the roaring forge itself. Beside it stood a lean, elderly man, vigorously swinging a hammer as he relentlessly shaped a glowing red-hot piece of iron. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed like a continuous downpour. Such remarkable strength and wrist power, observed Bao Yingxiang, unable to contain his admiration. As a martial artist, discerning such attributes through movement and posture was fundamental. Mad Iron Man, the Emperor has arrived. Do not delay in paying your respects. Chen Gang shouted at the elder. The iron is not yet fully forged. Wait a moment. However, to his astonishment, the Mad Iron Man did not even raise his head, his gaze fixated intently on the iron block before him, as if it were the only object of significance in the entire world. Chen Gang felt a cold sweat break out, and in a moment of desperation, he blurted out, How many days have you been laboring over this piece of scrap iron? I tell you, you cannot possibly defeat Master Ma. What did you say? The Mad Iron Man, who had been engrossed solely in his forging, reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail. With a hammer strike against the iron block, sparks flew. Gripping the hammer, he glared at Chen Gang, as if ready to charge forward and crush him. Impudent! At that moment, Bao Yingxiang stepped forward. The aura of bloodlust surrounding him quelled the Mad Iron Man's fury. Dare you be so reckless before the Emperor? Under Bao Yingxiang's cold interrogation, the Mad Iron Man, as if awakening from a dream, turned to face Fang Qin. His calm, unperturbed eyes were devoid of any emotion, yet sent a shiver down the Mad Iron Man's spine. It was as if he had only just realized the gravity of the situation, and he fell to his knees. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. I momentarily acted impulsively and nearly offended your Majesty. I beseech your forgiveness. Kneeling before Fang Qin, the Mad Iron Man was already sweating profusely. Rise, Fang Qin said, casting a glance at the Mad Iron Man before shifting his attention to Chen Gang. What was the wager you spoke of earlier? This. Just as Chen Gang was about to respond, the Mad Iron Man interjected, Your Majesty. I made a wager with Master Ma in the courtyard over a piece of deep-sea dark iron. We shall see who can forge the better weapon within a month. The dark iron will belong to the victor. Upon hearing this, Fang Qin surveyed the forging room. Are these the weapons you have forged? At first glance, they appeared to be mere half-finished products, gleaming coldly and capable of slicing through iron like mud. They seemed superior to ordinary refined weapons. Yet, judging by the Mad Iron Man's demeanor, he was evidently dissatisfied with his creations. Chen Gang, observing the scene, could not help but remark, Your Majesty, these weapons seem quite impressive, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron effortlessly. However, Master Ma possesses ancestral forging skills. Moreover, for this wager, he has produced weapons from the rarest cold iron. There is no comparison between ordinary refined iron and cold iron. Chen Gang spread his hands in exasperation, implying that unless the Mad Iron Man could present materials superior to cold iron, there was no way he could outforge Master Ma. Is there no better material available in the armory? Fang Chen inquired. Chen Gang's expression faltered, just as he was about to speak. The Mad Iron Man muttered. Master Ma's ancestors maintained connections with the 10 great clans. The forging materials provided to him have always been of the highest quality, while we are left with mere inferior iron ore. To my surprise, the Iron Madman articulated the truth, causing Chen Gang's expression to turn exceedingly awkward. The 10 great clans. Fang Chen slowly enunciated these 4 characters, a perplexed smile gracing his handsome visage. He had presumed that the influence of the 10 great clans extended to the Dragon Wu Guard in the former dynasty, which was already substantial enough. Little did he anticipate that even the Armaments Institute was subject to their meddling. What, then, lies beyond his perception? It is no wonder that the 10 great clans thrive while the Dacian dynasty deteriorates day by day, ultimately leading to its demise in 20 years. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Although Fang Chen's countenance betrayed no emotion, the chilling aura emanating from him caused Chen Gang to tremble. What cause have I to be angry? Fang Chen replied coolly. Only the weak allow themselves to be consumed by fury over their own incompetence. This seemingly casual remark sent a ripple through those present. The Iron Madman murmured repeatedly, only the weak allow themselves to be consumed by fury over their own incompetence. Though Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang remained silent, it was evident from their expressions that Fang Chen's words had struck a chord within them. Fang Chen then turned his gaze towards the Iron Madman and calmly stated, I possess a method that can enable you to surpass Master Ma. Do you believe me? Chapter 34. Fang Chen's Winning Strategy. The Battle of Masters, the arrogant Ma Cheng. Of course I am willing. Iron Madman declared without hesitation. When it comes to sword forging, I surpass Ma Cheng by 10 streets. Why should I lose to him? Observing the fierce, fiery battle spirit igniting in Iron Madman's eyes, Fang Chen nodded. This was precisely the kind of dedication to craftsmanship he desired. However, Your Majesty, I have heard that Master Ma's sword is already completed. With merely 2 days left until the competition, even if I wish to forge another, it is likely impossible. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned about the matter. I say we can win, and we shall win. Seeing Fang Chen's confident demeanor, Chen Gang felt even more perplexed. Could it be that Your Majesty is also well-versed in the art of forging? Yet even with such expertise, how could one possibly create an extraordinary sword in just 2 days? Nevertheless, since His Majesty had spoken, Chen Gang refrained from questioning further, choosing instead to embody the adage that silence is golden. What method do you possess, Your Majesty? Iron Madman, however, harbored no such reservations and directly inquired. For a man so consumed by the craft of forging, this was of utmost importance. Fang Chen, appreciating Iron Madman's fervor, smiled faintly and replied, Come with me. As long as you learn this method, I guarantee that the swords you forge will surpass Master Ma's. In the ensuing 2 days, the Armament Institute buzzed with excitement. The reason was none other than the impending revelation of the competition results between the 2 renowned masters. Who do you think will win, Master Ma or Iron Madman? Is that even a question? It must be Master Ma. He possesses ancestral forging skills. How could he possibly lose? But Iron Madman's forging skills are not to be underestimated either. Indeed, I have heard that these past few days, Iron Madman has sequestered himself in the forge. Perhaps working on something grand. Please, grand? You're unaware, I suppose. To win this competition, Master Ma has even brought forth a millennium-old cold iron. Iron Madman is merely a pauper. He is 10 streets behind in materials. How can he hope to triumph over Master Ma? As the competition day drew nearer, the tide of speculation within the Armament Institute increasingly favored Ma Cheng. This sentiment was fueled not only by the perceived disparity in skills but also by the quality of materials. Furthermore, Iron Madman had seemingly gone mad, isolating himself in his forge, avoiding all company. Most assumed he was nearing a dead end. This situation persisted until the other central figure of discussion, Ma Cheng, returned to the Armament Institute. Master Ma, you have finally returned. Some blacksmiths eagerly and respectfully surrounded the middle-aged man before them. Today marks the time for my competition with the Iron Madman. How could I possibly refrain from responding? Ma Cheng relished the feeling of being the center of attention, a smug expression gracing his face. Unbeknownst to Master Ma, the Iron Madman had sequestered himself in the forge for the past several days. Even now, With the day upon us, we have yet to catch a glimpse of his swords. I suspect he is acutely aware that he stands no chance against Master Ma. Ha! A madman who cannot even compare to the tip of Master Ma's finger. The blacksmiths engaged in lively banter, showering praises upon Ma Cheng with every possible means. Even Qin Gang, the dean, found it difficult to interject. Ahem. Just as the clamor began to subside, Qin Gang was about to speak, when Ma Cheng preemptively interjected. Dean, the time for the competition approaches, yet the Iron Madman remains absent. Why not lead us directly to his forge to see for ourselves? Ma Cheng's proposal caught Qin Gang off guard. This might not be appropriate, he hesitated. However, it wasn't long before others rallied to support Ma Cheng's suggestion. Time is running out. The Iron Madman's sword should have been completed by now. It wouldn't hurt to check. Indeed, I suspect that the Iron Madman, fully aware of his inability to triumph over Master Ma, is resorting to this tactic to evade the contest. Some even disregarded Qin Gang's presence, eagerly offering to guide Ma Cheng. Master Ma, I know the way to the Iron Madman's forge. Please follow me. A throng of people surged forward, escorting Ma Cheng toward the Iron Madman's forge, leaving only Qin Gang standing in their wake. These ingrates. Qin Gang observed the scene, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Though he was the head of the Armory Institute, since Ma Cheng's arrival, many blacksmiths aspired to attach themselves to his esteemed figure. At times, his authority seemed overshadowed by the mere utterances of Ma Cheng. With a sigh, Qin Gang resigned himself to the situation, hoping that His Majesty's teachings would prove beneficial to the Iron Madman. Reflecting on the past few days, when Fang Chun had merely summoned the Iron Madman away from the Armory Institute, after which the Iron Madman had retreated into the forge, never stepping outside, Qin Gang couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Would this truly work? Upon arriving at the Iron Madman's forge, they found him seated cross-legged before the furnace, his gaze fixed intently on the flames, utterly motionless. Surrounding him lay a scattering of failed sword attempts. Ma Cheng, seeing this, let out a derisive snicker. Iron Madman, where are the swords you forged? Surely, these scraps cannot be all there is. He nudged a blade blank on the ground with his boot. Though these blade blanks would be considered finely crafted swords outside, in Ma Cheng's eyes, they lacked even the merit to catch his attention. The keen-eyed blacksmith discerned some peculiarities. In the furnace of the Iron Madman, there were no iron blocks at all. The sword blanks were remnants from previous forging. He had not crafted any weapons in the past few days. I suspected that the Iron Madman himself was aware of his inevitable defeat. Yet, he continued to feign bravado. It would be far better for him to concede early and bow an apology to Master Ma. As the time drew near, the Iron Madman had not even produced a semblance of a forged weapon. The artisans at the armory had evidently concluded that the Iron Madman was destined for failure. Iron Madman, kneel down now and sincerely bow to me 3 times in contrition. I can overlook your earlier indiscretions, Master Ma chuckled. The other blacksmiths joined in the raucous urging of the Iron Madman. Qin Gang watched from the sidelines, a nameless fury igniting within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Regardless of their clamor, the Iron Madman remained fixated on the flames of his furnace, uttering not a word. Master Ma grew increasingly impatient, ready to press the matter further when suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the forge. Master Iron, the materials you requested have arrived. A young man, robust and imposing with fierce brows and bright eyes, entered the forge, cradling a brocade box in his hands. His expression was resolute, exuding an aura of quiet menace. Many blacksmiths were intimidated by his presence and instinctively stepped aside. Upon opening the brocade box, a piece of iron or radiating an icy chill was revealed, causing Master Ma's eyes to widen in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A millennium of cold iron." Chapter 35, The terrifying speed of ingenious craftsmanship shocks the Armory Academy. As the ornate box was opened, the temperature in the previously sweltering forge room plummeted significantly. This is the distinctive characteristic of the millennium cold iron. Aha, at last. My prized possession has arrived. The Iron Madman, who had been as still as a statue moments before, suddenly brightened with excitement and sprang to his feet. He eagerly seized the ornate box from the young man's hands, entranced by the millennium cold iron within. Who are you? Ma Cheng inquired, his expression rife with suspicion as he gazed at Bao Xiang. As a master blacksmith, he immediately recognized that the piece of millennium cold iron brought by Bao was of superior quality compared to the one he intended to use for the competition. Such a rare piece of cold iron was invaluable, far beyond the means of a destitute man like the Iron Madman. I am a royal guard in the service of His Majesty, Bao Xiang replied, maintaining a dignified composure in the face of Ma Cheng's scrutiny. Master Iron. The item has been delivered. Now it is up to you. With Bao's words, countless gazes converged upon the Iron Madman. Haha, fear not. With this Millennium Cold Iron, how could I possibly lose to that fellow Ma Cheng? The Iron Madman gazed adoringly at the cold iron in his hands, even as the frigid aura of the metal made his teeth chatter. Yet, he refused to relinquish it. The other blacksmiths, having absorbed Bao Yingxiang's words, exchanged bewildered glances. How could it be? How did the Iron Madman acquire Millennium Cold Iron? The young man had claimed to be a royal guard. Could it be that this cold iron was a gift from His Majesty? Upon this realization, the expressions of the blacksmiths shifted dramatically. Did even the Emperor know about the competition between Master Ma and the Iron Madman? Ma Cheng's face also paled slightly, but then a thought struck him. And he sneered at the Iron Madman. How brazen! Even if you possess Millennium Cold Iron, what of it? With only half a day left, you won't have enough time to even refine it. Ma Cheng's words struck like a wake-up call. Indeed, I have heard that even a piece as small as a fist-sized Millennium Cold Iron requires 7 days and nights for thorough refinement. This piece? Without at least 10 or 15 days, it would be impossible to refine. Ha! Even with Millennium Cold Iron, time is simply insufficient. In the end, victory shall belong to Master Ma. Iron Madman, I suggest you concede at once. Qin Gang, who had just begun to feel relieved, suddenly lost all color in his face upon hearing these words. As the head of the Armory Academy, he was acutely aware that Ma Cheng's statement was not mere bravado. It was said that Ma had spent a full half-month preparing the Millennium Cold Iron for this competition, just for the refinement process alone, not to mention the subsequent forging. Tempering, shaping, and polishing, each step would consume no less than a day. How could it possibly be accomplished in a single day? Thus, in the eyes of Ma Cheng's sycophants, Iron Madman was undoubtedly destined for defeat. Ha! You ignorant fools. Is it merely a matter of completing a sword in half a day? Allow me to demonstrate. Open your eyes wide and observe. Yet, Iron Madman appeared unfazed, casually tossing the Millennium Cold Iron into the furnace. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the fierce flames surged forth like a predator savoring its prey, instantly engulfing the Millennium Cold Iron. You dare to attempt to refine that piece of cold iron directly. Upon witnessing Iron Madman's actions, Ma Cheng was left dumbfounded. Could he truly have lost his sanity? What's the rush? Iron Madman lazily glanced at Ma Cheng. I shall not only refine this Millennium Cold Iron directly, but will also forge it into an unparalleled blade within half a day. Iron Madman's proclamation sent shivers through the hearts of Ma Cheng and his companions. Insane. This fellow is truly mad. One of the blacksmiths murmured. Oh, is that so? Then I dare to make a wager. Should you succeed in crafting an extraordinary blade within half a day, I shall no longer associate myself with the Armory Institute. Ma Cheng, regaining his composure, sneered. Just wait and see. Iron Madman replied coldly, his gaze fixated on the flames as if he had entirely forgotten his surroundings. Even Ma Cheng, despite his confidence, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Moments turned into hours. Iron Madman remained steadfast, utterly immobile. Ma Cheng and the others were growing weary from standing. Hey, Iron Madman, only half an hour remains. You still haven't refined that cold iron, have you? You should just concede. One of the blacksmiths, legs trembling, could no longer restrain himself and urged Iron Madman to admit defeat. Now is the time. Iron Madman suddenly shouted, startling those around him. He abruptly stood up and strode purposefully toward the forge. Then, before everyone's eyes, Iron Madman extended his hand directly toward the flames. Iron Madman, have you lost your mind? Qin Gang gasped, his soul nearly fleeing as he contemplated rushing forward to prevent Iron Madman's seemingly suicidal act. In the next instant, the flames in the furnace blazed even more fiercely. The voracious tongues of fire almost engulfed Iron Madman's entire arm as he reached into the furnace. Divine craftsmanship, forge for me. Iron Madman uttered a low command, and the cold iron he grasped in his hand appeared to melt, its shape beginning to transform. Wow! Ma Cheng and the others were forced to retreat a few steps from the scorching heat of the flames that surged toward them. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. The entire forging chamber was ablaze with a sea of fire, nearly obscuring Iron Madman's figure. Iron Madman, come out quickly! Qin Gang shouted anxiously. Amidst the flickering flames, the laughter of the Iron Madman resounded triumphantly. It is done, it is done. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, the Iron Madman emerged step by step from the forge, his arm raised high, his sleeve completely incinerated. Fortunately, his arm remained unscathed. However, What captivated everyone's attention was the object clutched tightly in his hand, a gleaming sword. The blade radiated an intimidating chill, and as it took shape, the temperature of the forge plummeted significantly. Crafted from the legendary Millennium Cold Iron, the weapon rendered the blacksmiths of the armory, including Qin Gang, utterly speechless. Ma Cheng's face contorted in disbelief, his gaze fixated on the precious sword in the Iron Madman's grasp. The chilling aura emanating from the blade was identical to that of the Millennium Cold Iron brought forth by Bowing Xiang. Undoubtedly, this sword had been forged from that very piece of ancient iron, and astonishingly, it had taken merely half a day. This was inconceivable. How could this be possible? At that moment, Ma Cheng's mind was a tumultuous whirl. Was it truly feasible to transform raw material into a finished weapon in just half a day? Beyond the initial refinement, he had not witnessed the forging, tempering, or finalization of the blade. It was as though everything had been accomplished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36, Proclamation of the Imperial Edict, Reckoning at the Armory. The terrified Ma Cheng. Old Ma, my divine weapon has been successfully forged. What about yours? Iron Madman fixed his gaze upon Ma Cheng, flaunting the gleaming blade in his hand in a show of triumph. What a magnificent sword! Upon catching sight of the weapon, Bowing Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a proficient sword user, he could effortlessly discern the quality of the blade. Iron Madman's sword was perhaps rivaled only by the divine weapon wielded by the esteemed General Huang Fuming of the Dragon Guard. Yu faced with Iron Madman's provocation. Ma Cheng took a step back, his mind swirling into a chaotic haze. Could it be that he had truly succeeded in forging it? If not for the rarity of the Millennium Cold Iron, which he had only one piece of, he might have suspected that Iron Madman was merely putting on a show for him. Hey, old Ma, you're not thinking of conceding, are you? Iron Madman taunted. Noticing Ma Cheng's lack of response. Concede? Ma Cheng snapped back to reality, observing Iron Madman's mocking expression. He snorted disdainfully, even if you did complete it on time. My carefully forged divine weapon is not destined to fall short. Bring it forth. With a commanding tone, Ma Cheng's attendant promptly presented an ornate box. Within lay a long sword adorned with gold and embedded with jade, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. Merely from its appearance, its considerable worth was evident. What a splendid sword! Truly worthy of Master Ma's craftsmanship. Ma Cheng's sycophants exclaimed in unison, bolstering his confidence. Well, Iron Madman, do you dare to compete? Iron Madman raised an eyebrow, seemingly relishing the challenge. Why would I hesitate? I fear you might back down. The two adversaries locked eyes, slowly drawing their weapons. A resonant hum echoed from the scabbard as the air grew frigid. The temperature in the forge plummeted as Iron Madman and Ma Cheng simultaneously raised their blades. Qin Gang and the others held their breath in anxious anticipation. With a swift motion, both struck, and as their weapons clashed, Iron Madman let out a muffled grunt. As if overwhelmed, Ma Cheng's supporters erupted in cheers. Haha, I knew it. Master Ma is indeed superior. How could a sword forged in half a day ever compare to Master Ma's expertise? This proves that shortcuts lead to failure, Iron Madman. Before their cacophony could subside, a sharp crack resonated through the forge, plunging the room into silence once more. Ma Cheng's sword began to sprout fine cracks along its blade. How can this be? Ma Cheng gasped in horror as he witnessed the cracks spreading relentlessly. With a sharp crack, fragments cascaded from the sword, and in the blink of an eye, the entire blade was utterly shattered. This is impossible, it cannot be. Ma Cheng, clutching the remnants of the hilt, stumbled and collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the scattered shards of cold iron that littered the floor. His entire being exuded an air of desolation. Meanwhile, his supporters wore expressions of frozen excitement, as if they, too, were trapped in a daze. They had lost. They had truly lost. Ma Cheng had been bested by the Iron Madman, and what was worse, he had been defeated by a blade forged in merely half a day's time. In this contest, victory belonged to the Iron Madman. According to their prior wager, the piece of deep-sea dark iron would now belong to him as well. Upon witnessing this, Qin Gang felt as if a great weight had finally lifted from his heart. Wait. At the mention of deep-sea dark iron, Ma Cheng's body trembled, and then, as if resolute, he rose to his feet, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the Iron Madman. That piece of deep-sea dark iron must be mine. Name your price. At this moment, Ma Cheng's eyes glinted with an intensity that suggested he might devour the Iron Madman whole. Ha! What a jest! If I were willing to part with this dark iron, why would I have entered into a wager with you? Ma Cheng, do not presume that everyone in the world will submit to your whims. The Iron Madman laughed heartily, resolutely rejecting Ma Cheng's proposition. You, Iron Madman, do not force my hand. The unexpected defeat filled Ma Cheng with anguish and disbelief, while the Iron Madman's mockery rendered his eyes a blood-red hue. Do you believe that with a mere word, I could ensure your expulsion from the Armory Institute? At this, Chen Gang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Ma Cheng's words. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Within the Armory Institute, his authority as the director paled in comparison to Ma Cheng, who was supported by influential factions. Indeed, the vast majority of the blacksmiths in the institute regarded Ma Cheng as their leader. If he wished for the Iron Madman to be expelled, it was not an impossible feat. Is that so? At that moment, the cold voice of Bao Yingxiang echoed through the air. At first glance, he seemed merely to have come to deliver the cold iron, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he observed everything keenly. Just so happens, I possess a decree from His Majesty himself. Once the results of the contest are declared, it shall be read aloud to all. As Bao Yingxiang produced the imperial edict, the expressions of Chen Gang, the Iron Madman, and Ma Cheng shifted dramatically. In an instant, the forging room was filled with kneeling figures. We, your subjects, await the imperial command. Moments ago, Ma Cheng, who had been so boastful, felt a slight twitch in his cheek, his heart now brimming with unease. By the grace of heaven and the will of the emperor, it is decreed that in today's contest at the Armory Institute, the victor shall remain as the vice-director, while the defeated shall be expelled from the Armory Institute, never to serve there again. Thus it is commanded. As Bao Yingxiang concluded the proclamation, the crowd was left in utter shock. Ma Cheng's face turned ashen, seated on the ground, rendered speechless. Ma Cheng, you just asserted that should you lose, you would depart from the Armament Institute, did you not? His Majesty's imperial edict grants you exactly what you sought, so why not express your gratitude promptly? Bao Yingxiang gazed at Ma Cheng with an impassive expression. No, this cannot be, he exclaimed. I hail from a renowned family of blacksmiths, a cornerstone of the Armament Institute. How could His Majesty truly wish to expel me? Suddenly, Ma Cheng shouted as if possessed. Cornerstone? Chen Gang, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold laugh. Ma Cheng, during your years at the Armament Institute, you have consistently engaged in factionalism. Not only have you clandestinely cultivated your own power, but you have also marginalized other masters within the Institute, even forcing some to leave. You have transformed the Armament Institute into your personal fiefdom while embezzling its materials and subsidies. Is there a single accusation that is unjust? Chen Gang's accusations deepened the pallor of Ma Cheng's visage. Seize Ma Cheng and confine him to the dungeons for thorough interrogation. Yes. Bao Yingxiang cast a piercing glance at Ma Cheng. With a ruthless wave of his hand, two guards who had accompanied him stepped forward to seize Ma Cheng. Release me. I am of the Ma family, how dare you? Ma Cheng's voice, a mixture of rage and fear, gradually faded into the distance of the corridor. The remaining blacksmiths exchanged apprehensive glances. Some, who had been close to Ma Cheng, began to tremble, fearing they might be next. Yet, Bao Yingxiang appeared unperturbed, his expression unchanged as he turned to the Iron Madman. Remember the words His Majesty spoke to you. The Iron Madman nodded, upon mentioning His Majesty. His tone shifted from frivolous to one imbued with sincere respect. Every word spoken by His Majesty is etched in my heart. Bao Yingxiang nodded in acknowledgement before departing the forge. Chapter 37. Rewards in the Indomitable Military Spirit. The resolution of the 10 prominent families is imminent. Your Majesty. News has arrived from the Armament Institute. 1,000 finely crafted swords and soft armors have been completed. 3 days later, Bao Yingxiang knelt in the Qingqing Palace to report to Fang Chen. This announcement left both Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian incredulous. Even Bao Yingxiang, who was delivering the message, found it hard to believe. 1,000 finely crafted swords, even with all the manpower and resources of the Armament Institute, would typically require a year to produce. However, Fang Chen appeared to have anticipated this outcome, showing no signs of surprise upon hearing the news. He ordered the distribution of these swords and armors. Each member of the Kuaihua Guards and the Imperial Guards was to be equipped with a set. Yes, both Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang were visibly excited at this pronouncement. They were already aware that Fang Chen had tasked the Armament Institute with producing these swords and armors to outfit the Kuaihua Guards and the Imperial Guards. Your Majesty, there is another matter. Eunuch Chao continued his report. According to the identification by Ma Cheng from the Armament Institute, he had embezzled materials and subsidies over the years, totaling several million taels of silver. A portion of these funds had been used to curry favor with the Su and Ding families among the 10 prominent families. Furthermore, the Su and Ding families had instigated Ma Cheng to marginalize other dissenters within the Armament Institute. attempting to transform it into a dictatorship and control it through Ma Cheng for their own profit. Fresh from the dungeons, Eunuch Chao emanated a chilling aura, the source of which was uncertain, whether it was the lingering effects of the dungeon's oppressive atmosphere or the recent infliction of torture upon others. Upon hearing the results of Eunuch Chao's investigation, Fang Chen's gaze turned icy. His calm demeanor belied a chilling intensity. Though seemingly insignificant, the Armament Institute was a coveted prize. The Su and Ding families had played their cards well. If not for Fang Chen's sudden visit to the Armament Institute, this matter might have remained undiscovered for a long time. Although Chen Gang had shown some timidity, he had been diligent in his duties. Now that the Iron Madman had been promoted to deputy director, Ma Cheng's followers had faced scrutiny. The idea of the Su and Ding families attempting to infiltrate the Armament Institute again was nothing short of a fool's dream. Fang Chen tapped his fingers upon the armrest. However, considering the nature of the 10 prominent families, they would undoubtedly refuse to suffer losses. If they could not gain from here, they would surely escalate their efforts elsewhere. Currently, how many places were under their control from the former dynasty? Even Fang Chen could not enumerate them all at this moment. It seemed that addressing the issue of the prominent families had become urgent. In a fleeting moment, Fang Chen made his decision. In less than half a day, the swords and armors sent from the Armament Institute were distributed to the subordinates. Fang Chen's mission was naturally accomplished with great success. He meticulously selected skilled artisans to craft a remarkable array of finely made equipment for his army. With these enhancements, the combat prowess of his forces saw a significant elevation. His generosity fostered a deeper loyalty among his followers. Under his sagacious leadership, he inched closer to the restoration of his nation. The host successfully completed the task, earning 2,500 restoration points. The rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please check promptly. Upon reflecting on the completed mission, Fang Chen silently accessed the system space. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Iron-Blooded Military Spirit. The Iron-Blooded Military Spirit enhances battle fervor and fosters unity among the troops, enabling them to unleash their full potential and even beyond. Initially taken aback by the system's description, Fang Chen soon found it rather amusing. This reward seemed tailor-made for the Jinyue. Ever since he had Iron Madman utilized the Divine Machine Refinery to forge a quick refining alchemical furnace, the production of Gathering Spirit pills had truly entered mass production. Now, with the Jinyue transformed through the Longwu Guard, those above the acquired realm had experienced a notable increase in strength after consuming the Gathering Spirit pills. Presently, both the Sunflower Guards and the Jinyue had stabilized their prowess at the 8th rank martial artist level or higher. Particularly, the Jinyue had amassed an astonishing number of nearly 1,000 members. This elite force could effortlessly match 10 foes. With the support of the Iron-Blooded Military Spirit, their combat capability would ascend to even greater heights. A new task has been issued. Task description: after a period of diligent strategizing and planning, you have finally cultivated an elite force. You now possess the initial strength necessary for the restoration of your nation. It is time to assess your results. Task requirements: challenge a local power and defeat your opponent. Note: the opponent's strength must not be lower than the top 30 on the continent. The top 30 powers Fang Chen mused, estimating that this would equate to an army of around 5,000. 5,000 who could they possibly look down upon? Given the current prowess of the Jinyue, even against a 10,000-strong army, victory was highly probable. Confronting a force of 5,000 would be akin to slicing through vegetables. With a light chuckle, Fang Chen closed the system interface. Tomorrow morning, you shall accompany me to court, he instructed Baoing Xiang. Yes, Baoing Xiang replied, a flicker of excitement crossing his face as he clasped his hands in respect. Although he was uncertain of Fang Chen's intentions for his presence in court, this gesture undoubtedly affirmed his worth and that of the Jinyue. Tomorrow, it was time to shake the foundations of those aristocratic clans. Fang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his calm and tranquil eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. In the Xianzheng Hall, as solemn and dignified as ever, officials stood in neat rows, all uniformly holding their tablets, their heads bowed and expressions grave. However, amidst the crowd, 2 individuals bore particularly serious expressions. They were the heads of the Su and Ding families. In the days following the news of Ma Cheng's arrest, both family heads sensed something amiss. They endeavored to inquire about Ma Cheng's circumstances in prison, yet the imperial dungeon, long infiltrated by the 10 great noble houses, yielded no information. It was as if their inquiries had vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace. This only deepened the unease in their hearts. Could it be that Ma Cheng's arrest was no mere coincidence? Furthermore, they dared not ascertain whether he might betray them during his imprisonment. After all, This new emperor appeared far from the timid and unassuming figure he had been before ascending the throne. With such doubts weighing heavily upon them, they anxiously awaited the morning court session. Time had elapsed, and surely today, the emperor would mention the matter of Ma Cheng. Just then, a voice announced the arrival of His Majesty outside the Xianzhong Hall. Chapter 38, The Establishment of the Jinyue, Decisively Executing Before Reporting. Shocking the aristocracy. This proclamation had long been an integral part of the morning court proceedings for the top 10 noble families. However, upon its utterance today, several heads of households felt a sudden chill in their hearts. The heads of the Su and Ding families, in particular, exerted considerable effort to suppress their instinctive urge to turn around. Before long, steady footsteps resonated from the direction of the Xianzhong Hall's entrance. Accompanied by Bao Lingxiang and Yu Huatian, Fang Chen entered the hall. Empowered by the aura of the emperor, Fang Chen did not need to consciously project his presence. The subtle pressure emanating from him was enough to instill a sense of unease among the ministers. This tension persisted until Fang Chen, unwavering in his demeanor, approached the dragon throne and took his seat. Long live the emperor! The aristocracy and officials knelt in unison. Rise, Fang Chen said calmly, lifting his eyelids. Bao Lingxiang and Yu Huatian stood resolutely at his sides, resembling two guardian deities. Thank you, Your Majesty, the ministers replied, rising with a palpable sense of apprehension. Fang Chen's gaze swept over them one by one. Despite the presence of seasoned political foxes among them, their eyes and expressions betrayed hints of anxiety. Particularly, the heads of the Su and Ding families exchanged furtive glances, their agitation unmistakable, especially in the absence of any remarks from Fang Chen. Finally, in the midst of this silence, Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu could no longer contain himself. Your Majesty, the morning court has commenced. Intended as a gentle reminder. Zhang was caught off guard when Fang Chen leaned back against the throne. I am aware that the morning court has begun. According to customary practice, should not the esteemed officials present matters for discussion? His calm tone concealed any trace of emotion, leaving Zhang momentarily taken aback, and a hint of embarrassment washed over him, prompting a faint cough. Ahem. Your Majesty speaks truly. Despite the passage of time, the assembly remained hushed, with only a slight rustle of movement echoing through the hall. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Since none among you have matters to present, I shall take this opportunity to make an announcement, Fang Chen declared with an air of composure. This statement sent ripples of tension through the assembly. The heads of the Su and Ding families clenched their fists, their palms damp with sweat. From this day forth, I shall establish the Jinyue within the court, tasked with serving the emperor and supervising the officials. Furthermore, I shall construct the Northern Pacification Office in the Imperial Prison, to be managed exclusively by the Jinyue. They shall be granted the authority to execute first and report later. Though Fang Chen's tone remained even, each word he spoke detonated like a bombshell in the hearts of the ministers of Deqian. Instantly, an uproar erupted within the Xianzhong Hall. Even Zhang Wenyu and other high-ranking officials were momentarily stunned by the proclamation. Your Majesty, this cannot be. An official immediately protested without a second thought. How could mere guards ascend above the esteemed officials? Such an act defies reason and contravenes the heavens. Moreover, bestowing the authority of prior execution followed by report will undoubtedly lead to the rampant abuse of power by the imperial guards, fostering corruption and favoritism. We implore Your Majesty to rescind this decree. In that moment, the Hall of Edicts was filled with voices of dissent. Even the representatives of the 10 illustrious families rose in unison to voice their opposition. Your Majesty, the imperial army already comprises the Longwu Guard, which similarly bears the duty of safeguarding the emperor and maintaining order in the capital. The existence of the imperial guards closely resembles the responsibilities of the Longwu Guard. I dare to suggest that it suffices to retain only one of them. Therefore, I beseech Your Majesty to retract the edict. The speaker, a middle-aged gentleman clad in the dark red garb of a second-rank official, was none other than Pan Chanfeng, the head of the Pan family, one of the 10 prominent clans. At first glance, his counsel appeared sound, yet a closer inspection revealed an undercurrent of anxiety etched upon his features. The Longwu Guard represents a crucial avenue for financial gain for the 10 noble families, particularly for the Huangfu and Pan clans, who have invested the most. Now, with Fang Chen's intention to establish the Imperial Guards, it undoubtedly threatens the interests of the Longwu Guard. Hence, Pan Changfeng felt a sense of urgency. This brings me to the second matter I intended to address. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Fang Chen remained unperturbed. I believe that the presence of the Imperial Guards is sufficient within the capital. Considering the numerous members of the Longwu Guard, I shall begin reducing their ranks effective immediately. Those who are loyal and diligent may be considered for positions within the Imperial Guards until the Longwu Guard and the Imperial Guards are fully amalgamated. If Fang Qin's announcement regarding the establishment of the Imperial Guards merely astonished the ministers, his subsequent declaration struck them with the force of thunder. Your Majesty, I urge you to deliberate carefully. Even Huang Fulin could no longer remain seated. The Longwu Guard has existed since the founding of our great Qian, established by the hands of the founding emperor himself. The laws of our ancestors must not be discarded, should your Majesty abolish the Longwu Guard. It would surely incite turmoil throughout the court. When Fang Qin declared his intention to form the Imperial Guards, Huang Fulin had already surmised that Fang Qin would inevitably seek to dismantle the Longwu Guard. However, he never anticipated that Fang Qin's measures would be so ruthless as to intend the complete eradication of the Longwu Guard. Indeed, I implore your Majesty to reconsider. The other noble families, upon hearing this, could no longer remain passive observers. If Fang Qin merely sought to use the Imperial Guards to suppress the Longwu Guard, they might have found some amusement in the spectacle, as the primary targets would naturally be the Huangfu and Pan families. Yet, should the Imperial Guards be allowed to obliterate the Longwu Guard, they could not afford to remain idle. The Longwu Guard has evolved to the point where its upper echelons are thoroughly infiltrated by those from the 10 noble families. It has become a ladder for these families to ascend, and Fang Qin's actions threaten their very interests. This is a complete inversion of priorities. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes, and with merely a hint of the overwhelming Imperial Dragon's aura, he rendered the assembly of ministers beneath him utterly speechless. The founding emperor had established the Dragon Guard with the intention of safeguarding both the emperor and the imperial capital. Such a crucial matter, of course, demanded that only the most capable prevail. Given the prowess of the Brocade Guard surpasses that of the Dragon Guard, it is only natural that they should take their place. Perceiving the inflexibility in Fang Qin's tone, Huang Fulin took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, my concerns are solely for your safety and that of the capital. However, it seems you believe that the strength of the Brocade Guard exceeds that of the Dragon Guard. Before the scrutinizing eyes of all present, Fang Qin remained composed and unflinching. Indeed, a sudden smile broke across Huang Fulin's face. Your Majesty asserts that the capable shall prevail, and I have no objections. Yet, the true capabilities of the Brocade Guard remain unseen by the court, myself included. Therefore, I dare to request your Majesty's permission for a contest between the Dragon Guard and the Brocade Guard. Should the Brocade Guard indeed prove superior, I shall have no further objections to its establishment. Meeting Huang Fulin's confident gaze, Fang Qin smiled serenely. In that case, I grant your request. Immediately summon the Brocade Guard and the Dragon Guard to the Hall of Declaring Governance for an audience. Chapter 39. The Deterrent Power of Iron-Blooded Military Spirit. The Astonishment of the Great Qian Warriors. After the passage of an incense stick, I report to your Majesty that the Dragon Martial Guard and the Brocade Guard have assembled outside the Hall of Declaring Governance. A courtier entered the hall, kneeling before the throne to convey this message to Fang Qin. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Qin stepped away from the dragon chair and made his way towards the entrance of the hall, prompting the ministers to hastily follow in his wake. Outside the hall, the two military factions stood in stark contrast, embodying a spirit of mutual respect. The majority of the area was dominated by the Dragon Martial Guard, clad in their imposing black dragon scale armor, with a sea of heads numbering no less than 10,000. In stark comparison, the Brocade Guard boasted fewer than 1,000, a mere fraction of the Dragon Martial Guard's strength. Long live your Majesty! Long live, long live, long live. As Fang Qin approached the entrance, the voices of both the Brocade Guard and the Dragon Martial Guard rose in unison, creating a thunderous sound that seemed poised to rend the heavens. What astonished Zhang Wenyu, Huang Fulin, and others was that, despite the stark numerical disparity, the voices of the Brocade Guard were not drowned out by those of the Dragon Martial Guard. Instead, they resonated with a clarity that suggested a near parity. Upon hearing of His Majesty's summons for the Dragon Martial Guard, I immediately gathered all available members within the palace, amounting to approximately 10,000. As for the remaining Dragon Martial Guards stationed throughout the imperial capital, I wonder if your Majesty intends to summon them as well? Vice Commander Pan Hua inquired earnestly. A month prior, Commander Huang Fuming had been dispatched on a mission, leaving Pan Hua to oversee the operations of the Dragon Martial Guard in the capital. 10,000 is sufficient, Fang Qin replied with a slight smile. Casting a glance at Pan Hua, the current strength of the Dragon Martial Guard was approximately 70 to 80,000, distributed throughout the capital and the palace. On ordinary days, excluding their rest periods and shifts, about 13,000 were stationed within the palace. It seemed Pan Hua had gathered nearly all of them. You must have heard of the morning court proceedings. I intend to establish the Brocade Guard. However, their duties closely resemble those of the Dragon Martial Guard. Therefore, upon the minister's suggestion, I have decided to arrange a contest between the two to determine who deserves to remain. Pan Hua, upon hearing this, exhibited no surprise, merely responding gravely, "May I inquire, Your Majesty, will this battle be one of life and death?" Fang Chen's calm gaze met his, sending a chill down Pan Hua's spine as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. In battle, if one holds back, how can the true prowess be discerned? A battle of life and death requires no restraint, Fang Chen declared with a gentle flick of his sleeve. I shall obey. A glimmer of ambition ignited in Pan Hua's eyes, as though he had achieved a victory. Since there are no objections, let us proceed to the training grounds to witness the contest. Fang Chen ascended the dragon carriage, making his way towards the training grounds. Upon arrival, before Pan Hua could approach, Bao Xiang took the initiative to step forward and report, "Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard is fully prepared and ready for battle at any moment." Pan Hua, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Martial Guard is also prepared." With a wave of his hand, 1,000 elite Dragon Martial Guards emerged from their formation, nearly matching the numbers of the opposing Imperial Guard. A mere glance revealed that these Dragon Martial Guards were truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army, each boasting a martial realm of at least the 7th rank. Such strength would be sufficient to sweep away even a 5,000-strong army. Wait a moment, Bao Xiang suddenly interjected. What is it? Pan Hua assumed he was dismayed by the formidable strength of the Dragon Martial Guards and sought to retreat without conflict. However, he observed Bao Xiang shaking his head. This number is insufficient. Let us engage all at once. His nonchalant words sent a shockwave through all present. All at once? Who was he referring to? Did he mean all 10,000 Dragon Martial Guards? Each wielding a blade could easily reduce their Imperial Guard to mere pulp. Where did this young attendant find such audacity? Even the usually composed Zhang Wenyu shook his head in disapproval, thinking it was overly presumptuous for someone of mid-stage innate realm to be so brazen. Pan Hua, equally taken aback by Bao Xiang's words, was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon regaining his composure, he was about to make a sarcastic remark when Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, let us engage all at once. Otherwise, the disparity between our forces is indeed quite pronounced. The courtiers were left questioning their own hearing. Disparity? What disparity? Surely, Their Majesty could not be lacking in numerical comprehension? Even if one were to entertain such an idea, the difference in numbers was glaringly evident. Yet, Their Majesty insisted on sending 1,000 Imperial Guards to face 10,000 Dragon Martial Guards. Was this not a deliberate act of disdain towards them? Since Their Majesty has decreed it, the courtiers must comply. Pan Hua, having commanded the Dragon Martial Guard for many years, had never experienced such condescension. A surge of indignation ignited within him, intensifying his murderous intent. Initially, he had intended to spare Fang Chen any embarrassment. However, now, as long as even one of these Imperial Guards survived, it would cast doubt upon the prowess of the Dragon Martial Guards. Attack. On the training grounds, the well-drilled troops of both sides took their positions. On one side stood the Dragon Martial Guards, numbering over 10,000. An imposing force akin to a black tide capable of engulfing all. The 10 prominent noble families watched with satisfaction. Although the Dragon Martial Guards had become a means for the noble families to amass wealth, they had invested considerable effort into training the offspring of these families within the ranks. Otherwise, such remarkable results would not have been achieved. No other army could possibly boast such profound resources. However, when Pan Changfeng and the others turned their gaze towards the direction of the Imperial Guards, the smiles upon their faces suddenly became somewhat rigid. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Jinui, clad in their distinctive attire, though numbering less than 1,000, exuded an aura that was by no means inferior to that of the Longwu Guard. From their very beings emanated a bloodthirsty essence, one that could only be forged through the harrowing trials of relentless battles. This formidable presence alone was sufficient to overwhelm countless armies. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that this intensity continued to rise. The Longwu Guard found themselves suppressed under this overwhelming aura. Among the courtiers, a martial general expressed his astonishment. The speaker was General Wang Qing, the illustrious commander of the Dacian dynasty. Having participated in countless battles throughout his life, he had long since become indifferent to the specter of life and death. Yet now, his expression was one of utter amazement. From this group of Jinui, He sensed a spirit that was starkly different from that of the ordinary Imperial Guards. It was a spirit forged only through the crucible of brutal warfare. A spirit tempered by the bloodshed of countless conflicts. With unwavering resolve, united as one, they were unstoppable. Even Wang Qing had only witnessed such an essence within the ranks of elite forces comprising merely 200 or 300 of the finest soldiers. The soul of an army. Undoubtedly, this Jinyue had already forged their own indomitable military spirit. Chapter 40. The Defeated Dragon Martial Guard. All members are postnatal. Can this still be considered human? Military spirit? How is this possible? A forbidden army that has yet to be formally established cannot possess military spirit. Regarding Wang Qing's words, the other civil officials had not reacted much. However, the martial generals of the Deqian dynasty were already turning pale. No one understood better than them what it meant to possess military spirit. If equipment and martial prowess represent the limits of an army, then military spirit embodies the very essence of a military force. Currently, the king of Ding'an, known as the god of war in Deqian, commands the Cold Edge army. With fewer than 50,000 troops, they achieved the most glorious military feats in nearly a century, thanks to their military spirit. Having repelled the 100,000 Bloodlion army of the Deqing dynasty, which also possessed the Bloodlion military spirit, this solidified his status as the god of war in Deqian. A military unit endowed with spirit can, even when facing a stronger adversary, compensate for the disparity through the enhancement provided by their spirit. Upon hearing Wang Qing's explanation, Pan Chafeng and others instinctively changed color. Military spirit? These Jinyue appear so youthful. How could they possibly possess military spirit? What extent of enhancement could military spirit confer? Wang Qing pondered for a moment before responding. Judging from the aura of these Jinyue, their military spirit primarily enhances their cohesion and combat will, representing the most fundamental military spirit enhancement. The boost to their strength would likely be equivalent to 2 or 3 realms. Upon hearing this, Pan Chafeng felt somewhat relieved. The Dragon Martial Guard alone had nearly 1,000 warriors above the 7th rank. Such combat power was sufficient to overwhelm most armies. Even if the Jinyue boasted an Ironblood military spirit, the advantages in numbers and strength could not be easily compensated. In an instant, the 10 great factions regained their confidence in the Dragon Martial Guard. Is that so? After listening to their analysis, Zhang Wenyu discreetly glanced in Feng Chen's direction. To his surprise, he found that the one he presumed would be most attentive to this contest, Feng Chen, was sitting calmly in his chair, exuding an air of ease and tranquility, entirely unperturbed. This composure, was it genuine confidence in the Jinyue or merely a facade? At that moment, Zhang Wenyu suddenly felt that he could no longer see through this new emperor. Kill. Just as the crowd speculated, the 2 forbidden armies clashed violently. Humph. A rabble of misfits, slaughter them. As the figures of the Jinyue and Dragon Martial Guard intertwined, leveraging their numerical advantage, the black dragon scale armor seemed poised to engulf the Jinyue entirely. Seeing this, Pan Hua's face broke into a smug smile. The vanguard of the Dragon Martial Guard consists of martial artists above the 7th rank. Just this first encounter is sufficient to ensure your demise 10 times over. Even if they were momentarily suppressed in spirit by the opponent, Pan Hua remained supremely confident in the Dragon Martial Guard. Not every army possesses the luxury of readily dispatching warriors of the 7th rank or above as their vanguard, even with an indomitable spirit of iron and blood. The disparity in strength is not something that can be easily bridged. Moreover, the presence of a late-stage martial artist like myself overseeing the battle adds another layer of complexity. As the 2 sides initially clashed, the situation unfolded largely as Pan Hua had anticipated, yet with notable deviations. It was not the Jinyue who crumbled like a house of cards, but rather the Longwu Guard. Kill. The Longwu Guard, at the forefront of the fray, revealed grotesque smiles as they faced their adversaries. Their blades struck with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a crimson flash sliced through the air, and the first head of a Longwu Guard fell, severed by a bloodthirsty blade. This was no isolated incident. In the chaos of close combat, at least 20 to 30 heads of the Longwu Guard were claimed by the Jinyue in an instant. Even those with reflexes sharp enough to barely parry the first strike found themselves overwhelmed by the subsequent blows. Each cut was more ferocious than the last, forcing the Longwu Guard to stagger back. But alas, their movements were too slow. A chilling sensation swept across their necks, and in the next moment, blood gushed forth from the severed wounds. What? The leaders of the 10 great clans stood in shock, rising from their seats. Some even stepped forward in disbelief. The Longwu Guard could not hold their ground. Wang Qing's expression turned grave. Within mere moments, he had reached a conclusion. This group of Jinyue was not comprised of ninth-rank warriors. They were all postnatal experts. The final assertion left Wang Qing in disbelief, nearly biting his own tongue. What did it mean for them all to be postnatal experts? Even the Lingfeng army of the King of Din could not boast such numbers. A force composed entirely of postnatal warriors, bolstered by an iron-willed military spirit, surely. Even 1,000 of them would slice through opponents of ninth rank and below as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Upon hearing Wang Qing's analysis, the hearts of the 10 great clans sank. Pan Chongfeng's face drained of color. Was there truly no glimmer of victory in sight? Initially a mere rhetorical question, Wang Qing nodded affirmatively. There is, he asserted. An army, regardless of whether it possesses a military spirit, must have a united heart, which is crucial for its cohesion. A strong military heart can uplift the morale of the troops, rendering them invincible. However, should this military heart falter, the entire army's spirit will suffer a devastating blow. With the Lanwu Guard already showing signs of defeat, the only question that remains is whether they can devise a means to turn the tide. This was the sole strategy Wang Qing could conceive to salvage the faltering Lanwu Guard. Military heart. At that moment, all eyes turned towards a singular figure. Baoing Xiang. Undoubtedly, he was the very embodiment of the military heart of the Jinyue. This battle is indeed pivotal. The traitor of the Dragon Guard shall meet his demise. The blade in Pan Hua's hand emanated a sinister black aura as he charged towards Baoing Xiang. Clang. Their weapons clashed, and Baoing Xiang took a step back, while Pan Hua's entire body trembled. How can this be? Your weapon is not made of mere iron. Though it appeared that Baoing Xiang was at a disadvantage during their initial encounter, a hint of astonishment flickered in Pan Hua's eyes. According to his original assessment, this strike should have been sufficient to sever Baoing Xiang's blade. Yet, far from being shattered, that gleaming edge showed no signs of damage whatsoever. It is worth noting that Pan Hua's strike was not only the culmination of his lifelong mastery of swordsmanship, but the weapon he wielded was far from ordinary. It was forged by the renowned master blacksmith, Ma Cheng, at the Armament Academy. Is your sword truly remarkable? A cold glint appeared in Baoing Xiang's eyes as a layer of blood-red malevolence surged around his blade, swiftly enveloping it entirely. This is. Upon seeing the bloodthirsty aura, Pan Hua's eyes involuntarily narrowed, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Blood, malevolence, the blade. The horrific scene of Luo Zifeng's demise resurfaced in his memory, as a flood of recollections surged within him, in that moment of widened eyes. Baoing Xiang raised his sword to strike. Chapter 41. The Tremors of the Empire. The new emperor's ambitions and the concerns of the aristocratic families. You are the murderer of Luo Zifeng. Before Pan Hua could utter a word, a blade, imbued with a thunderous force, descended upon him with an overwhelming pressure that left him gasping for breath. Pan Hua could only hastily raise his sword to defend himself. Clang! Both figures jolted, and in the next moment, one staggered backward. It was Pan Hua. He retreated. In the eyes of the onlookers, countless gazes bore witness to this clash, where the one who found himself at a disadvantage was unmistakably Pan Hua. What sort of technique was this? That rendered the blade as if it were glowing red from the heat of a charcoal fire? No, it was not merely heat, it was the essence of blood. The aura of bloodshed. As Baoing Xiang's sword strikes grew ever more ferocious, the blood essence entwined around the blade intensified. Ultimately, it transformed into a swirling mist of crimson, enveloping the edge of the sword. Pan Hua felt the opponent's momentum becoming increasingly elusive, each strike more vicious than the last. Here he was, a late-stage martial artist, being dominated by someone of a lower realm. Yet, in this moment, Pan Hua had no time for indignation. He was wholly focused on countering each of Baoing Xiang's strikes, leaving no room for distraction, for a single misstep could lead to his demise beneath the blade. Even so, each of Baoing Xiang's attacks became increasingly difficult to parry. His arms felt as if they were laden with lead, and unless he exerted every ounce of strength, the sword would slip from his grasp. Clang! Once more. Pan Hua was ruthlessly repelled, while Baoing Xiang remained expressionless, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Bolstered by the indomitable spirit of the iron-blooded army, his aura surged to its zenith. He stepped forward, raising his sword. Strangely, the tumultuous blood mist that had once roiled around the blade suddenly stilled, merely clinging to the edge, rendering the entire sword a translucent crimson, exuding an ominous and malevolent aura. Your Majesty, let this battle end here. In the distance, Pan Chafeng felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. He swiftly turned to Feng Chen, urging with urgency. Just as he spoke, Baoing Xiang's sword came crashing down. The blood transformation divine blade. With innate vigor, life and death in an instant, Pan Hua's cultivation surged to its peak, forming an impenetrable armor of qi around his body. Yet, Bao Xiang did not even flinch. The blood-red blade sliced through Pan Hua's throat. Swish, a burst of deep crimson sprayed forth from Pan Hua's neck, transforming the air into a torrential rain of blood. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to freeze. Huar, Pan Chongfeng's voice echoed with unbearable grief as he disregarded everything. Leaping from the platform and racing towards Pan Hua. Your Majesty, I implore you to command a ceasefire. If this continues, the Dragon Guard will face utter annihilation. Other noble families hurriedly knelt down before Fang Chen. The phrase total annihilation sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. A profound bitterness surged within them. Although this statement seemed incredulous, it was a stark reality unfolding before their eyes. The Dragon Wu Guards, boasting numerical superiority, were nearly obliterated by an opponent whose numbers were less than 1/10 of theirs. Such a record, if disclosed, would be a source of humiliation. Yet, they had no choice but to call a halt, for among the Dragon Wu Guards were many scions of noble families. Should a total annihilation truly occur, their hearts would bleed. Cease all actions. With the sight of the noble families kneeling in disarray, Fang Chen finally commanded a stop. Otherwise, even if the Dragon Wu Guards were indeed completely wiped out today, he would not have batted an eyelash. Though his voice was not loud, to the Jinyue, it was the most supreme command. Instantly, all Jinyue engaged in battle halted and retreated. The remaining Dragon Wu Guards, having already been beaten to the brink of despair, felt a wave of relief wash over them as they narrowly retained their lives. With their spirits lifted, they seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise for quite some time. Some even fainted outright. Who were, my son Pan Chongfeng stumbled over to Pan Hua's lifeless body, engulfed in anguish. I shall kill you. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, landed on the bystander Bao Xiang as he seized the broken blade from Pan Hua's hand. Intent on striking Bao Xiang down. Swish! A flash of the sword pierced Pan Chongfeng's arm, blood gushing forth as the weapon slipped from his grasp. My hand, he cried out in despair. The Emperor has commanded a ceasefire. Do you dare to commit murder before me? Do you seek death? Yu Huadian narrowed his eyes, a layer of frost seemingly enveloping his handsome visage. The blade in his hand bore a trace of blood. Lord Pan, please accept my condolences. Seeing Yu Huadian's ruthless intervention, others trembled in fear. Officials allied with the Pan family quickly rushed to support Pan Chongfeng, lest he succumb to his grief and faint. As the scene descended into chaos, Fang Chen remained impassive. The outcome had been determined. From this day forth, Bao Xiang would assume the role of the Jinyue commander, tasked solely with the organization of the Jinyue. The remaining elite of the Dragon Wu Guards would be integrated into the Jinyue, while the rest would be dismissed to return home. His calm voice resonated clearly in the ears of all present. I obey the decree. Bao Xiang sheathed his sword, kneeling on the ground and proclaiming loudly. We shall all obey the decree. The Jinyue behind him also knelt in acknowledgement. Today's proceedings conclude here. Return to Chiqing Hall. With his objectives fulfilled, Fang Chen paid no further attention to the turmoil in the training ground and directly departed in his dragon carriage. Sigh. Upon regaining his composure, Zhang Wenyu shook his head and let out a deep breath. This new emperor is no ordinary individual. Leaving behind a remark, Zhang Wenyu slowly made his way out of the training grounds. The other aristocratic families, witnessing this, gathered around Huang Fu Lin with anxious expressions. My lord Huang Fu, what shall we do? Are we truly to disband the Dragon Guard? What of our past investments in the Dragon Guard? At this moment, Huang Fu Lin was just beginning to recover from his shock, though his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although the suggestion to pit the Jinyue against the Dragon Guard did not originate from him, Huang Fu Lin had firmly believed in the Dragon Guard's high odds of victory. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? 10,000 defeated by 1,000. Who among them could have foreseen this result? As pairs of eyes fixed upon him, awaiting his decision, Huang Fu Lin felt an indescribable irritation. Yet, he had to maintain an outward appearance of calm. This new emperor possesses both intellect and decisiveness. Yet he is overly hasty. Though the Dragon Guard has suffered defeat this time, it has been established for centuries and is deeply rooted in the Daqian dynasty. It cannot be resolved with mere words. Huang Fu Lin sighed. Today's tactics employed by Fang Chen sent a chill through him. He understood Fang Chen's intentions quite clearly, to suppress the Dragon Guard and elevate the Jinyue. However, matters seldom unfold as smoothly as one desires. If one wishes to truly address the issue of the Dragon Guard, the best approach would be to proceed with caution. Yet, Fang Chen's eagerness for swift results would inevitably provoke resistance from the noble families. Nevertheless, it is precisely this urgency that offers these families a glimmer of hope. In due time, the affairs of tomorrow should be concluded. Once he returns to the capital, the true conflict between the Dragon Guard and the Jinyue will commence. Huang Fulin cast a glance at the fallen Panhua before departing the training grounds. Chapter 42. The Transformative Divine Elixir. Flattering and fawning, the astute and imposing eunuch Chao. Beep. Your newly established elite force has, with an unstoppable momentum, achieved a resounding victory over your adversaries. In a single stroke, they have accomplished a remarkable feat of defeating a numerically superior opponent, nearly annihilating them entirely. This act has not only caused a stir throughout the realm, but has also instilled fear in the hearts of your foes. They have come to realize that you are no longer the deposed monarch, fleeing in disarray from their relentless pursuit. Those who oppose you now must think twice before taking action. The reputation of you and your army is beginning to resonate across the land. Host has successfully completed the task, restoring national prestige 3,500. Rewards have been deposited into the system space. Please collect them promptly. On the way back to the Qinqing Palace, Fang Chen finally heard the voice he had been eagerly anticipating. Today's endeavor, which achieved 3 objectives with 1 effort, was indeed splendid. A smile graced Fang Chen's handsome visage as he stretched languidly within the imperial carriage. Initially, he had contemplated disbanding and dissolving the Longwu Guard to undermine their influence. However, unexpectedly, the members of the noble clans seemed to have anticipated his intentions, eagerly delivering the Longwu Guard to him, allowing him to strike decisively. Not only had he swiftly established the Jinyue, but he had also dealt a significant blow to the Longwu Guard. Furthermore, he had fulfilled the task assigned by the system. A splendid trifecta indeed. However, the success of the Jinyue was also due in part to the absence of the Longwu Guard's commander in the imperial capital. Soon, Fang Chen's smile faded as another thought crossed his mind. The commander of the Longwu Guard was none other than the second son of the current head of the Huangfu family, Huang Fuming. In his youth, Huang Fuming was notorious as a debauched scion of the Huangfu family, repeatedly abusing his status to act with impunity and disregard the law. Nevertheless, he was also a prodigy in martial arts, breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artists at the tender age of 13. Consequently, he caught the eye of the esteemed leader of the Donglin sect, who took him as a disciple. Under the careful tutelage of both the Huangfu family and the Donglin sect, Huang Fuming, now 36, has emerged as a formidable martial artist of the Midden-born stage. Widely acknowledged as the foremost expert within the imperial court, if the Jinyue were to engage in battle with the Longwu Guard, led by Huang Fuming, the outcome would be uncertain. Should Huang Fuming return, the dissolution of the Longwu Guard would become a challenging endeavor. As the commander, he would undoubtedly refuse to allow the Longwu Guard to disband so easily. Currently, Fang Chen's most formidable ally, eunuch Chao, is merely an early stage inborn warrior. Although the Gathering Spirit pill can enhance one's cultivation, it is only effective for those below the innate level. Thus, the potential for improving eunuch Chao's strength is nearly negligible. What means might exist to elevate the combat prowess of postnatal and even innate warriors in a brief span? If feasible, perhaps I too could transcend from the postnatal to the innate realm. After days of rigorous training, Fang Chen sensed that he was approaching a bottleneck in his cultivation, with the possibility of a breakthrough lingering in the air. As he contemplated, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to access the system. Let me see, he discovered it. His eyes lit up at the sight of the alchemical formula within the system's repository. The metamorphic bone transformation pill, upon ingestion, could rectify personal deficiencies and enhance one's innate talents for cultivation. While it could not directly elevate one's cultivation level, it promised to help the user ascend at least 1 realm within a span of 3 days to a month, including for innate martial artists. Upon reading the final line, Fang Chen inhaled sharply, striving to steady the slight tumult of his emotions. Yet, the corners of his mouth began to curl upward. Was this not the method of advancement he had yearned for? Moreover, the formula provided by the system this time was evidently of a higher caliber than the previous spirit-gathering pill. The metamorphic bone transformation pill primarily focused on foundational cultivation, with breakthroughs as a secondary benefit. Unlike the spirit-gathering pill, which risked rendering one's foundation unstable with excessive enhancement, this pill would solidify any precarious foundations, laying a robust groundwork for future advancements. More importantly, it also held efficacy for innate masters. Previously, eunuch Chao had remained stuck in the late postnatal stage for years, albeit due to erroneous cultivation techniques leading him astray. Yet, for an ordinary person, breaking through the postnatal realm without external assistance, solely relying on personal cultivation, was a fanciful notion that could take 3 to 5 years. Transitioning from postnatal to innate was as arduous as self-studying to gain admission to prestigious universities. Although Fang Chen was not deeply versed in the innate realm, Eunuch Chao had once confided in him that even with the enhancement of the celestial child technique, his next breakthrough would not be achievable for at least 3 years. The metamorphic bone transformation pill, however, condensed that 3-year span into a maximum of 1 month. Such a treasure must be concocted post-haste. Presently, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang had similarly advanced to the mid-postnatal stage. Given their talents, if they consumed the metamorphic bone transformation pill, a breakthrough to the innate realm was merely a matter of time. When that day arrived, regardless of whether Huang Fuming returned, anyone in the imperial palace who posed a threat to Fang Chen would be effortlessly subdued. Resolute in his decision, Fang Chen returned to the Chiqing Palace aboard the dragon carriage. Your Majesty, Eunuch Chao, who had been stationed at the Chiqing Palace, observed that Fang Chen appeared rather pleased after the court session today. Beyond that, it was challenging to discern even a hint of the emperor's thoughts from his handsome countenance. How did the genie Wei fare today? Seated upon the dragon throne, Fang Chen focused his mind and inquired of Bao Yingxiang. Your Majesty, today the Jin Yi Wei achieved a resounding victory with only 20 to 30 brothers sustaining minor injuries. There were no fatalities among our ranks. Bao Yingxiang's voice was noticeably tinged with excitement. To engage 10 foes and emerge without any casualties was a remarkable feat furthermore. He had single-handedly captured the deputy commander of the Longwu Guard. Such achievements, if placed in the past, would have been beyond Bao Yingxiang's wildest dreams. That as well. Fang Chen nodded. At present, his only cards to play were the Kuaihua Changshi and the Jinyue. Even the loss of a few among them would cause Fang Chen some heartache. These Jinyue were the elite, meticulously cultivated by the emperor. With the emperor's strategic prowess, success was all but guaranteed. Eunuch Chao chuckled lightly. Fang Chen cast a sideways glance at him, prompting a flicker of unease in the latter. Had he inadvertently uttered something displeasing to the emperor? In just a few days, had Eunuch Chao begun to flatter? Who would have thought that the shadowy eunuch, with his thick brows and large eyes, would one day engage in sycophancy? Or perhaps, had he misjudged Eunuch Chao's character all along? Upon hearing Fang Chen's words and noting his lack of anger, Eunuch Chao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Every word I speak is heartfelt, he declared earnestly. As the conversation continued, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang both nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the same sentiment. Very well. Since you wish to praise, I shall graciously accept. Fang Chen replied. I have here a formula for a Dan. Take it to the Dan Ding Academy and urge them to refine it promptly. Chapter 43, A World Transformed. Huang Fulin's apprehension. I am indecisive. The servant obeys the command. For Fang Chen's orders, Chief Steward Chao had long been accustomed. After listening to Fang Chen's words, he stepped forward to take the pill recipe and immediately departed. The establishment of the Jinyue will be entrusted entirely to you. Furthermore, I require the information regarding the Longwu Guard to be brought to me. Fang Chen then turned his gaze toward Bao Yingxiang. Although the Longwu Guard suffered a significant defeat today, with heavy casualties, its foundation, built over centuries, is far more profound than anticipated. As far as Fang Chen knew, the Longwu Guard currently boasted a total strength of over 100,000. This loss is merely superficial. To prevent future complications, Fang Chen was already preparing to reduce the numbers of the Longwu Guard. The minister complies with the command. Bao Yingxiang, known for his diligent and meticulous nature, immediately cupped his hands in response to Fang Chen's directive. How has the Empress Dowager been recently? Fang Chen inquired of Yu Huatian. Your Majesty, during this period, the Kuaihua Changshi has been closely monitoring the movements of the Changlu Palace. So far, no suspicious individuals have been detected entering or leaving, Yu Huatian replied respectfully. Currently, within the Changlu Palace, only one Li Momo possesses post-heavenly stage cultivation. The monitors, all Kuaihua Changshi, are at the post-heavenly realm as well. Should a conflict arise, Li Momo would find herself outnumbered and unable to defend against them. Thus, the situation in the Changlu Palace is almost indistinguishable from a state of house arrest. Requiring little concern from Fang Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Chen said, Very well, you may withdraw for now. Once the two had exited the Grand Hall, Fang Chen pondered briefly before activating the system. What appeared was a newly issued task. Task description. Your army has displayed remarkable valor, compelling the enemy to retreat. This battle has significantly elevated your reputation. Many who once sought your demise must now reassess your prowess. They no longer pursue you with the same fervor as before. You are no longer the exiled sovereign, reduced to desperate flight. Now is the opportune moment to seize the initiative and reverse your fortunes. It is time to launch a counteroffensive. Task requirement: completely annihilate a rival faction and demonstrate to the world that you possess the strength to restore your nation. Completely annihilate a rival faction. Fang Chen lowered his gaze, his fingers gently tapping the table. He was not troubled by how to accomplish this task. Rather, in that fleeting moment, numerous options surged into his mind. The Empress Dowager, the Lanwu Guard, the former dynasty, the aristocratic clans, the martial sections. Each of these represented challenges and dilemmas that Fang Chen had to address in his plans. It could be said that as long as these hidden dangers remain, the Dacian dynasty would never truly find peace. Such a wealth of choices is almost overwhelming. Fang Chen chuckled softly, though his tone betrayed a sense of underlying complexity. It seemed as though a decision had long been settled in his heart, unperturbed by the multitude of options before him. Upon returning to the estate, the calm facade of Huang Fulin immediately dissipated, leaving only an endless chill in its wake. He swiftly dispatched a message to Ming'er, urging him to find a way to return to the capital without delay. After hearing his father's instructions, his eldest son, Huang Fuxian, appeared troubled. "But father, isn't my second brother currently in discussions with the Donglin Gate?" Before he could finish, Huang Fulin impatiently interrupted him. "There are matters of urgency. The Dragon Guard is on the brink of collapse. No matter how close he is to Donglin Gate, what does it matter? The series of measures announced by His Majesty today is clearly aimed at the Dragon Guard. Can't you see that?" Faced with Huang Fulin's stern reprimand, Huang Fuxian dared not retort, merely acquiescing. Huang Fulin cast a disappointed glance at his eldest son. Regardless, it was imperative that Ming'er return within this month. Furthermore, he cautioned the other noble families to exercise utmost vigilance during this period. They must not allow the Jinhui to gather any incriminating evidence against them. The newly appointed official, Fang Chen, established the Jinhui with the primary aim of not only displacing the Dragon Guard, but also targeting the remnants of the previous dynasty. Huang Fulin keenly sensed this shift. Recently, Fang Chen's actions had consistently caught him off guard, from removing the Empress Dowager from her position to reorganizing the military supplies department. Not to mention, today's intentions to replace the Dragon Guard with the Jinhui. Even now, Huang Fulin felt a chill in his heart. He realized that his understanding of this new emperor was still woefully inadequate. Thus, at this juncture, although Huang Fulin did not fear the Jinhui, he had no desire to be the one to provoke them recklessly. In the Changlu Palace, those insufferable eunuchs had yet to vacate the premises. The Empress Dowager could no longer recall how long this situation had persisted. Since Wei Xian's demise, numerous unfamiliar faces had appeared around the Changlu Palace, seemingly monitoring its every move. This made it exceedingly difficult for the Empress Dowager to convey messages to the outside world. Considering the timeline, since the arrival of the Kuei-Hua Chamberlain station near the Changlu Palace, she had not managed to send a single message beyond its confines. If this continued, the Taishian Gate would undoubtedly question her competence. What of the Dragon Guard? Could she utilize them to evade the watchful eyes of the Kuei-Hua Chamberlain? The Empress Dowager pondered countless strategies and ultimately turned her thoughts towards the Dragon Guard. Though they served the royal family, they were under the influence of noble families. While still perilous, they might at least provide a means to avoid the new emperor's scrutiny. However, upon hearing this, Mama Li displayed a look of concern. Recently, the Dragon Guard near the Changlu Palace had seemingly evaporated, vanishing without a trace. Instead, a newly appointed group of guards emerged, self-identifying as the Jinhui. They replaced the Lanwu Guard, tasked with safeguarding the palace and ensuring the safety of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyes widened in shock. Jinhui? What was the meaning of this? How had an unheard-of organization come into existence without her knowledge? In response, the servant could only express ignorance, stating that it was rumored this Jinhui had been established by His Majesty. The mere mention of the Emperor's involvement ignited a fierce anger within the Empress Dowager. She hurled her cosmetics to the ground in frustration. The Emperor, once again, he was resolute in opposing her at every turn. Li Mama remained silent, patiently waiting for the Empress Dowager to vent her ire before gently advising her. This group of Jinhui appears to possess formidable abilities. A direct confrontation would be exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Your Highness, do not act impulsively. Allow me to find a suitable opportunity to convey our message beyond the palace walls. Though the Empress Dowager was incensed, she found herself powerless in the face of the situation and reluctantly acquiesced to Li Mama's counsel. Chapter 44. How to alleviate worries. Only by raiding the house. The Jinyue arrives. Bao Lingxiang acted with remarkable swiftness. Within half a day, he had already delivered the documents concerning the Longwu Guard to the Chiqing Palace. Your Majesty, these are the files pertaining to the Longwu Guard. I have instructed my subordinates to classify them according to their positions and backgrounds. Upon hearing Bao Lingxiang's words, Fang Chen, who was perusing a confidential missive, raised an eyebrow, glancing at the mountain of documents piled before him. Although Bao Lingxiang was excessively meticulous in his endeavors, he was not a rigid thinker. Moreover, he possessed sufficient acumen to discern the emperor's intentions. Upon hearing Fang Chen request the files of the Longwu Guard, he surmised Fang Chen's intention to reduce the military forces. By preemptively categorizing the Longwu Guard, he significantly facilitated Fang Chen's subsequent actions. This advantage stemmed from Bao Lingxiang's own background in the Longwu Guard, granting him profound insight into its inner workings. Now, as the commander of the Jinyue, acquiring these documents was not a formidable task. Well done. Place them there, Fang Chen remarked. Just then, a figure entered. Your servant pays his respects to your Majesty. The expression of Eunuch Chao appeared somewhat grave, suggesting that the recent visit to the Danding Institute had not gone smoothly. Without waiting for Fang Chen to inquire, he proactively stated, Your Majesty, I have presented the formula to the Danding Institute. They have indicated that the materials and methods for refining this elixir are indispensable, and the success rate is exceedingly low. Even with all their resources combined, they can produce at most one elixir in 6 months. Furthermore, the cost of the required materials ranges between 50 to 100,000 taels of silver. With the current treasury's reserves, we can scarcely refine fewer than 10 elixirs. Upon viewing the formula, Eunuch Chao immediately grasped its significance. The formula presented by Fang Chen was intended for himself, Bao Lingxiang, Yu Huatian, and others. In that instant, it was impossible for Eunuch Chao not to feel moved, which further solidified his resolve to fulfill this task. However, after deliberating for half a day regarding the challenges posed by the Danding Institute in terms of the difficulty of refining and the financial requirements for the materials, he realized it was beyond his solitary capabilities to resolve. Reluctantly, Eunuch Chao returned to seek guidance from Fang Chen. A single Tuagu Huashandan requires 50,000 taels of silver, just as I anticipated, Fang Chen replied calmly. After all, this was an elixir that could potentially allow innate martial artists to break through. If it could be easily refined, the entire Dacian dynasty would likely be teeming with innate masters. As for the upper limit of 100,000, it was evident that the Danding Institute had calculated the likelihood of success and provided a maximum guarantee for expenses. Draft an imperial edict for the Armament Bureau to instruct Taifengzi to forge several alchemical furnaces that can enhance the efficiency and success rate of elixir refinement. To be sent to the Danding Institute, prioritizing their use for the refinement of the Tuagu Huashandan. For one as skilled as the Iron Madman, crafting a few alchemical furnaces is a task of utmost ease. Should the success rate of potion making improve, it would indeed save a considerable sum. At this, Elder Chao promptly nodded in acknowledgement of the command, the white brows atop his forehead relaxing somewhat, though he remained vigilant. However, the issues of alchemical materials and funding still loomed large. If the financial matter concerning the procurement of materials remains unresolved, even the finest furnace would be of little use to a skilled artisan without the necessary ingredients. Before the thought could fully escape his lips, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a nonchalant smile gracing his features. Money? The solution to this predicament lies right here. With a slight motion of his hand, he tossed a confidential letter onto the table. The document bore incriminating evidence against the Su and Ding families, known for their embezzlement and corruption. What alleviates sorrow? Only the confiscation of their assets will do. Fang Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his thin lips curving upward in a sharp arc. The words he uttered sending a shiver of foreboding through the air. As the night deepened, the grand capital of the great Qian Empire shed its daytime splendor and clamor, succumbing to the embrace of darkness and tranquility. From a vantage point high above, the entire imperial city lay before him, with only a scant few residences faintly illuminated by candlelight. Sir, this is the Su residence, came the report. Dark clouds obscured the brilliant moonlight as a group of imperial guards clad in fish-scale attire arrived at the entrance of an opulent manor. With an impassive expression, Bao Lingxiang verified the arrest warrant in hand and stated flatly, Yes, remember to act swiftly. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Understood. The guards behind him echoed, their voices tinged with a menacing undertone, resembling ravenous wolves poised to strike. Bang! Without hesitation, Bao Xiang approached the imposing crimson gate and delivered a powerful kick. The sound resonated like distant thunder as the heavy door was forcefully thrust open, crashing to the ground. The servants of the Su household, lanterns in hand and preparing for their final rounds before retiring for the night, were left in a state of utter shock upon witnessing the scene. Who are you? Before they could voice their inquiries, Bao Xiang strode forward with purpose, sending them sprawling to the ground. An investigation by the Imperial Guards revealed that the Su family was embroiled in a multitude of crimes, including embezzlement and murder. The Northern Punishment Department ordered the apprehension of Suzha, the head of the Su family, along with several others for interrogation. Any who defy this command shall be regarded as contemptuous of the law and apprehended as well. As Bao Xiang's words echoed, 2 guards stepped forward, binding the 2 dazed and bruised Su servants who were still trying to comprehend the chaos. Who dares to intrude upon my Su residence? The commotion had stirred others within the estate, and soon enough, Suzha, surrounded by a cadre of Su family guards, arrived at the scene. Upon spotting the Imperial Guards in their distinctive attire, his pupils dilated in alarm. Jinyue, why have you intruded upon the Su family? Suji questioned, regaining his composure. Bao Xiang, disinterested in reiterating his words, merely unfurled the arrest warrant before Suji. The Northern Supervisory Office has been ordered to apprehend you. If you have any objections, it would be prudent to address them at the Northern Supervisory Office. He gestured for them to take Suji away, just as the 2 Jinyue were about to advance. Suji's furious roar pierced the air. Impudent! I am an official of the court. Do you dare touch a single hair on my head? Having been the head of a prominent family for decades, Suji had grown accustomed to his lofty status in the imperial capital. Except for a few powerful families like the Huangfu and Tang clans, who surpassed the Su family in influence, he maintained a semblance of humility. The few Jinyue before him were of no consequence in his eyes. To him, if Bao Xiang and his companions dared to lay a hand on him today, it would be tantamount to challenging the aristocracy, with dire repercussions. Is that so? Observing Suji's brazen demeanor, Bao Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly. His hand rested on the hilt of his embroidered spring knife, and an ethereal aura of bloodlust coiled around the blade, rendering it ominous and eerie in the night. Chapter 45, The Trembling Aristocratic Family. The astonishment of the Prime Minister, the lurking tiger. Boldly, what do you intend to do? The actions of Bao Xiang caused Suji's countenance to change drastically. He questioned with a voice laced with false bravado. Someone, anyone. As the words left his lips, shadows surged from the darkness, swiftly encircling Suji. They were none other than the Su family's secret guards. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a 7th-grade martial artist, while the strongest had reached the late stage of innate mastery. Under the protection of these shadowy sentinels, Suji felt a semblance of reassurance, his confidence bolstered. I am a court-appointed official. If you wish to apprehend me, first obtain the imperial edict. Suji provocatively directed his gaze at Bao Xiang, completely dismissing the presence of the Jinyue. Observing this, Bao Xiang narrowed his eyes, yet instead of retreating, he advanced a step forward. A surge of bloodthirsty energy erupted from him, fierce as an inferno. In an instant, his mere presence seemed capable of challenging the dozens of Su family guards arrayed before him. Boom! As Bao Xiang's aura exploded forth, the Jinyue behind him stepped forward in unison. At once, their collective momentum surged like a tidal wave, firmly suppressing the spirit of the Su family guards. This is bad. The faces of the Su family's secret guards paled, and an involuntary urge to retreat welled up within them. Each of these Jinyue possessed innate strength, augmented by their iron-blooded martial spirit, creating an overwhelming presence that left the guards devoid of courage to counter. What are you still standing there for? Suji, caught in a tumult of shock and anger, felt a chill of trepidation, urged by his words. The sole innate late-stage martial artist among them gritted his teeth and swung his blade at Bao Xiang, seeking death. Bao Xiang's eyes turned icy as he unleashed the blood god blade. With a soft whoosh, a torrential rain of crimson splattered forth, and a round shadow was propelled high into the air, akin to a ball bouncing away before rolling to a stop nearby. This spectacle left all present utterly stunned. Who else dares to resist? Bao Xiang's cold gaze swept across their faces, instilling an icy dread in those who met his eyes. After an indeterminate period, the first individual voluntarily relinquished their weapon. One by one, the others, their faces etched with despair, followed suit, discarding their armor and surrendering. You all. Suji stood agape, fury boiling within him. He had nurtured these martial artists, providing them with the finest sustenance each day. Who could have known they would falter at such a critical moment? Yet, to the Su family guards, witnessing even the innate late-stage martial artist being dispatched so effortlessly by Bao Xiang made it clear that any resistance would only add to the toll of lost lives. What purpose would it serve? Take them away, Bao Xiang commanded, and the Jin Yiwei promptly advanced, seizing Su Ji along with the Su family's secret guards. Let go of me. Let go of me, ugh. Su Ji shouted a few times, only to be struck in the abdomen and faint on the spot. He was then dragged away by several members of the Jinyue as if he were a lifeless dog. The dark guards of the Su family were gripped with alarm. The rest of you, follow me inside. Once all the dark guards of the Su family had been apprehended, Bao Xiang raised his head, surveying the opulent courtyard before him. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he took the lead towards the myriad of residences. Yes, my lord. As the Jinyue stormed into the Su family's abode, a cacophony of screams erupted, the terrified cries of the Su family members startled from their slumber. However, Bao Xiang and his fellow Jinyue harbored no sympathy for these individuals. They had emerged from the lower ranks of the Longwu Guard, having endured considerable oppression from the prominent families before being favored by the emperor and selected as Jinyue. They felt nothing but contempt for these aristocratic families who had trampled upon their ascent, exploiting the common people solely for their own indulgence. Far from sympathy, their hearts brimmed with a fervent desire for retribution. Before long, the once resplendent Su family was reduced to ruins, a victim of the Jinyue's rampage. Everything of value was stripped away as if the very essence of their wealth had been plundered. Move on to the next house. Bao Xiang, his face a mask of grim determination, gestured with his hand, leading the Jinyue swiftly to the next location. At the Prime Minister's residence, before dawn, Zhang Wenyu habitually awoke from his dreams, preparing to greet the Prime Minister. Outside, a shadow flickered ominously. What has transpired? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Wenyu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired. The shadow, clearly flustered, replied in a hushed tone, last night. News arrived that the Jinyue of the Northern Town Pacification Office have raided the Su and Ding families on charges of embezzlement and the disregard for human life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyu's eyes, still clouded with sleep, widened in shock. He sprang from his bed and rushed to the door. What did you say? The cloaked figure reiterated the dire news. Zhang Wenyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, bracing himself against his forehead. The Su and Ding families. Did they not have dark guards? How could they have been so easily overrun? He murmured. Although the Jinyue possessed the authority of prior execution without report, the Su and Ding families were prominent aristocrats. Even if the emperor wished to act against them, careful consideration would be necessary. Moreover, it was inconceivable that the Su and Ding families would remain passive. It was said that they initially attempted to resist, but their trained experts were swiftly beheaded. The remaining members, realizing their futile struggle, surrendered. The shadow continued. Zhang Wenyu felt a throbbing ache in his head intensify. What of the other noble families? Have the Huangfu and Ji families remained silent? Their response has yet to be seen, but they must certainly have caught wind of the events. The shadow replied softly. Zhang Wenyu remained silent for a considerable time before finally waving his hand weakly. You may leave, he uttered. The shadow bowed respectfully, and in the next instant, vanished through the doorway. This sovereign was no mere fledgling tiger. He was unmistakably a fierce beast that had long been lying in wait. Zhang Wenyu murmured to himself. From the complexity of his expression, it was difficult to discern whether he was more astonished or more vexed. At the Huangfu residence, although there was no morning assembly held that day, the dawn broke with the first light. Huangfu Lin was already attired and seated in the grand hall. His countenance was grave, as he incessantly manipulated a string of dark, glossy purple prayer beads. In the lower seat, a few middle-aged men appeared somewhat restless, occasionally casting anxious glances towards Huangfu Lin. Master Huangfu, what is your perspective on this matter? At last, one could no longer contain himself and spoke up. What perspective? Huangfu Lin lifted his head, directing his gaze towards the speaker. Master Chen, although this task is entrusted to the Jinyue, do you believe it would be feasible without the emperor's intent? Huangfu Lin's voice was not loud, yet his calm inquiry possessed an inexplicable force that rendered Master Chen momentarily speechless. Chapter 46. The Annihilation of 9 Clans. The Complete Eradication. The Emperor's Thunderous Wrath. What course of action should the head of the Huangfu family take at this moment? Observing the head of the Chun family suffer a setback, Ji Mianji, the head of the Ji family, surmised that Huangfu Lin's current mood was rather grim. Therefore, he refrained from provoking him further and calmly inquired, "What else can be done?" The chill in Huang Fulin's gaze diminished slightly, yet he coldly snorted in response. Ultimately, it was merely the arrogance of Su Zhe and Ding Huan that had brought them to this juncture. The affairs of the Martial Preparatory Institute had already drawn the emperor's attention, now that the Imperial Guards had just been established. It was the perfect opportunity for a new official to make a bold statement. The emperor was currently deliberating on whom to strike against, yet they remained oblivious, essentially delivering themselves to the guillotine. The other family heads listened attentively as Huang Fulin quietly reprimanded the heads of the Su and Ding families, not daring to interject. Only when Huang Fulin had expressed his thoughts did he exhale deeply. These two were the ones who had recklessly charged into danger, should calamity befall them. They must bear the consequences themselves. You all should exercise restraint during this period. Do not provide the emperor with any incriminating evidence against you, and you shall remain unscathed. The several family heads nodded in agreement. However, the Ding and Su families were privy to numerous secrets of the aristocracy. Rumors circulated that the methods employed by the Imperial Guards in their interrogations were increasingly brutal. If they could not withstand the pressure and divulge information, the head of the Qin family hesitated to voice his thoughts. The tranquility that had just returned to Huang Fulin's eyes was suddenly replaced by a more menacing glare. The 10 great clans may profess brotherhood, yet in reality, they merely convened for shared interests. For the sake of their mutual gain, they could unite to control the Dragon Martial Guard and various other entities from the previous dynasty. However, they could just as easily be torn apart by the same interests. The confiscation of the Su and Ding families' assets was already an inescapable reality, regardless of whether the new emperor intended to target these two families. Any who dared to approach them at this moment would surely meet a dire fate. For those aristocratic families that had not yet been implicated, the most prudent course of action was to observe from the sidelines. Should Su Zhe and Ding Huan prove to be too foolish to recognize their peril and dare to divulge any information regarding them, the other aristocratic families would undoubtedly employ methods to ensure their survival became an impossibility. Days passed, and the once arrogant aristocratic families in the imperial capital found themselves eerily enveloped in a pervasive and unsettling silence. Even the most cynical of the aristocratic youths appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants during these days, whether in the smoky willows or the bustling markets. Their presence was scarcely seen. Consequently, the citizens of the capital began to circulate various rumors. It is said that all of this began a few nights ago when the Jinyue made a sudden visit to the prominent families of the capital. Now, aside from the already afflicted Su and Ding families, the rest of the noble houses remain eerily quiet, as if fearing that they may be the next to face calamity. The common folk of the capital, long oppressed by the noble families, are applauding this turn of events, especially the new emperor, who, defying the odds, established the Jinyue. They hold him in high esteem, for without his creation of the Jinyue untainted by the noble families, and the authority he granted them to act decisively, shaking the entrenched roots of these families would seem a mere fantasy. While rumors abound throughout the capital, the Chengqing Hall remains a sanctuary of tranquility and harmony. Or at least it appears so. Fang Chen sits upon the dragon throne, his expression impassive as he swiftly reviews the confessions before him. These documents, obtained by Bao Yingxiang and the Jinyue through the severe interrogation of the Su and Ding families, detail their numerous heinous acts over the years, and the more he reads, the colder his smile becomes. The crimes of embezzlement, betrayal of the loyal, abuse of power, and the sale of official positions, these individuals are truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. At last, he comprehends the depths of corruption that have befallen the Dacian dynasty. The embezzlement case involving the Su and Ding families alone implicates over 50 officials from the previous dynasty. It is worth noting that these families rank only among the lower tiers of the noble houses. What, then, of the Ji and Huangfu families? The number of individuals involved would surely be exponentially greater. Sensing the chill emanating from Fangchen, Chief Eunuch Chao and Yu Huaiyan dare not utter a word. Your Majesty, Su Ji and Ding Huan have confessed to their crimes. How shall we proceed? Although Bao Yingxiang feels the weight of Fang Chun's imposing presence, he musters the courage to inquire. Confessed, you say? Fang Chen glances at the charges in his hand, letting out a cold laugh. The crimes confessed by Su Ji and Ding Huan amount to no fewer than 300 or 400 counts. However, absurdly, not a single charge implicates any other noble families. Who would believe such a claim? The 10 great noble houses have existed for nearly a millennium, deeply rooted in power, yet have had no dealings with each other. Such a statement would be met with disbelief even from a child of 3. It appears these two, though foolish, are aware of what must be said and what must remain unspoken. Fangchen exhales deeply. Offending him is a death sentence. But offending the other noble families would be a fate worse than death. Ding Huan and Su Ji understand this well, but alas, they have underestimated his sense of mercy. At this moment, Ding Huan and Su Ji are likely still imprisoned, under the misguided belief that other noble families will exert their influence to safeguard their kin. Even the likes of Huangfu and other aristocratic clans probably presumed that the youthful emperor, confronted with such a multitude, would be overwhelmed and unable to take decisive action. Alas, their estimations are fundamentally flawed. This time, he is resolutely determined to wield the sword against the aristocracy, and his measures will be anything but merciful. Proclaim my decree. The Su and Ding families, in their contempt for the law and their myriad transgressions of deceit, shall face collective punishment. Su Ji and Ding Huan are to be condemned along with their 9 clans. And the entirety of the Su and Ding family fortunes shall be forfeited to the imperial treasury. Furthermore, anyone implicated in the affairs of these 2 families shall be judged according to their crimes, with no leniency afforded. This case shall be supervised by the imperial guard. Should there be any concealment of the truth or favoritism, those individuals shall likewise be sentenced. With a swift stroke of his vermilion brush, Fangchen inscribed a forceful character for death. The crimson letters on the white paper glistened like blood, sending chills through those who beheld it. Yet, within the youthful and handsome features, there was not a hint of confusion or naivety, only the resolute decisiveness of a sovereign prepared to enact judgment. Chapter 47. The Crimson Serpent Binds the True Dragon. Fangchen, if you wish to doze off, then come find a pillow. As the servant complied, he beheld the stark white paper tossed down by Fangchen, emblazoned with a bold character for kill in striking red and white. The eyelids of Chief Steward Chao twitched involuntarily, his reverence for Fangchen deepening significantly. Initially, he had perceived Fangchen as merely a boy of 14, convinced that he would not amount to much. Yet now, it was evident that even the late emperor could not rival Fangchen's formidable presence. Possessing both valor and wisdom, Fangchen was decisive in his actions. He demonstrated kindness towards the populace and loyalty to his subordinates, while exhibiting sufficient ruthlessness towards his enemies, striking swiftly and mercilessly. Such qualities are the hallmarks of a true enlightened ruler. With a silent sigh of admiration, Chief Steward Chao maintained a facade of respect as he departed with bowing Xiang, who held the paper in reverence. 3 days later, the Su and Ding families faced execution in the bustling heart of the imperial capital. It was said that the throngs of onlookers formed layers upon layers, encircling the scene. The prisoner transport nearly struggled to enter the execution grounds, a testament to the heinous deeds committed by the Su and Ding families over the years, inciting public outrage and ultimately leading to their downfall. Much to the delight of the crowd, in the days that followed, the wealth amassed by the Su and Ding families was revealed to be astonishingly vast. The fortune accumulated over 5 years by a deputy chief of the imperial inner court had reached over 1 million taels. Yet, the combined riches of the Su and Ding families were such that it would take the national treasury of Deqian 3 years of deprivation to match that sum. Upon reviewing the figures in the edict, Fangchen shook his head. Although an immense amount of silver had been seized, he felt no joy. If the 2 least prominent families among the 10 noble clans could amass such staggering wealth, what then of the others? Surely their fortunes were even more alarming. The most powerful among them, the Huangfu family, likely possessed resources equivalent to at least 3 times that of the Su and Ding families combined. Contemplating this, Fangchen felt a weight of responsibility. The challenge posed by the noble clans was far from over. However, there was also a silver lining. Following the execution of Su Ji and Ding Huan, Fangchen's mission had been successfully accomplished. Ding, in order to demonstrate your strength to the world, you have chosen to take the initiative and attack your enemies. After careful consideration, you have decided to target the Su and Ding families, one of the 10 noble clans, as means to showcase your power to the world. Your subordinates engage in fierce combat with the members of the Su and Ding families. Ultimately, you successfully annihilate them all. Following this battle, the strength of you and your subordinates once again astonishes the world. Even 2 of the 10 noble clans have fallen before your might. Now, you can truly be said to possess the strength to restore your nation. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Restoration value 5,000. The rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check promptly. Gazing at the lines of text before him, Fangchen could not help but fall into deep contemplation. What fate awaits the 10 prominent families after the fall of the empire? From the conclusions revealed by the system, Fangchen only knows that in the future, the Deqing dynasty, in its quest to conquer Deqian, will ally with several dynasties, including Decheng and Dejing, to launch an offensive against Deqian's borders. Among them, the second son of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Ming, after the death of Huangfu Lin, murdered his own brother, Huangfu Xian, and became the new head of the Huangfu family. He will lead his army to the eastern regions of Deqian, where the Donglin Gate is located, declaring himself king under the title of Desu. Meanwhile, the Ji family will support Fang Chen's fourth brother, the fourth prince, as their king, forging an alliance with the Dexian dynasty in exchange for support. As for the remaining prominent families, they will each seek refuge with the Deqing, Decheng, and Dejing dynasties, offering millions in gold in hopes of securing a place to reside. These parasitic entities, if not for their insatiable consumption of Deqian, would Deqian truly fear the advances of these dynasties? Contemplating the future, where these prominent families will use their amassed wealth to curry favor with other dynasties, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Now that he knows the outcome, he shall not allow such events to transpire. The existence of the 10 prominent families has always been more detrimental than beneficial to Deqian. As long as they remain, Deqian will never achieve true strength. However, to truly eradicate the 10 families, one must first eliminate the significant threat posed by Huangfu Ming. A martial artist of innate mid-stage who is disloyal cannot remain in the royal palace. No matter how expansive Fang Chen's heart, he cannot rest easy. Moreover, Huangfu Ming has the formidable backing of the Huangfu family and the Donglin Gate. As long as he is not eliminated, neither the Lanwu Guard nor the Huangfu family can be thoroughly uprooted. Currently, the only individual under Fang Chen's command capable of facing Huangfu Ming is the esteemed eunuch Chao. However, Huangfu Ming is a disciple of the Donglin Gate, steeped in profound knowledge, while eunuch Chao possesses only the Tian Gang Tongzi skill. Recently, news from the Danding Academy announced the successful completion of the first transformation pill after acquiring the alchemical furnace crafted by the Iron Madman. Naturally, the first person Fang Chen wishes to administer this to is eunuch Chao. To this end, he has gathered a significant number of rare materials from the palace, aiming for eunuch Chao to break through to the innate mid-stage in the shortest time possible. Is there anything available for exchange in the system's marketplace? As he contemplated the national restoration value he had accumulated over time, Fang Chen accessed the system. Before he could even open the marketplace, the system space automatically appeared. This isn't a martial art. Staring at the pulsating icon before him, Fang Chen felt a sense of unease. Could it be another technique akin to the blood transformation divine blade? If this continues, am I truly cultivating loyal subjects or merely indulging in the whims of a sinister cult? Though such thoughts crossed Fang Chen's mind, he nonetheless earnestly clicked on the icon before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a technique. Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon. Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon. 3,000 red threads, tapping fingers severs the ties of longevity. Binding the true dragon, severing longevity. Such phrases indeed sound formidable. Fang Chen smiled faintly. He is the true Dragon Emperor of Deqian, yet he harbors doubts. Can this so-called Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon truly restrain him? His dragon aura is unlike that of any other emperor. It is the aura of the human sovereign. Before the aura of the human sovereign, all things in heaven and earth must bow in submission. The Crimson Serpent may bind the true dragon, but it cannot bind Fang Chen. However, after perusing the description of the Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon, Fang Chen's eyes gradually began to glimmer with excitement. Is this not a technique tailor-made for Lord Chao? It is as if a pillow has appeared just when one feels drowsy. Just moments ago, he was pondering which technique to select from the marketplace that would suit Lord Chao, and now this reward has come knocking at his door. Chapter 48. Supreme Innate Martial Arts, Comparable to Masters. The Astonishment of Grand Eunuch Chao. Just as martial arts possess varying realms of mastery, so too do martial techniques differ in caliber. In a contest between practitioners of the same realm, it is often the foundation and the disparity between techniques that dictate the outcome. Indeed, a sufficiently potent technique can bridge the gap between different levels of mastery. Bowing Xiang, a martial artist of mid-innate cultivation, has managed to repeatedly challenge opponents across realms, relying on the blood transformation divine blade to compensate for his own limitations. Though the world is rife with martial prowess, most advanced techniques are predominantly held within the hands of the 8 major sects and influential clans. Consequently, the emergence of a postnatal level martial manual invariably incites a fierce struggle among countless martial artists and factions, often leading to violent confrontations. The Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon. A technique that harmonizes both softness and strength, embodies the characteristics of a premier innate-level martial art. Upon meticulously reviewing its synopsis and comparing it with the grading of other techniques in the system's marketplace, Fangchen arrived at a conclusion. Moreover, the Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon possesses the capability to obscure heavenly secrets to a certain extent, thereby rivaling some techniques at the master level. Significantly, among Fangchen's three formidable subordinates, only Grand Eunuch Chao possesses both yin and yang internal forces, perfectly aligning with the requirements of the Crimson Serpent Binding True Dragon. Summon Grand Eunuch Chao for an audience. Before long, Grand Eunuch Chao's figure graced the Chiqing Hall. I pay my respects to your majesty, long live the emperor. Grand Eunuch Chao had been discussing various matters concerning the inner court with Deputy Chief Steward Ma Zhou when he received Fangchen's summons. Without hesitation, he set aside his tasks and hurried to the Chiqing Hall. How fares your cultivation progress? Fangchen inquired directly, bypassing any pleasantries. He had suspected the purpose of Chao's summons beforehand. Grand Eunuch Chao, demonstrating respect, bowed and replied, "Your servant, relying on the emperor's grace, feels that my cultivation has progressed. Though not at a breakneck pace, it has certainly accelerated compared to before. I anticipate that within a year, I may attempt to break through to mid-innate." What Grand Eunuch Chao expressed aligned precisely with the conclusions Fangchen had drawn using the Emperor's Omens technique. However, Fangchen subsequently shook his head, saying, "With your innate talent, you should have broken through to the innate level long ago. Unfortunately, you have taken a misguided path, thus delaying your progress over the years. Otherwise, you would have already attained mid-innate cultivation by now. Once one transcends the innate realm, the difficulty of advancing through each subsequent tier increases exponentially. Oftentimes, the challenges of breaking through a minor level can surpass those of a significant leap in a prior realm. Generally speaking, for an innate martial artist to achieve a minor breakthrough, it is a fanciful notion without a span of 3 to 5 years. The reason why Grand Eunuch Chao has the potential for a breakthrough within a mere year lies entirely in Fangchen's tome of the Celestial Child's skill and decades of accumulated experience. However, given his advancing age, his vitality and physique are no longer what they once were in his youth. Without external assistance, he would inevitably find his cultivation stagnating at the late innate stage. These unspoken truths were evidently understood by Grand Eunuch Chao himself, leading him to merely respond with a serene smile. To serve your majesty in this lifetime is indeed a remarkable fortune. Contributing to your majesty's grand endeavors is an unparalleled honor for me. Beyond that, I do not dare to covet." His heartfelt words resonated deeply, even moving Yu Huadian, who stood nearby. Fangchen nodded, his expression remaining relatively neutral. "Although the Celestial Child's skill harmonizes with your physique, it is nonetheless a technique limited to the quasi-innate level, thereby constraining your potential. I possess a technique here that, in conjunction with the Bone Transformation Divine Pill, can elevate your cultivation further. Take it back and study it diligently." With a flick of his hand, Fangchen tossed the technique of binding the true dragon with the red serpent, along with the Bone Transformation Divine Pill, to Grand Eunuch Chao. "Thank you, your majesty." Initially, Grand Eunuch Chao believed that receiving the Bone Transformation Divine Pill would be a monumental honor. He was astounded to find that there was also a technique that could further enhance his strength. In that moment, he was torn between joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from Fangchen's esteem for him, while the trepidation arose from his concern that his limited aptitude did not merit such regard. He hastily caught the items with both hands and began to peruse the technique. After only a few glimpses, Grand Eunuch Chao felt a jolt throughout his body. The contents of the technique were beyond his previous comprehension of martial arts. Even with all his accumulated knowledge, he could not even grasp a fraction of its profundity. "What merit have I to receive such recognition from your majesty?" Fangchen raised a hand to interrupt Grand Eunuch Chao. "In the meantime, matters of the palace will be entrusted to Yu Huadian and the Sunflower Chief Eunuch. You should focus on seclusion to strive for an early breakthrough." As the most significant trump card by Fangchen's side, it was imperative for Grand Eunuch Chao to elevate his own strength as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, Fangchen had intentionally allowed Yu Huadian to accompany Grand Eunuch Chao during this period, familiarizing himself with various palace affairs. Yu Huadian, diligent and astute, possessed a strong desire for advancement, and he had already become well acquainted with the inner workings of the palace. Even if he were to take over Grand Eunuch Chao's responsibilities, he would adapt swiftly. This was something Grand Eunuch Chao was acutely aware of. "I shall obey the command." Fangchen's directive relieved Grand Eunuch Chao, not only because he had already discerned that Fangchen intended for him to temporarily assume the role of the palace steward. Ultimately, The responsibility for the inner court lies with the ever-reliable Yu Huatian, who leads the Sunflower Guards. Additionally, there is the esteemed eunuch Chao, who has spent decades as a shadowy figure in the palace, long accustomed to bending to the will of the emperor and leading a solitary existence. Now, to relinquish the position of Grand Controller of the Inner Court brings a sense of relief to eunuch Chao. I humbly accept the decree, he acknowledges, stepping forward with a respectful gesture. After eunuch Chao's departure, Fang Chen ponders briefly before activating the system. Beep. New task issued. Task description. Following the eradication of the Su and Ding clans, your prestige will rise further, instilling a sense of trepidation in your adversaries. Though many enemies covet your strength, they will hesitate to act rashly in the near term. Now is an opportune moment for recuperation and rapid development. Task requirement. Elevate the strength of your subordinates as much as possible before the next enemy assault arrives. Chapter 49. Maul Redemption. Blood River Divine Sword. Ruthless Slash. The restless aristocracy resting and recuperating. Gazing at the four characters displayed on the panel, Fang Chen's eyes reflected a profound meaning. He indeed wished to take a respite, yet time was of the essence. Although the current Deqian had not yet descended into the ruinous state it would reach 20 years hence, it was nonetheless plagued by deep-seated maladies that, if not addressed, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Apart from eunuch Chao, the strength of the others must be swiftly enhanced. The 10 prominent families had now dwindled to 8. And the remaining clans had drawn even closer together following the downfall of the Su and Ding families. This, while facilitating Fang Chen's future endeavors to ensnare these families, necessitated that he possess sufficient power to subdue them. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive, ensnaring himself in a web of his own making. At last, the value of my restoration could be put to good use. After possessing the system for a period, Fang Chen discovered that the restoration value could not only be obtained through completing tasks, but also accumulated in small amounts through daily activities. By now, he had amassed nearly 80 to 90,000 restoration points. Though this total fell far short of the requirements for the Supreme Bone and the great accomplishment Sacred Body. Redeeming some martial arts at the postnatal and innate levels posed no issue. After all, both the Kuei-Hua Guard and the Imperial Guards were in dire need of techniques at this juncture. During this time, Fang Chen frequently perused the system mall, becoming well acquainted with the martial arts suitable for redemption within his reach. Upon entering the mall, he swiftly selected several techniques he had long coveted. The Blood River Divine Sword, nourished by blood, boasted a speed of execution rivaling that of the Kuei-Hua Sword Spectrum. However, in terms of sheer power, it surpassed the Kuei-Hua Sword Spectrum by several folds. It is often said that in the realm of martial arts, speed is unassailable. Yet, in true confrontations among seasoned experts, the advantages conferred by speed diminish significantly. This is because many practitioners who excel in swift techniques sacrifice the power of their strikes in pursuit of surprising their opponents. While this strategy proves effective in postnatal level engagements, its efficacy wanes in later stages of postnatal and innate level confrontations. This is due to the fact that postnatal late stage and innate martial artists often possess protective aura, unless one wields a technique like the Blood Separation Divine Blade. Specifically designed to penetrate such defenses, it is exceedingly difficult to breach an opponent's aura in equal-level contests. Consequently, the fast blades and swords, which were initially handicapped in power, yield even more negligible results. The Blood River Divine Sword not only possesses a speed that rivals the Kuei-Hua Sword Spectrum, but also exceeds it in power, perfectly compensating for the shortcomings in strength exhibited by the Kuei-Hua Guards like Yu Huatian. As for the Imperial Guards, they shall employ this ruthless slash. The back and palm of the hand are flesh. After selecting the Blood River Divine Sword for the Sunflower Attendant, Fang Chen expended over 20,000 national restoration points to choose a technique for the Jinyue, the emotionless slash. In terms of power, the Blood River Divine Sword and the Blood Transformation Divine Blade are comparable. However, the Blood Transformation Divine Blade possesses a critical flaw each time it is wielded. It requires the user's own blood essence to sustain the sword's intent. The more blood essence that is offered, the stronger the sword's intent becomes. This situation may not pose immediate problems, but in the long run, the martial artist's vitality will inevitably suffer. Such damage is irreversible. Upon realizing this, Fang Chen has been seeking alternatives to the Blood Transformation Divine Blade. The emotionless slash was something he had set his sights on early on. Like the Blood River Divine Sword and the Blood Transformation Divine Blade, the emotionless slash is also an innate level martial technique. However, unlike the latter two, the emotionless slash is devoid of unnecessary embellishments. It is one of the simplest yet most formidable knife techniques among innate martial arts. The practitioner must leap into the air, striking from a position of elevation with unwavering resolve. Although its attack range is not as vast as that of the Blood River Divine Sword or the Blood Transformation Divine Blade, the blade's force effectively seals off all avenues of retreat, compelling the opponent to confront it regardless of their choice. The only means to counter this move is to withstand it head-on. Yet, the most terrifying aspect of the emotionless slash lies in its requirement. The practitioner must sever all emotions from their heart. Only with complete commitment can the true power of this strike be unleashed. Both its might and speed are pushed to their utmost limits, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to withstand. Under the full force of the emotionless slash, even the esteemed Chao Gonggong Celestial Gang's child technique may falter. This is the conclusion Fang Chen arrived at after understanding the power of the emotionless slash. After exchanging for the two techniques, he had less than 30,000 national restoration points remaining. Opting not to browse further, Fang Chen decisively closed the system shop and summoned Yu Huatian and Baoing Xiang. You two shall study these techniques and then impart them to the Sunflower Attendant and the Jinyue. Additionally, instruct the Alchemy Academy to expedite the refinement of the Bone Transformation Elixir. Both Yu Huatian and Baoing Xiang are on the cusp of reaching the late stage of postnatal cultivation. With the Bone Transformation Elixir, their entry into the innate realm is merely a matter of time. We shall obey, they responded, their hands trembling slightly as they held the techniques, suppressing their excitement. Though they were unaware of where Fang Chen had acquired these techniques, which were at least at the quasi-innate level. Witnessing Fang Chen's unreserved bestowal of these techniques only strengthened their resolve to become stronger. What news has emerged from the top 10 families recently? Fang Chen inquired. Recalling another matter. The top 10 noble families, though not explicitly stating that the loss of one would lead to the demise of another, have inevitably developed intricate ties of mutual interest over the course of centuries. With the downfall of the Su and Ding clans, it is implausible that the remaining 8 families would remain entirely unperturbed. An audience was requested with His Majesty, and it was reported that the noble families have been remarkably compliant. Under the vigilant watch of the Jinyue, no unusual activities have been detected. Baoing Xiang lowered his head and answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smirk. As the saying goes, unusual circumstances often conceal hidden motives. The tranquility of the noble families only serves to indicate that there must be underlying issues at play. Baoing Xiang soon recalled something pertinent. However, while investigating the records of the Lanwu Guard, he had heard mention of the commander, Huang Fuming, who was expected to return to the imperial capital shortly. At this revelation, Fang Chen's gaze flickered with understanding. So, the noble families have been biding their time for my return. It seems they are far from the placid demeanor they project. Their silence is merely a fade while they await the return of Huang Fuming, the innate master. Chapter 50, Taking Action Against the Dragon Guards. Observing the tigers fight from the mountain, the restless king of Qi presented his report to the emperor, stating that during his service in the Dragon Guards, he had heard various rumors regarding the person known as Huang Fuming. After a moment of hesitation, Baoing Xiang respectfully replied, however, please proceed. Aware that Bao's words hinted at information he had yet to uncover, Fang Chen maintained a calm demeanor and replied, as far as I know. Although the Dragon Guards have been under the control of the 10 prominent families in recent years, the true authority over them lies solely with Huang Fuming. The entire Dragon Guards operate under his command. No other individual, not even all the leaders of the Dragon Guards combined, can rival Huang Fuming's reputation. Typically, the appointments and dismissals within the Dragon Guards are merely a matter of his word. Lowering his head, Bao murmured. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Fang Chen's eyes. Although Bao spoke ambiguously, Fang Chen quickly grasped the implications. As the imperial military of Deqian, the appointments and dismissals in the Dragon Guards should, at the very least, require the emperor's decree. Yet, Huang Fuming could execute such decisions solely by his own will. It appeared that over the years, Huang Fuming had amassed unfettered power within the Dragon Guards. To put it bluntly, his status there was akin to that of a local emperor. No wonder the Dragon Guards remained so compliant. They were evidently awaiting Huang Fuming's return to advocate for them. Fang Chen let out a cold laugh. With Pan Hua deceased and Huang Fuming absent from the capital, the Dragon Guards, now leaderless, were akin to a lump of dough, easily manipulated. However, should Huang Fuming return, the Dragon Guards would undoubtedly present a different spectacle. Even those seemingly docile noble families were evidently biding their time for Huang Fuming's return, anticipating an opportunity for retaliation. Ensure that you closely monitor any news regarding Huang Fuming. During this period, intensify your training in the Blood River Divine Sword and the Heartless Slash. Once the Danding Institute produces the new transformation pill, you should immediately enter seclusion and prepare for a breakthrough, Fang Chen instructed. After he finished, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang immediately clasped their hands in acknowledgement. Fang Chen then picked up a stack of documents containing information about the Dragon Guards. Unfortunately, I shall not grant them ample time. Presently, the Empress Dowager is under the scrutiny of the Kuaihua Chamberlain, rendered immobile. The noble families are united in their anticipation of Huang Fuming's return. During this interim, they are unlikely to provoke direct conflict with Fang Chen. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu remains a passive observer, indifferent to the matters at hand. This has, in fact, spared Fang Chen from unnecessary troubles, allowing him to focus on addressing the affairs of the Dragon Guards. The Dragon Guards likely did not foresee that Fang Chen would act so swiftly against them. Seizing upon this notion, Fang Chen intended to catch them off guard. Soon, he had compiled the first list for the reduction of the Dragon Guards. These individuals are merely scions of the 10 prominent clans, thrust into positions of power despite their lack of capability. They occupy lofty ranks while drawing generous salaries. Eliminating them would yield substantial savings for the treasury. However, Fang Chen's intention to be the first to take action against these individuals is not solely for the sake of financial prudence, but also serves as a ruse to obscure the true motives of the 10 noble families. These wayward youths, devoid of talent and perpetually indulging in hedonism, have become a source of vexation for their clans. Should they be appointed to significant roles within their families, they would likely prove incapable of shouldering such responsibilities. Thus, integrating them into the Dragon Guard, where they could occupy inconsequential positions, has emerged as the most judicious choice. The roles they fulfill within the Dragon Guard are often trivial. If the initial wave of military cuts were to focus solely on these individuals, it would scarcely affect the noble families, given their substantial resources to sustain them for a time. Therefore, the removal of these figures remains within the tolerable limits for the aristocracy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this is merely the first step of Fang Chen's deception. Subsequently, he intends to gradually detach the Dragon Guard from the epicenter of imperial power, marking the second phase of his strategy. As anticipated by Fang Chen, the announcement of the first round of military cuts quickly reached the ears of the 10 noble families. Though surprised, their response was muted, as if they had tacitly accepted Fang Chen's actions. Ji Mianji, upon hearing the lamentations below, felt a pang of impatience. What is there to weep about? Haven't the riches amassed in the Dragon Guard over the years been sufficient for your extravagance? His stern tone instantly silenced the sobs of the young nobles, who exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Observing this, Ji Mianji waved them off. Just as he sighed in resignation, a soft chuckle emerged from behind the screen. Why the long face, uncle? The silhouette behind the screen exuded an air of aristocratic grace, reminiscent of a born noble. These individuals, preoccupied with indulgence, are of little assistance in times of need. Ji Mianji's expression softened slightly, yet he shook his head. In their eyes, the presence of a noble family guarantees a lifetime of security. The figure behind the screen seemed to ponder this. To his surprise, my 13th brother's methods are indeed extraordinary. He has swiftly dealt with the Su and Ding families, 2 of the great clans. Upon hearing the reference to Fang Chen, Ji Mianji's eyes shimmered with intrigue. He glanced around cautiously to ensure no suspicious presence lingered nearby before he felt reassured. He then heard the figure say, "Rest easy, uncle. My return to the capital is secret, known to none." Ji Mianji exhaled in relief. Your efficiency has always instilled confidence in me. However, the political landscape in the capital is tumultuous, and it appears that the new emperor is resolutely determined to target the aristocratic families with the Dragon Guard. Should you become too closely associated with these families, it could prove detrimental if he were to discover it. In response to Ji Mianji's concerns, the figure behind the screen let out a light chuckle, seemingly unconcerned. What does it matter? Even if the 13th brother were to inquire about my whereabouts, he would only learn that I remain in my fief. Even if he harbored intentions against me, he would find no leverage. Hearing the confident words of Prince Qi, Ji Mianji moved his lips but ultimately could only say, as far as I know, Huang Fulin has summoned Huang Fuming back. He should be en route to the capital now. Once he returns, a conflict between the Dragon Guard and the new emperor is inevitable. We would do well to take this opportunity to watch the tigers fight from the mountain and reap the benefits. You should return to your fief and wait patiently. I will send word to you immediately if there is any news. After Ji Mianji had shared so much, he was still urged to return to his fief. Prince Chi's voice revealed no hint of emotion, only stating calmly, "In that case, I shall rely more on my uncle." Once the figure behind the screen vanished, Ji Mianji sat in his chair and let out a long breath. "Perhaps this time presents a splendid opportunity for the Ji family," he murmured, ambition gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 51. The Masterpiece of the Iron Madman, Tailor-Made. The Blood River Sword, the blood-sweating saber. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. It appeared to be a tranquil day once again. However, within the Chongqing Palace today, an unfamiliar figure had emerged. With disheveled hair and a slender frame, the individual bore the sheen of years spent in the flames, their skin glistening with a dark luster. They wore a pair of tattered straw sandals, the edges singed by the intense heat. Yet, their eyes shone brightly, devoid of any sign of aging. "Rise," said Fangchen, taken aback that the Iron Madman would present himself in such attire. Indeed, those engaged in the arts often defy conventional reasoning. Fortunately, he was not one to be overly concerned with trivialities. After a brief internal lament, he moved straight to the matter at hand. "What of the items I requested?" The Iron Madman grinned widely. "Your Majesty's orders are my utmost priority. I shall spare no effort to fulfill them." Renowned as a forging fanatic within the Armament Institute, even Qin Gang, the director, rarely received a favorable countenance from the Iron Madman. However, since Fangchen imparted the divine craftsmanship to him, the Iron Madman had become an ardent follower. Every command from Fangchen was placed at the forefront of his endeavors. Just days prior, Fangchen had dispatched orders to the Armament Institute for the Iron Madman to forge several weapons. Today, he arrived at the Chongqing Palace bearing the fruits of his labor. "Here are the items. Your Majesty, please take a look." The Iron Madman presented 3 boxes of varying sizes. 2 were similar in size, while the third was merely palm-sized. "You two, come forward and take a look," Fangchen instructed Yu Huatian and Bowing Xiang. Yes. To their surprise, they found themselves implicated in this matter. And a flicker of astonishment crossed their faces as they stepped forward. "This is yours, and this is yours." The Iron Madman glanced at the weapons at their waists and handed the 2 similarly sized boxes to them. Upon receiving the boxes, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang noted their weight, even catching the faint sound of metal clashing, stirring their curiosity. When Yu Huatian opened the box, a palpable chill emanated forth, imbued with a trace of sanguine energy. Instantly, he felt a clarity wash over him. Peering inside, he beheld a long sword resting quietly within. The blade was slender and sharp on both sides, clearly a weapon capable of slicing through iron with ease. Additionally, a subtle blood sheen glimmered upon the blade's surface. Particularly when Yu Huatian gripped the hilt and channeled his internal energy into the sword, the sanguine aura became all the more pronounced. "This is the Blood River Sword, crafted at your Majesty's behest. Unlike ordinary iron, this sword possesses a degree of sentience. If nurtured with blood energy over time, it will resonate with the wielder. When in use, it emanates an even greater power." The Iron Madman stroked his singed beard as he spoke. The Blood River Sword. Yu Huatian lovingly caressed the long sword before him. Upon hearing the Iron Madman's words, his eyes flickered momentarily, and without hesitation, he brought his finger close to the blade's edge. The unmatched sharpness of the sword sliced through his fingertip, and blood flowed forth. However, an astonishing scene unfolded next, as the blood streamed from the wound. Before it could even drip down, it was absorbed by the blade it had touched. This sword indeed possesses a spirit. Witnessing this spectacle, Yu Huatian could not help but believe it. He observed that after the Blood River Sword absorbed his blood, it not only became even sharper, but also seemed to emanate a deeper aura of blood energy across its entire blade. Yu Huatian felt an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the Blood River Sword. It was truly miraculous. Yu Huatian marveled in wonder. He had never encountered a weapon that exhibited such autonomous consciousness. More importantly, this Blood River Sword not only maximized the power of the Blood River Divine Sword, but was also sufficiently lightweight for him to execute the Sunflower Sword technique with it. Truly deserving of Master Iron's reputation, Yu Huatian gazed at the Iron Madman with a hint of reverence. "Haha, this is not solely my merit. Were it not for His Majesty," the Iron Madman, flattered, was about to attribute all of it to the teachings of Fangchen when he suddenly realized and promptly silenced himself, casting a glance towards Fangchen on the dragon throne. Although Fangchen said nothing, his silence made the Iron Madman break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Bowing Xiang opened his own box. Inside lay a long knife, entirely pitch black, a fine blade. Bowing Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Then, like Yu Huatian, his eyes lit up. This knife at his waist, although crafted by the Iron Madman, paled in comparison to the one within the box. Bao Xiang eagerly set the box aside and drew out the knife. With a swift motion, it unsheathed with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, sending a chilling aura rushing forth. Compared to Yu Huayan's Blood River sword, it was equally formidable. This is the Sweat Blood Treasure Knife, a weapon of slaughter akin to the Blood River Divine Sword. However, unlike the Blood River Divine Sword, which requires the user's own blood for nurturing, the Sweat Blood Treasure Knife can absorb the enemy's blood and store it within the blade. This way, when wielded, it can convert the enemy's blood energy for the user's benefit, the Iron Madman proudly explained. Bao Xiang remained silent, inhaling deeply. With this, when he employed the Blood Transformation Divine Knife, he would not need to expend his own vitality. He merely needed to transform the stored enemy's blood energy within the Sweat Blood Treasure Knife into a blood malevolence. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon receiving their respective weapons, both Yu Huaiyan and Bao Xiang were overwhelmed with excitement and, in unison, knelt before Fang Chen. The blades forged by the Iron Madman were evidently tailored to the unique characteristics of their martial arts, which deeply moved the two. Do not disappoint my expectations of you, Fang Chen remarked, casting a glance at them. He understood that for Yu Huaiyan and Bao Xiang, who hailed from humble beginnings yet were ever grateful, these gifts would inspire unwavering loyalty to him. Their distinction in Fang Chen's eyes was also a reflection of their innate talent. We vow to follow Your Majesty to the death, they declared in unison. Your Majesty, what of this box? The Iron Madman cautiously presented the final box. Hand it to me, Fang Chen replied coolly. Yes. The Iron Madman felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of nearly revealing a secret moments ago. His earlier pride now vanished. With utmost care, he placed the item on the table. Fang Chen opened the box, only to find that it did not contain gleaming swords or extravagant treasures. Instead, it held a series of threads, seemingly soaked in blood, radiating a vivid crimson hue. Delicate as a strand of hair yet exuding remarkable resilience, these threads appeared neither wholly gold nor entirely string, a circle of red silk. This, indeed, was the weapon Fang Chen had commissioned the Iron Madman to craft for Master Chao. 3,000 red threads. Chapter 52, The Grateful Eunuch Chao. Zhang Wenyu's confusion. The deathless late at night, in the Prime Minister's residence. How has His Majesty been faring these past few days? In response to Zhang Wenyu's inquiry, the cloaked figure bowed his head, reporting to the Prime Minister, since the first round of troop reductions, His Majesty has been attending to state affairs within the Changqing Hall. Occasionally, he strolls through the Imperial Garden for leisure or summons a few ministers from the 6 ministries for discussions. Aside from that, there have been no other actions. Zhang Wenyu's eyes flickered, yet he merely asked, what of the Dragon Guard? When the first troop reduction list was released, there was a brief turmoil within the Dragon Guard. However, under the suppression of His Majesty's loyal attendants in the Imperial Guards, it was swiftly quelled. At present, the Dragon Guard within the palace has been nearly eradicated, leaving only those stationed in the city. Zhang Wenyu stroked his beard and let out a soft sigh. They must have received warnings from the noble clans, which is why they remained so subdued. It seems Huang Fuming is already preparing for his return journey. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure lowered his head even further. As the Prime Minister has stated, I have just received news that Huang Fuming has received messages from the noble families and is indeed on his way back. He is expected to arrive in the imperial capital within half a month. Although there are undercurrents of turmoil in the capital, on the surface, it remains serene. While Zhang Wenyu had not engaged deeply with either side, he was nonetheless able to accurately discern the movements of the noble families, a testament to his keen intuition as a veteran of 3 reigns. He let out a soft snort, finding little to commend in the situation. In truth, what perplexed him was Fang Chen's inaction. In his view, the new emperor's recent maneuvers were undoubtedly aimed at the noble families. Hence, whether dealing with the Dragon Guard or confronting the clans, it would have been best to accomplish these tasks before Huang Fuming's return. Yet, it appeared that the new emperor's thunderous proclamations were not matched by substantial actions. However, since ascending to the throne, the new emperor had displayed a shrewdness that could not be underestimated. It was hard to believe he would commit such a naive error. This remained a conundrum that Zhang Wenyu could not unravel. Changqing Hall. It was already late into the night, yet the grand hall remained brightly illuminated, imbued with a unique tranquility. The copper incense burner, shaped like a celestial crane, released a fragrant smoke that calmed the spirit and settled the mind. Fang Chen sat before the desk, perusing a confidential letter. Occasionally, he would lift his vermilion brush to annotate the contents. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Fang Chun raised his gaze towards the empty space before him. His pitch-black, undisturbed eyes were now veiled with a faint golden aura, indicative of the Emperor's divinatory gaze in action. Just moments ago, he had detected an unusual wave emanating from the side hall of Chiqing Hall, even suggesting the potential for extraordinary phenomena. After employing the Emperor's divinatory technique to scrutinize the situation, Fang Chen's suspicions were swiftly confirmed. Eunuch Chao. As the last words faded, a figure materialized in the grand hall of the Chiqing Palace, almost as if conjured from thin air. Remarkably, with the appearance of this figure, the hundreds of candle flames burning within the palace simultaneously dimmed, as if shrouded by an invisible force. The once bright flames flickered ominously, suggesting they might extinguish at any moment. Yet no trace of wind stirred the air. Fang Chun understood that this phenomenon was not due to the wind, but rather the formidable aura released by the individual before him, a consequence of their breakthrough, exerting pressure on the surrounding atmosphere. However, before these energies could reach Fang Chen, they dissipated instantaneously under the overwhelming might of the Emperor's dragon aura. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. Long live the Emperor. Grand Eunuch Chao knelt upon the ground, striking his forehead thrice with a resounding thud. How is it that you have broken through? Fang Chen's gaze settled upon Chao's face, noting the evident changes since his seclusion. What was once nearly all white hair had transformed to a striking mix of black and white. His complexion was vibrant, and the wrinkles had significantly diminished, rendering him seemingly a decade younger. When Fang Chun employed the imperial divination technique to observe Chao, he noted the robust strength of his sinews and veins, with his vitality brimming like that of a middle-aged man. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the medicinal gift, which has furthered my cultivation. In this moment, Chao stood as a rare expert, even amidst the vast realm. Yet, before Fang Chen, he maintained an air of humility. During my days of seclusion, I not only advanced to the mid-stage of the innate realm, but also gained insights into the techniques of the red serpent binding true dragon and the celestial child's skill. Before Fang Chen could speak again, Chao proactively shared the fruits of his retreat. That is excellent, Fang Chen nodded, then tossed a box containing 3,000 red threads along with a freshly pinned secret letter to Chao. These 3,000 red threads were crafted by the Iron Madman of the Armament Department. As fine as hair, they are flexible and sharp, impervious to blades and flames. When infused with internal energy, they can expand at the user's will, perfectly aligning with your newly cultivated techniques. Chao respectfully received the items, gratitude etched across his face. I am deeply thankful, Your Majesty. This time, Chao refrained from lengthy speech. He had received much favor from Fang Chun and preferred to express his gratitude through action. Since you have completed your seclusion, I have a task for you, Fang Chun said, lightly tapping the table. A new batch of dragon guards seeks to establish a presence within the palace. Take this list. All individuals named therein must be eliminated. Upon hearing Fang Chen's directive, Chao glanced at the secret letter in his grasp, which was densely filled with at least hundreds of names. Your servant shall obey the decree. Should I bring along the sunflower attendant? He inquired, as if aware that Fang Chun was merely jesting with him. The esteemed eunuch Chao displayed a smile, his lips of vivid crimson and his teeth a pearly white, yet an indescribable chill emanated from him, reminiscent of a smiling hellish figure. Such trivial matters do not necessitate the intervention of others. A mere servant suffices. Before dawn, I shall return to report to Your Majesty. With that, Eunuch Chao bowed respectfully to Fang Chen, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the grand hall. Power breeds confidence, indeed. Fang Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head. Even the typically cautious and humble Eunuch Chao dared to utter such bold proclamations. It seems I must seize the moment and strive for a breakthrough in my innate abilities, Fang Chen murmured. Outside the grand hall, clad in black, Eunuch Chao's smile faded as he gazed into the profound darkness, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He opened the brocade box in his hands, extracting the 3,000 scarlet threads that entwined around his palm. The contrast between his naturally snow-white skin and the vibrant red threads was striking, lending an air of unsettling peculiarity in the night. If Your Majesty desires their demise at the third watch, who would dare allow them to see the fifth? With his gaze flashing ominously, Eunuch Chao's voice echoed, and in a heartbeat, his figure had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 53. The Machinations of Aristocratic Families. Before you lies only a path to death. At the imposing gates of Wooding, two groups of individuals clad in distinct military attire are engaged in a standoff. This is the royal palace, a sacred ground where no one dares to intrude. How audacious. Do you know who we are? though a considerable distance separates the two factions. The Jin Yiwei can still sense the brashness emanating from their counterparts. Who you are is of little consequence. What I know is that the Jin Yiwei are tasked with guarding the imperial city. No other military force may enter without the emperor's decree. The Jin Yiwei remain unfazed, responding coldly. This night, it is their duty to guard the wooden gate, while this group of Long Wuwei brandishes their purported credentials, demanding entry to the palace for their stationing. The Jin Yiwei firmly reject their request, resulting in the current impasse. How dare you? A burly man clad in black-scaled armor from the Long Wuwei steps forward, seemingly incensed by their unyielding demeanor. With a powerful stride, he unleashes an overwhelming aura that nearly forces back the foremost Jin Yiwei officers. The Jin Yiwei, barely managing to regain their composure, reveal a flicker of trepidation in their eyes. A late-stage acquired martial artist, and one perilously close to the innate level. One of the Long Wuwei's responsibilities has always been to guard the imperial city and protect the emperor. This has been established since the inception of the Long Wuwei. Our request to enter the palace tonight is merely a matter of protocol. Yet you persist in obstructing us. Do you truly believe that relying on the emperor's favor grants you dominion over the palace as if it were your own fief? Qin Ping spat onto the ground, his gaze towards the Jin Yiwei laced with disdain. He had come to the palace under the orders of the Long Wuwei commander, Huang Fuming, and the 10 prominent aristocratic families, accompanied by the elite of the Long Wuwei, each possessing acquired level prowess. They were by no means inferior to the Jin Yiwei. Qin Ping himself was an exceptionally skilled martial artist, teetering on the brink of innate mastery. Even the former deputy commander of the Long Wuwei, Pan Hua, was slightly less formidable than he. This night, even if the commander of the Jin Yiwei were present, Qin Ping would harbor little apprehension. His demeanor towards these lesser Jin Yiwei was one of unbridled arrogance. I shall reiterate, without the emperor's decree, no military force is permitted to enter the confines of the imperial city. To his astonishment, despite his display of profound martial prowess, these Jin Yiwei, who were clearly no match for him, although somewhat wary, remained resolutely rooted in place, refusing to budge. Qin Ping's expression turned icy. A group of ungrateful wretches. It is only through some discipline that you will truly grasp your own insignificance. Allow me to clarify. The true Dragon Guard is not merely the inept individuals found within the palace. The oppressive force that approached was akin to an overwhelming tide, leaving several Imperial Guards gasping for breath. The adversary, both in strength and numbers, far surpassed them. Yet, even in the face of such formidable odds, these Imperial Guards showed no intention of retreating. Observing this, a flicker of murderous intent stirred within Qin Ping. Allow them to breathe. The rest shall be settled by their own accord. The Dragon Guards behind him grinned menacingly, ready to advance. A chilling voice echoed from afar. Yet it felt as though it was right beside them. What does to handle even mean in this context? As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the Dragon Guards, including Qin Ping, shifted dramatically. An invisible yet immense pressure enveloped the space, instilling a sense of weight that felt like 1,000 pounds. A master of innate prowess. Qin Ping's cheeks twitched violently. Others may have been oblivious, but he was acutely aware. Only upon reaching the innate realm could one exude such a potent aura, creating this intense sense of oppression. This was a manifestation of the so-called Qi characteristic of innate martial artists. However, unlike his own near-innate capabilities, this terrifying aura was something Qin Ping had only sensed from the Dragon Guard leader, Huang Fuming. Without a doubt, the opponent was also a master of innate prowess. Just as Qin Ping was engulfed in shock, the Imperial Guards were already bowing in deference to the approaching figure. The expression on the face of the eunuch, Chao, was inscrutable. His eyes shimmering with an inner brilliance that concealed a profound light, reminding one of the glint of a blade sheathed. Even the 3,000 crimson threads coiling around his palm shimmered with an alluring glow under the night-as veil. Qin Ping and the Dragon Guards felt their hearts tighten as if gripped by an unseen hand, their bodies tensed in trepidation. This was a genuine master of innate prowess, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Greetings, Master Chao. Although Qin Ping was unaware of when the palace had acquired a eunuch named Chao, he vaguely recalled that the family head had mentioned a shadowy eunuch within the imperial court who was closely associated with the great Qin emperor and possessed formidable strength. This seemed to align closely with the description of Master Chao. The only discrepancy was that this Master Chao appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, while the shadowy eunuch mentioned by the family head should be nearly a century old. Nevertheless, in the presence of this enigmatic master of innate prowess, Qin Ping dared not be negligent. The previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. Returning to Master Chow, we are here on the orders of Commander Huang Fu to guard the palace. Here is the token and roster for our entry. Please review it. Chen Ping wore a smile tinged with subservience. Those hailing from prestigious backgrounds, even if arrogant, are well aware of the importance of discerning whom to flatter. The innate master before them was certainly not someone they could offend lightly. You wish to enter the palace? After reviewing the list submitted by Chen Ping, Eunuch Chao's gaze fell upon his face. Indeed, I hope you will grant us permission, Chen Ping responded with a forced smile. Meanwhile, he contemplated the urgent need to relay the information about the presence of an innate martial artist within the palace to the 10 prominent clans. However, to his astonishment, Eunuch Chao let out a cold laugh. With a gentle motion of his hand, the roster disintegrated into countless fragments in the darkness, cascading down like snowflakes. Both Chen Ping and the Dragon Martial Guards stood frozen at the sight. Unfortunately, you have but one path before you this evening, Eunuch Chao stated coldly. It is the dead, and we have prepared for you. As his words echoed, a piercing wail arose from all directions, reminiscent of ghostly howls. Eunuch Chao slowly raised his left hand, the 3,000 crimson threads coiling around his palm, strikingly beautiful yet eerily reminiscent of blood. Under the moonlight, they emitted a chilling glow. Chapter 54. The Crimson Serpent binds the true dragon, striking down eternal life. An oppression from the innate. In the night, several streaks of red light darted through the shadows. Chen Ping's dragon guard behind him immediately emitted heart-wrenching cries of agony. What? Chen Ping turned to glance back, only to witness 3 or 4 dragon guards' heads being violently severed from their shoulders, blood spraying in a gruesome display. His pupils constricted, and an icy chill coursed through his veins, as if his very blood had frozen. Such speed. With his cultivation, he could scarcely comprehend how the assailant had struck. Retreat. Chen Ping, ever astute, faced this unforeseen scene not with fury towards Lord Chao, but with decisive action, urging the remaining dragon guards to flee. The enemy had shown their intent to annihilate them without hesitation. In such a moment, words would prove futile. Yes, at Chen Ping's command, the other dragon guards finally regained their senses and hastily turned to flee towards the wooden gate. Could they escape? Lord Chao snickered coldly, his fingers deftly manipulating the crimson threads. The uncollected red strands surged forth once more, like the scythe of death, swiftly claiming the heads of another 2 or 3 individuals. Witnessing this, the remaining dragon guards were engulfed in terror. Fools! Chen Ping's heart burned with frustration at the sight. He bellowed in exasperation. Do you only know how to run in one direction? Can you not scatter and escape? Even with so many postnatal warriors, it was impossible for Lord Chao, a being of innate prowess comparable to Huang Fuming, to eliminate them all. Indeed, Chen Ping's admonition struck a chord, and the other dragon guards swiftly altered their course, scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping chose the path where the numbers were most dispersed and fled with all his might. If he could successfully escape the palace tonight, he would have provided significant intelligence regarding the presence of an innate expert hidden within its confines, thus contributing to the 10 great sects. Lord Chao, they must not escape. A member of the Jinyue, standing behind Lord Chao, prepared to pursue. Yet, Lord Chao waved his hand dismissively. Escape? They must first be allowed to do so. Casting a glance at the 3,000 crimson threads in his grasp, Lord Chao let out a cold snicker. With a swish, the sky filled with red silk, instantaneously weaving into a blood-colored cage that descended with a thunderous crash, enveloping Chen Ping and the remaining dragon guards. Don't advance. The entire blood-colored cage exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, instilling a profound sense of crisis in Chen Ping. Observing the dragon guards ahead, he promptly issued a warning. Attack. The dragon guards drew their blades, striking at the blood-colored cage. When the blades collided with the crimson threads, they shattered into countless fragments. What? In the midst of horror, a strand of blood mist swept across his neck. In an instant, the upper part of Long Wui's neck, along with his entire head, erupted into a mist of crimson. This bizarre scene left Chen Ping and the others utterly astonished. Elder Chao, we of the Long Wui hail from the 10 prestigious families. Is it your intent to oppose us? Realizing that escape was futile, Chen Ping could only suppress the chill creeping down his spine and cast an angry glare at Elder Chao. The 10 prestigious families? Quite the coincidence. We are precisely those who have brought them to ruin, Elder Chao replied nonchalantly, fiddling with a red thread in his palm, revealing a set of chillingly white teeth, an expression that exuded an eerie foreboding. Humph. Even if you are a gifted martial artist, you may not withstand the combined assault of so many of us. Besides, you are surely unaware of the depths of the 10 families' power. Pushed to a dead end, Qin Ping felt a surge of fierce determination. He drew his blade, his aura escalating rapidly until it reached the threshold of quasi-inborn mastery. However, his expression soon morphed into one of disbelief. This is... He had attempted to employ a secret technique passed down through generations of the Chun family to temporarily elevate his strength to that of an early-stage inborn warrior. Though this technique would impose some toll on his body, Qin Ping was beyond caring, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet unexpectedly, just as his aura was on the verge of breaking through to the inborn realm, his connection to the natural energies around him felt severed, as if cut by some unseen force. This rendered him unable to truly cross that threshold. How could this be possible? Could it be these red threads? Qin Ping abruptly lifted his gaze to the woven cage of red threads above him. In martial arts, the path is to first refine the body, then the heart, ultimately enabling one to harness the forces of nature. The strength of an inborn warrior lies in their ability to draw upon these natural energies for their own use. Yet now, his connection to the world had been severed, preventing him from achieving mastery beyond the inborn level. The Crimson Serpent binds the true dragon, severing the path to immortality. To be the first to experience the power of our 3,000 red threads, you are indeed fortunate. Elder Chao advanced towards Qin Ping step by step, resembling the inexorable approach of death itself. Kill. With no retreat left, Qin Ping, knowing he had to fight to the death, gritted his teeth and charged at Elder Chao. Only by eliminating this unpredictable elder could he hope for a sliver of survival. Overestimating yourself, Elder Chao's eyes glinted with a cold light, yet his lips curled into a smile. Just as Qin Ping was about to strike him down with his blade, it met an invisible barrier, halting his attack. Inborn aura. Qin Ping gasped in shock. The atmosphere here has been shrouded in deception. How could the adversary still wield the innate energy of a primal warrior? Is our esteemed Tian Gang Tong Zigong merely a trifling matter to be easily unraveled? With a cold sneer, Lord Chao spread his fingers wide. In an instant, a deluge of crimson threads enveloped Qin Ping, ensnaring his limbs and torso. Struggling with all his might, he only succeeded in tightening their grip, almost embedding them into his flesh. Blood soaked the scarlet strands, rendering the hue even more vivid. Death. A glint of malice flickered in Lord Chao's eyes as he subtly shifted his fingers. With a sickening sound, Qin Ping's body was torn asunder, transforming into a cascade of sanguine rain. Lord Qin. The other Dragon Guard members, witnessing the horrific scene, felt their legs weaken with fear. Lord Chao, spare us our lives. We were coerced into this. I beseech you, have mercy. Before they could finish, Lord Chao raised his hand, and delicate crimson threads entwined around the throats of dozens of Dragon Guards. Truly bothersome, Lord Chao sighed lightly, tightening his grip. With a whoosh, a mist of blood filled the air. The bodies of the Dragon Guards fell like small mountains, lifeless. Chapter 55. Murder and the Destruction of the Heart. The Emperor's Decision. The aristocratic families. Thud, thud, thud. As the bodies of the Dragon Guard fell one after another, Grand Eunuch Chao waved his hand, and the vast crimson cage transformed into slender threads, delicate as hair, entwining around his fingers. The wooden gate lay silent, as though shrouded in deathly stillness. The few remaining Imperial Guards stood petrified before the unfolding scene. Was this truly a martial prowess wielded by mere mortals? Dozens of postnatal warriors, including one strikingly close to the innate level, were dispatched with such ease? What were they still waiting for? Observing the frozen guards, Grand Eunuch Chao cast a glance their way. His calm tone nearly sent chills down their spines. He then glanced at the severed heads rolling on the ground. Right. Gather these heads. Deliver them to the 10 prominent families. It seems we are down to 8 prominent families now. Grand Eunuch Chao squinted, letting out a casual laugh. Yet, the nonchalant tone sent shivers down the spines of the guards. This method of Grand Eunuch Chao's was nothing short of a heart-wrenching execution. The Dragon Guards who had come today were evidently the prized protégés of the 10 illustrious families. To simply declare their deaths was outrageous. What madness would ensue when the heads of these families learned of this? Yet, facing Grand Eunuch Chao, they dared not voice such thoughts. Who could say if the Grand Eunuch, known to frequent the Chiqing Hall on the Emperor's side, had appeared here today by the Emperor's behest? Yes, we shall attend to this matter immediately. The Imperial Guards, increasingly awed by Grand Eunuch Chao, hurried back to the palace to summon assistance. We must return to report to His Majesty. You shall take care of this. Quickly, summon others to cleanse this place. Such a sacred ground of the palace cannot bear the stain of filth. His calm tone suggested he was utterly unconcerned with the nearly 100 souls lost at his command. Yes, Grand Eunuch Chao, we shall see to it. As they watched the figure of Grand Eunuch Chao recede, The guard's expressions grew ever more reverent. It was no wonder that when Lord Bao spoke of Grand Eunuch Chao, he did so with such profound respect. Not only Lord Bao, but it was also said that Lord Yu of the Sunflower Guard held him in high esteem. If we practiced for another 50 years, would we ever attain the prowess of Grand Eunuch Chao? In the hall of the Huangfu family, an event most rare among the 10 prominent families unfolded, one that had not been witnessed in a century. As dawn broke, aside from the Su and Ding families, who had been utterly annihilated, the remaining 8 families had gathered here. Unlike past encounters where the families exchanged pleasantries and feigned cordiality, the heads of the 8 families entered with furrowed brows, shrouded in a cloud of worry. Within the hall, an eerie and terrifying atmosphere prevailed. Before them lay a series of boxes, meticulously arranged upon the ground. These seemingly unremarkable wooden containers, some stained at the base or in the crevices of their corners, bore dark, ominous traces of blood, as if the contents within had bled forth and tainted their exteriors. Such cruelty is intolerable. Chen Chua, the head of the Chen family, could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere and struck the table in frustration. The Dragon Guard, having entered the palace, was merely fulfilling its rightful duties. Yet, the new emperor had condemned them to execution under such a pretext. This was an affront so blatant it defied pretense. When court convened, the Chen family would surely demand an explanation from His Majesty. As he gazed at the boxes on the ground, Chen Chua's eyes reddened, revealing the fine veins of bloodshot whites, evidence of a sleepless night. Chen Ping, the promising young talent nurtured by the Chen family and the most likely successor to Huang Fuming, had been poised to transcend the innate threshold before the age of 35. Yet now, all their efforts lay in ruins. As the patriarch, Chen Chua was naturally unwilling to accept such a fate. The other family heads, though less agitated than Chen Chua, could not hide their dismay upon witnessing the multitude of severed heads before them. Following the complete annihilation of the Dragon Guard in the palace, they had attempted to infiltrate the palace with their own Dragon Guard, harboring ill intentions. Yet, from the perspective of the Great Qian laws, such actions were not without reason. Even if Fang Chen opposed this contingent of the Dragon Guard stationed in the palace, he could have easily denied them in the name of the emperor. However, they had not anticipated Fang Chen's ruthless resolve. This new emperor was no mere cub that roared blindly. He was a ravenous wolf, willing to devour his prey to the bone. Song Minghua, the head of the Song family, sighed deeply. Previously, when Fang Chen issued orders to reduce the Dragon Guard, they had dismissed it as inconsequential, believing the emperor still feared the power of the aristocracy and had no intention of severing ties. Otherwise, they would not have dared to so boldly permit the Dragon Guard stationed outside the imperial capital to enter the palace. They sought to gauge Fang Chen's intentions while simultaneously preparing for the imminent return of Huang Fuming. Yet, they had not anticipated the severity of Fang Chen's measures, which surpassed all their expectations. At this moment, Huang Fulin also regarded the boxes with a grim expression. Clearly, Fang Chen's actions had taken even him by surprise. The palace had now firmly fallen under the emperor's control. Any further infiltration by the Dragon Guard would be exceedingly difficult. Huang Fulin exhaled slowly, articulating, Fang Chen's intentions are now abundantly clear. Having successfully purged the Dragon Guard from the palace, the current imperial court of Great Qian is essentially under his dominion. Any hope of penetrating the palace again is futile. The emperor has made his decision, yet we remain in the dark regarding his next moves against the Dragon Guard. Or indeed, against us. Ji Mianji, the head of the Ji family, pondered for some time before gradually articulating his perspective. What other measures can be taken? First, eliminate the Dragon Guard, and then deal with us noble families. Without our esteemed houses, how can the Great Qian dynasty remain so stable? Truly, it is akin to burning bridges after crossing them. Chen Chua remarked with a cold smirk, his tone resolute, imbued with a sense of desperation akin to a fish entangled in a net. Although the other heads of noble families remained silent, their expressions betrayed their agreement with Chen Chua's sentiments. The late emperor would never have acted in such a manner. Yet the new emperor evidently believes that he can surpass not only his predecessor but also the illustrious sovereigns of the Great Qian dynasty throughout the ages. Huang Fulin slowly articulated, the emperor's stance is unmistakable. In light of this, we must prepare and strategize in advance. My son, Huang Fuming, shall arrive in the imperial capital in 3 days. You all should know what must be done. His gaze gradually swept across the assembled heads of families, as if hinting at something. The expressions of several family heads shifted subtly, as if they had grasped the underlying implications of Huang Fulin's words. Only Ji Mianji sat in his chair, gently caressing the armrest, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 56. The Profound Heritage of the 10 Great Houses. The parasites of the nation shall be eradicated. As dawn broke, Fang Chen awakened from his dragon bed, and simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Under your command, your subordinates have begun to recuperate. During this period, your followers have not only grown more loyal and admiring towards you, but their strength has also undergone a qualitative leap. Now, you possess sufficient power to confront even more formidable foes. Furthermore, you have made significant progress towards your grand ambition of restoring the nation. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Restoration value 3,000. Rewards have been issued to the system space. Please check promptly. The task has been accomplished. To awaken to such unexpected joy was beyond his anticipation. Fang Chen pondered briefly and surmised the crux of the matter. Bao Xiang and Yu Huatian must have also made breakthroughs during this time. With the alchemy furnace crafted by the Iron Madman, the speed of pill refinement in the Alchemy Academy had increased by 4 to 5 times, if not more. The success rate of alchemy had also significantly improved. Now, over 20 bone transformation pills had been refined. Coincidentally, due to their diligent cultivation, both Yu Huatian and Bao Xiang had recently achieved breakthroughs to the late stage of the acquired realm. Fang Chen then presented 1 bone transformation pill to each of them, instructing them to enter seclusion and see if they could further advance in the near future. With this, he would have 3 innate masters among his subordinates. Notably, Eunuch Chao stood out as a mid-stage innate warrior, capable of contending with Huang Fuming. This potential threat, which Fang Chen had perceived as the greatest concern, seemed to have found a resolution. Your Majesty, a palace maid approached the dragon bed. Eunuch Chao requests an audience with your Majesty. Oh? His thoughts interrupted. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, but maintained his composure. Have him wait in the Chengqing Hall. Yes. The palace maid obediently retreated. After completing his morning rituals with the assistance of the palace maids, Fang Chen proceeded to the Chengqing Hall. Servant pays homage to your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Eunuch Chao, standing respectfully in the grand hall, bowed deeply. The matters your Majesty entrusted to me last night have been accomplished. Those ungrateful individuals who sought to vex your Majesty have been sent back to their respective homes to reflect on their actions. Upon hearing Eunuch Chao's words, Fang Chen, who was about to sip his bird's nest and silver ear soup, paused momentarily. Although Eunuch Chao's words were veiled, Fang Chen could discern his meaning. He was surprised to find that this eunuch, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, possessed quite a sense of humor. It seems their memories shall not be faltered, Fang Chen remarked, his expression swiftly returning to calmness. A smile briefly flickered across Eunuch Chao's face before it vanished. After completing my duties last night, I came to the Chengqing Hall to report to your Majesty. However, His Majesty is already retired for the night, and I dare not disturb his restful slumber. Yet, this morning, I unexpectedly received 2 pieces of delightful news that I wish to convey to His Majesty. Before Eunuch Chao could articulate the rest of his thoughts, Fang Chen's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if he possessed foresight into all matters. The good news you wish to share is that Yu Huatian and Bao Xiang have both achieved a breakthrough into the innate realm, is it not? Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Chao Gonggong's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment, clearly indicating that Fang Chen had spoken the truth. Your Majesty is truly remarkable in your foresight, he stammered after regaining his composure. Last night, as I had nothing to occupy my time, I took the liberty of checking on their seclusion. Based on the aura I sensed emanating from their chamber, it is evident that they have indeed broken through to the innate level. They are merely awaiting the final consolidation before emerging from their retreat. While it is indeed fortunate to witness 2 consecutive breakthroughs, it may also lead to the potential for an unstable foundation in their strength. Thus, most seasoned martial artists opt not to conclude their seclusion immediately after a breakthrough. Instead, they continue to cultivate, solidifying their ethereal inner power and aura. This practice often allows them to progress further along their path. Some martial artists, in their pursuit of strength, resort to various methods of hastening their growth. Initially, they may experience some success, but in truth, they have already blocked their own path to advancement. To prevent Bao Xiang and Yu Huatian from falling into such a crude error, Chao Gonggong had previously mentioned this matter to them several times before their seclusion. The 2 had earnestly taken note of his counsel and have yet to emerge, diligently refining their somewhat fragile abilities. Chao Gonggong had intended to share this good news with Fang Chen beforehand, but was taken aback to find that Fang Chen seemed to have anticipated it all along. This revelation left him astonished. Your Majesty truly possesses unparalleled foresight. I am ashamed to find myself lacking in comparison. In an instant, a cold sweat broke upon Chao Gongong's brow. It was merely a trivial matter, yet the system's golden touch is not a gift bestowed upon everyone. Fang Chen glanced at Chao Gongong and broached another subject. Huang Fuming should be returning to the capital soon, correct? The imperial city is currently in a state of upheaval, with changes occurring nearly every day. The Longwu Guard and the aristocratic families are at the forefront of these events. If Huang Fuming were to hear of these developments, he would undoubtedly wish to return post-haste. At this mention, Chao Gongong's expression grew grave, tinged with an air of apprehension. Has your majesty truly considered taking action against the aristocratic families? Upon hearing this, Fang Chun felt a hint of unease. However, he soon recognized that Chao Gongong likely possessed insights into the intrigues of the aristocratic families that he himself was unaware of. At this juncture, is my stance not abundantly clear? Regardless of what Chao Gongong might say next, Fang Chen's attitude towards the aristocratic families would remain unchanged. They are the parasites of the great Qian, and they must be eradicated. Fang Chen's voice was devoid of fluctuations, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of resolve. After listening, Eunuch Chao nodded and recounted all he knew. In truth, long before His Majesty, the aristocratic families had already infiltrated the previous dynasty. The late emperor had sensed this matter early on, but chose not to address it. What do you think was the reason? As a shadow eunuch, Eunuch Chao had served the emperor of Deqian for decades, perhaps even longer than Chancellor Zhang Wenyu. Moreover, having stood by the emperor's side day and night, he possessed secrets that surpassed those known by others. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nearly blurted out the answer that resided in his heart. What could the reason be? If not his indecisive father? Had he not been so vacillating, he would have long since confronted the 10 great families. Was it necessary for him to leave behind such a mess? However, this thought rolled around his mouth before he articulated it more eloquently. I surmise that the 10 great families, having endured for centuries, involve countless individuals. My father, being benevolent, could not bear to witness the suffering of the populace. Hence he continually postponed action. Furthermore, perhaps my father had considered taking action against the 10 great families, only to realize that their foundation was even more profound than he had anticipated, to the extent that it lay beyond his control. Eunuch Chao nodded, a glimmer of admiration appearing in his eyes. Had the late emperor possessed the same fortitude and foresight as His Majesty, perhaps the aristocratic families would not have reached such a state. As I understand, among the 10 great families, there are not only the likes of Huang Fuming as innate masters. Hidden within these families, there are at least 10 more. Chapter 57, The Extermination of Demonic Armors. The Enchanted General in Crimson. Fang Chun. The difficulty has escalated. By how much? Although he had mentally prepared himself, in that fleeting moment, even with Fang Chen's composure, his brow could not help but twitch. What does it signify to face 10 innate martial artists? Among the 8 major sects of the current day Qian martial world, only the most elite few possess such formidable resources. If Fang Chen were to command 10 innate martial artists, he would dare to send the imperial guards to obliterate the Taishan sect. No wonder the late emperor could only endure in silence back then. Had Fang Chen not been equipped with the advantage of a time traveler, when confronted with such influential noble families, he too would have been left with no choice but to turn a blind eye. In the past, the late emperor had aspired to eradicate the noble families in one fell swoop, but upon uncovering the realities of the situation, he was compelled to abandon that ambition and opt for a strategy of piecemeal dismantling. Yet, the 10 major noble families were deeply entrenched, wielding control over the vast majority of resources within the Daiqian Empire. The loss of a single innate martial artist was trivial to them. They could easily cultivate another from their mountain of resources. Before his demise, the late emperor had employed various methods to eliminate 3 or 4 innate martial artists. Yet for the 10 noble families, it barely scratched the surface. Eunuch Chao spoke gravely, his tone measured. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen fell silent for a moment. It appeared that his adoptive father had indeed exerted himself to the utmost. The Deqian Empire had long been plagued by deep-rooted issues, manipulated by the old chancellor and the 10 noble families during the previous dynasty. Achieving this level of progress was commendable, and one could hardly place undue blame upon anyone in such a situation. Based on your estimation, what is the current strength of the martial artists within the 10 noble families? Fang Chen inquired slowly. Having sensed Fang Chen's intentions towards the 10 noble families, Eunuch Chao had evidently contemplated this possibility beforehand. Thus, when Fang Chen posed the question, he answered without hesitation. There should be 6 or 7 innate martial artists among them, including Huang Fu Ming. The Huangfu family alone boasts 3. As the undoubtedly strongest among the 10 noble families, the Huangfu family possesses nearly half of their innate martial artists. This level of strength cannot be overlooked by Fang Chun. Are there any late-stage innate martial artists? Eunuch Chao pondered for a moment before shaking his head slowly. As far as I know, the most formidable among the 10 noble families is Huangfu Ming. He is exceptionally gifted, having been trained under the leader of one of the 8 major sects, the Donglin sect. Thanks to the diligent nurturing from both the Huangfu family and the Donglin sect, he has now attained mid-stage innate cultivation. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt somewhat relieved. The disparities between each realm after attaining innate status are indeed significant. If the 10 noble families truly possessed late-stage innate martial artists, Fang Chen would need to reconsider his plans. I have understood. You may leave. Fang Chen gestured dismissively. Eunuch Chao, recognizing that the information he had just relayed would inevitably influence Fang Chen's original plans, took his leave. Consequently, he dared not disturb Fang Chen any further and, after offering his respects, withdrew. At present, under my command, there are already 3 innate experts. If I could delay for a few more days, it might be possible to cultivate 2 or 3 additional innate warriors. Currently, Fang Chen himself has reached the late stage of postnatal cultivation, merely a step away from the innate realm. However, as the emperor, he has consistently concealed his strength in public. Unless absolutely necessary, Fang Chen would refrain from taking action. Moreover, there exists the unpredictable presence of the Empress Dowager within the palace, though she appears to be behaving herself in the Changlu Palace. Should I engage directly with the 10 great factions, there is no guarantee that she would not exploit the situation to her advantage, potentially striking me from behind. Therefore, at critical moments, I must maintain my position within the palace to keep her and her ilk in check. Is there any way to conjure a few innate experts out of thin air? Fang Chen's thoughts began to wander. Within the system's marketplace, although there is an abundance of elixirs and skills that can be exchanged for recovery points, there are no items available for summoning characters. I have yet to claim the reward from earlier. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Fang Chen's mind as he recalled that he had not yet examined what rewards had been bestowed by the system. Given the nature of previous rewards, it is unlikely this one would be disappointing. I hope for something that can swiftly enhance my martial prowess. As Fang Chen murmured to himself, he accessed the system space. 3. He observed 3 nearly identical icons, differing only in color, lying quietly within the system space. At the center of each icon was a red humanoid figure. What on earth is this? Fang Chen pondered carefully. Neither previous rewards nor any redeemable items in the system's marketplace resembled this. Could it be that I have drawn a hidden prize? Fang Chen extended his finger towards the first icon and gently clicked to inspect. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Red Armored Talisman General. The Red Armored Talisman General is crafted from celestial meteorites. With the blessing of yellow and purple fortune, it possesses unique abilities to merge with the living. It can also be utilized as a puppet. Impenetrable to blades and guns, invulnerable to fire and water. When 5 Red Armored Talisman Generals unite, they can unleash power beyond that of a master. Astonishingly, it is the Red Armored Talisman General. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight in his eyes. This is indeed a genuine treasure. Legends state that puppets made from the Red Armored Talisman General are classified into 5, corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each Red Armored Talisman General possesses innate level strength, and if they are unified, they could even contend with master-level experts. Fang Chen then clicked on the remaining 2 Red Armored Talisman Generals, and indeed, he noticed that the names of the other 2 bore the suffixes of fire and water. Unfortunately, these Red Armored Talisman Generals are incomplete. If one could gather the mystical armor of the symbol general, it would unleash the prowess of a master. I could effortlessly quell the 10 prominent clans. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. It appears that this system intends to present him with a modicum of challenge. Were he to possess a masterful expert, not only would the 10 innate experts be no match, but even if 10 more were to join, Fang Chen would remain unfazed. Moreover, this symbol general's armor seems to be an elusive treasure. Despite several searches in the marketplace, he could not locate any items available for exchange. He could only hope for luck in uncovering the remaining 2 pieces later on. Nonetheless, this armor is said to be impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to both fire and water. Regardless of the opponent's attempts to strike, it remains unscathed, ultimately exhausting them to the point of defeat. Should that be the case, the 10 prominent clans would indeed have a formidable challenge ahead. A faint smile graced Fang Chen's lips as he envisioned the innate experts laboriously hacking away at the symbol general's armor, their hands weary to the bone. While the armor stood untouched, he felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of seeing the expressions of Huang Fuming and others upon encountering this remarkable armor. It would surely be a sight to behold. Chapter 58, The Terrifying Martial Arts Automaton. Shaking the heavens and the earth, capable of rivaling innate beings. It is said that this talismanic general, clad in crimson armor, moves with the grace of a living person. Whether this is true remains uncertain. In any case, apart from himself, there were no others in the Chiqing Hall. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen decided to directly extract a crimson-armored talismanic general from the system space. In an instant, a towering figure draped in red materialized beside him. Is this the talismanic general in crimson armor? As he gazed up, he noted that the figure stood at least 6 feet tall. The heavy crimson armor enveloped it from head to toe, accentuating its majestic and formidable presence. For most, merely standing before such a colossal entity would be enough to send their spirits fleeing in terror. Fang Chen surmised that the 5 talismanic generals must share a similar appearance overall. The only distinction would be the various insignias representing the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth adorning each crimson armor. For instance, the one Fang Chen summoned bore a golden talismanic mark, signifying it as the embodiment of the metal element. Although this crimson-armored general was impervious to blades and spears, it remained uncertain whether it could withstand the assaults of innate martial artists. As Fang Chen raised his hand and gently tapped on the red armor, it emitted a crisp and peculiar sound, neither fully metallic nor entirely iron. Your Majesty. The Rain Commander and the Commander Bao request an audience, announced a sunflower attendant as he entered the Chiqing Hall, interrupting Fang Chen's examination of the crimson-armored general. Oh. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang had solidified their cultivation after their breakthrough. Observing the crimson-armored figure before him, Fang Chen's thought stirred. And he suddenly conceived an idea. Bring them into the hall. He sought to assess the power of this talismanic general. And what better way than to test it against 2 innate masters he had on hand? Understood. Shortly after the sunflower attendant withdrew, 2 imposing figures entered the grand hall, exuding a rich aura. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. I pay respects to your majesty. After several days apart, both Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang not only exhibited significantly stronger auras, but also seemed to have undergone subtle changes in appearance following their breakthrough. Yu Huatian appeared more effeminate, harboring a chilling sharpness within his gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, Bao Yingxiang's countenance appeared more resolute, his presence infused with an air of fierce bloodlust. They stood on either side of Fang Chen, resembling fearsome deities. Have you experienced any discomfort following your breakthrough? Fang Chen inquired. Upon hearing his question, both Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang simultaneously displayed expressions of gratitude. Thank you for your concern, your majesty. We have not experienced any adverse reactions thus far. In fact, the bone transformation pill seems to be subtly transforming our physiques even after our breakthrough. Initially, they believed the bone transformation pill merely assisted them in reaching the innate stage. Only now did they realize the true marvel of the bone transformation pill. It possesses the ability to subtly transform their bodies and attributes. Originally, their innate talents were among the finest among a group of warriors. After consuming the bone-melting divine pill, their future paths of cultivation will undoubtedly become smoother. With this thought, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang held even greater respect for Fang Chen. Since you have already broken through, I happen to have something here for you to experiment with, Fang Chen said slowly. Your Majesty, please feel free to command us, responded Bao Yingxiang and his companion. They then observed as Fang Chen pointed towards the symbol general clad in red armor nearby. This symbol general possessed the strength of the innate realm, making it a suitable opponent for you to engage with. It can also hone your martial skills, allowing you to master the usage of the Blood River Divine Sword and the Heartless Slash. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Bao Yingxiang and Yu Huatian had already noticed the symbol general standing beside Fang Chen. However, since Fang Chen had not mentioned it, they, as subjects, felt it inappropriate to inquire further. At this moment, hearing Fang Chen declare that the symbol general was indeed of innate strength, both Yu Huatian and his companion were momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Yet, since these words came directly from Fang Chen, They could not doubt their authenticity. Very well, they acknowledged, their curiosity piqued. In that case, let us proceed to the training ground. Seeing that both were in agreement, Fang Chun waved his hand decisively. Immediately, Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang accompanied Fang Chun, who was seated in the dragon carriage, to the training ground. The summoned symbol general in red armor followed closely behind. With each step, the heavily armored symbol general produced a dull thud against the ground, revealing the weight of its armor. Yet, despite its burdensome exterior, the symbol general moved with remarkable agility, keeping pace alongside the dragon carriage without faltering. To the unknowing palace maids and eunuchs, it appeared as though a living being resided within the heavy armor. Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang marveled at the symbol general's fluid movements, silently impressed. Before long, the group arrived at the training ground. Which of you will go first? Fang Chun inquired. Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang exchanged glances. Your Majesty, I wish to give it a try, Bao Yingxiang volunteered eagerly. Very well, Fang Chun nodded. And Bao Yingxiang stepped forward to the center of the training ground. Go, Fang Chun commanded the symbol general, which seemed to understand instinctively and moved to the center of the arena, standing before the symbol general, which towered over him by nearly half a head. Bao Yingxiang felt an immediate sense of pressure due to the height difference. With a serious expression, he drew his treasured blood-colored saber. With a resounding clash, he swung the blade, delivering a strike that, while not utilizing his full strength, still carried 6 or 7 parts of his might. However, when the blade met the symbol general's armor, it only resulted in a few sparks flying off. The crimson-armored symbol general exhibited no reaction whatsoever, not even the slightest tremor in its colossal form. Both Bao Yingxiang and Yu Huatian were taken aback by this outcome. It is worth noting that this strike, combined with the formidable power of the blood-sweating saber, is seldom faced head-on, even by those of equal innate prowess. This crimson-armored symbol general not only possesses cultivation comparable to that of innate warriors, but is also impervious to blades and bullets, and resistant to fire and water. Underestimating it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Observing this, Fang Chun felt a flicker of delight within, witnessing the astounding defensive capabilities of the crimson-armored symbol general. He realized that with such a formidable martial machine at his disposal, 3 of these generals could withstand the onslaught of 4 to 5 innate warriors. Indeed, it was at this moment that Bao Yingxiang truly began to regard the crimson-armored symbol general with utmost seriousness. He inhaled deeply, casting aside all reservations. As the blade emanated a blood-red malevolence, a hallmark of the blood transformation divine blade. Very well, let me see just how formidable your power is, he declared. And with that, he swung the blood-sweating saber, unleashing another tempestuous assault. Chapter 59, Commander of the Dragon Guard, Huang Fuming. The Empire's capital, shrouded in the impending storm. Bang, bang, bang. Bao Yingxiang unleashed his full might, striking fiercely with every blow upon the enchanted red armor of the talisman warrior. Sparks erupted like a torrential rain of crimson, bursting forth from the clash between the blade and the talisman warrior's armor. Even the massive figure of the talisman warrior, akin to a small mountain, found itself compelled to retreat under Bao Yingxiang's relentless assault. In the end, Bao Yingxiang appeared almost frenzied, as if consumed by a bloodlust. His treasured blood-steed blade, along with his very being, was enveloped in a faint aura of sanguine energy. After breaking through to the innate realm, he attained a novel comprehension of the blood transformation divine blade, elevating its power to unprecedented heights. In that moment, wielding the blood transformation divine blade felt akin to the descent of a blood deity, exuding an aura of invincibility. What exhilaration! Bao Yingxiang reveled in an ever-growing sense of thrill with each clash, nearly unable to suppress a triumphant laugh. The blood transformation divine blade he practiced was inherently an extremely ferocious technique. The more it was employed, the more it awakened the user's inherent ferocity. Yet, due to the blade's immense power, when unleashed upon foes, it typically resulted in a swift demise. Thus far, few adversaries had withstood multiple strikes of the blood transformation divine blade. However, the indomitable and tireless talisman warrior was able to endure such fierce onslaughts time and again, much to Bao Yingxiang's delight. Meanwhile, Fang Chun, observing from the stands, shook his head in disapproval. It was time for him to cease. Overexerting the blood transformation divine blade would only render the user susceptible to the malevolent energy within. Furthermore, the strain of employing the blade had begun to surpass Bao Yingxiang's limits. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yu Huatian did not hesitate to leap into the arena. Kill, kill, kill. The bloodthirsty Bao Yingxiang could no longer discern the figures before him, consumed solely by the desire to attack. Realizing this, Yu Huatian understood why Fang Chun urged Bao Yingxiang to desist. If this continued, he would succumb to the blade's ferocious malevolence. Without further ado, Yu Huatian brandished his blood river sword, slicing through the air, creating a scarlet arc that seemed to tear through reality, meeting Bao Yingxiang's bloodsteed blade. Clang! With a resounding crash, both warriors staggered back. "Commander, cease your assault." At Yu Huatian's admonition, Bao Yingxiang finally awoke from his trance. "Your servant is guilty. I implore your majesty to punish me." Realizing he had nearly succumbed to the blood transformation divine blade's ferocity, Bao Yingxiang broke into a cold sweat and knelt before Fang Chen. Although the blood transformation divine blade wielded tremendous power, failing to control it meant being controlled by it. Fang Chen cast a glance at Bao Yingxiang. "Rise, it is now Yu Huatian's turn." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Bao Yingxiang's face flushed with shame. As he attempted to rise, his body swayed violently. The enchanted crimson armor possesses an astonishing defensive capability. Realizing that he had narrowly avoided exhaustion, Bao Yingxiang couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. Had Fang Chun not intervened in time, he might have succumbed to madness. While it appeared that he had been dominating the crimson armor throughout their encounter, aside from leaving a few shallow cuts upon its surface, it remained virtually unscathed. Such a tireless and remarkably resilient puppet, if deployed on the battlefield, would be a veritable killing machine, unstoppable in its path. From this day forth, the crimson armor shall serve as your trial opponent, engaging you in combat. You may unleash your full strength, but remember, do not lose control and allow your martial skills to dominate you. The previous battle has demonstrated the might of the crimson armor, which is at least comparable to that of a cultivator at the early stages of innate mastery. Fang Chen rose and addressed Bao Yingxiang and Yu Huatian with a calm demeanor. "We shall comply with the imperial decree." Bao Yingxiang responded with a respectful bow. Having learned from this experience, he would not abandon the use of the blood transformation divine blade, but would exercise much greater caution in its application. Perhaps reserving the blood transformation divine blade as a trump card while dedicating himself to mastering the absolute emotion slash would be a prudent strategy. After all, when it comes to sheer power, the absolute emotion slash not only rivals the blood transformation divine blade, but may even exceed it. The only drawback is its stringent requirements. Currently, Bao Yingxiang had only begun to grasp the absolute emotion slash. Return to the Qingqing Hall. Allow Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang to continue their training in the arena. Fang Chen then took his leave in the dragon carriage, returning to the Qingqing Hall. The three crimson armors could not only engage in combat, but also serve as training subjects for innate martial artists, a truly advantageous arrangement. Fang Chen felt that this reward was indeed worthwhile. There was no need to worry about sustaining injuries during training, and they would never tire. What martial artist would not be tempted by such an opportunity? More importantly, with these three crimson armors, Fang Chen had gained additional leverage against the 10 major factions. Moreover, he did not believe that the 10 major factions had truly maintained such unity over the centuries. If that were the case, the remaining 8 factions would not have allowed the extermination of the Su and Ding families to unfold unchallenged. Is Huang Fuming also returning soon? Just as Fang Chen's words fell, a cloaked guard immediately bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, we have received news. Commander Huang Fu of the Dragon Guard has arrived at a city merely 10 miles from the imperial capital. He is expected to enter the city tonight." Fang Chen listened impassively, his expression serene, concealing any thoughts. "His return is timely. I too wish to observe what actions the 10 major factions will take after enduring such prolonged restraint." As night descended upon the grand imperial capital, it shed the clamor and splendor of the day, resembling a slumbering behemoth lost in deep repose. Clack, clack, clack. Beyond the imperial capital, the heavy wheels resonated with the sound of traversing the road. A formidable army, numbering nearly 1,000, donned in black dragon-scaled armor, advanced. Under the flickering flames of the night, their armor glimmered with a chilling radiance. The commander, the imperial capital lay just ahead. Should they encamp here or enter the city under the cover of darkness? A dragon guard, riding swiftly, approached the carriage and whispered a report to the occupant within. "Relay my orders. Advance at full speed. Enter the city immediately." Understood. Upon receiving the command, the dragon guard acknowledged and signaled decisively. Full speed ahead, roaring thunderously. The entire army surged forward like a ferocious tiger, moving swiftly and in perfect unison towards the imperial capital. To train an army to such a level of precision is no small feat, certainly rivaling the cold-blade army of Prince Ting-An. Indeed, the emperor's nephew is quite skilled. Within the immense carriage, capable of accommodating 10 riders, someone lifted the curtain and peered outside, seemingly astonished by the Dragon Guard's impeccable training. Then, turning back, he smiled at a gentleman seated within the carriage. Chapter 60, The Conspiracy of Huang Fuming, The Covetousness of Donglin Gate. The sovereign power above all, the man seated at the head of the table appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Adorned in a black robe embellished with golden patterns and wearing a golden crown, he possessed a handsome visage, albeit tinged with a hint of indulgence in wine and revelry. Nevertheless, his every gesture exuded an air of mastery, causing those around him to tremble in trepidation, unwilling to underestimate him. At that moment, he was being entertained by 2 beautiful concubines, drinking and enjoying himself. Upon hearing the compliments directed at him, Huang Fuming raised his head and offered a somewhat nonchalant smile. "You flatter me, esteemed uncle. You can ascend to the position of the Dragon Guard commander at such a young age." Yutuzi chuckled, though he was Huang Fuming's uncle. Their conversation bore the tone of the elder seeking to curry favor with Huang Fuming. "You are too kind, dear nephew. Allow me to raise a toast in your honor." Huang Fuming laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased with such flattery. He lifted his cup and offered a distant salute to Yutuzi. The others present mimicked the gesture, raising their cups and drinking in unison. "It begs the question why the head of the Huangfu family was so eager to summon you back," another voice chimed in. This speaker was a stout individual, dressed in the same elder's robes as Yutuzi. Upon hearing this, Huang Fuming paused in his actions, then set down his cup with a deep sigh. "To be candid, this is precisely why my uncle permitted me to return, to enlist the assistance of 2 esteemed elders." Gu Yun and Yutuzi exchanged knowing glances, both wearing amicable smiles. "You are too polite, dear nephew. Not only did the sect leader specifically instruct us to assist you, but out of camaraderie, we shall certainly lend you our support should you encounter any difficulties." Upon hearing their responses, a fleeting smile graced Huang Fuming's lips, quickly replaced by a hint of concern. "To be honest, as you both have surmised, for centuries, our 10 great families have remained unwaveringly loyal to the Deqian royal family. The ancestors of the Huangfu family have dedicated themselves wholeheartedly. Yet since the new emperor ascended the throne, he has harbored suspicions regarding our loyalty, including that of the Huangfu family, continually plotting against the 10 great families. The fates of the Su and Ding families serve merely as cautionary tales." Seeing Huang Fuming shake his head, Yutuzi and Gu Yun exchanged glances of surprise. They had not anticipated that their suspicions were indeed accurate. The Huangfu family's loyalty to the Deqian royal family was well known, not only to the officials of the previous dynasty, but also to the martial arts sections. It appeared the new emperor had been swayed by the whispers of those around him. Such foolish actions can only arise from a lack of understanding. Gu Yun pondered for a moment before slowly responding. "Indeed, as the commander of the Dragon Guard, you, dear disciple, have far more opportunities to approach His Majesty than others. If you were to counsel the emperor wisely and dissuade him from heeding the slander of others, perhaps you could persuade him to reconsider his stance." Yutuozi added in agreement. However, to their astonishment, Huang Fuming sighed deeply at their words. "What you 2 elders may not be aware of is that upon my return to the capital, I received alarming news. Even the Dragon Guard has come under suspicion from His Majesty, who now intends to disband our forces and establish another military unit to safeguard the imperial city." Upon hearing Huang Fuming's revelation, Gu Yun and Yutuozi furrowed their brows in concern. This young emperor is truly reckless. To harbor doubts even against the Dragon Guard is preposterous. Constructing a military unit is not a task to be taken lightly. Though they are martial artists, they are not oblivious to the formidable challenges of reassembling an army. Thus, they deemed the actions of the new emperor of Deqian to be exceedingly irrational, bordering on the fantastical. It is for this reason that you, dear disciple, have called upon us both to return to the capital, hoping that when the need arises, we, as fellow disciples, might lend our assistance. After they had spoken their minds, Huang Fuming narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly articulated the true purpose of his summons. Although he had anticipated such a revelation during the journey, he could not help but inhale sharply at Huang Fuming's near-explicit declaration. Yet, recalling the master's admonitions from their return journey, the 2 hesitated for but a fleeting moment before adopting a righteous demeanor and acquiescing. "Rest assured, dear disciple, the Huangfu family is renowned for its loyalty and valor. Now that we face adversity, as members of the martial world, it is our duty to act justly. How could we stand idly by? Since you have implored us personally, we shall certainly do our utmost to assist. Hearing the unwavering agreement from both, Huang Fuming smiled in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders. Fear not, for your mere assistance will be met with my deepest appreciation. If all goes well, I shall ensure that the item my master desires is presented to you with both hands. Huang Fuming's words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in the previously hesitant pair, dispelling any lingering doubts as they readily affirmed their commitment. Rest easy, dear disciple. This matter is of utmost importance. With both of us present, should you require aid, do not hesitate to command us. Although their prowess may not rival that of a prodigy like Huang Fuming, they possessed confidence in their capabilities, being above the threshold of innate mastery. As their objectives were fulfilled, Huang Fuming allowed a triumphant smile to grace his lips. Just then, as the three conversed, the convoy gradually approached the gates of the imperial city. Who goes there? The sentinels at the gate inquired. Have your eyes been blinded? Do you not recognize the emblem of the Huangfu family? How dare they obstruct the convoy of Commander Huangfu? The soldiers, accustomed to the arrogance of the Dragon Guard under Huang Fuming, shouted loudly at the city gate. It was indeed the Commander Huangfu of the Dragon Guard. However, contrary to expectations, the guards, who typically trembled in fear and allowed passage upon hearing Huang Fuming's name, now appeared completely unmoved. According to the laws of the imperial capital, after nightfall, anyone wishing to enter must possess personal identification as well as a passage permit. Without these, no one may be granted entry. Upon hearing this decree, the Dragon Guard was taken aback. They were used to moving freely in the capital, relying solely on their formidable black dragon scale armor. When had they ever needed to present a passage permit? Have you grown so bold as to question even Commander Huangfu? The Dragon Guard, feeling their dignity deeply wounded, could not suppress the rising flames of indignation within. Some, in a fit of embarrassed anger, shouted, "This is the Emperor's decree, without a passage permit. No one is allowed through." Yet, the guards at the city gate offered nothing more than a cold, indifferent response. Chapter 61. The Tyrannical Imperial Decree. Fang Chen's display of authority, summoning Huang Fuming. The countenance of the Dragon Guard shifted dramatically, their hearts ablaze with indignation. The imperial capital, beneath the sovereign's feet, renders the emperor's command paramount above all else. The flames flickered upon the faces of the guards at the city gate, who exhibited no hint of retreat, even when confronted by the once mighty Dragon Guard. This scene filled the Dragon Guard present with a sense of humiliation, igniting an aura of murderous intent among them. Meanwhile, the guards at the city gate appeared equally resolute, their gazes steadfastly fixed upon the Dragon Guard below, creating a tense atmosphere charged with hostility. At that moment, however, laughter emanated from within the carriage. How amusing! How amusing! Though concealed within the vehicle, Huang Fuming had heard the exchange outside with clarity. In his 30-plus years of life, he had never encountered such a situation. Raising his hand, a shadow darted forth from his sleeve, caught deftly by a Dragon Guard stationed beside the carriage. Is this token sufficient? In the glow of the flames, the black iron token bore two intricate dragon motifs, with a prominent character for Marshal inscribed in the center, along with the command of Huang Fuming etched below. This token served as irrefutable proof of Huang Fuming's authority as the captain of the Dragon Guard. Having verified your identity, Captain Huangfu, you may proceed, stated the guard. With that, the heavy city gates, previously shut tight, emitted a muffled sound as they creaked open slowly. The Dragon Guard snorted disdainfully, presenting the token to the carriage window. Captain, here is the token. Huang Fuming nonchalantly accepted it, tucking it into his garments. The carriage began to sway gently as it entered the imperial capital. This new emperor is deliberately trying to assert his dominance over your uncle. Yu Tuozi and Gu Yun exchanged glances, unable to contain their remarks to Huang Fuming. The commander of the imperial capital's forbidden army must have his identity verified to enter and exit the city. This is clearly a targeted affront. It is evident that the previous rumors hold truth. This new emperor of Deqian possesses far less cordiality towards the 10 great clans than his predecessors did. The young emperor, in his immaturity, resorts to such juvenile tactics. Huang Fuming chuckled, feigning indifference. However, as he turned his head, the smile on his face faded. The incident at the city gate, though seemingly trivial, had awakened his keen perception to numerous underlying currents. Previously, the duty of guarding the city gate had rested upon the shoulders of the Dragon Guard, who were held in higher esteem than the Daiqian Emperor himself. Not only would verification of identity be unnecessary, But even if Huang Fuming were to charge through the imperial capital on horseback, none would dare utter a word of protest. Yet now, the guards at the city gate had been replaced by unfamiliar soldiers. Huang Fuming became acutely aware that upon entering the city, he would confront changes far beyond what he could fathom. The Chongqing Hall, ablaze with light, shone as brightly as day. Though it was already late at night, Fang Chun was still engrossed in reviewing various memorials and confidential letters, his profound gaze betraying not a hint of fatigue. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard entered the hall, kneeling to announce, "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the city gate. The commander of the Longwu Guard, Huang Fuming, has returned to the Imperial capital." As these words were spoken, the temperature in the Grand Hall seemed to drop significantly. The expressions of those standing nearby, including Chief Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian, subtly shifted. His late-night return to the city implied an eagerness that could not be ignored. Fang Chun smiled, as if everything lay within his masterful calculations. He languidly set down the memorial in his hands. "Summon Huang Fuming to the palace immediately," he commanded. As soon as Fang Chun's words fell, the Imperial Guard's demeanor stiffened, and he responded with a respectful bow, "Yes." Once the Imperial Guard departed, Chief Eunuch Chao and Yu Huatian exchanged glances, unable to contain their curiosity. "Your Majesty, why summon Huang Fuming at such a late hour?" Yu Huatian questioned. Perplexed by Fang Chun's actions, considering the undercurrents swirling between both parties, which were fraught with tension, it seemed that avoidance would be the wisest course. Only Chief Eunuch Chao seemed to grasp Fang Chun's intentions. Huang Fuming had traveled great distances back to the imperial capital, yet he remained unaware of many unfolding events within the palace and the city. This created a prime opportunity to leverage the information gap to exert pressure upon him. Additionally, it was customary for returning subjects to promptly report relevant matters to the sovereign. Moreover, the most crucial point remained: a summons is a royal decree. As a subject, one possesses no right to defy the emperor's command. Thus, even if the emperor wished to summon Huang Fuming in the dead of night, there would be no room for disobedience. Chief Eunuch Chao articulated this pivotal truth. Historically, the emperor's command supersedes all else. Should the emperor desire your presence, even in dire straits, one must make the arduous journey to present oneself, particularly at this juncture, where imperial authority and aristocratic factions teetered on the brink of conflict. Any action could ignite a spark. No matter how audacious Huang Fuming may be, he would not dare to disregard such a command. Fang Chun's summons to Huang Fuming undoubtedly served as a test of loyalty. Regardless of circumstances, Huang Fuming could never contravene his orders. Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian, though still bewildered, gazed at Fang Chun with newfound admiration. An hour later, the figure of the Imperial Guard reappeared at the entrance of Chongqing Hall. "Your Majesty, Commander Huang Fuming has arrived and requests an audience." Following the customary protocol, upon such an announcement, Fang Chun would typically invite Huang Fuming into the hall. However, this time, after the Imperial Guard's report, Fang Chun seemed to regard him as if he had not heard. With a single red brush in hand, he inscribed something upon the paper. The Jinshui harbored a sense of perplexity yet maintained his stance of reporting, refraining from the slightest movement. For a moment, the only sound resonating through the grand hall was the soft rustling of the brush gliding across the pages. "Let him enter." After a considerable time, during which the Jinshui's knees began to ache from kneeling, Fang Chun spoke in a calm tone. "Yes." The Jinshui, feeling as if he had been granted a great pardon, promptly rose and exited the Chongqing Hall. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure strode into the hall with purpose. "Minister Huang Fuming, paying respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor." Huang Fuming had donned his official attire, clad in black armor, exuding an even more formidable presence. His every gesture radiated the aura of the once greatest master of the inner court. However, as Huang Fuming knelt in reverence, his expression shifted abruptly. Upon entering the hall, he had sensed two extraordinary auras within. Initially, he thought it merely a figment of his imagination. Yet at this moment, his keen insight as a congenital warrior allowed him to ascertain that within this grand hall, apart from himself, there existed at least two other congenital warriors. Chapter 62. My words are the law. A bold and startling revelation for Huang Fuming in the grand palace of Deqian, aside from himself. When had there ever been another innate martial artist? Moreover, one of the presences he sensed was not inferior to his own. Upon realizing this, Huang Fuming felt an acute sense of trepidation. Instantly, the shadowy eunuch, long rumored to be concealed within the Deqian palace, flashed through his mind. During the reign of the previous emperor, Every time he entered the Qingqing Hall for an audience, Huang Fuming could distinctly perceive a profound aura lurking within. Yet, just months prior, that presence had clearly been at the late stage of acquired martial prowess. How could it possibly transform in less than 2 months into a being of innate mid-stage strength? Not only that, but there seemed to be an additional innate martial artist aura as well. Realizing this left Huang Fuming's mind in disarray. An hour prior, he had returned to the Huangfu residence, hardly settling down when he received the imperial edict summoning him to the palace. Even Huang Fuming had to concede that this decree from Fang Chun had caught him off guard. In the past, when Huang Fuming returned from the capital on official business, the previous emperor would show consideration for his travel fatigue, allowing him to rest for half a day before reporting to the palace. Yet this new emperor played by an entirely different set of rules. Nevertheless, from the perspective of Deqian's laws, Fang Chun's actions were indeed within the bounds of propriety. To put it another way, even if it were not in accordance with tradition, he was the son of heaven, his word was the law. Huang Fuming quickly surmised that this was a test from Fang Chun. However, it was not the opportune moment for the aristocracy and the royal family to clash openly. Reluctantly, Huang Fuming donned his official robes and hastened to the palace, preparing for the audience. Unexpectedly, upon arriving outside the Qingqing Hall, he was met with a third display of Fang Chun's authority. After the imperial guards announced his presence, he stood outside, awaiting the emperor's summons. To his astonishment, he found himself waiting for an entire incense stick's worth of time. When he finally learned he could enter, Huang Fuming was nearly driven to laughter by his own vexation. As an innate martial artist, he could easily go days without sleep. Yet this 14-year-old emperor, even at midnight, sought to establish his dominance in such a manner. He hoped the emperor wouldn't falter first. "Rise," Fang Chun said, not even glancing up. "Thank you, your majesty," Huang Fuming replied as he rose from the ground. "What brings you to the capital this time?" Fang Chun inquired, his hands still busy with his writing. Upon entering the palace, Huang Fuming had already guessed the purpose of Fang Chun's summons. "I come on behalf of the late emperor, your majesty, to attend to matters in Donglin City and other locations." Huang Fuming had meticulously prepared his speech during the journey, thus he began to articulate his points fluently. However, it seemed that Fang Chun was entirely absorbed in his writing, paying little heed to Huang Fuming's words. Even Huang Fuming, by the end of his discourse, discerned that Fang Chun's thoughts seemed entirely detached from his words. "Your Majesty?" Huang Fuming inquired, his tone laced with confusion. "Have you finished?" At that precise moment, Fang Chun concluded his final stroke on the paper. He lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of emotion, fixing them upon Huang Fuming. "Indeed," Huang Fuming replied, momentarily taken aback. It was then he realized that this new emperor was not as juvenile as he had initially presumed. Or perhaps, Fang Chun's immaturity was confined solely to his age and appearance. When faced with this new sovereign, even in silence, merely seated there with composure, he exuded a pressure far surpassing that of the late emperor. Huang Fuming was certain that this formidable aura did not emanate from the two eunuchs, one elderly and the other young, standing beside Fang Chun, both possessing innate abilities, but rather from Fang Chun himself. Recalling the letter from Huang Fulin, which had mentioned the presence of dragon energy surrounding the new emperor, Huang Fuming had previously dismissed it as inconsequential. However, it was now evident that Huang Fulin spoke the truth. The aura enveloping Fang Chun was not the familiar energy of a martial artist that Huang Fuming recognized. Instead, it was a formidable presence that even an innate warrior like himself found unsettling. Such energy could only belong to a true dragonborn sovereign. The late emperor had perished at the age of 37 without having ever possessed such dragon energy. Yet, this new emperor ascended the throne at the tender age of 14 and, merely 2 months later, already radiated the essence of a dragon. Contemplating this, Huang Fuming believed he understood why Fang Chun exhibited such audacity. It is merely a manifestation of dragon energy. If he thinks this will compel the 10 great factions to submit, he is gravely mistaken. "Your Majesty," just as Huang Fuming was about to speak, Fang Chun set down his brush. "I happen to have a decree here for you to review." With that, Yu Huatian, standing nearby, stepped forward with alacrity. Accepting the paper Fang Chun had casually handed over. "Please, take a look, Lord Huangfu." Huang Fuming's gaze fell upon Yu Huatian, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The young eunuch appeared no older than 15 or 16, yet he had already attained the status of an innate warrior. It was noteworthy that Huang Fuming himself had only achieved this level at the age of 34. Furthermore, Observing Yu Huatian's deference towards Fang Chen only deepened Huang Fuming's bewilderment. An innate warrior could easily secure a place within the ranks of the 8 major sects of Donglanmen. Yet he chose to serve in a subservient capacity as a mere eunuch. However, Huang Fuming's musings were abruptly halted upon reading the contents inscribed in vermilion ink on the paper he held, transforming his bewilderment into undeniable shock. Your Majesty. Before Huang Fuming could voice his thoughts, Fang Chen interjected, "Currently, the Imperial Guards have been established to safeguard the palace and protect the capital. I intend to further reduce the numbers of the Dragon Guard. As the commander of the Dragon Guard, what is your opinion on this matter?" Fang Chen appeared to be inquiring, yet his tone bore no semblance of negotiation, especially in his discourse with Huang Fuming. An almost imperceptible aura of the Dragon Emperor emanated from him, further suppressing Huang Fuming's own presence, compelling him to divert his attention to resist. Consequently, he found himself devoid of the mental fortitude to contemplate how to tackle this matter. However, Your Majesty, within the Dragon Martial Guard, there still exists a cadre of elites. Although he had previously gleaned from Huang Fulin's correspondence the intention to diminish the Dragon Martial Guard, Huang Fuming had never anticipated that Fang Chen would act with such alacrity. Regarding the contingent of elites, their dismissal is indeed lamentable. Therefore, I intend to meticulously select them for incorporation into the Imperial Guard. From this day forth, all members of the Dragon Martial Guard shall withdraw from the Imperial capital, stationed outside the city, and shall not enter without summons. The responsibilities of guarding the palace and the capital shall henceforth be entirely entrusted to the Imperial Guard. Observing Huang Fuming's breathing grow increasingly labored, Fang Chen maintained a serene demeanor. His utterances conveyed but one message. This is not a matter for discussion. It is a decree. Chapter 63. The Abolition of the Dragon Guard, an overt threat. No pretense left. At that moment, aside from shock, Emperor Huang Fuming's heart was filled with fury. The new emperor had clearly abandoned all pretense, intending to eradicate the Dragon Guard completely. As the commander of the Dragon Guard, how could he remain indifferent? However, just as Huang Fuming was about to erupt, the 2 attendants, Chao Gonggong and Yu Huatian, who stood flanking Fang Chen, seemed to sense his intentions. Both of them simultaneously exuded an imposing martial aura, abruptly stifling the momentum Huang Fuming had been gathering. Moreover, Huang Fuming became acutely aware of the presence of numerous martial practitioners both inside and outside the Qingqing Hall. Although their strength did not rival that of the 2 beside him, they were formidable enough to warrant attention. Realizing this, Huang Fuming suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This summons was not merely a show of authority, but rather a veritable banquet of treachery. Fang Chen was brazenly threatening him. "I understand, Your Majesty. I shall fully cooperate with the Jinyue to facilitate the reduction and integration of the Dragon Guard." Weighing the pros and cons, Huang Fuming chose to temporarily submit. Nevertheless, given the vast forces of the Dragon Guard, a smooth transition would likely require several months. Before Huang Fuming could finish his statement, Fang Chen interjected. "The disbandment of the Dragon Guard and its incorporation into the Jinyue will proceed simultaneously. Within a month, I expect to see this matter resolved." A gaze devoid of emotion, imbued with an undeniable pressure, fell upon Huang Fuming. He choked back his words. "I shall obey your command." Gritting his teeth, Huang Fuming acquiesced. Should he refuse? It was likely he would not even survive the night to exit the Qingqing Hall. Once Huang Fuming departed, Yu Huatian, perplexed, queried Fang Chen, "Your Majesty, why not eliminate this pest directly?" With 2 of the 10 great families already gone, the remaining 8 looked to the Huangfu family as their leader. Huang Fuming, without a doubt, is the core of that family. If he were to be slain, the 8 families would be rendered as a tiger with its fangs removed, significantly reducing the threat. Fang Chen remained silent, while Chao Gonggong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Huatian. "Do you believe that the 8 great families were unprepared for His Majesty's sudden summons of Huang Fuming tonight? To act against him now would only prompt the 8 families to retaliate prematurely, leading to mutual destruction. Though Chao Gonggong may not possess Fang Chen's strategic acumen, his nearly century-long existence afforded him a wealth of seasoned insight that Yu Huatian could not match." Yu Huatian then realized, his expression turning to one of embarrassment. Indeed, he had not considered the broader implications. "In the meantime, focus on your training. I will handle the rest," Fang Chen remarked, waving his hand dismissively. "Understood." Chao Gonggong and Yu Huatian replied, their expressions solemn as they bowed in acknowledgement. With the return of Huang Fuming, the contest between imperial authority and aristocratic factions truly commenced. After departing from the Chongqing Hall, Huang Fuming's expression immediately darkened. Upon reaching the palace gate, his carriage had been waiting for quite some time. "My lord." The coachman was impatiently interrupted by Huang Fuming before he could even pay his respects. "Enough of this idle chatter. Return to the mansion." Sensing Huang Fuming's displeasure, the coachman dared not say another word and promptly drove back to the Huangfu residence. How did it go, Ming? It was already late at night. Yet important members of the Huangfu family, including Huangfu Lin and Huangfu Xian, had not yet retired. Upon receiving news that the new emperor had summoned Huang Fuming to the palace with a decree late at night, Huangfu Lin immediately ordered the entire household to be on high alert. During this anxious period, they were like a tightly stretched bowstring, only relaxing when Huang Fuming returned safely and soundly. "Ming'er, what did the emperor summon you for?" Noticing Huang Fuming's troubled expression, Huangfu Lin seemed to sense something amiss. "His Majesty has commanded me to disband the Longwu Guard within a month," Huang Fuming replied grimly, articulating each word with deliberate care. "What?" Huangfu Lin and the others were taken aback upon hearing this. They understood all too well the implications of disbanding the Longwu Guard. This was truly an affront. Before they could voice their concerns, Huang Fuming interrupted them. "There is another matter. We have miscalculated. There are 2 innate martial artists concealed beside His Majesty, one of whom possesses strength equal to my own." Upon hearing this, Huangfu Lin's expression shifted once more. It was crucial to note that one of their main advantages was Huang Fuming's status as the foremost expert within the inner palace. 2 mere innate experts, Huang Fuxian reassured. "There is no need for concern, nephew. With the 2 of us here, we will not allow the royal family to brazenly oppress the Huangfu clan." However, Yutuzi and Guyan exchanged knowing smirks, seemingly dismissing Huang Fuming's words. With 2 esteemed uncles present, naturally there is no cause for worry, nephew. Huang Fuming's gaze flickered before he donned a calm and composed smile, addressing Yutuzi and Gu Yun. "I appreciate your arduous journey to the imperial capital, esteemed uncles. Please rest early. Should I require your assistance, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Huangfu Lin quickly added, "Your rooms have been prepared, and I have arranged for several young maidservants to attend to your needs. The Huangfu family is immensely grateful for your support during your long journey." Upon hearing Huangfu Lin's words, Yutuzi and Gu Yun's eyes brightened as they nodded in agreement. In that case, very well. The turmoil of the previous dynasty was indeed not a domain they were adept in navigating. It would be wiser to retire early and allow Huang Fuming to deal with his own troubles. After the 2 departed, Huangfu Lin turned his gaze towards Huang Fuming. "Tomorrow, what are your plans?" As Huang Fuxian was about to speak, Huang Fuming seemed oblivious to his presence and directly addressed Huangfu Lin. "Once the Dragon Guards cease to exist, it will signify the new emperor's assault on our clan. Therefore, we must take the initiative." His tone was imbued with a fierce determination. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Lin nodded in agreement. Huang Fuming's thoughts resonated with his own. "In that case, I shall immediately contact the other clans and prepare for action." In an instant, the father and son duo, Huangfu Lin and Huang Fuming, had finalized their plans. Meanwhile, Huang Fuxian, also a son, found himself unable to utter a single word. "Xianer, from this day forth, you are to fully assist Ming'er in his plans and arrangements. There must be no room for error." Upon hearing Huangfu Lin's command, a glimmer of light flickered in Huang Fuxian's eyes. His hands, concealed within his sleeves, slowly tightened as if he were striving to suppress his emotions. Ultimately, Huang Fuxian lowered his head in resignation and replied in a subdued tone, "I understand, father." Chapter 64. The Pearl Covered in Dust, The Talents of the Dragon Guard. Unveiling Wei Zhong. In the Chongqing Hall, everything appeared as it usually did. Fang Chun sat serenely upon the dragon throne, immovable as a mountain, quietly listening to the reports from Yu Huatian and Bowing Sheng below. "Your Majesty, as of now, 2 more individuals from the Kuaihua Chamberlain and the Jinyui have consecutively broken through to the innate realm. I estimate that there may be another 2 to 3 individuals who could potentially achieve this breakthrough within the next few days. Furthermore, over 30 others have already ascended to the late stage of the acquired realm." The first to report was Yu Huatian, including the existing innate masters within the palace. There are now 5 such experts in the imperial court, with the additional 30 or so late-stage acquired warriors. This formidable strength is comparable to some first- and second-tier forces in the martial world. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded slightly. The growth and strength of the Kuaihua Chamberlain and the Jinyui was somewhat anticipated. It has been a while since I broke through to the late acquired stage. With the 6 treasury immortals, my cultivation progress should, in theory, surpassed that of Yu Huatian and the others. Yet, why have I not shown any signs of a breakthrough during this period? The 6 treasury immortals are renowned for their ability to refine the body, being one of the 8 extraordinary techniques capable of maximizing the potential of one's physical form. Over this time, Fang Chun has consumed a considerable amount of rare herbs and treasures, allowing these resources to manifest their utmost utility within his body under the formidable disintegration ability of the 6 treasury immortals, subtly transforming his physique. Currently, within the entire De Qian dynasty, few can rival Fang Chen's physical robustness. Logically speaking, having absorbed such an abundance of rare materials, he should have long since broken through. However, no matter how diligently he cultivates, the breakthrough remains elusive. Fang Chun had previously inquired about this matter with eunuch Chao, but even he had never encountered such a situation. Fang Chun could not help but wonder if the influence of the 6 treasury immortals and the dragon chi of the human emperor rendered his breakthrough distinct from others. Your Majesty, there is one more matter, Bao Xiang interjected as Fang Chun pondered. As of today, 70% of the Dragon Guard's forces have been relocated outside the imperial capital. 30% remain stationed within the capital, with most of their strength concentrated near the prominent noble families. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days have passed since Huang Fuming returned to the capital. The downsizing of the Dragon Guard has officially commenced. The entire court, both civil and military, has maintained a conspicuous silence regarding this matter. The upper echelons of the Dragon Guard, led by Huang Fuming, outwardly show no dissent towards Fang Chen's decision. They even actively cooperate with the relocation of the Dragon Guard from the capital. However, beyond this FAOD, they often pay lip service while dragging their feet. To date, the Dragon Guard has symbolically reduced its ranks by a mere few thousand, not even a tenth of its original strength. Meanwhile, the Dragon Guard assembled outside the capital has swelled to nearly 90,000. In addition, there are over 20,000 troops stationed within the imperial capital, maintaining close ties with the remaining 8 prominent clans. The intentions of the Huangfu family have become painfully obvious. Previously, the Dragon Guard was jointly managed by the 10 main clans, each vying to carve out their share of power, engaging in both overt and covert struggles amongst themselves. However, in light of the recent military cuts, they have been compelled to momentarily unite against a common adversary. Yet, this collective force should not be underestimated. In response to the analyses presented by Bao Xiang and Yu Huatian, Fang Chun remained remarkably composed. Although the Dragon Guard appeared to be a solid front, the reality was far more complex. Do you think I targeted only the disciples of the clans during the military reductions? Fang Chun's inquiry caught Bao Xiang and his companion off guard. Subsequently, he raised a hand, casting an object that arced gracefully through the air, landing in Bao Xiang's grasp. You are to proceed immediately to the Dragon Guard camp near the Ji family in the imperial capital and locate a man named Wei Zhong. Deliver this letter of significance to him. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Bao Xiang looked down at the item he had caught, revealing a token and a confidential letter. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Without hesitation, Bao Xiang nodded and exited the Grand Hall. In the Dragon Guard's 3rd camp, a middle-aged man named Wei Zhong sat outside the tent, his gaze lost in the night. As a squad leader in the 3rd camp, Wei Zhong was aware that apart from the palace's personnel, the remaining 100,000 troops were divided into 13 camps, each responsible for distinct duties throughout the capital. The 3rd camp, to which Wei Zhong belonged, was tasked with maintaining public order in the capital, a role that was both arduous and perilous. Consequently, the soldiers assigned to this camp were often not the elite disciples of the 10 main clans, but rather ordinary martial artists from humble beginnings. It was not uncommon for the Dragon Guard to be called upon to take the blame when incidents arose. In summary, being assigned to the 3rd camp, particularly as a low-born soldier, meant enduring conditions far worse than those experienced by their counterparts from noble families in the palace. Yet, what troubled Wei Zhong was not merely a station, but rather the recent rumors circulating within the capital. Ever since His Majesty announced the formation of the Jinyue, the treatment of the Dragon Guard had declined day by day, affecting even the higher echelons. This was especially true for those like Wei Zhong, who hailed from the lower ranks. Recently, the Dragon Guard had been frequently mobilized, yet the higher-ups remained tight-lipped about the reasons, which left Wei Zhong with an unsettling sense of unease. Despite his humble origins, he possessed an acute awareness of the undercurrents at play. The capital was rife with hidden tensions, seemingly divided into 2 factions, the Jinyue, led by His Majesty, and the Dragon Guard, dominated by the noble families. If this continues, It seems inevitable that a conflict will arise between the two parties. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, it is the ordinary dragon martial guards like us who will suffer the consequences. Just as Wei Zhong shook his head in despair, a sudden sharpness pierced his gaze. He sensed an unfamiliar presence lurking in the nearby shadows. Who could it be? In an instant, as he turned around to draw his sword, he was met with an icy, sharp sensation at his neck. Wei Zhong's pupils contracted sharply. As a practitioner at the late stage of the acquired realm, his reflexes were commendable. Yet, the speed of his opponent was even more astonishing. Such keen perception. Unbeknownst to him, Bao Yingxiang, too, was taken aback, observing Wei Zhong with a hint of admiration. A dragon martial guard in his 30s, hailing from humble beginnings, who managed to ascend to the late stage of the acquired realm through sheer determination. This was undoubtedly a talent with great potential. However, what astonished Bao Yingxiang even more was Wei Zhong's astute analysis just moments ago, which caused him to momentarily forget to conceal his presence, leading to his discovery by Wei Zhong. Chapter 65. The astonishment of Wei Zhong, His Majesty's favor, the betrayal of the Ji family. You are sensing that although the individual before him possessed a far superior cultivation level, there was not even a hint of murderous intent, nor any trace of hostility. Wei Zhong found himself increasingly intrigued by the identity of the newcomer. It was not until he noticed the dark red flying fish robe adorning Bao Yingxiang that a realization struck him. You are the commander of the Jinyue. Lord Bao? Wei Zhong exclaimed involuntarily. A flicker of surprise crossed Bao Yingxiang's eyes. He was certain that the two had never met before. Yet, Wei Zhong had immediately deduced his identity merely from his attire. Such keen perception transcended mere sharpness. It was truly astute. As the blood-sweating saber was withdrawn from his neck and sheathed, Wei Zhong felt the chill dissipate, allowing him to exhale in relief. Although Bao Yingxiang had not displayed much murderous intent, the oppressive strength of a congenital warrior was enough to instill fear in a postnatal martial artist like him. This restraint was a deliberate effort on Bao Yingxiang's part to avoid drawing the attention of others in the military camp. Currently, among the 10 prominent families, the Su and Ding clans had already been eradicated. Of the remaining 8 families, none belonged to the Wei lineage. You are not one of the 8 prominent families? Upon hearing Bao Yingxiang's words, Wei Zhong's attention was instantly re-engaged. Replying to Lord Bao, I am indeed not one of the 8 prominent families. My humble beginnings saw me tending to the flocks of wealthy families during my youth. Later, I entered the Tang family, one of the 10 prominent clans, serving as a riding servant to the young master. The young master's martial arts instructor, recognizing my intelligence, imparted some skills to me. However, when I made a mistake at the age of 15, I was expelled from the Tang family. By a stroke of luck, I managed to break through to postnatal level at 19, thanks to the martial arts I had previously learned. At 20, I joined the Longwu Guard, and it has been 10 years since. I am now a squad leader in the 3rd Battalion of the Longwu Guard. Wei Zhong spoke with a demeanor that was respectful yet assertive, gradually sharing his experiences with Bao Yingxiang. Bao Yingxiang nodded slowly, inwardly admiring Wei Zhong's intelligence and cunning. From Wei Zhong's monologue, it was evident that he had already recognized the antagonistic relationship between the imperial authority represented by the Jinyue and the aristocratic families represented by the Longwu Guard. Upon learning Bao Yingxiang's identity, Wei Zhong's seemingly casual recounting of his past was, in fact, a subtle attempt to distance himself from any overly close ties to the noble clans. Thus, his stance between the two factions had become distinctly clear. This is the Emperor's confidential letter. Once you have read it, you will know precisely how to act. Without further ado, Bao Yingxiang produced the token and secret letter entrusted to him by Fang Chen, placing them into Wei Zhong's hands while casting him a meaningful glance. Your performance must not disappoint His Majesty. After speaking, without waiting for Wei Zhong's reaction, Bao Yingxiang's figure vanished into the night. What? Your Majesty? Upon hearing Bao Yingxiang's words, Wei Zhong's entire body trembled. His pupils dilated in disbelief, contracting repeatedly in shock. Was it the Emperor who had sent the commander of the Jinyue to seek him out? For Wei Zhong, this conjecture was far more astonishing than his earlier deduction regarding Bao Yingxiang's identity. As a mere squad leader, why would he attract the Emperor's attention? Amidst his astonishment, Wei Zhong felt a surge of fervor coursing through him. Having clawed his way up from the bottom since childhood, he was more perceptive than most. Shortly after joining the Longwu Guard, he discerned the decay within its ranks. To survive in this environment, he had to conceal his true capabilities, feigning complicity with the 10 great families to secure his place. Yet, despite this, he continued to face oppression at every turn. After all, Those 10 great families were accustomed to wielding power. How could they possibly allow a commoner, long subjugated by them, to rise above them one day? Wei Zhong had initially believed he would spend his life languishing in obscurity within the Longwu Guard. Little did he anticipate that someone would recognize him as a hidden gem, and that this person would be none other than the reigning emperor, the Huangfu family. Father, the assembly of the Longwu Guard outside the capital has been completed. We are now merely awaiting our orders to commence action. Huang Fuming and Huang Fuxian were currently in the study, reporting to Huang Fulin about the current state of the Longwu Guard. In an effort to reduce the new emperor's wariness, my son had proactively undertaken a military reduction, eliminating some of the less capable members of the Longwu Guard. The remaining forces are all elite. Additionally, my son has left behind the lower-ranked members of the Longwu Guard, including the 3rd Battalion, in the capital to distract the new emperor's attention. A cold, ruthless confidence permeated Huang Fuming's voice. The Longwu Guard left in the capital were nothing more than pawns for the 10 great families. Once conflict erupted, they would be the first to suffer. Huang Fulin nodded, his eyes betraying unreserved admiration for his son. He then turned to Huang Fuxian. How is the communication with the remaining 7 great families progressing? Having decided to fight to the end, one must spare no effort. Huang Fuming was tasked with gathering troops, while his other son, Huang Fuxian, was dispatched to liaise with the 7 great families. In response to his father, Huang Fuxian reported that 6 of the 7 families had actively responded to the matter. Only the Ji family had not provided a clear response. Every time my son sent someone to visit, the Ji family spoke ambiguously. Moreover, my son heard that the head of the Ji family had already submitted a report to the emperor. During this period, the desire to journey to the former fiefdom of the Ji family in Changzhou. Before Huang Fuxian could finish his words, the previously smiling countenance of Huang Fulin darkened instantly. Useless wretch, unable to handle a mere Ji family, chastised sternly by Huang Fulin. Huang Fuxian felt a pang of injustice in his heart, yet could only acquiesce, not daring to utter a word in retort. Huang Fuming furrowed his brow. Father, it appears that the Ji family's actions indicate they do not wish to ally with the 10 great clans. Huang Fulin snorted coldly. In the days before the late emperor's passing, the Prince of Qi was among the most likely heirs to the throne. Do you suppose the Ji family played no part in that? The Ji family possesses this leverage, unlike other noble families. With no option left but to gamble everything and fight to the bitter end, they are cornered. Now, with Ji Mian seeking to depart from the imperial capital, it is evident that they wish to distance themselves from the other noble families. Such a move, among the 10 great clans, would be tantamount to a betrayal. However, the current 7 major clans are already poised for action, compelled to move forward, leaving no room to consider the Ji family's circumstances. Moreover, the Ji family, to their credit, has merely sought to delineate their boundaries without revealing the plans of the 10 noble families to the emperor. Otherwise, the Ji family's aspiration to leave the imperial capital unscathed would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. Chapter 66. Signs of a Breakthrough. A turbulent night to clear the rulers. For many years, the Ji family has relied on their connection with Prince Qi, maintaining a lukewarm relationship with the 10 prominent families. It is, therefore, unsurprising that they chose not to participate in today's scheme. Huang Fuming showed little astonishment, responding with a calm demeanor. Given the Ji family's historical conduct and their relationship with the imperial family, had they chosen to join, the other noble families would undoubtedly have to guard against them, lest they exploit a situation of mutual destruction to elevate Prince Qi to power. Over the years, the Ji family has concentrated most of their resources in Changzhou. Even in collaboration, their contribution would amount to merely 1 innate martial artist and around 100 acquired martial artists, which would not significantly sway the outcome. Huang Fulin's expression gradually softened as he pondered, what about the 2 from Donglin Gate? As if anticipating Huang Fulin's thoughts, Huang Fuming assured him confidently. Rest assured, Father, on our journey here, both of my masters have already pledged their support. Hearing this, Huang Fulin felt entirely relieved. Now, among the 8 major families, we hold the leverage of over a dozen innate martial artists. This is sufficient to cause substantial upheaval in the Great Qin Empire, Huang Fuming remarked with a cold smirk. According to his calculations, Fangchen likely possessed no more than 3 or 4 hidden innate martial artists. In terms of both strength and numbers, the 10 prominent families held an overwhelming advantage. Fangchen's attempt to leverage imperial power to coerce the 10 noble families into submission overlooked a critical point. Only if they acknowledged it would imperial authority carry weight for them. Should the 10 families refuse to recognize it, the so-called imperial power would be mere empty rhetoric. In the Hall of Clear Governance, Bao Xiang knelt, presenting a secret letter he had just received through Wei Zhong. Yu Huatian immediately took the letter and respectfully handed it to Fang Chen. With an impassive expression, Fang Chen read the letter before letting out a cold laugh. As I suspected, Huang Fuming has used the pretext of deploying the Lanwu guards outside the city, while he has secretly placed his trusted subordinates within the Lanwu military camp still stationed in the imperial capital. When the uprising occurs, these loyalists will incite chaos with the unaware Lanwu guards in the city. Meanwhile, the Lanwu guards outside will launch an assault on the capital under the guise of clearing the rulers, once the situation descends into chaos. Both the lower-ranked Lanwu guards left in the imperial city and the Jinyue will merely become sacrificial pawns in the 10 noble families scheme. What a sinister plot! Bao Xiang furrowed his brow, while a cold glint flickered in Yu Huatian's eyes. The 10 noble families plan disregarded the lower-ranked Lanwu guards entirely. Inform Wei Zhong that I know what must be done. With a swift motion, Fang Chen crushed the letter in his hand and addressed Bao Xiang, who nodded in acknowledgement before exiting the Hall of Clear Governance. As the imminent actions of the 10 prestigious families draw near, does your majesty wish to retreat from the spotlight? Once the rain has subsided and the tumult has calmed, Grand Eunuch Chao approaches Fang Chen and speaks in hushed tones. In the face of impending conflict, if I were to withdraw, it would be perceived as a sign of weakness by the 10 prestigious families, thereby emboldening their audacity. Fang Chen shook his head in disagreement. Grand Eunuch Chao hesitated, wanting to persuade Fang Chen, yet the latter's resolve was unwavering. Only by my presence here can the 10 prestigious families have a clear target. Regardless of their machinations, their ultimate objective will invariably lead them towards the imperial capital. Should the 10 families be unaware of my whereabouts, they would undoubtedly scour the land, plunging the imperial capital into chaos. Countless innocent citizens would be ensnared in the aftermath. My aim is to resolve this turmoil among the families with minimal cost and utmost swiftness. From the actions of the 10 prestigious families, it is evident they regard the lives of commoners with utter disregard. However, Fang Chen could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Grand Eunuch Chao trembled, sensing the unyielding determination within him, which instilled in him a deeper respect. In light of this, I shall devote myself to safeguarding your majesty's safety. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on a single hair of your majesty, they must first pass over my dead body. Hearing Grand Eunuch Chao's declaration, Fang Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, but refrained from responding. On a panel visible only to him, lines of text began to materialize. Task description: you now possess not only your own stronghold, but also a formidable influence that should not be underestimated by any faction. Yet even so, you remain vigilant, constantly bearing the responsibility of revitalizing the Great Qian in your heart. And those who were the principal architects of Great Qian's downfall must be eradicated from your mind. Now, the opportunity lies before you. Task description: annihilate the enemies that led to the demise of Great Qian. Fang Chen gazed silently at the words. This was a new task he had received after completing a previous one. From that moment, he had already set the 10 prestigious families as his target. Indeed, it seems I have recently sensed signs of a breakthrough. From today onwards, I shall enter seclusion within the Chongqing Hall. Should anything arise outside, I entrust it to you to handle. Subsequently, Fang Chen recollected another matter and addressed Grand Eunuch Chao. Just days prior, he had been perplexed as to why he had not yet shown signs of a breakthrough. Little did he expect that merely after a few days, signs of progress would emerge. With this in mind, Fang Chen resolved to seize the moment and prepare for his seclusion. Your Majesty is also on the verge of a breakthrough? Grand Eunuch Chao was astonished. He recalled that Fang Chen had not consumed the transformational essence pill, and under normal cultivation, he would require at least 3 more years to reach the innate stage. Yet unexpectedly, shortly after his recent advancement to the late stage of the postnatal realm, he was already showing signs of a breakthrough to the innate level. It appears that the servant truly misjudged the situation from the very beginning. Master Chao, slightly flushed with embarrassment, then adopted a serious expression and declared, I have come to understand. From this day forth, aside from myself, no one shall set foot into the Chongqing Hall. As night fell over the Prime Minister's residence, dense clouds obscured the luminous moon, rendering the stars invisible. Zhang Wenyu stood quietly beneath the precarious wall, gazing up at the somber sky. At that moment, a figure clad in black approached him hastily from behind. I report to the Prime Minister, news arrives from outside the city. The Lanwu Guard has begun to move. Upon hearing these words, silence enveloped the air. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Wenyu let out a long, contemplative sigh. At last, has the time come to act? Rather than expressing surprise, his tone bore the weight of experience, as if he possessed an all-encompassing insight. "Your Majesty, how shall you respond next?" Zhang Wenyu lifted his hand, observing the two contrasting chess pieces, one black and one white. In the dim light of the night, his gaze flickered with intensity. After what felt like an eternity, he clenched his hand, and the subtle sound of cracking echoed as the black and white pieces shattered into fragments within his palm, cascading through his fingers like dust. He then turned, slowly making his way into the room, and casually commanded, "Convey my orders. Today, regardless of who comes, do not grant them an audience." "Understood." The figure in black replied, bowing his head. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Just before crossing the threshold into his chamber, Zhang Wenyu whispered softly, in a voice only he could hear. Chapter 67, The Uprising of the Dragon Martial Guards. With resolute determination, Wei Zhang slays and seizes the talismans. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Huangfu clan, the atmosphere is illuminated by flickering lights. Huangfu Ming, clad in black armor and adorned with a long sword at his waist, sits regally in the Grandmaster's chair, one hand resting upon the hilt, as if patiently awaiting something significant. Beside him, Yu Tuzi and Gu Yun remain seated. In contrast to Huangfu Ming's composed demeanor, the two exhibit a slight tension, yet they maintain their poise, exuding an air of seasoned expertise. Suddenly, a figure strides confidently into the hall, capturing the attention of Yu Tuzi and Gu Yun, as if by instinct. "Commander Huangfu," the lieutenant announces. "The 9th Battalion of the Dragon Martial Guards has assembled outside the city and is prepared to launch an immediate assault upon receiving the signal from within." Upon hearing this, Yu Tuzi and Gu Yun exhale slowly, a sign of relief. Huangfu Ming, who had appeared to be in deep contemplation, gradually opens his eyes. "What of the 4th Battalion within the city?" he inquires. The lieutenant nods affirmatively. "Arrangements have been made. Once the hour passes, the 4th Battalion will occupy the 4 city gates of the imperial capital, east, west, south, and north. The remaining forces will create chaos within the city to provide an opportunity for the Dragon Martial Guards outside." A glimmer of satisfaction flickers in Huangfu Ming's eyes. "Excellent. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Once we receive the signal from the 4th Battalion, I request that both esteemed uncles join me in advancing towards the Imperial Palace." Huangfu Ming's strategy entails that, alongside the Dragon Martial Guards and the other 6 major clans, they instigate sufficient disorder within the capital, allowing the forces outside to infiltrate and seize the city. With the support of the 7 major clans and his lieutenant, he feels confident. The core of their mission is to utilize the name of the imperial capital to eliminate the corrupt officials surrounding the new emperor. Only by controlling the new emperor can they secure an invulnerable position, considering the potential hidden trump cards in Fang Qin's possession. Huangfu Ming confidently orchestrates a plan involving 5 innate experts, including himself, leading 5,000 Dragon Martial Guards to execute the assault on the palace. "Understood," the lieutenant acknowledges. Departing to fulfill his orders, Yu Tuzi and Gu Yun's eyes brighten, and they chuckle. "To the palace? If our esteemed nephew requests, we shall undoubtedly lend our utmost assistance." They had been pondering how to procure treasures from the imperial palace, and Huangfu Ming's initiative aligns perfectly with their desires. "We are grateful for your assistance, esteemed uncles." As he observes their expressions, Huangfu Ming feigns respect, yet a cold glimmer flashes in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the command post of the 3rd Battalion, the commander Han Heng wears a grave expression as he gazes at the darkening sky. "My lord, the hour has arrived. Preparations must commence." Han Heng's lieutenant quietly approaches, whispering into his ear. "At last, have we truly arrived at this juncture?" Han Heng's expression flickered, his gaze betraying a myriad of complexities. Though it was but a fleeting moment, just as he prepared to issue a command, a commotion erupted outside. In the profound silence of the night, the sounds of quarrel were strikingly pronounced. "What has transpired?" Han Heng furrowed his brow, and before he could voice his thoughts, his deputy interjected with urgency. Thuds resonated as fists struck flesh, accompanied by the dull thud of something heavy collapsing to the ground. A dozen imposing figures surged into the courtyard. "What is the meaning of this?" Han Heng and his deputy were taken aback, their internal energy coiling in readiness. "I am Wei Zhong, the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the Dragon Guard," esteemed Han. Wei Zhong, with a charming countenance, wore a faint smile, seemingly oblivious to Han Heng's alertness as he stepped forward. "Wei Zhong?" Han Heng was momentarily stunned, but upon hearing the man's self-introduction, merely a captain, he felt an irritable crease form between his brows. "Why are you here at such a time, away from your post?" From the aura he sensed, Wei Zhong appeared to be merely a martial artist at the early stages of his development. Han Heng, possessing skills of the mid-stage, paid him little heed and barked a reprimand. To his surprise, Wei Zhong remained unfazed, merely smiling slightly as he lowered his voice. My lord, during my rounds today, I intercepted a confidential letter addressed to the Imperial Guard from His Majesty. It contains matters of great significance. As he spoke, Wei Zhong produced an open letter from within his robes, waving it before Han Heng. A corner of the letter bore the royal seal. What? Han Heng's expression shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, he stepped forward. My lord. The deputy attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Han Heng approached Wei Zhong, snatching the letter from his grasp. What does it say? Han Heng pulled the letter free, only to find the paper entirely blank. The seal was evidently cut from another document and affixed to the corner. A chill ran through him, and his realization dawned. He instinctively sensed danger. The previously respectful Wei Zhong transformed abruptly. Seizing a dagger that slipped from his sleeve, he thrust it through the letter, piercing Han Heng's heart. The speed was akin to lightning, and Han Heng, a mid-stage martial artist, had no time to react. Blood erupted from his chest as he fell, eyes wide in shock. You all. Although the specifics of the encounter remained obscured, the sudden lurch of Han Heng's body prompted his deputy to sense the gravity of the situation. With a startled cry, he turned to flee through the window. Yet, before he could move, several dragon guards pounced upon him like ravenous wolves. With a swift motion, he was pinned to the ground, a dagger aimed at his face, heart, and neck, striking with ferocity at his vital points. In mere moments, the deputy was riddled with fatal wounds, lifeless upon the earth. Elder brother, the military talisman. Several members of the Dragon Guard searched the bodies of Han Heng and the deputy, quickly uncovering two bloodstained military talismans that could be united. Excellent. Upon witnessing the talismans before him, Wei Zhong's gaze flickered. A faint smile graced his lips. I am immensely grateful to you all for joining me today. Otherwise, entering this government office would have been no simple task. The Dragon Guards exchanged knowing smiles. Elder brother Wei, you need not feel distant. In this third camp, who has not suffered under the oppression of the 10 great clans, who would willingly risk their lives to rebel alongside them. Our loyalty lies with the great Qian, not with the corrupt officials of the Huangfu and Han families. Your actions today are to rescue our brothers. With His Majesty's token and the military talismans in our possession, who dares to defy us? We shall meet force with force. Hearing the words of the Dragon Guards, Wei Zhong felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he quickly suppressed the tumult within, his expression resolute. Indeed, let us proceed. This night, we have much to accomplish. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. The Dragon Guards nodded, showing no interest in the fallen Han Heng and his deputy, and followed Wei Zhong, who held the talismans, as they departed the government office. Meanwhile, within the imperial city, a sharp and frantic voice shattered the tranquility. Disaster has struck. The Dragon Guards have rebelled. Chapter 68. Signals of Action. The Astonished Empress. In the forbidden grounds of the Imperial Palace, where no outsiders are permitted, the hour has passed. The hall of the Huangfu clan remains brightly lit. Huangfu Ming stands resolute like a mountain, while the expressions of several others in the hall gradually reveal their agitation. The hour has advanced, yet there remains no news from the 4 city gates. Huangfu Lin has sent people out 3 times to ascertain whether any signals have been received. Disappointingly, the outside remains tranquil, devoid of any sign of disturbance. The 4 gates, Qinlong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, are of paramount importance to the imperial capital. Only by securing these 4 gates can the Longwu Guard advance unimpeded and seize control of the capital. Should these locations remain unconquered, our subsequent plans would falter. Time is of the essence. Every moment must be seized with urgency. Yet, at this initial stage of our operation, we are already met with obstacles. This has caused Huangfu Lin and the others to worry whether the ensuing plans will proceed smoothly. Bang! At that moment, a faint noise seems to resonate from outside. Is it here? Huangfu Lin's expression shifts, and soon after, a figure rushes into the hall. Master, we have received a signal from the Qinglong Gate. The 3rd Battalion has taken control of the city gate. A disciple of the Huangfu clan kneels on the ground, his face alight with joy. The Qinglong Gate has been seized? In that case, the Longwu Guard outside may now take action. Ming, prepare to enter the palace immediately. Unexpectedly, the first gate to be secured is the critically important Qinglong Gate. Huangfu Lin's anxiety dissipates significantly. He is eager for Huangfu Ming to make preparations for entering the palace. If that is the case, we shall accompany our esteemed nephew. Just as Yu Tuzi and Gu Yun prepare to rise, Huang Fu-ming waves his hand, interrupting their words. Wait. Unlike the visibly relieved Huang Fu-lin, Huang Fu-ming's expression is grave, as if he harbors suspicions. Ming, what is the matter? Huang Fu-lin gazes at Huang Fu-ming in confusion. At this crucial juncture, where every step requires prompt execution, Huang Fu-ming appears unhurried. No, father. I merely feel that at this juncture, with the other 3 gates silent, it is peculiar that the most challenging Qinglong gate is the first to signal. Before Huang Fu-ming can finish his thought, 3 familiar signals resonate from outside once more. Subsequently, another figure rushes in, reporting to the master. Signals have also been received from the Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu gates. Now, all 4 gates are under the control of the Longwu Guard and our clan. The disciple from the Huangfu clan who delivers the news appears even more exhilarated than the previous one, although slightly later than anticipated. All 4 gates of the imperial capital now lie within their grasp. The plan has unfolded beyond expectation. Tomorrow, without any delay, you and the 2 elders from Donglin Gate shall lead the other innate masters and set forth immediately. Huang Fu-lin declared. Understood, I am aware. Upon hearing the 3 signals, Huang Fu-ming's doubts dissipated. While it is conceivable that one city gate might experience an unforeseen incident, the likelihood of all 4 encountering mishaps is exceedingly slim. Both of you, my esteemed uncles, along with the rest, accompany me to the imperial palace. Huang Fu-ming rose, his robust figure casting a shadow upon the ground. The initial phase of our plan has been executed successfully. The next critical step hinges on whether the Dragon Guard stationed outside the city can promptly seize control of the palace. In the Changle Palace. Your Majesty, it is getting late. It is time to rest. After attending to the Empress Dowager's grooming, Mama Li stood behind her, softly reminding her. The Empress Dowager gazed blankly at her reflection in the mirror, and only after several gentle nudges from Mama Li did she awaken from her reverie. During this period, outside the palace, as if anticipating her unspoken questions, Mama Li slowly shook her head. The palace has tightened its defenses considerably. Entry and exit now require thorough scrutiny. Moreover, the original Dragon Guard has been replaced by the Imperial Guards closely affiliated with His Majesty. Presently, not a single Dragon Guard remains within the palace. As she spoke, Mama Li's expression reflected her resignation. If the previous bloodshed in the Chongqing Hall showcased Fong Qin's decisive nature, then the recent changes within the palace have been subtle yet profound. Now, apart from Changlu Palace, nearly all the palace servants in other areas have undergone a nearly invisible overhaul, especially the positions formerly held by the Dragon Guards, which have been entirely filled by the loyal Imperial Guards. Mama Li's initial intention to utilize these guards to convey information to the outside world has been thwarted. Now, both the Empress Dowager and her attendants are confined to Changlu Palace, unable to step outside, enduring constant surveillance by the watchful attendants. Their movements are severely restricted. Each time the Empress Dowager reflects on this situation, her teeth grind in frustration. She had thought she was nurturing a docile rabbit, only to realize she had instead raised a tiger that poses a threat. The new emperor's relentless strategies render her too apprehensive to act rashly. Do not fret, Your Majesty, Mama Li reassured her. In due time, the inner court will surely notice something amiss and send someone to investigate. At that moment, we may find an opportunity. The Empress Dowager's brow relaxed slightly as she sighed. After lying in wait within the palace for so many years, the whereabouts of that item remain elusive. Now, with yet another failure, news of this will undoubtedly result in punishment. Mama Li fell silent, seemingly at a loss for how to comfort the Empress Dowager. Very well, let us rest. The Empress Dowager shook her head, realizing the hour was late and choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Mama Li supported the Empress Dowager as they proceeded towards the bedside. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from the sky, reminiscent of the explosion of fireworks. What could have transpired? At this late hour, how could there be fireworks? No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than 3 consecutive explosions followed, reverberating through the night. The Empress Dowager finally sensed that something was amiss. Li Mama, go out and investigate what is happening. Yes, Li Mama complied and stepped out of the Changlu Palace, greeted by an expanse of darkness. Yet, in the distant night sky, unusual bursts of flame flickered in several locations. This is. Li Mama's eyes widened in alarm. Those directions, they align with the 4 city gates of the imperial capital. Just as she instinctively prepared to advance, a chill swept over her. Who goes there? Swish. In the darkness, a flash of sword light narrowly brushed past Li Mama. Though it did not injure her, It sent a wave of terror coursing through her. A congenital master. Such formidable sword energy she had only encountered in some elder-level martial artists within the Taishan sect. Could there truly be a congenital master within the palace? Footsteps approached from the shadows. Li Mama heard a voice, smooth yet laced with a sinister aura. Tonight, this imperial palace is off-limits to outsiders. A figure clad in a silver python robe, Yu Huatian, emerged from the darkness. A single piercing glance cast upon Li Mama was enough to instill a profound sense of dread within her. Chapter 69. 1,000 Miles Frozen, The Might of Xianbing. The army assembles, ready for a fight to the death. You are. Li Mama instantly recognized Yu Huatian, the young eunuch who had previously struck Wei Xian multiple times before her during the court assembly. Just months ago, Yu Huatian was merely an initiate in the martial arts realm. How had he, in the blink of an eye, surpassed her so significantly? Had it not been for the overwhelming aura he exuded, Li Mama would have doubted her own perception. When confronted with Li Mama's unvoiced questions, Yu Huatian offered no response, merely casting her a fleeting glance before turning away, coldly declaring, "If anyone dares to step outside the Chonglu Palace tonight, they shall be met with lethal force." His words were not directed at Li Mama. The instant he finished speaking, a chorus of affirmations erupted from around Chonglu Palace, reverberating through the air. Even the great trees within the palace seemed to tremble, shedding leaves in response. Li Mama felt a profound shock ripple through her. Despite her awareness of the countless watchers deployed by Feng Chun, the magnitude of this display far exceeded her expectations. She could only watch, wide-eyed, as Yu Huatian's figure gradually melded into the darkness until it vanished completely, unable to utter a single word. With a pale countenance, she turned hastily and made her way back into Chonglu Palace, eager to report this matter to the Empress Dowager. Outside the palace, dressed in military attire, Huang Fuming rode a striking white steed, leading the Longwu Guard to the palace gates. Halt! As Huang Fuming had anticipated, the station Jinyui spotted him from a distance and quickly alerted their comrades, rushing forward to deliver the news while preparing to intercept Huang Fuming. Huangfu Commander. Before the Jinyui could finish his sentence, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. Huang Fuming extended his fingers, unleashing a tremendous force that no mere Jinyui could withstand. The expressionless commander shattered the heart of the Jinyui before carelessly discarding the lifeless body. Huang Fuming raised his gaze to the towering palace gates, inscribed with the characters Shangming Men. The last time he had stood here was 20 days prior, though he had entered and exited this gate countless times before. It now felt as if he were traversing through realms apart. A cold smirk played upon his lips as he thought, after tonight, this palace shall change hands. Forward. Yes. The Longwu Guard and the heirs of the 8 prominent families echoed with thunderous shouts. With an air of bravado, Huang Fuming led his entourage, riding boldly through Shangming Men. Halt! As they passed through the palace gates, a commanding voice rang out. Flames erupted into the sky, and Huang Fuming narrowed his eyes, calmly observing a throng of Jinyui clad in flying fish attire converging from the depths of the royal city, forming a standoff with the Longwu Guard. In the stillness of the night, Commander Huangfu, summoned not by imperial decree, entered the palace unbidden. Upon his arrival, he dismounted and walked, a gesture of respect towards the royal family. What punishment awaits him? Under the flickering torchlight, a leading officer of the Jin Yi Wei interrogated him. Masters of innate skill, and not just one. Sensing the aura of his opponents, Huang Fuming narrowed his eyes, his hand slowly caressing the hilt of the sword at his waist. As he had anticipated, the palace concealed not only the shadowy eunuch but also other experts of innate prowess. In fact, 3 stood before him. Master, what shall we do now? Rain Tuozi and Gu Yun, who had closely followed Huang Fuming, had never encountered such a scenario. Yet, as innate warriors, they managed to maintain their composure, albeit with some difficulty, and quietly inquired about their next course of action. Swift resolution, Huang Fuming replied with a light chuckle, uttering 4 words. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling aura emanated from him, gradually spreading in all directions. In an instant, it enveloped the entire city gate square. This is Xianbingqi, be cautious. The Jin Yi Wei's expression shifted as they braced themselves for the impending threat. The Xianbingqi was the ancestral secret technique of the Huangfu clan, its power determined by the cultivator's prowess. Once unleashed, it could blanket the land in snow, turning water into ice. When employed in combat, it could freeze an opponent's very blood. As Huang Fuming, an innate warrior, wielded his qi to bolster the Xianbingqi, He could create an icy domain around him, forcing adversaries to expend their inner strength merely to withstand the frigid air, thereby significantly diminishing their capabilities. It was too late. Just as Huang Fuming unleashed the Xin Bingqi, Rain Tuozi and the other innate warriors let out sinister laughs and charged into the ranks of the Jin Yi Wei with lightning speed. Engage the enemy. The Jin Yi Wei, unflustered, swiftly arranged their formation, with 3 innate warriors leading the charge against the Longwu Guard and the clan disciples. Capture the leader first. You hold them here, my 2 esteemed uncles, while I proceed inside. Huang Fuming had brought with him 6 or 7 innate warriors, ensuring a decisive victory against the Jin Yi Wei. However, such a strategy would inevitably delay their movements. The immediate priority was to secure Fang Chun and the Empress Dowager. Huang Fuming, unwilling to become entangled with the Jin Yi Wei, instructed several of his innate warriors to lead the Longwu Guard and clan disciples in holding back the enemy. He surged ahead towards the depths of the palace. Stop! The Jin Yi Wei attempted to obstruct him, but were entangled by their adversaries. Helplessly watching as Huang Fuming and his companions plunged into the palace, outside the imperial capital as the hour of the rat passed. For distinct fireworks, signals ascended into the night sky from 4 different directions. The first step had succeeded. Huang Fuming's deputy, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of exhilaration. Commander Huang Fu led his troops, and by now they must have already proceeded to the imperial palace. It is now our turn. Everyone, muster your spirits. The voice of the innate martial artist resonated in our ears, akin to the thunderous roar of a storm, deafening and commanding. In an instant, the dragon martial guards outside the city were invigorated, their resolve unwavering. Capture the imperial capital! Capture the imperial capital! Their shouts surged like tumultuous waves of the sea, each echo more resounding than the last. The formidable army, resembling a black tide, gradually advanced towards the gates of the imperial city. Alas, the guards at the city gates, witnessing this scene from afar, turned pale with dread. Nearly 100,000 dragon martial guards were more than sufficient to overwhelm any forces gathered within the city. What to do? Many of the guards were already in a state of utter panic. At this juncture, seeking reinforcements was evidently futile. Just then, a thunderous rumble erupted from the city gate, a deep and resonant sound. The tightly sealed gates began to creak open slowly. It seems this group possesses some sense. Huang Fuming's deputy assumed that the guards at the city gate had surrendered and voluntarily opened the gates, thereby sparing them the effort of breaching the city. Yet, before he could wear a smug grin upon his face, heavy footsteps resounded at the gate. Thud, thud, thud. Each step reverberated like muffled thunder. 3 towering black figures gradually emerged at the entrance of the city wall. Chapter 70, The Shocking Dragon Martial Guard. The Might of the Crimson Armored Commanders. The Descent of the Martial Deity. What is that? 3 figures, remarkably similar in stature, stand before the grand gates, resembling towering mountains. Their imposing presence blocks the entrance entirely, rendering it impenetrable. For a moment, the Dragon Martial Guard finds themselves awestruck, hesitant to advance. As the flames illuminate the scene, the silhouettes gradually become discernible. To their astonishment, they reveal themselves to be 3 humanoid figures, entirely cloaked in crimson armor, adorned with ancient, talismanic patterns that shimmer ominously under the night sky. I initially wondered what this was, only to realize it was merely a ruse of sorcery. The vice commander, regaining his composure, scoffed derisively. With the revelation that these eerie shadows were mere mortals, his trepidation dissipated. Kill them, he commanded. A mere trio could be easily overwhelmed by the Dragon Martial Guard. With the vice commander's order, the Dragon Martial Guard surged forward to confront the 3 crimson-armored figures. Crack, crack. One of the crimson-armored commanders stepped forward, raising his fist deliberately, devoid of any flamboyant techniques. With a single, unremarkable punch, an unparalleled force erupted, sending numerous figures sprawling. The first few Dragon Martial Guards, caught in the blast, found their bodies shattered, succumbing to catastrophic injuries instantly. The remainder were hurled to the ground, some dead, others grievously wounded, rendering them unconscious. What? The vice commander's sinister grin froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. An innate martial artist? To launch a dozen warriors with a single punch. It could only be achieved by one of pure, unadulterated strength. Gazing upon the formidable crimson-armored figure, the vice commander was further convinced of this theory. My lord, what shall we do now? As he spoke, yet another 100 Dragon Martial Guards were repelled by the assault of the 3 crimson commanders. Remarkably, the trio had yet to employ any techniques, relying solely on their raw physical prowess to achieve such devastating results. The energy they emitted was distinctly varied. One was sharp and unmatched, akin to a human weapon, cutting through all. Another's force erupted explosively, reminiscent of volcanic magma, scorching everything in its path. The last, while seemingly gentler than the first two, flowed like an unending river, relentless and powerful, with each punch delivering the greatest lethality. Evidently, although these three innate warriors donned uniquely fashioned crimson armor, their martial abilities were strikingly different. Yet, even so, they stood resolutely at the city gates. No matter how numerous the dragon martial guards, an overwhelming sense of an insurmountable barrier loomed before them. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable an innate warrior may be, they are ultimately still human. There are so many of us that even if it takes time, we can wear them down. All troops, heed my command. Follow me to slay these pretentious fools. The deputy commander of the Dragon Martial Guard regained his composure, his facial muscles twitching slightly as he gritted his teeth and spoke each word with conviction. He could hardly believe that tens of thousands of men could be outdone by a mere trio. Even if they were innate masters, what of it? Even if they were three Huangfu Mings, faced with nearly 100,000 Dragon Martial Guards, surrender would be their only option. Attack. The Dragon Martial Guards surged forth like a tidal wave, charging once more towards the three figures clad in crimson armor. Red clashed against black, creating a cacophony of neighing steeds and fervent shouts, plunging the scene into chaos. Hundreds of razor-sharp blades descended in unison upon the impenetrable crimson armor. Yet, they merely scraped the surface, producing only a few sparks. Not only did they fail to inflict any injuries, but they did not even leave a mark upon the armor. What terrifying defense! The Dragon Martial Guards were struck with astonishment. The sensation of their strikes against the crimson armor felt akin to striking an indomitable boulder. Not only were they unable to wound their adversary, but their own arms were left tingling from the force of the impact. More alarmingly, before they could recover, the armored figure unleashed another punch. With a thunderous crash, they were reduced to a mere puddle of flesh under the onslaught of overwhelming force. This was utterly terrifying. The soldiers atop the city walls, witnessing this spectacle, were nearly left speechless. Where did these three harbingers of death come from? It was as if they had descended from the heavens, an incredible sight. Could this be the Emperor's design? Some guards speculated boldly. The Emperor? The expressions among the guards varied, their intrigue palpable. Yet, could these three truly withstand the might of the Dragon Martial Guards? No matter how powerful they were, surely their strength would eventually wane? Their fears were shared, as they too believed that within the crimson armor resided a living being. They worried that the armored figures would eventually exhaust their energy. When that moment came, facing the onslaught of tens of thousands of Dragon Martial Guards at the city gates, it would merely be a matter of time before the gates fell. Immediately, a guard stationed at the gate made a decisive choice. While these armored figures held the Dragon Martial Guards at bay, they must seek reinforcements from other gates swiftly. Otherwise, should the gates succumb, the imperial capital would plunge into chaos. The others held their positions resolutely. Should anyone dare to scale the walls, they would be met with lethal force. Beneath the gates, the air was thick with the thunderous sounds of slaughter. Each strike from the armored figures sent tremors through the earth. Soon, the ground below was littered with the disfigured corpses of the Dragon Martial Guards, stacked high and exuding a pungent, acrid stench of blood. The guards atop the gate were gripped with fear and trepidation. Yet, their greater concern remained the moment when the armored figures would finally exhaust their strength. However, as time progresses, the number of dragon warriors dwindles. The armor of the fiendish general, clad in crimson, is shrouded in a thin veil of blood, splattered upon it. Yet, with each thunderous blow delivered by these three fiendish generals, their might remains undiminished, shaking the very earth. They are akin to relentless killing machines, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Damn it, how could this be? The deputy commander wipes the blood from his face, yet his heart is filled with dread. These fiendish generals stand as if gods of war have descended, a formidable barrier against which no one can prevail. To this day, not a single dragon warrior has managed to breach the defenses of these three fiendish generals and penetrate the city gates. For them, these three figures are like an insurmountable chasm. Damn it, step aside. As time slips away, the deputy commander grows anxious. Brandishing his long blade, he charges forth, leading the way. With all his strength, he strikes, and the blade plunges into the crimson armor. Excellent. Yet, before the deputy commander can revel in his triumph, he feels an uncanny sensation at the point of contact. It is abnormally hard, neither iron nor gold. before he can comprehend the strangeness. The fiendish general before him appears utterly unfazed by the assault. With a single hand, he lifts him effortlessly. Yu. A sharp pain radiates through the deputy commander's head, terror flashing in his eyes as he attempts to struggle. Bang! With a grip akin to a giant's hand. The fiendish general crushes his skull, splattering it like a watermelon. Chapter 71. Instant annihilation, ruthless and relentless. The astonished Yuta-Ozi. My lord. The Dragon Guard. Already weary from battle, stood in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. A practitioner on the verge of attaining innate mastery was effortlessly crushed, as though one were squeezing a watermelon. Were these hulking figures even human? They were monsters, pure monstrosities. The commander in crimson armor, having easily dispatched the vice commander, tossed the lifeless body to the ground like a discarded ragdoll. As the blood seeped into the earth, the runes on his armor began to emit a dark crimson glow. The wounds upon his body visibly healed before the naked eye. Sorcery. This was undeniably dark sorcery. Witnessing this scene, the Dragon Guard hesitated to advance recklessly. Within the Grand Palace of Deqian, to the east lies the Xianzheng Hall. A straight path leads to the Chongqing Hall, where the Dai Qian Emperor rests. To the west resides the Empress Dowager in the Changla Palace. Having evaded the entanglements of the Jin Wei, Huang Fuming and his companions promptly began strategizing their next move. Both the new emperor and the Empress Dowager were essential to control. Furthermore, the Deqian Imperial Seal, rumored to be housed within the Xianzheng Hall, was pivotal. Only with the Imperial Seal could one command the entirety of the capital's military forces. As Huang Fuming's words hung in the air, Yuta-Ozi and Guyan eagerly interjected, if that is the case, what are we waiting for? The treasured seal of Deqian must undoubtedly be within these three palaces. Dear uncle, what if the three of us split up to execute our plan? Huang Fuming cast a fleeting glance at Yuta-Ozi and Gu Yun, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes before he donned a nonchalant smile. Since my esteemed uncle has suggested it, how could I, as your nephew, not comply? There should be at least 2 innate masters within the Qingqing Hall. The shadowy eunuch, possessing mid-level innate prowess, shall be my responsibility to confront. Kindly handle the Xianzheng Hall and the Changla Palace, dear uncles. Upon hearing Huang Fuming's emphasis on the presence of mid-level innate masters in the Chongqing Hall, the expressions of Yuta-Ozi and Gu Yun shifted dramatically. Only after Huang Fuming proclaimed his intent to handle the Chongqing Hall did the two break into smiles, exclaiming, truly commendable, nephew, for your sense of responsibility. We shall take charge of the Xianzheng Hall and the Changla Palace, ensuring absolute success. With that, Yuta-Ozi and Gu Yun exchanged knowing glances and hastened toward the direction indicated by Huang Fuming. My lord. The 2 innate warriors who followed Huang Fuming through the fray appeared hesitant, words lingering on the tip of their tongues. Patience, Huang Fuming replied, maintaining an air of calm, though a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Controlling the Emperor and Empress Dowager, acquiring the Imperial Seal, these were of utmost priority. Only through these measures could one seize control of the capital. Everything else could be set aside for the time being. Huang Fuming spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a chilling gravity. Indeed, the subordinate comprehends. After listening to Huang Fuming's words, the 2 innate martial artists expressed no dissent. Follow me to the Chongqing Palace. That shadowy eunuch possesses unfathomable prowess. While I can stall him, I cannot guarantee victory. You must deal with the young eunuch by his side and then promptly come to my aid. Huang Fuming glanced at the two and continued. On that day in the palace, he sensed from the air around Chief Eunuch Chao that this would likely be the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. However, Huang Fuming had no intention of engaging in a fair contest. With 3 against 2, the advantage lay with him. Yes, the 2 innate martial artists responded. Aligning themselves with Huang Fuming, they promptly nodded in agreement. The trio traversed through the numerous palaces, heading towards Chongqing Palace. In the Xianzheng Hall, during the daylight hours of court assembly, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Now, standing amidst the night, it resembled a silent giant. Inside and outside the hall, there was an eerie stillness, devoid of any presence. Upon entering the hall, Yuta-Ozi, aided by the dimness of the night, surveyed the grandeur before him. Ah, the Emperor of Deqian certainly knows how to indulge, he chuckled lightly, making a jest. It was said that within this hall resided the Emperor's dragon throne. He wondered if sitting upon it would indeed be as comfortable as rumored. As Yuta-Ozi rummaged through his pocket for a fire starter, he advanced forward, blissfully imagining himself seated upon the dragon throne. However, the moment the flame ignited, the scene before him nearly caused him to drop the fire starter in shock. Yu. There, upon the golden steps adorned with a vibrant red carpet, sat an individual resting on a sword. As the fire flickered to life, the figure lifted his head, revealing a glint of bloodlust in his gaze, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Yuto-Ozi. "Are you from the Jinui?" Noticing the distinctive attire, albeit in a different color, Yuto-Ozi immediately recognized the identity of the person before him. Akin to the Jinui that had obstructed them at the palace gates. Merely a pretender. With the realization that his opponent was but a mortal, Yuto-Ozi felt a wave of relief wash over him and smirked. Given the youthfulness of his adversary, he surmised that no matter how diligently he trained, he could only possess postnatal cultivation at best. Yuto-Ozi dismissed the young man entirely. "Do you know where the Imperial Jade Seal and the treasured artifacts of Diqian are located?" Upon receiving no response from Bao Xiang, an arrogant flame ignited within Yuto-Ozi. "No answer? Then do not blame me for being merciless." Slowly, Yuto-Ozi raised his hand, gathering a surge of energy within his palm, executing the initial stance of the pious Han palm from Donglinmen. Bao Xiang regarded him coolly, remaining silent. Just as Yuto-Ozi prepared to unleash his palm strike, Bao Xiang's palm gradually pressed against the hilt of his blood-sweating treasured sword. "Embrace your demise." Swish, as the words fell, a chilling aura enveloped Yuto-Ozi. This was sword intent. The disdain in Yuto-Ozi's eyes instantaneously transformed into boundless terror. Each swordsman's intent is unique, yet Bao Xiang's blade intention is fierce, ruthless, and imbued with an indomitable momentum that seeks to obliterate all in its path. That resolute and ferocious swing of the sword is akin to an attack on his dearest loved ones. He would strike without hesitation. How much more so when facing his adversary? This was a blow that could not be retracted, nor could it be thwarted. As the blade's shadow swept through the Xianzheng Hall, everything seemed to freeze in time. Yuto-Ozi maintained his poised stance, ready to strike. While Bao Xiang slowly sheathed his sword, the insurrectionist who dared to intrude upon the Xianzheng Hall had met his end. With a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, Bao Xiang's gaze, which appeared to be encased in frost, gradually settled. Just as he took a step forward, a soft sound resonated. Yuto-Ozi's chest was marked by a blade's wound, accompanied by a bloom of blood. Yuto-Ozi's eyes quivered wildly, as if he wished to utter something. At the moment Bao Xiang exited the Xianzheng Hall, a dull thud echoed as Yuto-Ozi's body collapsed upon the grand hall floor, never to rise again. Chapter 72. The Unflappable Master Chao. The Eastern Depot is in dire need of talents like you. In the Changla Palace. As one navigates through the intricate maze of palaces, the shadow of a flying Eve gradually emerges. The royal existence is indeed splendid, without lifting a finger. One resides within such a grand palace. Gu Yun licked his lips, his face reflecting a tinge of envy, soon followed by a mischievous grin. It is said that the Emperor's women are exchanged frequently, and those who have lost their luster are hardly worth a glance. One wonders, the Empress Dowager, since the passing of the late emperor, continues to bask in favor, could it be that her allure still captivates? Just as Gu Yun entertained these unwholesome thoughts, a soft, chilling voice emerged from behind him. If that is the case, why not descend and inquire of the late emperor yourself? The voice, ambiguous in gender, bore an uncanny quality, reminiscent of a serpent slithering upon one's shoulder, hissing ominously at the nape of the neck, poised to sink its fangs and feast. Who? In an instant, Gu Yun felt the hair on his body stand on end, his scalp tingling as if struck by lightning. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike behind him, yet grasped only air. The force of his palm collided with a nearby giant cedar, which groaned under the strain and fell with a thunderous crash. However, despite Gu Yun's frantic searches, no other figure appeared in his vicinity. At that moment, the moonlight broke through the clouds, casting a pale glow. Gu Yun's shadow loomed ominously in the ghastly light, sending chills down his spine. Who dares to play tricks here? Are you afraid of me? Do you dare to reveal yourself and confront me directly? He understood that if the presence was not a ghost, it must belong to someone within the palace. If the former, he was powerless. If the latter, it meant his movements had been exposed. Resolutely, Gu Yun raised his voice, calling out into the darkness. Is that all you've got? A cold voice replied. I am right here. Simultaneously, Gu Yun drew his judge's pen from his waist, thrusting it toward the source of the voice. Amir Jr., daring to conjure specters, prepare to die. His tone dripped with malice. Clang. Sparks flew as the tip of the judge's pen clashed with a blood-red sword. The blade sliced through Gu Yun's wrist, revealing bone beneath. Ah, he cried, as the judge's pen slipped from his blood-soaked palm. Who are you? Gu Yun's heart swelled with terror, fixating on the shadow before him. Even the masters of Donglin Gate, are but this. A detached voice emerged as Yu Huatian slowly stepped into view, astonishing Gu Yun with the crimson glow emanating from the sword in his hand. It was as if he were consuming the blood that clung to the surface of the sword. Such a bizarre martial art. Gu Yun had lived for decades, only hearing of such peculiar behaviors in some sects that practice sinister techniques. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be a eunuch practicing dark arts. How dare he speak with such arrogance? Before Gu Yun could finish his words, a cold glint flashed in Yu Huatian's eyes. In a blink, the Blood River sword was unleashed, moving with a speed that left no room for the eye to catch. The blade, exuding a sanguine glow, appeared as if it were spilling forth a river of blood in the air. Not good. Gu Yun's heart raced with dread as he brandished the judge's pin, attempting to defend himself. Yet, Yu Huatian's swordsmanship was impenetrable, akin to a relentless torrent of blood. It was overwhelming and fierce. Should there be the slightest crack in his defense, the Blood River sword would surely carve a wound upon him. Moreover, the sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own, swiftly absorbing the blood that stained its edge. This scene filled Gu Yun with a chilling terror. Clang! The judge's pin was knocked away, and Gu Yun let out a wretched scream as he collapsed to the ground. Spare me, spare me. Gu Yun could hardly fathom that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old eunuch was, in fact, a martial artist of innate prowess. I was deceived by Huang Fu-ming. He seeks to rebel and usurp power. I beg you, my lord, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant. The disdain Gu Yun had previously shown towards Yu Huatian was now replaced with tears and regret. Observing Yu Huatian's impassive gaze fixed upon him, it was clear that he intended to show no mercy. My lord, there is one more matter. We have come for a treasure kept within the Daqian Imperial Palace. This item is crucial to the fate of the Daqian nation, of utmost importance. Gu Yun's eyes darted as he revealed the greatest secret, hoping that this revelation would grant him mercy. Oh, Yu Huatian's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze landing on Gu Yun's face. Such a significant secret. It seems I must indeed spare your life. Gu Yun nodded eagerly. If you grant me this mercy, I swear to divulge all I know, leaving nothing unspoken. Lost in his pleas for mercy, Gu Yun failed to notice the strange smile curling at the corners of Yu Huatian's lips. Did you not just refer to me as a eunuch? Before the words had fully escaped, the flattering smile on Gu Yun's face froze. And my lord, I meant no offense. You possess great magnanimity. Surely, a statesman can overlook such trivialities. Yu Huatian sheathed his sword, regarding Gu Yun with an enigmatic smile. As the esteemed eunuch Chao says, we eunuchs seek individuals like you, capable of bending and yielding. Since your sole desire is to live, then losing a few things on your person should be of little consequence. Bring him away and see to his arrangements. As the last words faded, a responding voice emerged from behind Huatian. Several attendants of the Sunflower Guard stepped forth, dragging Gu Yun along. What? What are you doing? Let go of me, let go of me. In the darkness, Gu Yun's screams echoed like the wails of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. As they approached the Chiqing Hall, Huang Fu-ming felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. It was too quiet. As the commander of the Dragon Guard, Huang Fu-ming possessed an intimate knowledge of the palace. Even in the depths of night, outside the emperor's chambers, there would typically be palace servants and guards patrolling incessantly. Furthermore, other areas of the palace were also manned by dedicated sentinels. Yet, throughout their journey, not a single guard or even a shadow had crossed their path. Silence. An eerily profound silence. Exercising utmost caution, Huang Fu-ming grew increasingly vigilant as they neared the Chongqing Hall. Suddenly, a figure came into view, prompting the three of them, including Huang Fu-ming, to halt abruptly. My lord. Upon glimpsing the figure in the distance, both innate martial artists displayed expressions of unease. They sensed that the opponent's prowess was far superior to theirs, perhaps even matching Huang Fu-ming's own. Although Huang Fu-ming did not exhibit overt signs of alarm, it was evident that he had become significantly more serious. On the orders of His Majesty, we await the esteemed arrival of Commander Huang Fu in this location. In contrast to the three, the response of Master Chao could only be described as tranquil. His eyes opened, calm yet sharp as lightning, as he regarded Huang Fu-ming and his companions. Chapter 73, Invincible Beneath the Innate. This punch embodies decades of mastery. At this hour, why is Commander Huang Fu not at home? What business does he have in the palace? The voice of eunuch Chao was sharp and effeminate, exuding an overwhelming aura of an innate master. Only Huang Fu-ming, who possessed comparable cultivation, could barely withstand it. The two other innate warriors trembled slightly under the weight of that martial pressure. After reaching the innate realm, even the slightest difference in levels could lead to immense disparities, rivaling the gap of an entire realm before attaining innate mastery. What brings you here? Surely Eunuch Chao is well aware. Huang Fuming concentrated, sensing the surroundings. Besides Eunuch Chao, there was only a faint presence emanating from the Chongqing Hall. He was certain that within the hall resided the new emperor of Deqian, Feng Chun. They must have long been aware of the insurrection led by the 8 prominent clans, which is why they dispersed the palace attendants and stationed Eunuch Chao, who was also in the mid-innate stage, here to await Huang Fuming's arrival. However, despite their meticulous calculations, the new emperor and his cohorts had not anticipated that there would be more than just Huang Fuming among the innate warriors approaching the Chongqing Hall. There were 3 in total. Is the emperor inside? Confident in his victory, Huang Fuming had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Eunuch Chao and proceeded directly toward Chongqing Hall. The 2 innate masters exchanged a glance and followed closely behind him. Together, the 3 released their innate auras, not only matching Eunuch Chao's presence but subtly overshadowing it. Eunuch Chao remained unfazed upon witnessing this. His fingertips delicately caressed 3,000 crimson threads in his palm. There was no rush before presenting their audience with the emperor. He had specifically prepared a grand gift for Commander Huang Fu. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the crimson thread swirled in the air, transforming into a towering red cage that enveloped Huang Fuming and his companions. What sorcery is this? Huang Fuming felt the very ground tremble beneath his feet. The slender crimson threads had thickened to the robustness of hemp ropes. One end of the threads sank deep into the earth, causing the bricks beneath him to crumble like tofu under their probing grip. Even more astonishing for Huang Fuming and his companions was that within this woven cage of crimson threads, their perception of the world around them felt severed. Their cultivation plummeted from innate to postnatal levels in an instant. These crimson threads, something is amiss. Huang Fuming, as an innate warrior, immediately sensed the peculiarity of the threads. His gaze toward Eunuch Chao was tinged with unmistakable astonishment. Commander Huang Fu, it seems our cultivation has been suppressed compared to Huang Fuming. The 2 innate warriors behind him displayed clear signs of panic. What were they afraid of? He employed this method to suppress our cultivation. Yet his own prowess has also been dragged down to the acquired realm. With a 3-to-1 advantage, we still hold the upper hand. Huang Fuming fixed his gaze upon Steward Chao, articulating each word with deliberate slowness. In his view, Steward Chao's actions were akin to inflicting harm upon 800 while suffering a loss of 1,000. Moreover, without the protection of innate vital energy, he might perish even more swiftly. Time is of the essence. The Lanwu Guard must be nearing readiness. A swift resolution is imperative. At Huang Fuming's command, the 3 dispersed into formation, their eyes fixed on Steward Chao with predatory intent. Let me engage you first. Upon learning that his opponent's cultivation had temporarily regressed to the acquired realm, the 2 innate warriors felt considerably less apprehensive towards Steward Chao. They had all ascended step by step in their training, and now that their abilities were constrained to the acquired level, it remained uncertain who held the superior strength. Furthermore, having been chosen by Huang Fuming, both of them ranked among the elite of the several innate warriors from noble families. In one-on-one encounters, they had seldom faced a worthy adversary. One among them, eager to showcase his prowess before Huang Fuming, stepped forward, gazing at Steward Chao with a confident sneer. With a swift motion, the innate warrior unleashed a punch that seemed to possess the power to upheave the very heavens, hurtling towards Steward Chao. The ground beneath trembled, the bricks quivering as if on the verge of shattering. The might of this strike was evident. Yet, Steward Chao remained composed, standing firm with his hands clasped behind his back. It was only when the opponent's fist was mere feet away that he made no attempt to evade. Countering with a punch of his own, the innate boy-esque technique surged within him, enveloping his fist in a formidable wave of pure, innate yang vital energy. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a cataclysmic sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. Following this, the sound of shattering bones echoed. The innate warrior's face contorted in agony, his muscles quivering. That strike felt as though it had struck an ironclad city wall, causing his right arm's bones to splinter instantaneously. Die! Steward Chao's gaze hardened as the pure yang vital energy erupted once more, shattering the innate warrior's heart meridian. With a sudden surge of force, blood gushed from the warrior's 7 orifices, and he spewed forth a torrent of blood from his mouth. In the gradually dimming light of his eyes, astonishment gave way to overwhelming terror and regret. Thud! The innate warrior's lifeless body crashed to the ground. What? Huang Fuming, who had earlier believed victory was assured, felt his cheeks twitch at this sight. With just a single punch, his opponent had been obliterated? The disparity was even greater than that between the mid-stage and early-stage innate realms. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze towards Steward Chao. Innate vital energy? How could this be possible? He was utterly convinced that the cultivation level he had just sensed from the esteemed eunuch Chao was, indeed, akin to theirs, suppressed within the realm of the acquired. Yet, how could this venerable eunuch wield a formidable chi comparable to that of innate martial artists? When it comes to mastering the acquired realm, I am far more adept than you. Eunuch Chao sneered. He had lingered at the acquired level for decades, surpassing even the ages of Huang Fuming and his companions. Although his journey was fraught with missteps, it inadvertently honed his skills, rendering him more proficient and adept in controlling his acquired cultivation than other martial artists. He dared to assert that if he were to face an opponent of the same acquired realm, few throughout the entire continent could claim victory over him, no more than a handful, despite Huang Fuming being a prodigious talent recognized by the Donglin sect. He was clearly not among them. This punch, fueled by decades of cultivation, could you possibly withstand it? At that moment, Eunuch Chao stood with his left hand binding the true dragon with 3,000 crimson threads, and his right hand enveloped in the innate chi of a youthful master. His entire being exuded an air of arrogance, and the look he cast upon Huang Fuming and his companion was laced with condescension. With these two formidable martial techniques at his disposal, coupled with his absolute mastery over the acquired realm honed over the years, he was filled with unwavering confidence. Chapter 74, by Imperial Decree, The Blade's Direction. Wei Zhong's Betrayal, the Dragon Guard's Defection. After suppressing his realm, he unexpectedly grew stronger. Huang Fuming did not anticipate that. Even under the constraints of his cultivation, the pressure he felt from the eunuch Chao was far greater than that experienced during his innate stage. Huangfu, what shall we do now? The remaining innate warrior appeared considerably more anxious than Huang Fuming. His strength was comparable to that of his companion. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Chao. If he were to let his guard down, he feared he would meet the same fate. Huang Fuming's countenance darkened. Despite still having the advantage in numbers, uncertainty gnawed at him. Yet this fleeting thought vanished as quickly as it came. Soon, a cold smirk returned to his face. There was no need for alarm. The Dragon Guard should have already taken control of most of the Imperial capital. We merely need to hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, no matter how formidable this old eunuch may be. Huang Fuming remained unconvinced that he alone could withstand the might of 1,000 troops. What does it matter whether one is innate or acquired? Did he truly believe that Huang Fuming would cower before him? Born of the foremost among the 10 great clans and a disciple of the Donglin sect, Huang Fuming was a prodigy in his own right, possessing his own secrets and pride that would not yield to this old eunuch. Xianbing technique. With a low shout, the sound of cracking ice echoed as frost crystals formed upon Huang Fuming's arms, resembling a chilling armor enveloping him. With a swift motion, Huang Fuming unleashed his fists, the icy internal energy clashing with Chao's pure yang energy, creating a cacophony akin to the earth trembling. Both warriors felt the reverberation through their bodies. The Xianbing technique of the Huangfu clan. Quite intriguing. Chao squinted slightly. While others might fear your Xianbing technique, it is of no consequence to us. The extreme yin and extreme yang are inherently interdependent and antagonistic. Although Huang Fuming is the most accomplished practitioner of the Xianbing technique in nearly a century, he is not a true embodiment of extreme yin. My pure yang body, along with the pure yang technique of the Tiangang Tongzi Gong, is precisely the nemesis of this Xianbing technique. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged several more blows. The battle-hardened Huang Fuming found himself gradually at a disadvantage. How could this old eunuch possess such profound skill? As Huang Fuming became increasingly alarmed, he and the other innate warrior could only hold their ground, hoping for the Dragon Guard in the capital to come to their aid. Wei Zhong, how could it be you? 3 men clad in the armor of the Dragon Guard leader gazed gravely at the figure before them. They are the leaders of the other 3 Dragon Warrior regiments stationed in the capital, apart from the 3rd Battalion. An hour ago, just as they were about to proceed with their original plan, they unexpectedly received a message from the 3rd Battalion, summoning them to the Qinglong Gate to discuss urgent matters. This sudden development left the 3 of them perplexed. At this critical juncture, capturing the city gate was of utmost importance. Just as they were about to disregard the message, the messenger from the Dragon Warrior notified them that plans had changed due to orders from higher-ups. Seeing the seriousness in the messenger's demeanor, the 3 leaders had no choice but to command their other Dragon Warriors to hold their positions temporarily. They then took a portion of their personal guards to the vicinity of the Qinglong Gate to meet at the 3rd Battalion's headquarters. to their astonishment. Upon arriving at the headquarters entrance, they found Wei Zhong lounging casually on the steps, holding a bloody severed head. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than the head of the 3rd Battalion's leader, Han Heng. You killed Han Heng? Exclaimed the 9th Battalion leader, his eyes wide with shock. Before he could finish speaking, a cacophony of clattering echoed as the personal guards of the 3 dragon warrior leaders drew their blades. Cautiously eyeing Wei Zhong. There's no need for alarm, gentlemen, Wei Zhong said, unfazed by the hundreds of swords pointed at him, which could easily reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh should they strike. In such a situation, most would have been terrified to the point of losing control. Yet, Wei Zhong merely smiled leisurely, as if completely unperturbed. Han Heng was slain by your own hand? With the plan of Commander Huang Fu imminent. What scheme do you have in calling us here? The 6th Battalion leader interrogated Wei Zhong. The plan of Commander Huang Fu? To their surprise, a sardonic smile spread across Wei Zhong's face. You have all clawed your way to this position through sheer strength. Yet do you truly comprehend the disdain with which the aristocracy regards you? His words stirred a ripple of unease among the 3. What are you trying to say, Wei Zhong? One of them demanded sharply. What I wish to say is abundantly clear, is it not? Wei Zhong threw back his head and laughed heartily. You, born of humble origins, have reached this point, yet you remain oblivious to your fate as pawns of the aristocracy. I ask you, having come this far, do you still intend to serve them? As he uttered the final words, his eyes sparkled with an electric intensity, piercing through the last vestiges of their shame. As if struck by the truth of his words, the 3rd Battalion leader trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, they managed a bitter smile. What does it matter? Whether we are willing or not. We are now bound to the aristocracy like grasshoppers tied to the same string. Is there truly any possibility for one to remain unscathed? Before they could finish their thought, Wei Zhong interrupted them. Why not? Upon witnessing the black token that Wei Zhong had extracted from his bosom, the commander of the 3rd Battalion widened his eyes in astonishment, his mind momentarily blank. This from where did you acquire it? The token, entirely ebony, was of an unknown material. However, emblazoned upon its center was a vividly lifelike black dragon motif, exuding an air of dominance and majesty. It is said that the Great Qian dynasty possesses a token that can summon armies across the land and command both civil and military officials. To behold it is akin to the presence of the Emperor of Great Qian himself. Since you recognize this token, must I elaborate further? Wei Zhong's words dispelled any lingering doubts among the trio. I salute my Emperor. Long live the Emperor. With a clatter of metal, hundreds knelt before the token Wei Zhong held aloft. Observing this, a sense of relief washed over him, accompanied by a tinge of satisfaction. He had known that these Dragon Guard soldiers, hailing from humble origins, still held their allegiance to His Majesty above all. Now, 2 paths lie before you. Wei Zhong intoned solemnly. 1. To conspire with the aristocratic families, forsaking the Great Qian and bearing the infamy of generations. The sternness in his voice altered the expression on the commander's face. As for the second option, that is, Wei Zhong paused, inhaled deeply, and continued slowly. To uphold the convictions that led you to join the Dragon Guards and serve the nation with unwavering loyalty. The final 4 words sent tremors through the hearts of all present. The astonishment on the commander's face morphed into a bittersweet smile, which gradually solidified into determination. The Dragon Guards heed only the commands of His Majesty. The Emperor's will is the edge of the sword. Chapter 75, New Vengeance and Old Grudges, Today's Reckoning. A stepping stone to achievement. At the city gate of the imperial capital, the guards atop the walls shouted hoarsely, "Have the reinforcements yet to arrive?" Over half an hour had passed since the first wave of the Dragon Martial Guard launched their assault on the city gate. The death toll at the hands of General Red Armor had already surpassed 10,000. Yet, despite such losses, the remaining Dragon Martial Guard surged forth like an unrelenting tide, refusing to yield. Though General Red Armor remained tireless and impervious to pain, the sheer number of the Dragon Martial Guard posed a formidable challenge. At this rate, even if the battle continued until dawn, the carnage would never cease. To compound matters, some of the more astute members of the Dragon Martial Guard, realizing they could not breach the gates, opted to employ ladders and other tools to scale the city walls and break through. Quickly, stop them. The guards were already apprehensive about the Dragon Martial Guard using them as a point of entry. They had previously gathered heavy stones and other projectiles in anticipation of such a scenario and commanded the archers to ready their bows, standing by for action. As several Dragon Martial Guard members began to near the top of the walls, the gate guards promptly pushed large stones, sending those soldiers tumbling from their precarious perch. Wusha! The arrows whistled through the air, striking several members of the Dragon Martial Guard in vital areas. They screamed as they plummeted from the ladders. However, before the guards could catch their breath, new soldiers from the Dragon Martial Guard seized the falling ladders and continued to ascend the walls. Quickly, drive them back. If these Dragon Martial Guard reach the top, there will be no escape for us. The gate guards exerted every ounce of strength to thwart the invasion. Yet, soon, their supply of arrows and stones began to dwindle alarmingly. The advance of the Dragon Martial Guard was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this dire scene, despair washed over the faces of the gate guards. Heaven has forsaken us. Even if we must perish today, we shall share the fate of this city. All took up their arms, resolute that as long as the city stood, they would stand with it. Just as the guards atop the walls shouted hoarsely to rally their spirits, a thunderous noise erupted from behind in the imperial capital. This is bad. This is dire. A guard, in a state of panic, scrambled to the top of the walls, pointing towards the city behind them. All four camps of the Dragon Martial Guard were gathering their forces, advancing towards the city gate. What? The guards atop the walls felt a jolt of dread. Their faces drained of color, nearly dropping their weapons. They had completely forgotten that there were also Dragon Martial Guard within the city. Though their numbers amounted to merely over 10,000, if they coordinated with those outside, a single foot could shatter the city gate. This was fate. Surely a cruel twist of fate. Many guards felt their fighting spirit evaporate, succumbing to despair as they sat along the walls. No matter how their comrades urged them to steel their resolve, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Now, they were trapped between a tiger in front and a wolf behind. No matter how fiercely they resist, they cannot escape the fate of defeat. Charge! The 4th Battalion of the Dragon Guard surged towards the city gates like a black tide. Outside the city, the Dragon Guard recognized familiar figures and were filled with immense joy. Finally, they have arrived. These commoners, seemingly unskilled, could not possibly have been slacking off. The situation was urgent. There was no time to ponder such matters. Indeed, they must work together to take down these red-armored monstrosities. Although surprised at the arrival of reinforcements, the disciples of the noble families were also somewhat puzzled. According to their understanding, in Huang Fu Ming's plan, once they successfully secured the city gates, only the 3rd Battalion, responsible for the Qinglong Gate and closest to the gates, would come to assist. Yet, the current scale indicated that at least the 4th Battalion had mobilized. Was there a change in the plan? The urgency of the situation left no room for further contemplation. They loudly called to the Dragon Guard, whom they believed to be reinforcements. You have arrived just in time. Assist us in dealing with these red-armored foes, and then go support Commander Huang Fu. Upon hearing the shouts from the Dragon Guard outside the city, several commanding officers exchanged glances. Very well. Just as the two armies were about to clash, a chilling scream erupted from the vanguard of the Dragon Guard outside the city. What are you doing? This sudden turn of events left the noble disciples astounded. Assist you? You think you are worthy? Bah. Blood dripped from the blade of their long knives, and the expressions of the Dragon Guard commanders reflected disdain. Their gazes towards the noble disciples were filled with a predatory glint, akin to that of wolves. Brothers, the opportunity to achieve greatness is here. The more you kill, the greater your reward will be once we succeed. Seize this chance, if you can. Aha. Before the words had left his mouth, the commander of the 3rd Battalion and Wei Zhong spurred their horses, leading the charge towards the noble disciples. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing the call for glory, the 4th Battalion of the Dragon Guard's eyes glinted with ferocity. They regarded the noble disciples as mere prey, charging forth like wolves and tigers, eager to be the first. This dramatic scene left the guards atop the city walls in stunned silence. Damn it! Do you wish to rebel? In the very first wave of assault, the vanguard of the Dragon Guard outside the city suffered heavy casualties. The noble disciples, filled with a mix of anger and shock, could not restrain their loud inquiries. Rebel? Who is truly rebelling here? Wei Zhong, with a swift motion, unleashed a blade of energy, dispatching several foes before him, and scoffed contemptuously. We are loyal only to His Majesty, while you are nothing but treacherous rebels. Merely stepping stones for us to achieve our ambitions. Kill them. With that, the Dragon Guard behind Wei Zhong, driven mad with bloodlust, charged forth. Since joining the Dragon Guard, these individuals from the lower echelons, they have long endured the oppression of the scions of noble families. Without the option to resist, they would merely serve as pawns, ready to be sacrificed at the whim of the aristocracy. Even if they were to succeed, when it comes to rewards and recognition, the majority would invariably be claimed by those same noble houses. Those of humble origins are destined to remain forever in the shadows. Today, The accumulation of old grievances and new resentments has incited the dragon guards, born of common stock, to harbor an intense loathing for the noble offspring before them. They charge forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The guards atop the city wall stand in stunned silence. What is this? Are these dragon guards truly at odds with one another? Could they possibly be two factions? Did you not just hear that these dragon guards profess loyalty to His Majesty? They have come to root out the traitors. The guards, previously engulfed in despair, feel a flicker of hope rekindled within them. Heaven bless Tachien. And may fortune favor His Majesty. Brothers, rally your spirits and confront these ruffians. When the time comes for rewards and recognition, His Majesty will not overlook our contributions. First, it was the general in crimson armor, now the instigation of the dragon guards. Even deities would pale in comparison to His Majesty. Chapter 76, The Sovereign Esmite. Suppressing all. The desperate Huang Fuming. With the defection of the Dragon Guard, coupled with the unparalleled prowess of the red-armored General Fu, the previously promising situation has once again taken a turn for the worse. The disciples of the aristocratic families, engaged in a fierce battle, began to retreat in disarray. Although they appeared numerous, these scions of nobility were born with silver spoons in their mouths. Pampered from a young age, they had never faced hardship. Even after joining the Dragon Guard, they occupied high positions, receiving the highest salaries without bearing any of the burdens. The most arduous, dirtiest, and most perilous tasks were always assigned to those of humble origins within the Dragon Guard. Despite their commendable cultivation fostered by the aristocracy, their experience in life and death combat paled in comparison to that of their lower-born counterparts. It could almost be described as negligible. Thus, even with an overwhelming numerical advantage, the first wave of assault left these noble disciples trembling with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Zhong and his comrades advanced, cutting through them as if they were mere vegetables. In the blink of an eye, these elite dragon guards from noble families were thrown into utter chaos. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. The commanding disciple from the aristocracy, witnessing this scene, shouted hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. We only need to hold on a little longer until Commander Huangfu captures the palace. Let us see if these rascals surrender. The defeat of the Dragon Guard was already a foregone conclusion, and at this moment, they could only view Huang Fuming in the palace as their last glimmer of hope. As long as Huang Fuming could seize control of the new emperor and obtain the imperial seal, no matter how fiercely this group struggled, everything would already be decided. In the palace, before the Chiqing Hall, the reverberations from the clash of experts echoed like thunder across the heavens. Within the cage woven from 3,000 crimson threads, the confrontation between Eunuch Chao and Huang Fuming had reached a fever pitch. In a corner, a grotesque mass, covered in blood, writhed. Its distorted shape was terrifying, revealing it to be a congenital master under Huang Fuming. His hands and feet had been severed by the sharp threads, and his body bore countless wounds, numbering over 100. Appearing feeble, he seemed to be on the brink of death. Huang Fuming, while in a slightly better condition, bore numerous wounds inflicted by the 3,000 crimson threads. On several occasions, had it not been for the specially crafted armor that deflected lethal blows, his fate would likely have mirrored that of the congenital warrior. At this juncture, was there still a need to struggle in vain? Observing Huang Fuming, drenched in sweat and visibly tense, unable to afford a moment of relaxation, Eunuch Chao appeared to be at ease, even taking the liberty to sneer derisively. Rebellious traitors. Do you dare to set your sights on His Majesty? Rest assured, we shall not take your life. Instead, we will first render your meridians and inner strength useless, reducing you to a mere shell of a person. Day by day, we shall meticulously strip away your flesh, piece by piece, to feed the pigs. Such a demise is fitting for someone of your ilk. Each word spoken by Master Chao was vividly descriptive, sending a chill down Huang Fuming's spine. Why had the reinforcements not yet arrived? After enduring for so long, there was not even a shadow of an army in sight. Despite his previous confidence in his plans, Huang Fuming could only surmise that something had gone awry. Was it truly the case that all would be in vain? No, I have not yet lost. I refuse to concede. The Chiqing Palace lies just ahead. If I can capture the emperor, there remains a chance for redemption. Having come this far, how could I possibly fail? This was undoubtedly the most arduous battle Huang Fuming had ever faced. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he found himself relying solely on sheer willpower. Even the legendary Xianbing force, which could envelop 100 zhang upon activation, was nearly beyond his grasp. Without the strength to counter the Xianbing, Master Chao's strikes became increasingly ferocious. You have reached the limits of your capabilities. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Just as Master Chao intended to conclude this confrontation, Suddenly, a powerful surge of inner strength erupted from Huang Fuming. Sensing the impending danger, Master Chao swiftly activated the Tian Gang Tong Zi Gong, enveloping himself in its protective aura. In the next instant, Huang Fuming's strength appeared to multiply tenfold. A single punch, imbued with the force of thunder, sent Master Chao staggering back a zhang. Something is amiss. He has utilized a secret technique to augment his power. Although protected by the Tian Gang Tong Zi Gong, Huang Fuming's blow surprised Master Chao with its sheer force, even if it did not inflict any harm. Moreover, through the 3,000 red threads connected to his palm, Master Chao sensed an escalating intensity in Huang Fuming's presence. The very cage woven from those threads seemed increasingly unable to contain his rising aura. This is the secret technique of the Donglin Gate? Indeed. There is an air of the arcane about it. Master Chao's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Many martial sects possess secret techniques that allow for a rapid enhancement of strength, albeit for a limited duration. However, such techniques often come at a significant cost, mild cases resulting in temporary weakness, while severe instances might lead to a fall in cultivation and affect future progress. Thus, when imparting these techniques to their disciples, martial sects repeatedly caution against their indiscriminate use unless absolutely necessary. Crack, crack. At that moment, a crisp shattering sound rang in Master Chao's ears. This is not good. The expression on Chief Chao's face shifted subtly as he abruptly raised his head to gaze at the crimson rope cage above. The once unyielding red threads now bore signs of fracture, seemingly unable to withstand the impact of Huang Fuming's forceful enhancement of his cultivation. This secret technique of his enabled him to elevate his prowess to the late innate stage within a remarkably short span of time. Chief Chao immediately reacted, intending to intervene before Huang Fuming could consolidate his strength. Alas, it was too late. In an instant, as the cage shattered, Huang Fuming's cultivation surged dramatically. His countenance twisted into a grimace, his blood-red eyes glimmering with a sinister hue. The aura surrounding him escalated to an unprecedentedly terrifying level. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch that struck Chief Chao squarely. Ugh! Chief Chao, invoking the heavenly gang child technique within him, barely managed to deflect the blow. Yet a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The great Qian Emperor is indeed within, isn't he? Although the surge in power from the secret technique inflated Huang Fuming's confidence, it had not completely stripped him of his reason. The time granted by the enhancement was limited. His only chance for a comeback lay in capturing Fang Chen. With a determined stomp, Huang Fuming propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Stop! Chief Chao exclaimed in alarm, attempting to pursue him, but lagging by a mere heartbeat. Bang! The grand doors of the Chongqing Hall were obliterated by Huang Fuming's force, granting him a clear view of the main hall, where Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes firmly shut. Ah, Your Majesty, I have an unpalatable request, and I must temporarily impose upon you. A glint of cold light flickered in Huang Fuming's eyes as he reached out towards Fang Chen. In that fleeting moment, an intangible pressure permeated the hall from all directions, causing Huang Fuming's breath to falter. What is your station that you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Chapter 77. Use your life to assist me. Treacherous ministers and traitors. Death is not worthy of regret. What? The arrogant smile on Huang Fuming's face seemed to freeze. The overwhelming pressure from all directions descended upon him like an invisible shackle, making it arduous for him to even move a finger. Fang Chen's voice, though not loud, exuded a regal authority that commanded the world, instilling in Huang Fuming a deep sense of submission amidst the buzzing in his mind. His knees weakened, and he found himself bowing in reverence towards Fang Chen. Could it be the Dragon Chi? This thought flashed through Huang Fuming's mind. With the Dragon Chi bestowed upon him, the world submits. This phrase has echoed through the ages. Yet, he had never witnessed the true embodiment of one who possessed Dragon Chi until now. When Fang Chen subdued him merely with his aura. Your Majesty, the hastily arriving eunuch Chao also sensed the overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Even he could not withstand it and knelt to the ground with a thud. This is the Dragon Chi of Your Majesty? Why is it even stronger than when we were in the Xianzhong Hall? During the first court meeting, eunuch Chao had already experienced the oppressive aura emanating from Fang Chen. However, at that time, while Fang Chen's Dragon Chi did exert a certain suppressive effect on innate martial artists, its force was far from this magnitude. Even his slight perception of it left him feeling utterly powerless. It was certainly influenced by eunuch Chao's unwavering loyalty to Fang Chen. Yet he was certain that the intensity of the two experiences was like the difference between heaven and earth. As both men were struck with astonishment in the hall, a glint of coldness flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Since he had informed Eunuch Chao of his imminent breakthrough, he had remained in the Qingqing Hall, seeking the slightest opportunity for advancement, though he had yet to find that pivotal moment in the past few days. He had made an unexpected discovery. His human Emperor Dragon Qi had significantly strengthened. It might be related to his cultivation enhancement or other factors. However, Fang Chen was certain that if he were to unleash his human Emperor Dragon Qi before the civil and military officials now, even innate martial artists would have no choice but to bow before him. Huang Fuming, with his gaze fixed upon Fang Chen, felt an added chill in the latter's eyes. He was already somewhat perturbed by his lack of breakthrough, and now this insufferable fool dared to interrupt his cultivation. Your Majesty. With the time for the secret technique elapsed, the cost of forcibly activating it would soon manifest. Even if Fang Chen were to withdraw the pressure of his human Emperor Dragon Qi now, Huang Fuming would have no chance of resistance. Never before had he felt such panic. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Treacherous ministers and traitors, death is not worthy of regret. Yet, Fang Chen was disinclined to listen to his ramblings. Let your life assist me in taking this final step. Upon finishing his words, Fang Chen pressed his palm against Huang Fuming's forehead. 6 libraries of celestial thieves, activate. The Emperor, an overwhelming agony enveloped Huang Fuming, a sensation unlike any he had ever encountered. It felt as if his very soul were being drawn from his body. Unable to endure the torment, he began to wail in suffering. Beside him, the eunuch Chao felt a shiver of fear. After many years in the depths of the palace, he could not discern the martial arts Fang Chen was employing. Huang Fuming's towering form deflated like a deflated balloon, rapidly shriveling. No matter how he struggled against Fang Chen's oppressive force, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Throughout the ordeal, Fang Chen maintained an expressionless facade, yet his abyss-like eyes glimmered faintly in the shadows, resembling a detached deity surveying the scene from above. In mere moments, Huang Fuming's once resonant voice diminished visibly from its initial strident pitch until it vanished entirely. His body, too, shrank to a mere semblance of human skin, rendering his former visage unrecognizable. With a sigh, Fang Chen slowly closed his eyes, feeling the ceaseless surge of internal energy converge toward his dantian. During this time, no matter how much energy he absorbed, his dantian resembled an insatiable abyss, perpetually devoid of fullness. Only upon absorbing the entirety of Huang Fuming's internal power did this bottomless pit finally reach its limit. As the energy flowed into his dantian, Fang Chen's sovereign dragon aura gradually retracted, yet the presence of a martial artist began to swell dramatically, reaching astonishing heights. Your Majesty. Sensing a significant reduction in the suppression of his sovereign dragon aura, Chao was about to rise when the 3,000 red threads in his hand began to tremble. This aura signified a breakthrough. The 3,000 red threads, not only as sharp as iron, were also imbued with an extraordinary sensitivity to the fluctuations of energy around them, akin to Chao's own limbs. The disturbance in the atmospheric energy was all too familiar to him. It heralded the signs of a breakthrough to the innate realm. Was the Emperor finally about to transcend? Yet, why was this breakthrough generating such immense fluctuations in the heavens and earth? Even during his own ascension to the mid-innate stage, he had not witnessed such a colossal resonance. However, Chao quickly realized that the Emperor was the true dragon of heaven, endowed with dragon aura and favored by the heavens. Thus, his breakthrough was indeed extraordinary. This revelation brought Chao an enlightening clarity. At that moment, 2 voices resonated from outside the Qingqing Hall. We report to your Majesty. The rebels of Chang'e Palace have been dealt with. I, Yu Huatian, have come to deliver this report. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice followed suit. Your Majesty, I report that the traitors in the Xianzheng Hall have been vanquished. I have come to deliver this message. As the chief steward turned, he noticed Yu Huatian and Bao Yingxiang arriving before the Qingqing Hall. The surrounding chaos elicited a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Upon looking up, they saw the chief steward gesturing from the entrance, and they instantly understood, awaiting his exit from the Qingqing Hall. Your Majesty is currently breaking through. Be quiet. The chief steward interjected, halting their words with a wave of his hand. Has His Majesty succeeded? The 2 were taken aback, promptly sealing their lips, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, they felt a tremendous pressure emanating from within the Qingqing Hall, as if all traces of it had vanished. Enter, came Fang Chen's voice, clear and resonant, as if it were right beside them. Yes, a sense of astonishment filled the hearts of the 3. The ability to transmit sound across great distances was a feat not easily achieved, even for innate martial artists like themselves. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they beheld Fang Chen seated upon the dragon throne, his expression tranquil yet exuding an imperial aura that commanded the submission of all. Chapter 78. The treacherous ministers and traitors have been vanquished. Zhang Wenyu felt a deep sense of regret, realizing the futility of his situation. At this moment, even if Fang Chen uttered not a single word and merely sat in silence, an overwhelming aura befitting an emperor emanated from him. Across the vast territories of the Dacian kingdom, all its subjects instinctively felt a sense of submission. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. The three eunuchs, including Lord Chao, appeared to be profoundly influenced by Fang Chen's majestic presence. Their hearts surged with fervor, and a torrent of hot blood coursed through their veins. In their eyes, there flickered a fervent and devout admiration akin to that of devoted followers, as they bowed deeply before Fang Chen upon the dragon throne. They themselves could not fathom why they felt compelled to pay homage, yet it seemed to be the most fitting way to convey their loyalty and intent to follow him. Fang Chen, seemingly aware of their sentiments, remained seated upon the dragon throne, accepting their reverent submission. There was another reason for this profound atmosphere. Having recently made a breakthrough, Fang Chen found himself in a remarkable state. His internal energy flowed like an unceasing river, traversing his meridians and enveloping him in an indescribable comfort. Is this what it means to achieve the innate realm? Indeed, it felt worlds apart from his previous martial arts level. As a watershed moment in martial cultivation, the difficulty of breaking through to the innate realm lay in the fact that achieving this stage signified that the martial artist had transcended their physical limits and begun to grasp the energy of heaven and earth. Countless prodigies had perished at this threshold over the ages. Yet, once one crossed it, it was as if a grand door to a new world swung open before them. The innate realm merely represented the initial perception of the energies of the cosmos, while legend spoke of masters and grandmasters beyond this stage, who could wield a portion of celestial power for their own purposes. With a mere gesture, they could shatter mountains and tear the heavens asunder. Standing as a solitary force against thousands, Fang Chen inhaled slowly, pondering whether he too might attain such remarkable prowess in the future. Imperial Guards, pay your respects to His Majesty. As he contemplated these thoughts, the booming voice from outside the Chiqing Hall brought Fang Chen back to reality. Announce. The single word resonated throughout the hall, echoing both within and beyond its walls. With the blessing of the Emperor's dragon aura, each syllable reverberated like thunder. Presently, several Imperial Guards entered the hall, their uniforms stained with splattered blood. In their hands, they bore several severed heads, from which blood continued to drip. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these gruesome trophies belonged to the innate martial artists who had entered the palace alongside Huang Fuming. Long live our emperor. The Imperial Guards knelt upon the ground. All insurrectionists within the palace had been eradicated. The Imperial Guards were currently conducting a thorough search for any remaining traitors that may have concealed themselves within the palace. At this juncture, it had barely been an hour since Huang Fuming had led his men into the palace. Tens of thousands of dragon warriors, along with the elite forces of noble families, have been suppressed with an alarming swiftness. This terrifying speed, in the past, no emperor of the Great Qin would have dared to claim they could achieve such a feat. When the reports from the Imperial Guard reached him, the cold voice remained utterly unperturbed, as if this suppression were merely a trivial task to accomplish. Fang Chen nodded, finding no surprise in the outcome. How long until the morning court? He inquired. Your Majesty, approximately 2 hours remain, replied Yu Huadian, bowing his head. Fang Chen acknowledged with a grunt, casting a sweeping glance over Yu Huadian and the Imperial Guards below. Before the morning court convenes, I wish for all unrest within the capital to be quelled. Last night, how many were aware of the turmoil in the imperial city yet chose to stand idly by? Fang Chen had long been aware of this. Therefore, he resolved to employ the swiftest, most ruthless, and most domineering means to suppress this disturbance that involved a significant portion of the capital. He intended to demonstrate to those harboring ill intentions precisely who the true master of this dynasty is. I accept the decree. As Fang Chen's voice fell, the men below simultaneously clasped their hands in salute. Each pair of eyes gleamed with a ferocity akin to that of wild wolves. At Fang Chen's command, they would tear apart all obstacles and enemies. Unbeknownst to them, the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth. In the Prime Minister's residence, Zhang Wenyu, who had retired early the previous night, awoke unusually early today. For reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sensation within him. It was not until he sat on the edge of his bed for a while that he summoned his attendants for his morning grooming. Amidst the preparations, Zhang Wenyu caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking in the corner behind the screen. A glimmer of light flickered in his astute eyes. You may all leave, he instructed. Donning his official robe, his back turned to the others. Yes. The attendants exited one after another. Come forth, Zhang Wenyu said without looking back. The shadow behind the screen then stepped out, kneeling on one knee before Zhang Wenyu. "I pay my respects to Prime Minister Zhang." Zhang Wenyu waved his hand, yet hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring what transpired last night. The cloaked figure bowed his head and recounted the events in detail, replying to the Prime Minister. Shortly after the midnight hour, the Dragon Warriors' 4 camps took control of the 4 city gates: Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. Outside the city, the Dragon Warriors amassed nearly 100,000 troops for the siege. Moreover, the commander, Huang Fuming, personally led 6 or 7 innate martial artists towards the palace, presumably to seize the emperor and command the lords, or perhaps. The cloaked figure fell silent, but Zhang Wenyu understood immediately. Huang Fuming's methods were indeed ruthless. Zhang Wenyu sighed softly, recognizing that each step was designed to push the new emperor further into a corner. From Zhang Wenyu's perspective, Huang Fuming had calculated every move with precision. Even he, for a moment, could not devise a solution. However, this was also due to the deeply entrenched influence of aristocratic families within the Great Qian dynasty over the years. Although the current emperor possesses great talent and ambition, he remains too youthful. The aristocracy's grip on the Great Qian is akin to an ancient malady, a persistent ailment that is difficult to eradicate. At this stage, even the most drastic measures may not suffice to eliminate it entirely. Zhang Wenyu's lament seemed to stem from a profound realization. In his early days in the court, he too harbored grand aspirations, believing he could rescue the Great Qian from impending doom. Yet decades of struggle have unveiled the grim truth that the Great Qian is already in a state of decay. With this understanding, Zhang Wenyu relinquished his concerns, choosing not to intervene further. The current emperor is decisive and possesses formidable means. If granted a decade, he might indeed instill a glimmer of hope for the future of the Great Qian. Yet for now, Zhang Wenyu could only assert that while the intent to vanquish the enemy is present, the power to effect change is lacking. All efforts seem destined to be in vain. As dawn broke, it was time for a resolution, was it not? In an instant, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in Zhang Wenyu's eyes before settling into tranquility. With his hands clasped behind him, he turned to the figure in black before him and inquired. Chapter 79. The Power to Conceal the Heavens. Upon meeting the emperor, why not bow? The dark-clad figure exhibited a palpable hesitation. Zhang Wenyu cast a skeptical glance. What is it? After a brief pause, the figure resumed its report. Your Excellency, as of now, I possess only this information. The intelligence from the palace and the 4 gates of the imperial capital has been inexplicably severed. Currently, the security is so tight that even a fly could scarcely escape. Listening to the dark figure's troubled expression, Zhang Wenyu fell into contemplation. I understand now. You may withdraw. The figure sighed in relief and offered a respectful bow before vanishing swiftly from the room. Within the confines of the chamber, Zhang Wenyu collected his thoughts, straightened his robes, and exited. The 4 gates of the imperial capital and the palace are under such stringent information lockdown. It could only be the doing of either the new emperor or the aristocratic families. However, the extent of this concealment leads Zhang Wenyu to lean towards the latter. Though Fang Chun harbors ambition, he lacks the capacity for such power. Furthermore, given the events of last night, Fang Chun is likely preoccupied within the palace, with little energy to divert towards the affairs of the 4 gates. The outcome of last night's events would, no doubt, be revealed during today's court assembly. Before the Shangming Gate, the dawn was still distant, yet numerous civil and military officials had already gathered at the palace gates. Unlike previous mornings, today, a considerable number of palace attendants were present, wielding cleaning tools as they labored. The marble floor, laid with hand bayu, bore traces of moisture, as if it had undergone an exhaustive scrubbing throughout the night. Yet, even amidst such efforts, a thick stench of blood lingered in the air, suggesting a recent, harrowing battle had transpired in the unseen shadows. Even within the crevices of the tiles and the intricately carved stone pillars of the palace gate, faint traces of blood remained, hastily overlooked. Noticing these subtle details, the officials exchanged knowing glances. Zhang Xiang has arrived. This seemingly innocuous statement sparked a ripple of anticipation among the officials, who instinctively lifted their gazes towards the approaching carriage. The carriage halted before the Shangming Gate, and an elderly figure clad in the robes of a first-rank civil official slowly descended with assistance. Have you seen Zhang Xiang? Several officials, who could be considered half-students of Zhang Wenyu, hurried forward. What is the situation? Surveying the surroundings, the absence of the aristocratic families was evident. Using a cough to mask his voice, Zhang Wenyu inquired quietly. The 4 gates of the imperial capital are sealed off by the Longwu Guard. No one may enter. The situation within the palace is similarly dire, a civil official replied in hushed tones. Zhang Wenyu nodded. The circumstances were indeed as he had anticipated. It appears that the Dragon Guard has secured the 4 gates. In this light, it seems that the noble families are prevailing in this battle for the imperial capital. Zhang Wenyu sighed inwardly. As he observed the other officials seemingly approaching him, he waved his hand as if to signal them to refrain from speaking. After all, upon passing through this palace gate and entering the Hall of Political Affairs, it remains uncertain who will ultimately occupy the Dragon Throne. After a brief wait, the sound of 3 gongs resonated within the palace, signaling the commencement of the court assembly. At the sound of the gongs, the officials were permitted to enter the Shangming Gate and proceed to the Hall of Political Affairs in preparation for the audience. A faint, enigmatic smile graced Zhang Wenyu's lips, which seemed to convey an additional layer of meaning to the officials. As he crossed the Shangming Gate, the civil and military officials naturally followed closely behind. Upon reaching the Hall of Political Affairs, they stood in solemn formation, just as they would during any other morning assembly. However, a keen observer would notice that the number of attendees today was significantly reduced, with more than half absent. Those missing were undoubtedly the offspring of the noble families. Notably, even the Minister of Revenue, Huang Fulin, the head of the Huangfu family who typically stood behind Zhang Wenyu, was conspicuously absent. This observation caused Zhang Wenyu to furrow his brow in contemplation. Yet, he quickly formulated a plausible explanation. The previous day's battle had affected the entire imperial capital, and as the head of the Huangfu family, Huang Fulin was undoubtedly required to remain at the center of affairs. Given the current state of uncertainty, their absence seemed justifiable. This line of thinking was not exclusive to Zhang Wenyu. The other officials, though appearing to maintain a stoic demeanor, could not help but notice the absence of even a single Jin Yi along their path. This absence led them to a collective conclusion. The battle for the palace had resulted in a defeat for Fang Chen and the Jin Yi. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous beats of a drum echoed from deep within the palace, signaling the formal commencement of the morning assembly. In previous instances, the emperor would have already graced the Hall of Political Affairs at this hour to receive the officials' homage. Yet, as of now, the Dragon Throne remained conspicuously empty, devoid of even a single shadow. Minister Zhang, what shall we do? Someone dared to inquire, seeking Zhang Wenyu's guidance. Let us wait, Zhang Wenyu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. His voice measured yet imbued with an unspoken significance. The individual who would appear in the Hall of Political Affairs today held great sway over their futures, and his seemingly tranquil words carried an undercurrent of profound meaning that shifted the expressions of the officials. At that moment, a resounding call echoed from outside the Hall of Political Affairs. The emperor has arrived. The 4 words, which had been heard countless times before, struck Zhang Wenyu and the others like a clap of thunder, sending a jolt through their hearts. A few ministers, unable to contain their curiosity, instinctively turned their heads toward the entrance of the Hall of Political Affairs. In the backlight, a tall figure clad in a dragon robe emerges, resembling a deity born of the cosmos since the dawn of creation, stepping into the Hall of Xianzheng. With no extraneous movements, each step he takes exudes an overwhelming imperial aura, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. It is none other than the new emperor, Fang Chen, whom they have encountered countless times during morning audiences. For a moment, Zhang Wenyu and the others are rendered speechless, captivated by Fang Chen's formidable presence, as if they have collectively forgotten how to respond. After a few days' absence, the new emperor before them seems to emanate an even more potent imperial pressure. As Fang Chen ascends the Dragon Throne, his gaze sweeps imperiously across all those in the court. The contrast between his unyielding presence and the stunned ministers below is striking. According to the customary court protocol, it is at this moment that the ministers should bow their heads and pay their respects. However, the sheer shock of Fang Chen's appearance has momentarily rendered them motionless. Observing this, Yu Huatian, standing beside Fang Chen, experiences a fleeting chill in his eyes. His voice, imbued with innate power, resonates throughout the grand hall like thunder, echoing in the ears of every minister. Having seen the Son of Heaven, why do you not bow? Chapter 80. The Court in Dread, the Astonished Minister. Wei Zhong faces the emperor, establishing authority with a blade. The chilling tone of inquiry fell like a bucket of cold water upon the assembly. The ministers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Long live the emperor. A resounding voice echoed through the Xianzheng Hall, led by Minister Zhang Wenyu. The officials appeared to bow respectfully before the throne occupied by Fang Chen, yet their hearts were engulfed by an unsettling anxiety and restlessness. Last night's events in the imperial capital were known to them all, at least to some extent. They were aware of the Dragon Guard's occupation of the four gates and that Huang Fuming had taken his troops to the palace. Anyone in their position would surmise that today, at the morning court session, they would be greeted by Huang Fuming, not Fang Chun. Moreover, both Fang Chun and his companion, Yu Huadian, exhibited a calm demeanor that belied the ferocious battle they supposedly endured the night before. Some officials began to question the veracity of last night's intelligence. Had Huang Fuming truly visited the palace? If he had not, then what was the purpose of the Dragon Guard's occupation of the four gates? Conversely, if he had indeed come, why was it that the figure before them today was Fang Chun, not Huang Fuming? Your Majesty, this morning I have heard of unrest in the imperial capital, began one bold official, unable to suppress his curiosity. I am deeply concerned that this turmoil may have disturbed your Majesty. I pray to know if the emperor is well. In the silence that followed, Fang Chun cast a sidelong glance at the speaker. A hint of mockery graced his handsome features. Your question is indeed amusing. If I were unwell, then who, pray tell, is seated here at this moment? Before the ministers could react, Fang Chun swept his gaze across the assembly. The sovereign's majesty enveloped his countenance, compelling all to avert their eyes. His subsequent words plunged the ministers into a deeper trepidation. Or do you believe that the person seated here today is someone else entirely? As his words fell, expressions of fear and panic spread across the faces of the ministers. One by one, they knelt and bowed fervently. Your Majesty, please do not take offense. I meant no such thing. I beseech your Majesty to show mercy for my momentary lapse in speech. The official who had spoken earlier seemed to wish for nothing more than to slap himself repeatedly in penance, fervently bowing until blood began to flow from his forehead. Fang Chun regarded him silently until the man had bowed nearly 100 times, then spoke with a measured calm. That will suffice. Thank you, your Majesty. The official, now bloodied, felt a buzzing in his mind, as if countless bees were swarming within. His speech faltered, and the other ministers remained utterly silent. Whether Fang Chun had intended to assert his authority by making an example of this official or simply spoke in jest, it imparted a singular lesson to all present. The majesty of the sovereign is beyond question. If one still fails to grasp the principle that calamity often emanates from careless words, then the next to find themselves bloodied and bruised shall undoubtedly be themselves. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. We, your humble servants, merely heard of last night's unrest in the imperial capital, which has caused us great concern for your safety. Now that we behold your Majesty in good health, the rest matters little. In this tense atmosphere, Zhang Wenyu finally spoke up. Indeed. With Zhang Wenyu as a steadfast anchor, the ministers hastily nodded in agreement. Observing their reactions, Fang Chun could not help but smirk inwardly. In the court of the Great Qian dynasty, officials were predominantly divided into two factions, one led by Chancellor Zhang Wenyu and the other by the aristocratic families. Those who remained neutral or loyal solely to the Great Qian were few and far between. The moment Zhang Wenyu voiced his opinion, the majority of those who echoed his sentiments belonged to the Chancellor's faction. When the chaos in the capital erupted, they surely could not be as oblivious as they claimed. Like Zhang Wenyu, they were mere spectators, choosing to remain indifferent. For them, regardless of whether the rebels or the aristocracy emerged victorious, their interests would remain unscathed. Such selfishness and callousness rendered them no different from the noble families. Indeed, last night, unrest did unfold in the capital. Instigated by the Huangfu aristocracy along with the remaining 6 noble houses, inciting a rebellion against the Longwu guards. Fang Chun remained silent, while Yu Huadian, ever attentive, acted as a spokesperson, coolly elucidating to the ministers. The commander of the Longwu guards, Huang Fuming, harbored treacherous intentions, having brought assassins into the palace with the aim of assassinating your Majesty. Fortunately, the Kuaihua Chamberlain and the Jinyue guards arrived in time. By midnight, all the assassins sent by Huang Fuming had been subdued. The more nonchalantly Yu Huadian presented the account, the more astonished Zhang Wenyu and the others became. According to their knowledge, the number of Huang Fuming's men infiltrating the palace last night amounted to over 10,000 elite guards and no fewer than 6 or 7 innate martial artists. Such a scale could easily have toppled the palace. This was their initial basis for believing that Fang Chun had no chance of recovery. Yet, through Yu Huadian's words, it was reduced to a mere remark that all the assassins had been subdued. At this point, even Zhang Wenyu could no longer remain composed. Your Majesty is the true dragon of heaven, blessed by divine mandate. Thus, the rebel schemes cannot prevail. However, the 4 gates of the capital remain under the control of the Longwu guards. Should your Majesty not swiftly allocate forces to reclaim the 4 gates from their grasp? As soon as Zhang Wenyu finished speaking, the other ministers chimed in agreement. Yet, upon hearing their suggestions, Fang Chun could only display a faint look of perplexity. Why should I reclaim the 4 gates of the capital from the Longwu guards? His retort left Zhang Wenyu momentarily speechless. Just then, a figure ascended the hall. I present to your majesty, the acting commander of the Longwu guards 4 camps, Wei Zhong, seeking an audience. A member of the Imperial Guard knelt upon the ground. Fang Chun nodded slightly. Indeed. As he watched the guard exit, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Wenyu's face. He distinctly recalled that the commander of the Dragon Martial Guard's 4th camp was Han Hong, hailing from one of the esteemed 8 great families. When had a new deputy commander emerged? Moreover, one he had never even heard of, a Wei Zhong? Before this perplexity could be resolved, a tall and imposing figure clad in armor strode into the Hall of Governance. I, Wei Zhong, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Despite his evident fatigue, the aura of valor emanating from Wei Zhong remained unshaken. Upon catching sight of the figure seated upon the dragon throne, his heart surged with excitement, which he could no longer conceal. With a thud, he knelt before Fang Chun, bowing his head. Rise. Faced with Wei Zhong, Fang Chun, who possessed a discerning eye for talent, spoke in a markedly gentler tone than before. I have come to report to your majesty that the rebellion at the 4 gates of the imperial capital has been quelled. The heads of the 7 great families, along with key figures, have been captured alive by the 4th camp and are currently being escorted outside the hall, awaiting your majesty's decree. Chapter 81. No more aristocratic families. To save Deqian, there is only one word: kill. As Wei Zhong's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Zhang Wenyu appeared somewhat dazed, questioning whether his ears had deceived him. What did he just say? The Longwu guards quelled the upheaval of the aristocratic families? Yet, the Longwu guards were precisely under the command of these very families. What on earth was happening? Even with Zhang Wenyu's exceptional intelligence and experience in tumultuous events, his mind felt ensnared in confusion. He could not fathom how such a transformation had come to pass. Well, bring them up, Fang Chun remarked, unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, Wei Zhong replied with a respectful gesture. Soon, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted outside the Xianzheng Hall. To Zhang Wenyu and the others, the noise was oddly familiar. They could not help but turn their heads, witnessing Huang Fulin and other members of the aristocracy being dragged in, stumbling under the escort of the Longwu guards. Their once splendid garments were now soiled and torn, resembling those who had fled from a harrowing escape. Their faces and bodies bore numerous wounds and heavy shackles, as thick as a forearm, bound their wrists and ankles, clanking with every laborious movement. Huang Fulin and the others wore expressions of utter stupor, as if their minds had ceased to function. It wasn't until the Longwu guards, led by Wei Zhong, forcefully pushed them to the ground that they snapped back to reality. Kneel. Thud. The sound of knees meeting the ground elicited a wince from onlookers. Following this, Wei Zhong knelt and reported, Your Majesty, in the battle for the imperial capital, the Longwu guards' 4 camps annihilated over 30,000 enemies and captured more than 50,000. All suspected of significant treason are present here, awaiting your command. Wei Zhong's proclamation compelled Zhang Wenyu and the others to draw a sharp breath. They began to grasp the situation. The initial plan of the aristocratic families had been to collaborate with the Longwu guards within the city to seize control of the imperial capital. However, they had not anticipated that, at the critical moment, the Longwu guards would choose to turn against them. It is essential to note that the 4 camps of the Longwu guards within the city constituted the elite of the remaining forces. Those nurtured in luxury and comfort were unlikely to match the prowess of these formidable guards. Yet, a disquieting thought crossed Zhang Wenyu's mind. Even if the Longwu guards in the city had defected, there remained nearly 100,000 troops outside the city. With such a stark disparity in strength, how could the Longwu guards simply surrender? However, Zhang Wenyu soon realized something was amiss. His intuition suggested that other forces had intervened in the battle for the imperial capital, leading to the downfall of the aristocratic family scheme. Yet, he could not ascertain the exact cause behind this turn of events. It is all your doing. You traitorous scoundrels dared to betray us. The old man vowed to dismember you into 1,000 pieces, releasing the pent-up hatred in his heart. Huang Fulin glared at Wei Zhong, his eyes and tone brimming with animosity. To him, the downfall of the Dragon Guard was not merely due to those few red-armored talisman generals, but rather the sudden betrayal of the 4 battalions of Dragon Guards within the imperial capital at a critical moment. It was their treachery that led to the failure of the aristocratic family's plans. With His Majesty present, do you truly believe your schemes could succeed? In the face of Huang Fulin's vitriolic accusations, Wei Zhong remained unfazed. A defeated general can only flaunt his words in vain. Bah! Huang Fulin spat, casting a venomous glance at Fang Chen upon the dragon throne. The hatred in his eyes was akin to poison. How could my son possibly be defeated by this mere child, still reeking of milk? Just then, before he could finish his words, Wei Zhong's gaze suddenly turned icy. Before anyone could react, he delivered a sharp elbow strike to Huang Fulin's jaw. In an instant, a crisp cracking sound echoed as the bones of Huang Fulin's jaw shattered, sending half of his teeth, mingled with blood, flying from his mouth. Thud! Huang Fulin's eyes sparkled with stars as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. To dare show disrespect towards his majesty is to court death, Wei Zhong said coldly. He could remain indifferent to Huang Fulin's scorn, but if Huang Fulin intended to insult Fang Chen in his presence, not even a single word would be tolerated. Compared to Yu Huatian's icy demeanor, Wei Zhong's cold ferocity bore an urgency born from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Those who heard could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Such audacity, daring to make a scene in the palace. Guards, take him away for execution. A cold glimmer flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, 2 dragon guards stepped forward and dragged Huang Fulin away like a dead dog. Before long, a dragon guard re-entered the hall, holding aloft a tray upon which lay a bloodied human head. Your Majesty, Huang Fulin has been beheaded. His head is here. This scene struck terror not only in the scholars present, but even among some military officials. Fang Chen, however, showed no reaction, merely nodding. Hang his head at the Meridian Gate for 3 days as a warning to others. Yes. Fang Chen's words sent another wave of shock through the court, leaving everyone to struggle to mask their expressions. Since the founding of the Great Qian dynasty, the 7 major aristocratic families have held sway over the court, causing chaos and suffering throughout the realm. Now, they audaciously disregard the Emperor's divine mandate and the safety of the capital's citizens. Attempting to seize power and usurp the throne, Fang Chen coldly regarded it all and slowly spoke. As he began to speak, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Wei Zhong, Yu Huatian, and all the civil and military officials bowed their heads, quietly listening to Fang Chen's words. The heavy crimes committed are indeed beyond enumeration. Today, I decree that all those suspected of treason shall be cast into the dungeons of the heavens, destined for public execution on a chosen day. The wealth of the 7 noble clans shall be confiscated entirely. Henceforth, within the Great Qian dynasty, the concept of noble families shall cease to exist. Each utterance from Fang Chen left the civil and military officials in a state of astonishment. Your Majesty, the noble families are intertwined with countless lives. Should we annihilate them entirely, it may lead to. Even Zhang Wenyu was taken aback by Fang Chen's resolution. The noble families have stood for many years. How could the number affected be merely thousands? Should we execute them all, the corpses would surely pile as high as mountains. My decision is resolute. Yet, with just 4 words, Fang Chen silenced the remainder of Zhang Wenyu's protest. Did not the previous emperors of the Great Qian recognize the peril posed by the noble families? It is precisely their lack of determination to uproot this thorn that has allowed these clans to take root day by day, developing into a nearly uncontrollable situation. I shall never allow the mistakes of the noble families to be repeated. The noble clans must be eradicated. His emphatic words left Zhang Wenyu momentarily speechless. From Fang Chen's tranquil gaze, Zhang Wenyu perceived 2 flames burning fiercely. These flames symbolized an unwavering commitment to eradicate the root of the noble families, extinguishing their existence once and for all. Chapter 82. The Reorganization of the Dragon Guard and the New Imperial Guard. Acknowledgement of merits. From those calm, yet resolute eyes, Zhang Wenyu, for a fleeting moment, seemed to glimpse his former self. Back then, as he had just entered the court, he was brimming with ambition and aspirations, eager to showcase his talents on the political stage. However, the overwhelming power of the 10 prominent families soon shattered his dreams. Now, he had become a formidable force capable of opposing these aristocratic clans, yet he had also lost the innocence of his earlier days. It was only at this moment, feeling Fang Chen's unwavering resolve, that Zhang Wenyu, in a daze, recalled that he too had once been a passionate youth, wholeheartedly devoted to serving his country. My lord, I understand. In silence, Zhang Wenyu slowly raised his arms and performed a respectful salute to Fang Chen. In the matter of dismantling the 10 noble families, Fang Chen was even more resolute and effective than he had been. Zhang Wenyu's words served as a form of endorsement. Seeing that even Zhang Wenyu had acknowledged Fang Chen's decision, the other officials naturally had no objections. We shall dutifully obey your command. A chorus of agreement resonated throughout the court. Your Majesty, spare us. The noble scions, their faces filled with confusion, suddenly awakened upon hearing the decree of execution. They began to cry out loudly, pleading for mercy from Fong Chen. Some even writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to crawl towards him. Take them away. Witnessing this, Wei Zhong decisively gestured for the Dragon Guard to escort these noble scions out, ensuring they were kept under strict surveillance. The sounds of their struggles and cries gradually faded away until they completely disappeared. Fong Chen observed all of this with an unyielding demeanor. These members of the noble families, accustomed to their high positions and arrogance, had never truly regarded human life with any seriousness. Their tears and pleas for mercy today stemmed solely from the fear of impending death. Such individuals are not worthy of lamentation. Withdrawing his gaze, Fong Chen also turned his attention away from the noble families. From this day forth, it would be the last time they appeared within his sight. Amidst the silence of the court, Fong Chen spoke slowly. The battle in the imperial capital has revealed that within the Dragon Guard, there still exist warriors loyal to Deqian. Henceforth, the dissolution of the Dragon Guard by the Imperial Guard shall be suspended. The Dragon Guard will relocate outside the city to form a new Imperial Guard. His gaze then fell upon Wei Zhong. You and your men have distinguished yourselves in the battle for the Imperial capital. As the foremost among you, I hereby appoint you to temporarily assume command of the Dragon Guard. The others shall also be duly rewarded for their merits, without exception. As soon as the words left his lips, a look of immense joy spread across Wei Zhong's face. He knelt down and bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply grateful for your grace, your Majesty. Given his rank and experience, Wei Zhong had thought that after this battle, even if one achieves the highest accolades, at most, they might be conferred the title of a school lieutenant or perhaps the commander of a battalion within the Dragon Guard. To everyone's astonishment, Fong Chen has directly promoted him to the position of commander of the Dragon Guard. The pace of this advancement is akin to being propelled by a rocket. The other ministers, upon hearing Fong Chen's pronouncement, collectively exhaled in disbelief. The leap from a mere squad leader to the commander of the Dragon Guard can only be described as a meteoric rise. Even the illustrious Huang Fuming, who hailed from the prestigious Huangfu clan and was the fastest in a century to transcend the innate stage, did not experience such a rapid ascent as Wei Zhong. At this moment, Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu remained silent. The recent events rendered the ministers too apprehensive to challenge any of Fong Chen's decisions. Thus, this resolution was smoothly ratified. However, upon hearing Fong Chen's words, Zhang Wenyu's eyes flickered with a subtle glimmer. While others were fixated on Wei Zhong's swift promotion, Zhang Wenyu's attention was drawn to Fong Chen's earlier statement regarding the reorganization of the existing Dragon Guard into an entirely new Imperial City Guard. With the lessons from the Jinyu in mind, Fong Chen's declaration prompted Zhang Wenyu to ponder deeply. The annihilation of the noble families and the restructuring of the Dragon Guard, each of Fong Chen's steps, seemingly whimsical and capricious, was in fact meticulously calculated. It became evident that this was not a haphazard decision. The new emperor, whom one might assume to be a mere fledgling, brimming with youthful zeal and unafraid of challenges, now appeared to be gravely mistaken. He was a master strategist, cleverly cloaked in the guise of youth, deceiving all around him. With the 10 major noble families extinguished, numerous vacancies now plague the court. The 6 ministries must promptly compile a list of suitable candidates to report to me. Very well, if there are no further matters, we shall conclude today's court session. With all affairs settled, Fong Chen decisively announced the adjournment. The civil and military officials, each harboring intricate thoughts, voiced their farewells in unison as Fong Chen departed. Zhang Wenyu's complex expression did not escape Fong Chen's notice, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, a cunning fox that has gained wisdom must possess some cunning. How else could one rise from obscurity as a lowly scribe to become a prime minister capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the 10 great noble families in such a tumultuous court? This also reminded Fong Chen of a particular matter. I recall that the teacher of the 7th prince is none other than Prime Minister Zhang. Upon hearing Fong Chen's inquiry, Yu Huatian beside him was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing Fong Chen was referring to the identity of the 7th prince. Your Majesty, it is said that Prime Minister Zhang originates from the Langia Academy. When the 7th prince sought to study at the Langia Academy, he unexpectedly garnered the favor and recognition of Prime Minister Zhang, who took him on as a disciple. Since the passing of the late emperor, the 7th prince has remained at the Langia Academy and has yet to make any moves to enter the palace. In the present day, Yu Huatian is no longer the clumsy little eunuch he once was. Having accompanied Fong Chen, He has acquired numerous skills in discerning subtle cues and nuances. After the morning court session, Fang Chun unexpectedly inquired about the relationship between the seventh prince and Zhang Wenyu. Yu Huatian immediately grasped his intent and divulged all that he knew. Is that so? The information Yu Huatian provided closely aligned with Fang Chen's recollections. However, this was common knowledge throughout the vast expanse of the Deqian dynasty. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was occupied with another matter. Several months prior, after paying respects at the Imperial Mausoleum and returning from the Xianzhong Hall to the Chiqing Palace, he had been ambushed by a group of mysterious assassins. At that time, he suspected that one of his two half-brothers, still residing in the Imperial City, might be behind it. Now, with the Qi Wang having departed the capital with the Ji family, the only one remaining was the seventh prince, who was still at the Langia Academy. Send someone to monitor the movements of the Langia Academy. Should anything unusual arise, report it immediately, Fang Chen stated calmly. Understood, Yu Huatian nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. The Golden Pen, the Majestic Spirit, the Aristocracy of Deserved Retribution. Half a month later. Have you heard? The 10 great aristocratic families have been apprehended by His Majesty for treason. What? When did this occur? How am I completely unaware? Haha. Someone who sleeps as soundly as a dead pig would naturally be oblivious. What on earth happened? Pray, enlighten me. It is said that several families, apart from the Ji clan, were dissatisfied with His Majesty's decision to disband the Dragon Guards and conspired to rebel in the dead of night. However, they did not anticipate that His Majesty, blessed by divine providence, would decisively crush the 10 great families. The Huangfu family, father and son, perished on the spot, while the remaining prominent families were captured and imprisoned in the celestial dungeons, awaiting their execution in due time. Such a thing truly occurred. If one were to speak of the most fervent topic in the tea houses and taverns of the great Qian Empire over the past month, it would undeniably be the attempted nocturnal coup by the 7 great families to topple the great Qian, only to be met with the swift and thunderous suppression by the new emperor. Now, their entire lineage has been cast into the celestial dungeons, destined for execution. Even in the streets, from the elderly of 80 to children of 3, everyone is aware of this matter. After all, these were the 10 great families, a colossal mountain looming over the hearts of the people for centuries. It can be said that any commoner not born into these aristocratic families has undoubtedly suffered under their oppression. Now that the 10 great families have fallen, His Majesty has personally decreed that from this day forth, no aristocratic family shall exist in the great Qian. The common folk naturally rejoice at this news, and praises for the new emperor, Fang Chun, grow ever more frequent and fervent. Some say that His Majesty, in the face of the rebellion from the 10 families, remained unflinching, commanding from the palace and orchestrating every detail, ultimately achieving a hard-fought victory. Others assert that His Majesty, being astute and divinely inspired, had long foreseen the conspiracies of the 10 families and had laid an intricate trap in advance, easily dismantling their plans. There are even more extravagant tales, claiming that the current emperor is a divine warrior, striking down the foremost expert of the Huangfu family, Huang Fuming, with a mere stomp that decimated the Dragon Guards. When the 10 families rebelled, His Majesty personally led the charge, traversing through enemy lines as if they were unguarded, leaving the 10 families in disarray, compelled to surrender. Even the hidden Imperial Guards among the crowd could only shake their heads in disbelief, uttering words of absurdity. These discussions swiftly reached the ears of Fang Chen, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Indeed, the speed of rumor often surpasses that of reality. Upon receiving reports from the Imperial Guards, Fang Chen's lips subtly twitched twice, a hint of admiration for the imagination of the common folk. Your Majesty, should we send someone to quell these rumors? Baling Xiong inquired respectfully. There's no need. Let them be. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively. The complete annihilation of the 10 great families is indeed a cause for celebration among the people of the great Qian. Their exuberance is entirely understandable. Moreover, it is evident from these rumors what sort of image one holds in the hearts of the common people of Deqian. The more elusive the truth becomes, the greater the reverence the populace holds. Fang Chun naturally saw no reason to curb their imaginations. Observing Fang Chun's lack of interference, Baling Xiong nodded in agreement and ceased further discussion. Today must indeed be the day of execution, he mused. With midday past, Fang Chen calculated that it had been over half a month. Indeed, Your Majesty, responded Yu Huatian softly. Earlier that morning, The Jin Yiwei had already verified the identities of the members from the 7 prominent families and escorted them to the marketplace for execution. It was said that the crowd of onlookers had rendered the street almost impassable. The execution cart carrying the heirs of the noble families could barely enter the thoroughfare. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head. They are indeed deserving of their fate, as evidenced by the many citizens who applaud their demise. It reveals the extent of their past transgressions against the people. Compared to the previous executions of the Su and Ding families, the number of those from the 7 noble families this time is certainly far greater. From midday until evening, the Jin Yiwei responsible for the executions finally reported to the Chongqing Hall. It was said that over 40,000 individuals were to be executed. The severed heads alone could form a small mountain towering 100 feet high. The ground of the execution site was saturated with blood, accumulating several inches deep. Very well. You may leave, Fang Chen stated with an expression devoid of sympathy. Understood. Once everyone had departed from the Chongqing Hall, Fang Chen promptly accessed the system. Ding. Your unwavering resolve to restore the nation has not once wavered in the face of the blood feud from Deqian's fall. As one of the principal culprits, the Huangfu family has been eradicated under your vengeful scheme. You have unexpectedly advanced in your innate abilities amidst this brutal conflict. Your strength has notably increased, garnering greater loyalty from your subordinates. The oppressed remnants of Deqian, upon learning of your triumph over the noble families, are filled with joy. This further secures your future endeavors in restoring the nation. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. Restoration value 7,500. The rewards have been allocated to the system space. Please check promptly. At last, it is accomplished. Gazing at the interface before him, Fang Chen exhaled softly. This had undoubtedly been the most time-consuming and arduous task he had undertaken thus far. He could only hope that the rewards bestowed by the system would be commensurate with his efforts. What of the Supreme Bone or the Primordial Sacred Body? Would it be possible to receive one at random? With a glimmer of hope, Fang Chen delved into the system space. My word, so much? As he entered, he was greeted by an entire row of martial arts manuals. Surely, such an abundance could not be without its pitfalls. Initially elated, Fang Chen soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. He swiftly skimmed through the martial arts manuals, finding them quite satisfactory. While the levels were not particularly high, they were nonetheless suitable for the likes of the Sunflower Constables and the Imperial Guards. Power, after all, is of paramount importance, a truth that Fang Chen had always kept in mind. These techniques would yield little improvement for innate martial artists like Yu Huatian and Bao Xiang. However, for the majority of the Imperial Guards and Sunflower Constables, they would suffice. Even the newly intended Dragon Martial Guards could benefit from these techniques. Yet, was it a matter of compensating for quality with quantity? Fang Chen could not help but voice his thoughts. He had initially hoped that after the annihilation of the 7 major clans, the system would reward him with something even more formidable than the red armored talisman. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing. For the time being, Fang Chen chose not to retrieve these items. Just as he was about to close the system, he noticed an object in the corner, an icon resembling a gift box, almost merging with the system space, which explained why he had overlooked it earlier. Had this item appeared before? As he pondered, he attempted to click on the icon. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the icon's movement, enveloping the entire screen in its radiance. This item surely held extraordinary significance. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing its remarkable nature. At the same time, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Golden Literary Essence. Chapter 84, The Way of Kings, The Way of Dominance. The Path of the Son of Heaven. The Empress Dowager's dismay. The Golden Literary Core? Fang Chen was taken aback. Could it be the Golden Literary Core he was familiar with? It embodies a pure and righteous aura, coalesced into form. Those who possess the Golden Literary Core are inherently moral, not easily swayed by external influences. Only those with profound insights into the great Tao can condense it. The literary core is a manifestation of the thoughts, realizations, and spiritual prowess of a Confucian practitioner, and it is an object of yearning for countless Confucian scholars. It is said to aid scholars in achieving the status of literary sage or Confucian sage. Even the current Prime Minister, Zhang Wenyu, has yet to be reported to have condensed such a core. This is indeed a momentous revelation. Driven by curiosity, Fang Chen retrieved the literary core from the system. The entire core was resplendent in golden translucence. As he held it, a significant portion of the Chiqing Palace was instantly illuminated. Moreover, as he grasped the literary core, he felt a chilling yet upright energy penetrating through his palm into his being. clarifying his mind and seemingly enabling him to see through all worldly facades and deceit. This literary core certainly bore some significance. If I were to fuse with this core, I wonder if I too could attain the status of literary sage or Confucian sage. Fangshan mused lightly, the thought fleeting through his mind. As an emperor, whether Fangshan pursued the way of kings or the way of dominance was largely irrelevant to the golden literary core. After toying with it for a while, he returned the golden literary core to the system space. Good steel must be used on the cutting edge. This has always been Fangshan's conviction. In the near future, the previous dynasty would face vacancies due to the successive downfall of the 9 great clans. Naturally, the former dynasty, led by Zhang Wenyu, would not miss this opportunity. With the top 10 clans now toppled, Zhang Wenyu's faction had become the largest force of the former dynasty. If they were allowed to fill these vacancies, the former dynasty would merely become their echo chamber. Fangshan would certainly not grant them such an opportunity. This golden literary core in his possession might well serve its utmost purpose when the time comes. Subsequently, Fangshan summoned Bao Yingxiang into the hall. Compile a list of all officials from the 6 ministries for me. Understood. Bao Yingxiang nodded and withdrew. Changle Palace. What did you say? Upon hearing the information relayed by Mama Li, the Empress Dowager could not contain herself and nearly toppled the dressing table. The 9 great clans have been destroyed? How could this be possible? He is merely a child. How could he possess such means? At this moment, the Empress Dowager felt as though she were in a dream. Those were the 9 great clans, entities against which even the late emperor had been powerless. The Empress Dowager regained her composure. What the servant has said is entirely true. There is not a single falsehood in her words. Mama Li had anticipated this reaction from the Empress Dowager. In fact, her first reaction upon hearing the news was disbelief as well. With the assistance of Granny Li, the Empress Dowager slowly settled back onto her seat. Yet her expression was one of profound distraction, as though her soul had wandered far beyond the confines of the present moment. After a lengthy pause, she finally absorbed the gravity of Granny Li's earlier words. What then is the current situation? Granny Li responded, elucidating that the new emperor had decreed the confiscation of the estates and execution of all members of the 7 rebellious aristocratic families. Furthermore, he proclaimed that henceforth, the great Qian would no longer recognize any noble houses. The Ji family, having refrained from participating in the insurrection, managed to preserve their standing. However, not long ago, the head of the Ji family, Ji Mianji, submitted a memorial to the emperor, relinquishing most of his powers, likely in an attempt to evade the impending purge of the noble houses. Granny Li's words left the Empress Dowager in a state of shock. All beheaded? Granny Li nodded. And even the typically ruthless woman displayed a flicker of trepidation in her eyes. It was said that on the day of execution, heads were transported by the cartload. The blood that flowed from the execution site pooled several inches thick upon the ground. Before she could finish, the Empress Dowager interrupted with a pallid expression. Enough. Do not speak further. The vivid imagery painted by Granny Li sent chills down her spine. The emperor's heart was merciless. The rebellion of the 10 major noble families implicated not just thousands, but tens of thousands. He could kill without a moment's hesitation, a testament to his unwavering resolve to eradicate the noble threat. As a disciple of the Taishan sect, the Empress Dowager should have felt elated by the downfall of the 10 noble houses. Yet, at this moment, her eyes were filled with dread. Setting aside the deep-rooted legacy of those families, their plans had been meticulously crafted. However, before Fangshan, they were riddled with vulnerabilities, akin to a child's play. Such terrifying insight was enough to instill fear in anyone. Even the 10 noble families were laid bare before the emperor. And what of her? Did he already know her true identity? Seeing the unmistakable panic in the Empress Dowager's demeanor, Granny Li felt uncertain as well. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to reassure the Empress Dowager. Do not be alarmed. A few days ago, we received a missive from our faction, stating that they would soon send individuals to the imperial capital to assist us. During this period, we need only remain in the Changlu Palace and refrain from any rash actions. The Empress Dowager, nearly at her wit's end, felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Granny Li's words, as if she had grasped a lifeline. News from the faction had finally arrived. Was it truly so? Granny Li winced under the grip of the Empress Dowager, but in order to soothe her, she nodded affirmatively. That is good. That is good. It was as if she had swallowed a calming pill, allowing the Empress Dowager to exhale with relief. For her, each day spent in the palace felt like an eternity, fraught with the looming threat of the Emperor's blade poised at her throat. All she yearned for now was a swift escape from this place. Regardless of the cost she must bear, it is imperative. In the grand city of Changzhou, the head of the family has just received an urgent message from the capital. A disciple from the Ji family has arrived at Ji Mianji's study in the capital as Ji Mianji is engaged in a game of chess with Prince Qi. He momentarily pauses, sensing that a decisive outcome has emerged between the 7 prominent families and his 13th brother. Prince Qi leisurely unfurls his folding fan, lightly swaying it while feigning nonchalance as he remarks, "You are clearly concerned, yet why the pretense?" Ji Mianji casts a glance at Prince Qi and takes the letter from the disciple's hand. The intelligence has arrived with remarkable swiftness. It seems that within a day, the victor has already been determined. Ji Mianji ponders over the contents of the letter. Prince Qi chuckles carelessly, stating, "The 10 great families possess profound foundations and command the dragon martial guards numbering 100,000. For your 13th brother to endure a day is already an unexpected delight." His words echo a clear disdain for the opposing side. Ji Mianji is on the verge of responding but restrains himself. For what Prince Qi articulates resonates with his own thoughts. The 10 great families, backed by 100,000 dragon martial guards, hold an undeniable advantage. Moreover, before leaving the capital, Ji Mianji had heard that Huang Fuming had enlisted the assistance of 2 innate masters from the Donglin sect. From any perspective, this battle seems to be an unavoidable triumph for the 10 great families. However, as Ji Mianji opens the confidential letter and scans its contents, his refined countenance undergoes a dramatic transformation. Chapter 85. The Stirring of the Taishan Sect. A Journey to the Imperial Capital. The Courage to Sever One's Own Arm. "What is it, uncle?" Observing Ji Mianji, who was typically composed, now with eyes that seemed poised to pierce through the letter before him. The Qi Wang's movements of fanning himself faltered. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. After a prolonged silence, Ji Mianji gradually averted his gaze from the missive and turned to Qi Wang. Though he uttered not a word, his penetrating stare filled Qi Wang with an inexplicable dread. "Uncle, what has transpired? Please, do tell me." Were it not for his understanding of his uncle's character, Qi Wang would have presumed something dire had indeed occurred, prompting such a reaction from him. He almost believed Ji Mianji was deliberately toying with him. "Take a look for yourself." With a sigh, Ji Mianji extended the letter towards Qi Wang. Noting his hesitation, Qi Wang's suspicion deepened. He took the letter and, upon a cursory glance, noted it contained only a few sparse lines. Yet, the brevity only underscored the gravity of the situation. Indeed, as Qi Wang's gaze fell upon the first line, he was instantly shaken to his core, his expression mirroring that of Ji Mianji moments prior, one of disbelief. "Haha, you too find this astonishing, do you?" Witnessing Qi Wang's reaction, Ji Mianji gestured for the young member of the Ji family to withdraw. "How can this be possible?" After reading the letter, Qi Wang remained in stunned silence, his handsome face blank and vacant. 1,000 against 100,000, and yet they emerged victorious? Moreover, the 7 great clans boasted over a dozen innate masters. This intelligence must be flawed. How could this occur? As if unable to accept such a conclusion, Qi Wang abruptly rose from his seat. "Sit down." Ji Mianji, already anticipating this reaction, concealed his smile, his countenance now shrouded in an aura of frost, exuding an undeniable authority. Since childhood, Qi Wang had dreaded witnessing this particular expression on Ji Mianji's face. He numbly complied and sat back down. "The 7 great clans have been defeated, uncle. What shall we do?" Observing the flustered Qi Wang, who could only look to him for guidance, Ji Mianji sighed. "We have truly underestimated this new emperor. With the likes of Huang Fulin and the others falling, the new emperor's hand must hold far more aces than we had ever imagined." In Ji Mianji's view, it was inconceivable that Fang Qin could conjure forces capable of contending with the 7 great clans out of thin air. Thus, the most plausible explanation was that this was a trump card Fang Qin had kept hidden all along. Could these be the legacies left by the late emperor? Upon Ji Mianji's conjecture, Qi Wang's complexion darkened. "Impossible. My father never once mentioned such matters during his reign." Once the most favored heir to the throne, Qi Wang had enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the late emperor. At that time, Fang Qin had barely registered as more than a passerby. Qi Wang could not fathom that the late emperor would have left such contingencies for him. If it were not the late emperor, then who could it be? Is the new emperor truly himself? However, Ji Mianji does not concur with Prince Qi's perspective. After all, in his view, the likelihood of this is far smaller than the former. Take a moment to reflect on it. Upon seeing Ji Mianji rise, Prince Qi hastily called out to him, "Uncle, where are you going?" Ji Mianji turned calmly to gaze at him. His Majesty has resolutely decided to address the aristocratic families. If I do not respond in some manner, the blade will inevitably fall upon the Ji family. For now, I must sever ties decisively and seek an alternative strategy. The decision to leave the imperial capital and retreat to Changzhou had already been made. Ji Mianji had never intended to preserve the former glory of the Ji family. Now, the immediate priority is to survive the new emperor's reckoning against the aristocratic families. Everything else can be addressed later. A person destined for greatness must possess the resolve to act decisively. Ji Mianji cast a deep glance at Prince Qi before departing the study. Prince Qi sat dazedly in his chair, clutching a secret letter, his expression shifting continuously. Qifeng Mountain, a sacred ground of the Taishan sect. Surrounded by mist, it resembles an ethereal realm. On a platform, mere feet in size, atop a perilous cliff, a Taoist clad in blue sits cross-legged in tranquil meditation. The gentle breeze carries an air of transcendence, yet at this moment, his brow is furrowed tightly. Are you saying that, of the 10 major aristocratic families, all have perished except for the Ji family? Even the 2 innate masters sent by the Donglin faction to assist have met their demise within the imperial palace? Zheng Feng's gaze is calm, yet it exudes the pressure of a martial arts master, rendering the Taoist before him, drenched in sweat, somewhat breathless. Indeed, that is the case. Master. Li Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon receiving this intelligence, he too was incredulous. However, recognizing the significance of the information, Li Xiong immediately brought it up the mountain to seek Zhang Feng, who was in seclusion. Zhang Feng remained silent. But as a fresh breeze swept across the mountain, the once stable stone platform beneath him began to tremble. Master! Li Xiong exclaimed, eager to alert Zhang Feng. What are you panicking for? Zhang Feng shot him a glance before leaping off the stone platform. He then snatched the paper from Li Xiong's hand, scrutinizing it multiple times. How could such a young emperor have so many formidable experts by his side? Could it be the legacy left by Emperor Xiaoming? After perusing the contents of the note, Zhang Feng's expression grew noticeably grave. If this were indeed true, why had Yu Linglong not reported it? As if recalling something, Zhang Feng looked towards Li Xiong. During this time, has Yu Linglong sent any news back to the sect? Li Xiong shook his head. In the month following the new emperor's ascension, intelligence trickled back intermittently. However, in recent months, there has been not a single word. Upon hearing this, a hint of suspicion flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes. Master brother, should we send someone to investigate? Li Xiong inquired cautiously upon observing the situation. Even if Yao Linglong harbored ulterior motives, there remained Li Yan, who was unwaveringly loyal to the Taishan sect. Unless she had also been silenced, it was improbable that no tidings would emerge. Contemplating this, Zhang Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. Swiftly dispatched Xue Xiao and El Nanxian to the imperial capital. Ascertain the true circumstances at hand. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, Li Xiong inhaled deeply. Xue Xiao and El Nanxian are both late-stage innate martial artists, master brother. ISNT this rather before he could finish, Zhang Feng interrupted him. Do you believe that the Donglin sect would willingly wade into the murky waters of the top 10 sects without reason? They must be aware of the secrets surrounding the treasured artifacts. After more than a decade of strategic planning by our Taishan sect, if we end up as mere pawns for others, we would surely become a laughingstock among the martial arts community. A glint of coldness flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes, and the pressure he exuded felt akin to an invisible hand, instantly reducing a stone at the cliff's edge to powder. Yes, master brother, I understand. Startled by the chill in Zhang Feng's tone, Li Xiong dared not speak further and immediately set about preparing to execute the order. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Feng stood alone on the precipice, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Could the downfall of the top 10 sects be connected to this new emperor? Chapter 86. The Cost of Foolishness, Exiled to Bitter Cold. I cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in my eyes. The news of the demise of the noble clan swiftly spread throughout the vast realm of Deqian. From the former dynasty to the martial sects, all were shaken by this revelation. It is said that even the king of Dingnan, stationed at the southern borders to fend off the armies of Dejing, became aware of this occurrence. In response, the king simply remarked, "Well done." The fall of the noble clans brought widespread joy among the people of Deqian. Even the Donglin sect, which had maintained cordial relations with the Huangfu family, chose to remain silent on the matter. Among the top 10 noble families, only the Ji family managed to preserve their status, demonstrating their astute judgment by collectively petitioning the new emperor to relinquish their official positions. They willingly retreated to Changzhou, opting to live as mere merchants. Following this event, as Fang Chun had proclaimed during the morning court session, the term noble clans had effectively become obsolete in Deqian. However, for the officials of the former dynasty, The downfall of the noble families represented a significant opportunity. Previously, the majority of important positions within the former regime had been firmly held by these clans. Even those officials who did not rely on the noble families found themselves beholden to them, often subject to the whims of their younger counterparts from these families. Now that the noble clans had been eradicated, not only did this bring them immense satisfaction, but it also resulted in a plethora of vacant positions, amounting to as many as 70 or 80, in the eyes of the officials from the former dynasty. These vacancies were tangible prospects for advancement. Consequently, in recent days, these officials have been fervently seeking opportunities. At the forefront was Chancellor Zhang Wenyu. Even during the time of the top 10 noble families, he had been one of the few capable of standing against them, second only to the king of Ding'an. With the king now far in the south, only Chancellor Zhang remained a formidable presence in the court. Anyone with even a modicum of political acumen hurried to curry favor. The threshold of the chancellor's residence was nearly worn down by the incessant visits. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Wenyu chose to decline all gifts presented to him. Eventually, he even instructed his steward to handle the interactions, dismissing all visitors who arrived with offerings. As those individuals left in disappointment, they couldn't help but wonder if the chancellor's integrity meant their hopes for advancement were dashed. With no other recourse, they dejectedly departed the chancellor's residence, clutching the gifts they had yet to deliver. Meanwhile, within the hall, Zhang Wenyu sat comfortably in a grand chair, savoring fine tea. "Sir, this is a delicacy sent by Lord Qin through the back entrance," announced the steward, entering the hall with a food box, his demeanor respectful as he addressed Zhang Wenyu. The food box, appearing to be no larger than a foot, was lifted by a middle-aged man, who bore a countenance suggesting considerable effort. When he placed the box upon the table, it emitted a rather heavy thud. As the steward merely opened the lid a fraction, a dazzling golden light erupted from within, almost blinding in its brilliance. Once the lid was fully removed, it revealed an impressive array of neatly stacked gold bars. Zhang Wenyu, gazing at the entire box filled with gold, nodded appreciatively. "Please collect the delicacies," he instructed. "Convey to him that I have received his intentions. This outcome shall undoubtedly meet his expectations." The steward nodded in acknowledgement and took the box of gold bars away. Seated in his chair, Zhang Wenyu squinted as he savored a sip of tea. These foolish visitors seemed oblivious to the need for discretion. In times past, their brazen attempts at bribery would have been met with acceptance. However, this new emperor was evidently intolerant of such audacity, particularly in these turbulent times. Accepting their bribes would be tantamount to willingly stepping into Fang Chen's blade. A group of individuals so inept that they couldn't even maintain appearances would not last long in their positions. Zhang Wenyu narrowed his eyes and slowly set down his teacup. From his sleeve, he retrieved a list detailing officials who had, through various unobtrusive means, presented gifts to him during this period. A chuckle escaped his lips as he surveyed the names. He had already devised plans regarding the appointments these individuals would receive. In the Qingqing Hall, tendrils of sandalwood smoke wafted through the air, exuding a calming fragrance. Fang Chen sat resolutely upon the dragon throne, calmly perusing the list before him, while the head of the Imperial Guards, Bao Yingxiang, knelt below. "Are these the individuals who have presented gifts to the Prime Minister's residence during this time?" Fang Chen inquired, setting the list down. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Bao Yingxiang replied, lowering his head. A cold smile crept across Fang Chen's face as he processed this information. These individuals were exceptionally foolish, believing that they could brazenly offer gifts as if the current era was still under the control of the 10 prominent clans. He picked up a red brush and swiftly crossed out names from the list. Casually, he tossed the document to Bao Yingxiang, instructing him to draft an edict. "Those listed shall be dispatched immediately to the northern or southern regions for a term of 3 years. Should their performance be satisfactory, they may be recalled. However, if their efforts yield little progress or regress, they shall never return." Fang Chen's tone, though seemingly casual, radiated a chilling aura. The vast expanse of the Deqian Empire was harsh, particularly in the northern regions bordering the icy plains. The conditions were severe and unforgiving, a fate daunting for anyone in poor health. In such a place, one might fear succumbing to illness. Meanwhile, the south is embroiled in conflict with the Grand Jing dynasty, facing its own trials. A moment's negligence could spell peril for one's life. Among the names that Fang Chen recently perused, there were no fewer than 100 individuals. With a mere stroke of his vermilion brush, he nearly sealed the fate of these nearly 100 lives. Indeed, Bao Yingxiang nodded, his gaze devoid of any sympathy for these individuals. In this era, with the 10 great clans having fallen, there are ample vacancies from the previous dynasty. Those with even a modicum of capability could naturally fill these roles. Yet, instead of seeking the righteous path, they attempted to ascend through bribery under Fang Qin's very nose. It is utterly foolish. Subsequently, Fang Qin began to examine a second list. Observing this, Baoling Xiang proceeded to provide an introduction. The individuals on this list did not brazenly attempt to bribe Zhang Xiang. Rather, they employed various indirect methods or disguises to deliver gold and silver into his hands. As Fang Qin listened, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. However, the more he delved into the details, the more pronounced the chill in his eyes became. Chapter 87. Recommending Talents. The Sage of Literature, Wang Yun. The Confucian atmosphere astonished Zhang Wenyu. Your Majesty, how should we handle these individuals? Grand Eunuch Chao, standing nearby, caught sight of the two densely packed lists and sighed inwardly. These individuals seemed to be deliberately throwing themselves onto Fang Qin's blade. Simultaneously, he marveled at the investigative prowess of the Jinyue. It is worth noting that Zhang Wenyu's rise to prominence as a veteran of 3 reigns was due in part to his cautious demeanor, which allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with the 10 great aristocratic families. For decades, he had meticulously avoided leaving any handles for others to grasp. Even when the Huangfu family sought to seize upon Zhang Wenyu's vulnerabilities to threaten him, their efforts proved utterly fruitless. Yet, the Jinyue had acquired such a covert list with ease. Their investigative capabilities were now comparable to any intelligence organization in the martial world. Compared to the Jinyue at its inception, the current version was indeed as different as heaven and earth. Zhang Wenyu likely never anticipated that what he believed to be a seamless operation was, in fact, already under Fang Qin's watchful eye. These individuals, though somewhat more astute than the previous ones, were still far from clever. After perusing the list, Fang Qin scoffed softly and tossed it aside. From this exchange, Grand Eunuch Chao discerned that anyone named on that list faced a fate akin to a death sentence in Fang Qin's eyes. Your Majesty, among them may lie some talents worth utilizing. After contemplating, Grand Eunuch Chao intended to subtly persuade Fang Qin to reconsider his decree. However, Fang Qin shook his head and replied coolly, if they truly possessed capability, would they resort to bribery? Such individuals, even if they ascend to high positions, would merely become part of another aristocratic family. This statement left Grand Eunuch Chao momentarily speechless. It appeared he had underestimated the emperor once more. In contrast to the previous emperor's reluctant tolerance, the current sovereign could not abide even a grain of sand in his eyes. Moreover, with the 10 great families now vanquished by the emperor himself, no one from the former court would dare utter a word of dissent. Furthermore, from Fang Qin's tone, Grand Eunuch Chao sensed a crucial piece of information. The emperor seemed to have other candidates in mind beyond these individuals. Yet, considering Fang Qin's methods and style, although Grand Eunuch Chao harbored such suspicions, he dared not voice them. It was imperative for ministers and servants to gauge the emperor's intentions. However, if one became overly adept at this, the implications in the emperor's eyes could be drastically different. Days later, in the Xianzheng Hall, long live our emperor. Since the downfall of the 10 great families, the previous court had experienced numerous vacancies. The early morning assemblies over the past few days left many officials feeling rather lost. As the court meeting commenced, an official eagerly stepped forward. I beseech your Majesty, with the 9 great families now eradicated, the Ji family has also requested to resign from their positions. Within the court, numerous official positions remain vacant. I humbly beseech your Majesty to elevate talented individuals to fill these voids. This would enable the functioning of the 6 ministries to resume. The official speaking bears the unmistakable signs of fatigue, with dark circles beneath his eyes and a voice that lacks vigor, as if his very essence has been drained by some malevolent force. It is evident that he has been working tirelessly during this period, nearing his limits. I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to promote capable individuals. Following this initial suggestion, other officials eagerly voiced their opinions. While some are undoubtedly overwhelmed, many appear to harbor ulterior motives. The court became a cacophony of voices. Silence. Rain Huaiyan's authoritative reprimand silenced the assembly. In this moment, Zhang Wenyu, who had been silent and contemplative, sensed the opportune moment to speak. Your Majesty, I believe that the populace is the foundation of our nation, its pillars. In light of the current dearth of talent from the previous dynasty, it is imperative to swiftly select a new group of individuals to bolster the previous administration. Only then can the Great Qian swiftly return to its rightful path. Zhang Wenyu felt confident that his words were flawless, even beyond reproach from Fang Qin. As long as Fang Qin concurred, he could seamlessly promote those he favored. Indeed, as Zhang Wenyu anticipated, After hearing his words, Feng Chen, though maintaining an impassive demeanor, nodded in agreement. Indeed, many positions from the former dynasty have remained vacant for far too long. It is time to elevate some individuals. Hearing Feng Chen align with his thoughts brought Zhang Wenyu a sense of quiet satisfaction. Though his aged visage still displayed a facade of concern for the country and its people. Since your majesty shares this sentiment, I have several capable individuals I wish to recommend, perhaps to alleviate your majesty's worries. Yet Feng Chen seemed to disregard his words, his gaze drifting past Zhang Wenyu to address the officials present. A few days ago, I discovered a talented individual among the 6 ministries. Today, I shall have you meet him. Let him enter. Rain Huatian bowed in acknowledgement and stepped outside the hall, proclaiming loudly, by the emperor's decree. Summon the chief of the criminal ministry, Wang Yun, to enter and pay his respects. The entire court of civil and military officials heard Rain Huatian's declaration, their faces etched with astonishment. Wang Yun? Who is Wang Yun? Merely the chief of the criminal ministry? Zhang Wenyu, feeling slighted as Feng Chen bypassed him, struggled to suppress his discomfort. Soon, a figure ascended to the great hall. I, chief of the criminal ministry, Wang Yun, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn to the imposing figure before them. Rise. With a graceful gesture, Feng Chen spoke in a calm tone. Thank you. Your majesty. The young man rose to his feet, revealing a visage that was both handsome and refined. From head to toe, even his demeanor was meticulous. His eyes sparkled with a brightness that suggested a wealth of knowledge and inner grace. Undoubtedly, he was a favored individual of the emperor. His very presence exuded an extraordinary aura. At the moment Wang Yun stood, the officials were taken aback. They had never encountered such an exceptional figure in the previous court. Perhaps only Zhang Wenyu, when he first entered the court, possessed a similar charisma. As the officials assessed Wang Yun, Zhang Wenyu, standing at the forefront of their ranks, suddenly furrowed his brow. From the moment Wang Yun entered the Xianzheng Hall, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. This was not merely a physical reaction. It felt as though he sensed something formidable, something to be wary of. When Zhang Wenyu turned his gaze upon Wang Yun, his eyes widened in astonishment. Surrounding Wang Yun was a faint golden aura, an ethereal flow that was unmistakable. In conventional understanding, such a hue signified the presence of dragon energy or supreme fortune. Yet, it was evident that Wang Yun was neither a true dragon son nor bearer of extraordinary luck. However, Zhang Wenyu recognized a third possibility that could account for the golden aura enveloping Wang Yun. Was this the righteous spirit of Confucianism? Chapter 88, His Majesty's Favor. A talent for governance, Vice Minister of the Censorate. This revelation left Zhang Wenyu utterly astonished. Overwhelmed by surprise, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The aura of righteousness?" The scholars present exchanged incredulous glances at Wang Yun. The aura of righteousness is said to be a quality possessed only by Confucian scholars whose thoughts, insights, and spiritual fortitude have reached a certain level. It is something these literati yearn for, as in the grand dynasty of Dacian. There exists a notion, if one is a scholar imbued with the aura of righteousness, they possess a stepping stone to ascend the ranks, surpassing their peers. In the pinnacle of the Dacian dynasty, when its might was at its zenith and its territory vast, the 10 great armies were all imbued with a military spirit. The civil servants of the previous dynasty were all endowed with this aura of righteousness. However, as time passed and the power of noble families grew, the previous dynasty gradually became a realm dominated by these clans, leaving common scholars with little hope of recognition. Some, in their pursuit of officialdom, were forced to align themselves with these noble families, compromising their integrity. Consequently, the number of officials possessing the aura of righteousness dwindled over time. To this day, among the court officials, those endowed with this virtue are scarcely more than a handful. Where, then, did His Majesty discover such remarkable talent? At this moment, the most astonished of all was none other than Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu. As a seasoned veteran of 3 reigns and the foremost among the literati, none knew better than he the value of officials endowed with the aura of righteousness. It is a quality that can only be cultivated by those with profound scholarly attainments. Not to mention the previous dynasty, even the esteemed Langyou Academy, revered as the sanctuary of scholars, was filled with individuals of high moral standing. Even Zhang Wenyu himself only grasped the essence of this aura in his 40s. Yet here was Wang Yun, though impressive in appearance and demeanor, seemingly no older than in his early 30s. To possess such an aura at such a young age foretells an extraordinary future. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Wenyu inquired about the origins of this individual. In response to the Prime Minister, I hail from Beijing. My father once served as the Minister of Personnel. At the age of 28, I ranked second in the national examination hosted by the Ministry of Rights, receiving the title of the 7th degree of Jinshi bestowed by the late emperor, after which I observed governance in the Ministry of Works. I was subsequently appointed to the Ministry of Justice, where I remain to this day. Before Fang Chen could speak, Wang Yun respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Zhang Wenyu. His demeanor revealed a man of commendable upbringing, capable of maintaining composure and dignity even in the presence of the illustrious Prime Minister of the Daqian dynasty. So it is. Zhang Wenyu momentarily lost himself in thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though Wang Yun had provided a detailed account, Zhang Wenyu's impression of it remained a nebulous haze. After all, during that era, the previous dynasty was still under the control of prominent families. Zhang Wenyu was entirely focused on how to position his own people within the former court, having no impression of a person like Wang Yun. Consequently, a momentary oversight allowed Fang Chen to be the first to recognize such a talent. Zhang Wenyu now felt a pang of regret. Had he known that the Ministry of Justice had someone like Wang Yun, he would have certainly devised methods to bring him to his side. For a fleeting moment, the court officials, who were accustomed to Zhang Xiang's calm demeanor, witnessed a rare shift in his expressions. I have summoned Minister Wang recently. He possesses remarkable talents and harbors aspirations akin to those of sages, Fang Chen observed, taking in the reactions of all present in the grand hall. In the ensuing silence, he spoke deliberately, thus, I intend to assign him a significant position within the former court. Upon these words, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. If it were anyone else, Fang Chen's statement would undoubtedly have elicited some opposition from the ministers. After all, in Daqian, it is exceedingly rare for a civil servant in his 30s to occupy a key role within the court. Yet, the noble spirit radiating from Wang Yun was enough to affirm his worth. Even Zhang Wenyu, who held considerable influence, did not voice any dissent upon hearing Fang Chen's declaration. He merely contemplated for a moment. The emperor's words hold merit. Given Wang Yun's capabilities, the role of head of the Ministry of Justice indeed seems beneath him. However, what position does your majesty envision for him? Zhang Wenyu pondered, surprised by Fang Chen's counter to his probing question, which he refrained from answering directly. Zhang Wenyu hesitated, feigning deep contemplation before responding. Since your majesty has assessed Wang Yun and found him to possess exceptional talents, it is likely that your judgment is sound. Furthermore, at such a young age, he already embodies a noble spirit. It is not inconceivable that he may achieve greatness as a literary or sage figure in the future. Moreover, your majesty has indicated that Wang Yun harbors aspirations akin to those of sages. Thus, a common official position may not be suitable for him. Therefore, I take the liberty to recommend Wang Yun as the vice director of the censorate. As Zhang Wenyu concluded his proposal, a collective intake of breath resonated through the court. The censorate is the institution responsible for oversight, impeachment, and counsel, specializing in the evaluation and admonition of officials, holding a position of utmost significance. The vice director, being second only to the left and right censors, occupies an equivalent stature to that of the second in command within the censorate. Throughout the history of Daqian, it is exceedingly rare for an official to ascend from a sixth-rank position directly to that of a third-rank official. Although Zhang Wenyu's remarks were grounded in reason, they carried great weight. Rather than a mere recommendation, it resembles an endorsement for Wang Yun. In the past, even officials from the faction of Zhang Wenyu have never been afforded such an honor. It is evident to all that Zhang Wenyu holds Wang Yun in high regard. This also serves as a remedy for Zhang Wenyu's previous oversight in recognizing Wang Yun's exceptional talents. Should Wang Yun rise 3 ranks under his recommendation, no matter how steadfastly principled he may be, he would inevitably bear in mind his own vested interests. Moreover, the censorate operates independently of the 6 ministries, establishing a significant connection with Zhang Wenyu, who serves as prime minister. Consequently, the opportunities for both himself and Wang Yun to draw closer are abundantly enhanced, thus elevating the prospects of cultivating Wang Yun into his political faction. Your Majesty, I believe that Prime Minister Zhang's words are indeed wise. His discerning vision is commendable, and we concur that it ought to be so. We beseech your Majesty to issue a decree, Zhang Wenyu articulated, and naturally. The officials aligned with Zhang echoed their agreement in unison. The atmosphere in the Hall of State was harmonious, with all presuming that Fang Chen would readily acquiesce to Zhang Wenyu's suggestion. To their surprise, however, Fang Chen shook his head. The Prime Minister's suggestion is commendable, yet in my heart, There exists another position that is far better suited for Wang Qing. At this moment, Yu Huatian swiftly laid a sheet of blank paper upon the table. Observing Fang Chun grasp a vermilion brush, the official's curiosity piqued. In a swift motion, Fang Chun deftly inscribed upon the paper. Yu Huatian then took the sheet, carefully blowing to dry the ink, and before the assembly of civil and military officials, he elevated the paper to showcase it. Upon the blank sheet, there were no other markings, save for a powerful and vigorous character. Chapter 89. The Division of the Two Prime Ministers, the astonished Zhang Xiang. Alas, it approaches me. How can this be, Your Majesty? It is unacceptable. I implore Your Majesty to retract your decree. Upon seeing the word Xiang inscribed on the blank paper, the civil official's expression shifted drastically. In an instant, they fell to their knees in succession, exclaiming loudly. Unacceptable? Fang Chen's countenance remained unchanged, yet his calm tone exuded an undeniable sense of authority. I have appointed Wang Qing as the left Prime Minister of Deqian to serve alongside Zhang Xiang. Do any of you dissent? Instantly, the Hall of Declared Governance was enveloped in a pressure akin to a mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen did not need to deliberately exert his dominance. With every gesture, the aura of the Imperial Dragon naturally emanated from him, commanding compliance from all. The civil officials knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. The military generals were even more silent, refraining from speaking out at this critical juncture. Zhang Wenyu stood rooted in place, his aged visage seemingly unperturbed. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect a slight tremor in his skin, his entire countenance bearing a pallid, ashen hue. Your Majesty, since ancient times, the position of Prime Minister in Deqian has been reserved for those endowed with both virtue and talent. Although Wang Yun possesses the ability to govern, he is still quite young and lacks sufficient experience. Should he be hastily appointed to this position, it may prove challenging to gain the people's trust, Your Majesty. The civil officials, kneeling in submission, steeled themselves against the pressure exerted by Fang Chen. The division of the two prime ministers appeared to merely dilute Zhang Wenyu's authority. In truth, it was a perilous maneuver that could unravel their own positions. Experience? A fleeting, icy smile graced Fang Chen's lips, quickly vanishing. Have you all forgotten the words of our revered founding emperor? In our dynasty, the selection of talents must prioritize ability above all else. Lineage and experience are but secondary considerations. Should we impose arbitrary restrictions, we risk tarnishing the brilliance of true talents. Fang Chen's words rendered the courtiers docile and compliant. For centuries, the founding emperor of Deqian had been revered as a deity among the people. Each of his utterances and actions was deemed worthy of emulation. In the past, to counsel the emperors of Deqian, these officials would invoke the name of the founding emperor. Now, however, Fang Chen had turned their own teachings against them. If Your Majesty seeks to employ worthy talents, the deputy imperial envoy is more than sufficient. With Zhang Xiang assisting Your Majesty, why must there be a further division of the two prime ministers? Faced with such obstinate resistance, the civil officials had no choice but to adopt a more conciliatory tone, urging Fang Chen to reconsider his intentions. Are you not aware? I act with Zhang Xiang's best interest in mind? Fang Chen chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the astonished officials below. The aristocratic families had been eliminated, and now, the court was in a state of disarray, ripe for revitalization. The prime minister, as the head of the officials, must oversee all matters diligently. Zhang Xiang, already advanced in years, surely cannot endure the toll of such demands indefinitely. Moreover, I have heard that he has recently been indisposed, shutting his doors to visitors for an extended period. My intention in appointing Wang Qing as the left chancellor is to alleviate some of Zhang Xiang's burdens. Otherwise, do you wish to witness the elderly chancellor being utterly worn down? By the end, Fang Chen's tone had turned decidedly frigid, tinged with a subtle reproach. This undoubtedly implied that the officials lacked the capability to share the burdens of the emperor. Furthermore, should they dare to voice their opposition at this juncture, it would not merely be a challenge to Fang Chen's decision, but a blatant disregard for the health of the aged chancellor. Observing the court's officials rendered speechless, Zhang Wenyu took a deep breath, his thoughts swirling with complexity. This young emperor is truly remarkable. What astonished Zhang Wenyu most about Fang Chen's earlier remarks was the mention of his own previous refusal of gifts from visitors, using his ill health as a pretext to decline their advances. This maneuver was initially intended to prevent the Jinyui from finding fault. Yet it unexpectedly became a pretext for Fang Chen to launch his own critique. Zhang Wenyu, in this instance, had unwittingly set a trap for himself. The officials, upon hearing Fang Chen reference this matter, lowered their heads, their faces betraying their guilt. After all, Those who had opposed him most vocally were the very ones who had attempted to present gifts to Zhang Wenyu. What now troubled them most was the uncertainty of how much Fang Chen truly knew about the situation. Regardless of whether Fang Chen genuinely believed that Zhang Wenyu's closure was due to illness, should he become incensed and decide to investigate the matter, the officials' fates would likely not fare much better than those of the noble families. Consequently, the dissenting voices within the court swiftly diminished. In the ensuing silence, Chancellor Zhang Wenyu slowly raised his hand. Your Majesty's concern for the Chancellor is deeply appreciated. Should your Majesty be resolute in your decision, we shall naturally comply. However, I dare to make a humble request. Fang Chen nodded, prompting him to continue. Zhang Wenyu elaborated. The position of Chancellor is of utmost importance among the civil officials. Thus I wish to test Wang Zhu's capabilities. If he truly possesses the wisdom of a sage, I would have no objection to relinquishing my position. Zhang Wenyu, after decades in office, demonstrated his resilience even amidst sudden upheaval and in a situation profoundly unfavorable to him. He quickly regained his composure and devised a response. As he spoke, the civil officials clung to his words as if they were their last hope, uniting in agreement. Witnessing this, Fang Chen's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. Had he not already known that the loudest dissenters in the court were all aligned with Zhang's faction? Even he, upon witnessing this scene, would believe that these individuals were genuinely concerned for the fate of the great Qin dynasty. From the moment I entered the court to serve, I resolved to establish a mandate for the people and to usher in an era of peace for all generations. I have heard much of Chancellor Zhang's dedication and sacrifice for the great Qin dynasty. If this course of action brings him comfort, I am willing to accept it. Wang Yun smiled faintly and clasped his hands in respect. Upon hearing Wang Yun's acquiescence, Zhang Wenyu felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a composed exterior and turned his gaze towards Fang Chen. Since both of you harbor no objections, let it be settled thus. Fang Chen nodded indifferently. In that case, the competition shall take place 3 days hence at the Langia Academy, with the esteemed talents of the realm serving as judges. I shall also be in attendance. Should Wang Yun emerge victorious, the position of Left Chancellor shall be undisputed. What say you? Upon hearing Fang Chen designate the Langia Academy as the venue for the contest, Zhang Wenyu paused momentarily, then slowly raised his arms and clasped his hands in respect, stating, I have no objections. Wang Yun naturally echoed the sentiment. In that case, let us conclude the court session. Fang Chen rose from the dragon throne and cast a glance at Wang Yun. The latter immediately understood, and amidst the chorus of kneeling ministers, he followed Fang Chen out of the Hall of Political Affairs, much like He, who accompanied them. Chapter 90. Treating me like a barbarian. The grandeur of Deqian. Utterly ridiculous. In the Prime Minister's residence, Sir Zhang, you have returned. Calculating the time, it was nearly the hour when Zhang Wenyu concluded his morning audience. The attentive steward had been waiting at the entrance of the residence from early on. Upon spotting Zhang Wenyu's carriage approaching, a smile instantly brightened his face as he moved forward to greet him. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Zhang Wenyu descended with an air of composure. In previous encounters, he would at least acknowledge the steward with a faint murmur or occasionally offer commands. However, today, he remained utterly silent. His expression was devoid of any warmth, emanating a chilling aura that rendered the usually perceptive steward cautious in his demeanor. Sir, breakfast is ready. Would you like to before he could finish? The calm gaze from Zhang Wenyu silenced him, compelling him to swallow the remainder of his words. Remember, no matter who comes today, I shall not meet them. Yes, the steward, filled with trepidation, watched as Zhang Wenyu swiftly retreated into the study. He picked up a pen and scribbled a few lines on the parchment, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Crumpling the paper into a ball, he discarded it onto the floor. This process repeated 3 or 4 times, and with each attempt, his frown deepened. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, he slammed the pen onto the desk with a force that shattered it into fragments. Good for you, new emperor. With the noble families eradicated, it seemed the young ruler was eager to take aim at me. Alone in the room, Zhang Wenyu's countenance darkened, dispelling the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. After decades of serving in the court through 3 successive emperors, he had never felt such ire as he did today. This Fang Chen was treating him like a barbarian. The events of the previous day were evident to any discerning eye. Fang Chen, witnessing the fall of the noble families, was intent on consolidating power for his faction, led by Zhang himself, seeking to transfer the authority he held into the hands of others. How could a mere Wang Yun possess such capability to undermine the foundation I have painstakingly established over decades? New emperor, your ambitions are far too naive. Hello. Chilling laugh escaped Zhang Wenyu's lips, a sense of foreboding enveloping the air. In the past, the 10 major noble families had not ceased their scheming against him. Yet, even before their downfall, they had found him beyond their reach. The intricate web of plans woven over the years was not something the young emperor could simply unravel at will. New emperor, this time, you shall learn that you have miscalculated. With that cold remark, Zhang Wenyu managed to suppress his fury momentarily, regaining his usual tranquility. He picked up a new pen and swiftly inscribed several lines onto the paper, sealing them within an envelope. This letter must be dispatched to Langia Academy with utmost urgency. Zhang Wenyu approached the entrance and handed the letter to the cloaked figure who appeared in response to the secret signal. Sensing the unusual tone in Zhang Wenyu's voice, the figure did not dare to delay. After securing the missive, he swiftly departed from the perimeter. Zhang Wenyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, squinting towards the direction of the imperial palace. Di Wuqing, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. In the Qingqing Hall, it appeared that you possess considerable confidence regarding the competition 3 days hence. After the morning court, Wang Yan followed Fang Chen back to the Qingqing Hall. Fang Chen casually produced a memorial and inquired about its contents. Wang Yan responded with remarkable eloquence. Fang Chen smiled slightly, placing the memorial upon the table. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your praise. A hint of genuine admiration surfaced on Wang Yan's otherwise composed visage. Without Your Majesty's assistance, even with my abilities, I would not dare to so readily accept the competition proposed by Minister Zhang. The two shared a knowing glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Fang Chen relished conversing with such an astute individual. I have chosen you for your talents, yet the extent of your abilities will ultimately depend on your own efforts. While the golden literary brush could indeed aid Wang Yun in advancing his scholarly pursuits, achieving the lofty status of a sage of literature would depend on his innate gifts and his dedication to the path. I understand. Wang Yun, feeling the weight of Fang Chen's expectations, responded earnestly, cupping his hands in respect. There are 3 days remaining. You should return and prepare diligently. With that sentiment expressed, Fang Chen waved his hand, and Wang Yun, understanding the cue, took his leave. As Fang Chen turned, he inadvertently caught sight of Yu Huadian, who was observing Wang Yun's departure with a serious expression. What is it? Fang Chen was seldom privy to such a demeanor from Yu Huadian. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Huadian spoke softly, Your Majesty, I am merely concerned that Lord Wang faces none other than Minister Zhang. Noticing the hesitation in Yu Huadian's demeanor, Fang Chen immediately grasped his unspoken thoughts. Zhang Wenyu was a name known throughout the realm. At just 25, he had achieved the title of Jinshi and entered the court in the same year. By 30, he had gained widespread acclaim, eventually serving as chancellor for over 50 years. When the formidable forces of the Great Qing dynasty threatened the Great Qian dynasty, he had, with nothing but his eloquent tongue, compelled the Qing army to withdraw from the borders. It is often said that in martial prowess there is no second, yet in literary pursuits there is no first. For decades, Zhang Wenyu has remained the undisputed literary luminary in the hearts of scholars of the Great Qian, alongside Zhang Xiu, the president of Langia Academy. He is regarded as the figure most likely to attain the status of sage of literature in 3 centuries. Even someone like Yu Huadian, who had scant education, was well aware of Zhang Wenyu's illustrious reputation. In contrast, Wang Yun remained relatively obscure, having served in the court for many years without making a name for himself. In comparison, the two are worlds apart. It is only reasonable for Yu Huatian to harbor such concerns. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen merely smiled faintly. Were it 4 or 5 decades ago, the newly appointed Prime Minister Zhang Wenyu might have genuinely been able to compete with the present Wang Yun. Alas, over the years, his literary integrity has been thoroughly corroded by the allure of power and fame within the political arena. To this day, the one who gazes into the abyss has himself become the abyss. In the eyes of scholars across the realm, such a person is absurdly deemed a representative of the spirit of the Great Qian. It is utterly laughable. There was a hint of lamentation in Fang Chen's tone. For Yu Huatian, who lacks a high cultural level, this statement was only partially comprehended. Meanwhile, the eunuch Chao, standing nearby, was visibly shaken, his expression brimming with admiration for Fang Chen. The words Fang Chen had just spoken aptly described the transformation of Zhang Wenyu's governance in the court over the years. It could not have been more fitting. He was moved to applaud in appreciation. At that moment, a sunflower attendant entered the hall. What brings you here? Fang Chen's gaze fell upon him. The sunflower attendant bowed and reported, I humbly inform your majesty that Lord Wei Zhong, the commander of the Longwu Guard, is waiting outside the hall and wishes to have an audience with your majesty. Chapter 91. The reorganization of the Great Snow Dragon Riders, 1 against 100. Expansion of armaments. Upon hearing the name Wei Zhong, Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. Let him in, he commanded. Yes. The attendant Kuei Hua bowed and exited the Chiqing Hall. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in armor strode in with purpose, exuding an air of valor as he knelt in the hall. Minister Wei Zhong pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Perhaps due to his recent promotion, Wei Zhong appeared significantly more spirited than he had a month prior. His entire demeanor radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. What brings you to me? Since Wei Zhong's elevation to the new commander of the Dragon Martial Guard and the announcement of its reorganization during the last morning court, Fang Chen had entrusted the training of the Dragon Martial Guard entirely to Wei Zhong. This decision stemmed from the necessity of attending to numerous other pressing matters while simultaneously gauging Wei Zhong's capabilities in leading troops. Your Majesty, I come before you today precisely regarding that matter. It seemed that Fang Chen's words resonated deeply with Wei Zhong, who appeared invigorated and could scarcely contain his eagerness. After several days of discussions with the commanders of the existing camps within the Dragon Martial Guard, we have resolved to temporarily reorganize it into 3 camps and, based on the techniques granted by your Majesty, we have devised a brand new training regimen. The results over the past month have been remarkable. To date, more than 1,300 individuals have advanced from the 9th rank to the post-heaven stage, with 8 post-heaven warriors showing signs of breaking through to the innate level. As he spoke the final sentence, Wei Zhong's spirit soared, and joy illuminated his countenance. Oh? Upon hearing that 8 post-heaven warriors were on the verge of reaching the innate level, Fang Chen felt a pleasant surprise. The last mission's rewards had bestowed upon Fang Chen 8 or 9 technique manuals. After selecting a few for the attendants Kuei Hua and the Jinyue, Fang Chen had further exchanged his national restoration points for several excellent manuals from the marketplace, entrusting all of them to Wei Zhong for dissemination among the Dragon Martial Guard for rigorous practice both day and night. Previously, the Dragon Martial Guard had been dominated by noble families, resulting in a monopolization of techniques to a certain extent. Those from the lower echelons of the Dragon Martial Guard found it challenging to access higher-tier manuals, often limited to reaching only the post-heaven realm in their lifetimes. Conversely, individuals like Wei Zhong, fortunate enough to learn some techniques from noble families, were exceedingly rare. Much like the Jinyue, when they obtained techniques that rivaled those passed down by the noble families, they naturally dedicated themselves to diligent practice. Thus, within just a month, they had made astonishing progress. How many individuals are currently in the Dragon Martial Guard? Fang Chen inquired. Reporting to your Majesty, following the battle in the imperial capital, the Dragon Martial Guard now comprises over 8,370 individuals, Wei Zhong promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen slowly shook his head. Not enough. The number of personnel, even in the context of the Imperial Guard, is still insufficient. Not to mention the Great Qian, but even the neighboring nations boast Imperial Guards with numbers starting at a minimum of 30,000. The mightiest among them, the Great Qing dynasty, once boasted a guard that rivaled the Dragon Martial Guard at its peak, reaching an astonishing figure of over 100,000. Furthermore, Fang Chen's decision to reorganize the Dragon Martial Guard stemmed from his desire for more than just a mere guard unit. Otherwise, the existence of the Jinyue would have sufficed. What Fang Chen truly seeks is a formidable army capable of engaging in battle, one that can stand against 10 or even 100 foes. This is also the current requirement of his mission. Mission description: engage in continuous combat to accumulate rich battle experience for yourself and your subordinates. Simultaneously, your captivating charisma has successfully attracted a cohort of newcomers eager to follow you. Your influence has grown stronger. Your rapid ascent has instilled caution in your adversaries. Before they fully discern your capabilities, they dare not act rashly. Thus, you have created an excellent opportunity for development. Mission description: command an elite force of over 50,000 absolutely loyal troops. Note: all must possess a rank of at least 9th tier. 50,000 9th tier warriors. One can only imagine how Fang Chen restrained his impulse to grind his teeth upon seeing this requirement. Currently, the most formidable military force in the Great Qian is the Cold Blade Army of the Prince of Ding'an, which numbers around 30,000. Moreover, the recruitment standards for the Cold Blade Army only require warriors of at least 7th tier. Although the Kuei-Hua Guards and the Jinyue also count some postnatal warriors among their ranks, the majority of their cultivation levels are comparable to those of the Cold Blade Army. 50,000 ninth-tier warriors would likely exceed the annual treasury of the Great Qian. However, the good news is that recent raids on the 10 great clans have provided a boost to the treasury, barely making such provisions feasible. The training of the Dragon Martial Guard cannot be neglected, as they will serve as the backbone of the new Imperial Guard. Those newly recruited into the Imperial Guard will also be trained by them. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wei Zhong nodded, uncertain if His Majesty has already decided on the name for the new Imperial Guard. Although Fang Chen has repeatedly mentioned the dissolution of the Dragon Martial Guard to form a new Imperial Guard, as of now, Wei Zhong and the others remain unaware of what the new guard will be called. Thus, not only Wei Zhong but every member of the Dragon Martial Guard eagerly anticipates this name. I intend to name this new Imperial Guard the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Fang Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table and spoke placidly. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Wei Zhong shuddered, involuntarily murmuring the name. Yu Huatian and Eunuch Chao also displayed signs of emotional resonance. Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. This name, seemingly unremarkable, harbors an undeniable aura of grandeur, akin to a dragon cavalry emerging triumphantly from the biting winds and swirling snow. Wherever they tread, victory is assured. After a considerable time, Wei Zhong managed to quell the excitement surging within him. Upon returning, I shall earnestly convey the new name bestowed by Your Majesty to the other members of the Dragon Martial Guard, no, to every single member of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. For Wei Zhong and his companions, their origin from the Dragon Martial Guard felt akin to a mark of disgrace. Even though the noble families have long been extinguished, the mere mention of the Dragon Martial Guard evokes memories of a time when they wielded power and infamy under the control of those clans. Consequently, the new name for the Dragon Martial Guard signifies a rebirth and a refreshing renewal for Wei Zhong and his comrades. While uncertain of how the other members will react, Wei Zhong is nonetheless immensely pleased with the title of Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. The decree for the name change will be issued shortly, and preparations for the armament of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry are already underway. In addition to the renaming, the recruitment of troops for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry will gradually commence. Within a year, I wish to see the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry transformed into an elite force. Wei Zhong nodded in understanding, inquiring about Your Majesty's expectations regarding the number of personnel for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. What began as a routine inquiry was met with a revelation in Fang Chen's subsequent words that nearly overwhelmed Wei Zhong's mind. Within a year, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry must comprise 50,000 warriors of the 9th rank or above. Chapter 92. Fang Chen's Aspirations and Wei Zhong's Dilemma. Journey to the Dan Ding Academy. If it were not for Wei Zhong's quick reflexes, the next word would have slipped from his lips. Yet, despite his timely restraint, his expression was clearly one of bewilderment. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? How many did His Majesty just state? 50,000. And they must be martial artists of the 9th rank or above. Each of these criteria, taken separately, would have instilled a measure of confidence in Wei Zhong. However, when combined, it seemed utterly implausible. Your Majesty's decree, I shall strive to fulfill with utmost dedication. But, with all due respect, Your Majesty, given the current numbers of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, recruiting 50,000 soldiers would require at least half a year solely for enlistment. Moreover, the standards for recruitment into Qian stipulate that candidates must be at least 18 years of age. At that age, achieving the 9th rank is indeed a rare feat. As he spoke further, the perplexity on Wei Zhong's face became increasingly evident, almost as if he were about to exclaim, I cannot accomplish this. Is it truly so challenging to reach the 9th rank within half a year? Fang Chen retorted lightly, leaving Wei Zhong momentarily speechless. I am aware that the Kuaihua Chamberlain and the Jinyue can achieve this. Yet, the martial arts practiced by the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry prioritize foundational strength. The more profound the foundation, the greater the potential for explosive growth. However, if we recruit new soldiers, their abilities will certainly vary significantly. Consequently, we would need to solidify their foundations first. As Wei Zhong continued, his voice grew softer. This was not due to any insecurity. Rather, he spoke the truth. Those who remained in the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry were the most elite forces, possessing a certain foundational strength, which allowed for such advancements within a month. However, the newly enlisted recruits would not necessarily experience such rapid improvement. Although there were limitations on numbers, the current recruitment emphasized quality over quantity. Only those who reached the 5th rank before turning 18 would be eligible. Fang Chen's words prompted Wei Zhong to take a deep breath. While there were indeed individuals who met the criteria of achieving 5th rank before 18, The constraints proposed by Fang Chun undoubtedly escalated the difficulty of recruitment. Moreover, merely contemplating the remaining half-year to elevate this group of recruits from 5th rank to 9th rank made Wei Zhong feel as though he might lose his hair from worry. Your Majesty, without external assistance, achieving the leap from 5th to 9th rank within 6 months is quite an arduous task. However, should the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry rely on medicinal enhancements for rapid elevation, it might adversely affect their future development. At this point, Elder Chao, who had been silently observing, could no longer refrain from speaking and gently suggested. He could discern that Fang Chen's expectations for the Dashue Dragon Riders were entirely distinct from those he held for the Sunflower Attendants or even the Jinyue. His Majesty aspired to transform the Dashue Dragon Riders into an entity surpassing the Lungfeng army. If that were the case, the training methods for the Dashue Dragon Riders must deviate significantly from those employed by the Sunflower Attendants. It must be noted that the majority of the current Sunflower Attendants have consumed spirit-gathering pills, which enable them to substantially enhance their strength over a short period. However, such a forceful and rapid elevation of their cultivation can lead to a precarious foundation, adversely affecting their future training. This explains why there are 4 innate martial artists among the Jinyue, while only Yu Huatian, who has never ingested a spirit-gathering pill, has managed to break through to the innate level among the Sunflower Attendants. Even in the future, the potential upper limit for these Sunflower Attendants is likely to remain at the quasi-innate or pinnacle postnatal levels. Furthermore, the transformation pill is primarily beneficial for martial artists of the postnatal realm, with its cost being exorbitant, such that even the 10 great aristocratic families of your might find it burdensome. Employing it for 5th grade martial artists would be an extravagant misuse. Come with me, Fang Chen remarked, shaking his head and choosing not to elaborate further. He instructed Yu Huatian to prepare the dragon carriage, and then proceeded with the perplexed eunuch Chao and Wei Zhong towards a certain location within the palace. Your Majesty, is this road leading to the Danding Institute? As the path ahead became increasingly unfamiliar, Wei Zhong found himself at a loss. Although he was part of the Dragon Guard, he spent most of his time safeguarding the imperial capital and rarely had the occasion to enter the palace. Even when he did, it was typically in significant areas like the Hall of Political Affairs. Nevertheless, despite his unfamiliarity with the route, his keen senses as a martial artist detected a faint aroma of medicinal herbs in the air. This immediately sparked a conjecture within him. The Danding Institute had long been a crucial establishment within the Dacian imperial palace. Historically, the emperors of Dacian have placed great importance on the institute. Even the current young emperor, who had previously shown little interest in alchemy, had begun to regard the Danding Institute with newfound respect due to the spirit-gathering pills and transformation pills. He later commanded that the institute be relocated to a tranquil area deep within the palace, allowing the alchemists to focus solely on crafting elixirs for His Majesty. Thus, upon catching a whiff of that medicinal fragrance, Wei Zhong's mind immediately formulated a hypothesis. It seems your nose is quite astute, Fang Chen remarked nonchalantly from the dragon carriage. Flattered by the emperor's praise, Wei Zhong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. I have had sharper senses than most since childhood. After enhancing my cultivation, I can sometimes hear the rustling of leaves from several miles away. Fang Chen nodded in response, recognizing that Wei Zhong possessed the qualities of a born martial general. As the conversation unfolded, the most iconic alchemical furnace of the Danding Institute came into view. It was indeed magnificent. Gazing upon the nearly 10-meter-high furnace, through the ventilation openings, flickering flames could be discerned reflecting off the furnace walls. Wei Zhong was nearly rendered speechless. How could he have been unaware of the immense size of the alchemical furnace at the Danding Institute? This single furnace could easily accommodate the refining of thousands of elixirs, an extraordinary feat. Unbeknownst to Wei Zhong, the previous iterations of the Danding Institute had never possessed such a grand furnace. For alchemists, a furnace of this scale necessitated a greater intensity of fire than the ordinary ones to achieve the precise heat required for elixir refinement. Thus, it was inconceivable for a typical alchemist to opt for such a colossal furnace. However, this furnace was no ordinary contraption. It was crafted by the iron-willed maverick of the Wubei Institute under the guidance of Fang Chen. It was precisely because of this furnace that the Danding Institute could barely meet Fang Chen's stringent alchemical standards. As the dragon carriage came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the Danding Institute, before Fang Chen could disembark, the faint sounds of a dispute could be heard emanating from within. Chapter 93. The most potent elixir, the Dragon Power Pill. Let me also partake in this spectacle. Who is engaged in such a quarrel? Even from beyond the walls, The sound of their discord could be distinctly heard. As time passed, the clamor not only failed to diminish but rather intensified, becoming increasingly fervent. Wei Zhong intended to intervene and quell the dispute between the two, lest they disturb the imperial presence. However, Fang Chen casually gestured for him to refrain. "Go ahead," he said, his countenance serene, as if he had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. The dragon carriage slowly ascended into the alchemy courtyard, revealing a disarray of alchemists, clad in their refining garb, scattered throughout the yard. Beneath the colossal alchemical furnace, two individuals were embroiled in an impassioned argument, their exchange so heated it seemed they might come to blows. "Look at your alchemical furnace. Is it fit for a sane person to use?" One exclaimed. "How can it not be? The last furnace I provided you was deemed unsatisfactory at the time. Yet, it is functioning perfectly now, is it not? You. Even if your last furnace was adequate, I assure you this one is not." Their retorts echoed back and forth, escalating in fervor. Nearby alchemists attempted to step forward to mediate, but their efforts were swiftly brushed aside, rendering them unable to insert even a word of caution. Such a raucous scene might be commonplace in a bustling marketplace, but to witness it within the sacred confines of the imperial palace was quite astonishing. Particularly, as Wei Zhong scrutinized the two, he was taken aback to find one of them was none other than the current head of the alchemy courtyard, CSC Yuan. Having served in the courtyard for nearly 3 decades, he was expected to be well-versed in the palace's decorum. Yet here he was, engaged in a vehement dispute. His face flushed with indignation, which left Wei Zhong utterly astonished. The other disputant was a lean, elderly man, his physique resembling iron forged by fire. With a complexion that was a deep crimson, he appeared less like an alchemist and more akin to a blacksmith. Just as Wei Zhong was about to admonish them to cease their quarrel, Fang Chen raised a hand to halt his intervention, resting his chin on one hand. He seemed thoroughly entertained by the altercation, as if he were poised to enjoy a snack while watching the spectacle unfold. Even the attendants, such as Yu Huatian, wore expressions of calm indifference, suggesting they had witnessed such antics before. This left Wei Zhong momentarily perplexed. "Your Majesty, are we not to intervene?" he murmured, standing beside the dragon carriage. "Why should we?" Fang Chen arched an eyebrow. "Look how delightfully they are bickering." Wei Zhong realized that the emperor possessed a rather humorous side at times. After observing for a while, as if finding the scene less engaging, Fang Chen glanced at Yu Huatian, who instantly understood the cue and stepped forward, raising his voice. "His Majesty has arrived." The iconic, mellifluous voice resonated, akin to an irresistible signal. The entire court, still grappling with the moment, found their bodies instinctively kneeling, united in a fervent chorus. "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" This transpired in an instant, leaving even Wei Zhong momentarily bewildered. In the blink of an eye, the denizens of the Danding Academy had prostrated themselves in unison. Even the two individuals who had been embroiled in an argument moments prior now knelt in trepidation. "I, your humble servant, presents himself before your Majesty." Fang Chen reined in his amused expression, casting a languid glance at the pair. His demeanor emanated an aura of inherent authority. What merriment is this? Perhaps I too should partake in this amusement. Upon hearing Fang Chen's ambivalent tone, CSC Yuan and his companion broke into a cold sweat. Though they could not fathom the meaning behind Fang Chen's words regarding partaking in the spectacle, they dared not jest in the presence of the emperor. "Enough, rise." Fang Chen finally commanded, observing the palpable tension and perspiration on their brows. "Thank you, your Majesty." The group of courtiers arose, trembling in trepidation. "Iron Madman, why are you here instead of the armory?" Without a moment's hesitation, Iron Madman replied, "To report to your Majesty. I have come to discuss with Director Xie regarding the new alchemical furnace for the Danding Academy. However, Director Xie has expressed considerable reservations about my proposed design." Upon hearing Iron Madman's seemingly accusatory tone, CSC Yuan shot him a glare, eager to retort but mindful of Fang Chen's presence. Refraining from raising his voice as he had moments before. "Your Majesty, Master Iron's concept for the alchemical furnace diverges significantly from the traditional furnace used by the Academy. I have been deliberating on this matter, hoping to consult with Master Iron." Observing their hesitation, so contrasting with their earlier fervor, Fang Chen smiled softly and stated, "Let us set aside the matter of the furnace for now. Iron Madman, I wish to see the equipment for the Snowstorm Dragon Riders within 10 days. Fang Chen's expression remained impassive, as though nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Iron Madman, who had been so boisterous just moments ago, now scratched his head, donning an honest, sheepish grin. "Yes, I shall comply. 10 days it shall be. Whatever your majesty commands, I shall accomplish, even if it takes 5 or 3 days. With that, Iron Madman bowed to Fang Chun and exited, tail between his legs. The entire exchange felt as though it unfolded in a mere heartbeat, leaving even Wei Zhong momentarily stunned, especially when witnessing the rapid transformation of Iron Madman's demeanor. Was this truly the same man who had boisterously bellowed like a bull? In comparison to his conduct before Fang Chun, he was utterly transformed. Moreover, Wei Zhong could sense that Iron Madman's reverence in Fang Chun's presence was genuine, an emotion that could not be feigned. From the recent quarrel between Tai Fengzi and CSC Yuan, Wei Zhong discerned that Tai Fengzi is an individual of lofty ambition and remarkable confidence in his craft. For an eccentric artisan, the mere presence of someone capable enough to command his respect is indeed formidable. Your Majesty, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Danding Institute today? After bidding farewell to Wu Fengzi, CSC Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly remembered that Fang Chun was still present. He quickly donned a sycophantic smile and remarked. Fang Chun, with a smile that danced on the edge of irony, waited until CSC Yuan's expression became strained from the effort to smile before speaking. How fares the progress of the elixir I previously tasked you with crafting? Upon hearing that Fang Chun had indeed come for this matter, CSC Yuan bent even lower. I would not dare to neglect your Majesty's commands. However, this matter is rather intricate. I humbly request your Majesty to step aside for a discussion. After inviting Fang Chun to take a seat, CSC Yuan soon presented an object. Your Majesty, please take a look. It appeared to be a small box, no larger than a palm. Upon opening it, a black elixir emerged, filling the room with an intense medicinal fragrance. What a powerful aroma! Wei Zhong had encountered various elixirs before, yet never had any emitted such a commanding scent. The potency of this elixir likely far exceeds one's expectations. CSC Yuan, standing by, cautiously elaborated. I report to your Majesty, this is the Dragon Power Elixir, meticulously crafted by the Danding Institute as per your command. Chapter 94, Shattering the Heavens. Battling the dragons and tigers. Testing the elixir with one's own body. Long before the establishment of the Snow Dragon Riders, Fang Chun had already formulated his plans. The training methods for the Snow Dragon Riders starkly contrast with those of the Sunflower Guards and the Imperial Guards. This is a force intended for genuine combat. Both their armaments and their innate abilities must strive for perfection. After all, the true Snow Dragon Riders carry the formidable reputation of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, revered for their prowess. After meticulously selecting from the marketplace, Fang Chun opted to utilize his national restoration points to exchange for a formula known as the Dragon Power Pill. This was the first Dragon Power Pill refined by the Alchemy Institute, based on the elixirs provided by His Majesty. If the description of the formula is accurate, this pill can benefit even the most unremarkable warriors. It subtly enhances the physique of the user, allowing for remarkably efficient cultivation. Moreover, the resilience it imparts is unparalleled by ordinary warriors. As long as there is breath left, one can endure even the gravest injuries. Not only that, this pill lives up to its name, possessing a potent nature that bestows the user with the strength to confront dragons and tigers. As Fang Chun examined the pill within its box, CSC Yuan seized the moment to elaborate further. However, Fang Chun remained unperturbed by the information. In contrast, Wei Zhong inhaled deeply. The effects of cleansing the bones and marrow, coupled with the strength to battle dragons and tigers. Just these two aspects alone were sufficient for him to grasp the immense value of the Dragon Power Pill. In this realm, there exist 4 types of elixirs that are deemed most precious. First, the elixirs of immortality. Second, those capable of resurrecting the deceased. Third, elixirs that can enhance one's innate talents and physique, making cultivation significantly more effective. And fourth, elixirs that can augment one's strength. According to CSC Yuan's description, the Dragon Power Pill evidently encompasses the latter 3 attributes. Not only had Wei Zhong never encountered such a pill before, but even CSC Yuan, who had devoted decades to the art of alchemy, had never concocted this particular elixir. From CSC Yuan's words, Wei Zhong also discerned another important detail. This Dragon Power Pill was specifically refined by His Majesty for the Snow Dragon Riders. Armed with this knowledge, Wei Zhong comprehended why Fang Chun was so confident in achieving the goal of elevating every member of the Snow Dragon Riders to at least the 9th rank within a year. If CSC Yuan's assertions held true, then even with merely a month's time, it would be ample to elevate the strength of the Snow Dragon Riders to the level Fang Chun desired. in stark contrast to the nearly uncontrollable excitement of Wei Zhong. Fang Chen appeared remarkably composed. You mentioned that this matter is lengthy. Could it be that the Dragon Power Pill has other issues? Caught off guard by Fang Chen's incisive inquiry, CSC Yuan's previously triumphant smile faltered, his expression falling into despondency after a moment of silence. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The Dragon Power Pill does provide a significant enhancement for warriors. However, its drawbacks are equally pronounced. The medicinal materials, while not particularly rare, are all characterized by intense and volatile properties, potent and fierce in nature. The potency of the Dragon Power Pill surpasses that of both the Spirit Gathering Pill and the Bone Transformation Pill. Consequently, once ingested, its effects commence immediately, coursing through the body and impacting the entire meridian system. The agony experienced during this process is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. CSC Yuan's voice grew progressively softer as he spoke. Thus, in my humble opinion, although the Dragon Power Pill is said to be effective even for lesser warriors, in reality, very few can withstand its potency. A failure may result in the severing of meridians, rendering one incapacitated, or in a more severe case, lead to instant demise. CSC Yuan's words instilled a sense of dread among those present. Fang Chen held the box in his hand and calmly inquired, "Is this merely your subjective opinion? Or has it been tested by others?" CSC Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, while this is merely my conjecture, I have devoted the better part of my life to researching alchemy. I am well acquainted with the properties of medicinal materials, and I believe my judgment holds merit. I would stake my official cap on it." Seeing CSC Yuan's earnestness, the others could not help but feel convinced to some extent. After all, the fact that he would risk his own livelihood to vouch for it spoke volumes. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before taking the pill from the box. True understanding comes from practice. One must test the veracity of claims to ascertain the truth. Otherwise, any attempt to improve the formula would be futile. Just as Fang Chen was about to place the Dragon Power Pill into his mouth, CSC Yuan, Yu Huatian, Wei Zhong, and others dropped to their knees in fright. "Your Majesty, please, do not." Even Yu Huatian, who had been by Fang Chen's side the longest, was visibly alarmed. CSC Yuan was so anxious that tears, snot, and cold sweat threatened to spill over. "Your Majesty's body is invaluable. How can you personally test the medicine? Should anything go awry, even the entire Alchemy Institute would not suffice as compensation." Fang Chen, hearing this, felt a tinge of helplessness. With the 6 libraries of immortal thieves at his disposal, he was confident that he could handle even the most potent medicinal concoction. "Your Majesty, I am willing to be the first to test the medicine." At that moment, Wei Zhong seemed resolute and saluted. "I have been robust since childhood and possess the cultivation of a late-stage warrior. I believe I can withstand the Dragon Power Pill. Your Majesty's life is of utmost importance. Let me take on this trial." Wei Zhong's determined demeanor and resolute tone prompted a more serious expression from Fang Chen. "Are you certain?" Wei Zhong nodded without hesitation. "From the moment Your Majesty appointed me as the Dragon Martial Guard Commander, I have resolved to charge into battle for Your Majesty, even at the cost of my life. If I cannot endure even a mere pill, what right do I have to command an army?" Such bold declarations stirred even Fang Chen's heart. He understood that Wei Zhong's willingness to volunteer for the trial stemmed not only from loyalty to the Snow Dragon Riders, but also from a profound sense of duty. Secondly, it serves to affirm one's responsibilities. So go ahead and attempt it. He handed the medicinal box to Wei Zhong, who received it with both hands and extracted the elixir within. The overpowering aroma of the medicine permeated his senses, invigorating his very blood. It felt as though every vein in his body was awakening under the influence of this fragrant potion. Had he swallowed the entire pill, he could scarcely fathom the transformations that might ensue. Wei Zhong inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and decisively thrust the Dragon Force pill into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, it transformed into a wave of rich warmth that coursed down into his stomach. Almost immediately, he perceived a thunderous roar echoing in his mind. It was as if he were being battered by tumultuous waves capable of shattering rocks. A shattering pain resonated from his meridians to his bones. Ugh! Wei Zhong's eyes widened in shock, his pupils appearing bloodshot. Beneath his pallid skin, one could almost discern faint streaks of crimson surfacing, a sight both eerie and terrifying. Under the immense force of the medicinal potency, he nearly lost his footing. He collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, and spewed forth a torrent of blood. Chapter 95. The Improved Tiger Strength Pill. The Indomitable Wei Zhong, the future of the Snow Dragon Riders. Alas, dear Wei, Upon witnessing Wei Zhong collapse to the ground in agony, CSC Yuan was instantly thrown into a state of panic. If it were merely an ordinary soldier testing the medicine, the consequences of failure would be trivial. But who is Wei Zhong? He is the esteemed commander of the Snow Dragon Riders, personally appointed by Fang Chun. Should anything befall him, the preservation of his official hat would be the least of concerns. The very existence of his life would be in jeopardy. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and fetch the dispersal pill. As he observed the others in the Dan Ding Academy frozen in place, CSC Yuan bellowed in frustration. At his furious command, someone finally trembled and stammered, "The dispersal pill? Dean, the dispersal pill can swiftly dissipate approximately 70 to 80% of a martial artist's internal power. While it may not sound particularly favorable, it serves as a life-saving remedy for those who have gone astray in their cultivation. However, the price is steep, as the martial artist must start their training anew. Yet, in comparison to preserving a life, mere power dissipation seems a trivial sacrifice. In reality, the effects of the dispersal pill extend beyond merely dispersing power. It can also eliminate most of the medicinal properties from other pills, making it a staple in the Dan Ding Academy. At present, Wei Zhong was evidently struggling to withstand the potency of the Dragon Strength pill, making the dispersal pill the most prudent course of action. The stakes of life and death were at hand. Seeing his subordinates hesitating, veins bulged on CSC Yuan's forehead as he shouted vehemently. Yes, yes. The alchemist, suddenly jolted, was about to dash to retrieve the medicine. Stop. Fang Chun interjected, signaling that such action was unnecessary. Your Majesty, the potency of this Dragon Strength pill is exceedingly fierce. I fear Commander Wei may not endure it. CSC Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking with trepidation. If Wei Zhong claims he can handle it, then he assuredly can, Fang Chun replied coolly, disregarding CSC Yuan's concerns. Upon hearing this, CSC Yuan felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly losing consciousness. Your Majesty, please, be reasonable. This is not a matter that can simply be wished away. Just look at Wei Zhong. He clearly does not appear capable of enduring this. If anything were to happen to him, would they not be endangering their own heads? Yet, these words remained confined to CSC Yuan's thoughts. With Fang Chun seated before him, he did not dare utter a single word, let alone question the Emperor's judgment. The alchemist glanced between Fang Chun and CSC Yuan, hesitating for a long moment before retracting his foot. As the seconds ticked by, Wei Zhong's body grew increasingly crimson, akin to smoldering embers. The relentless surge of pain from the medicinal force crashing through his meridians left him no choice but to kneel. Grasping the ground with all his might, he endeavored to combat the torment. Crack, crack. With barely any effort, the once sturdy floor tiles crumbled like mere dust. Yet, even in such a state, Wei Zhong's suffering showed no sign of abating. Blood oozed slowly from the 7 orifices, presenting a most terrifying sight. As he gasped for breath, Wei Zhong emitted a low, guttural growl akin to that of a wild beast. If one listened closely, they could discern the mantra he repetitively murmured through clenched teeth. I can. Beside him, CSC Yuan also heard these words and wondered how he could still maintain such conviction in this dire moment. He assumed that Wei Zhong's gritted determination was solely for the future of the great Snow Dragon Riders, marveling at his tenacity. However, Fang Chun understood that the reality was far more complex. At this moment, 2 thoughts sustained Wei Zhong: the future of the great Snow Dragon Riders and the need to prove to His Majesty that he could endure this trial. Something is changing. Something is changing. CSC Yuan exclaimed suddenly, as if he had made a remarkable discovery while observing Wei Zhong intently. Under the relentless surge of the medicinal power, Wei Zhong's physique began to transform. His already imposing frame took on an even more robust appearance. The armor that had once fitted him snugly now trembled violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. He had withstood the initial onslaught of the medicinal force, having survived the most arduous trial. Fang Chun, who had been employing the Emperor's divination technique to monitor Wei Zhong's condition, had a more profound understanding than anyone else. He witnessed Wei Zhong's meridians being torn apart by the force of the medicine only to be astonishingly restored by the effects of the Dragon Power Pill. With each restoration, Wei Zhong's meridians grew increasingly resilient until he could finally withstand the onslaught of the Dragon Power Pill's potency. For Wei Zhong, the most challenging initial phase had now passed. CSC Yuan, initially skeptical, could not deny the truth when he saw Wei Zhong's expression gradually calm, the crimson hue brought forth by the medicine slowly receding. Well versed in the properties of medicinal herbs, CSC Yuan immediately recognized that Wei Zhong had successfully navigated the first hurdle. Overwhelmed with joy, he turned to Fang Chun, his face a mask of astonishment. How could Fang Chun arrive at such an assessment with but a mere glance, something that would take him considerable time to ascertain? Was it possible that His Majesty possessed an innate talent for alchemy? This absurd thought fleetingly crossed his mind. Fang Chun then rose. Let him continue to cultivate diligently. Once he fully absorbs the medicinal force, he should be able to break through to the innate level. Although the Dragon Power Pill was notoriously potent, having withstood this trial would provide Wei Zhong with lifelong benefits. Indeed, CSC Yuan nodded eagerly, making a mental note. He then added, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. The potency of the Dragon Power Pill is exceedingly overwhelming. Even those who are postnatal warriors, lacking extraordinary willpower, seldom endure its effects. Thus, I believe it may be possible to enhance the formulation of the Dragon Power Pill by incorporating some medicinal herbs with a milder nature to temper its potent effects. Although this revised version may not possess the same efficacy as the original Dragon Power Pill, its gentler properties ensure that it will not pose a threat to life. I have already commissioned the preparation of this improved Dragon Power Pill, which I shall soon present to Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun nodded nonchalantly. In that case, let us name the modified version the Tiger Power Pill. Seeing that Fang Chun did not object, CSC Yuan was immensely pleased. I shall comply with your decree. Fang Chun then cast a glance at Yu Huatian, who immediately understood and signaled for two astute attendants to remain behind. The procession then returned to the Chiqing Palace. In present-day Deqian, a myriad of endeavors await revitalization, and Fang Chun found himself exceedingly busy, were it not for his cultivation of the Sixth Treasury Immortal Thief, which bestowed upon him boundless energy. It would have been quite challenging to keep up. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, Fang Chun must return to address the backlog of affairs in the Chiqing Palace. Furthermore, in 3 days, the competition at Langia Academy is set to unfold, promising to be an exhilarating spectacle.